What's up, everybody? Welcome to The Sweat. I'm your host, Jesse Cofield. It is Friday. TGIF. Say hello to our MLB panel DraftKings contributors, Nick Fryer and RotoWire's Eric Halterman. It is time, gentlemen, for MLB Price Check. Getting your favorite plays in the following price ranges for tonight's 14-game MLB slate. So a lot of choices. A pitcher over 9K. Nick, who is catching your eye?
Well, of course, you like Kevin Gausman tonight going up against the Cardinals, but I'm actually going to go with Robbie Ray up against the Texas Rangers at 9.3K. The Rangers are third in plate appearances per strikeout this month against left-handed pitching. And of course, you don't need me to tell you that Robbie Ray strikes out a ton of hitters. His over-under on his strikeout prop tonight on DraftKings Sportsbook is at 8.5. In his last 6 of his last 8 outings, he's logged at 24 plus DK fantasy points. His swinging strike rate this season is 15.3, and he's getting hitters to chase pitches out of the zone a lot. And he is one of the 5 best in all of baseball at making hitters miss those pitches. So I'm very comfortable with Robbie Ray at 9.3K tonight against the Rangers.
All right, 9.3K. Eric, where are you going?
Yeah, Ray is my top option as well. He was really quite bad last year in basically every way. I mean, that ERA 6.62 was well deserved. Shockingly bad 17.9% walk rate, 24.3% ground ball rate. Just nowhere close to playable in either of those areas, but he's completely fixed everything. Has his usual excellent strikeout rate, well north of 30%. He's walking below average amount of guys this season, 6.2%, and that ground ball rate is back up above 40%. You might expect with a guy like him, given the state of pitching these days, that maybe there was a sticky stuff situation there improving his numbers dramatically, but that doesn't seem to be the case. There's been no evidence of changes in his spin rate. And since the start of June, he has a 2.40 ERA with double-digit strikeouts in 4 of his last 7 starts. So this rebound couldn't be more real, I don't think. And to be fair, he has reached more or less this level in the past. It was a little while ago, but it's a lot easier to believe it when it's not completely out of nowhere. So even though he was terrible last season, I'm fully in on Robbie Ray as back at close to that ace level, facing a Rangers lineup that really isn't very good, 20th by WRC Plus this season. I think he's more or less as good as Gausman, who, like Nick, I do like quite a lot too, but Ray's just as good and $1,000 cheaper, so I think he's the top option.
Well, Eric, there are 4 pitchers only over 9K. So what about a guy who is under 9K that you like?
Yeah, I'm actually going to drop all the way down to Chris Paddack at 6,300, one of the cheapest guys on the slate. And I guess it's not hard to see why if you look at his 5.38 ERA. But most of the ERA estimators like him a whole lot better than that. FIP has him at 383. XFIP has him at 360. Both of those would be a very solid mid-rotation starter. His strikeout rate is close to league average at 24.2%, as is his ground ball rate. But when you combine that with a walk rate of just 5.4%, that really should be a good pitcher. There's plenty of pitchers who have success with that kind of profile, just limiting walks at a very good clip while not really having any other clear weaknesses. It's more or less what he did in his rookie season. His strikeout rate's down a couple ticks, but his ground ball rate is up a little bit more to make up for that. He is in a pretty poor stretch, 11.48 ERA over his last 4 starts, but he can blame a 4.40 BABIP for some of that. And some of the ERA estimators like XFIP for 4.33 over that stretch isn't what you want, but it's not terrible. Even pitching like a 4.33 ERA kind of starter would probably justify a price this low. And I think should be better than that against the Nationals team that's right in the middle of the pack in terms of WRC Plus on the season, but they're without Kyle Schwarber, whose hot streak probably accounts for about 5 points in the standings there. So I think it's an easy enough matchup, and I think he's a lot better than he's shown so far. Not a star, but definitely not a $6,300 player.
Well, Eric is giving us major value. Nick, which pitcher under 9K do you like?
Well, I think Paddack is a good play if you're pairing him up with either Gausman or Robbie Ray. But there was a couple guys in the 8K range and just below that I was looking at. Of course, Chris Bassett going against Cleveland tonight. That is my pick, but also Tyler Mahle up against the Brewers. And then you have Marcus Stroman up against the Pirates, who You're not going to get the strikeouts there necessarily as much. So him at 7.9K makes a little bit more sense. But I'm going with Bassett. I know he gave up a run in the All-Star game, but I believe it was unearned. He got a couple of strikeouts. More importantly for him, this is a guy who faced the same team 3 times in his last 4 outings before the All-Star break. So I think he's just going to welcome the chance to face any team that isn't the Texas Rangers right now. But when it comes to Cleveland, they're striking out quite a bit versus righties this month. They are 6th in plate appearances per strikeouts in July. And their numbers outside of that, they're middle of the pack against righties. So this is, I think, a good matchup for him. And you compare him maybe with Amali, and then you have 2 8K guys. Of course, you got to find a little savings elsewhere, but we'll get to that with hitting.
All right, yeah, let's get into hitting, Nick. So the most expensive bat, Vlad Guerrero Jr., he's going to cost you $6,400. Shohei Ohtani, $6,300. If you're looking at a hitter over 5K, Nick, where are you going?
I mean, it's no shock that those guys are extremely expensive after the All-Star game, especially with Vladdy Jr. But I'm actually looking at the Coors Field game tonight. We got Mookie Betts and the Dodgers over playing against the Rockies. And I'm going with Mookie tonight at 5.5K because, look, I know you first think, all right, he's one of the All-Stars that didn't go and play in the All-Star game. So he's well rested. That's huge for me going into this. And he's going up against a guy in Senzatella who the over-under on his hits allowed prop on DraftKings Sportsbook is at 6.5, which I haven't seen that happen that often with guys this season, but he's averaged 7+ hits in every outing since May 28th. That outing was only 4 innings long, so he couldn't, how are you going to reach the mark there? But this is a guy who gets hit quite a bit, whether it's at Coors, whether it's on the road, whether he's got, he doesn't give up a lot of runs or he gives up, quite a few runs. And when it comes to Betts versus Senzatella, 11 career plate appearances, so not a ton, but still 2 home runs and a double in those chances. So I have no problem. I haven't backed Mookie a ton this season. I don't know if I have at all on the show, but at 5.5K tonight against a guy who he's hit well against, I have no problem with that.
All right, Eric, a hitter over 5K that you're targeting.
Yeah, I'm going with Matt Olson at 5,300. He's a guy I've gotten to a decent amount lately. He's the second highest scoring first baseman in terms of DraftKings points per game, yet he's only the 7th most expensive. And I think while that remains true, he's going to be a good choice whenever he gets the platoon advantage against a starter like Eli Morgan, who has an 8.44 ERA through 4 starts. Kind of all you need to say there. He's allowed 8 homers, thanks in large part to a ground ball rate that sits at just 20.9%, the 3rd lowest among pitchers who've thrown at least 20 innings. And a guy who can't keep the ball on the ground is exactly who I'm looking to pick on with a power hitter like Olson. Although Olson is more than just a power hitter these days, he's suddenly become an all-around elite hitter. He'd always had the power. He'd averaged just shy of 40 homers per 162 games heading into this season, but he had a batting average that's at just 245 through the end of last year. And actually last year alone, he hit just 195 while striking out 31.4% of the time. He's cut that strikeout rate almost in half this season, and it's led to a 282 batting average that's backed up by a 272 expected batting average. And again, hasn't sacrificed any power. 23 homers already this season, has him on a pace of 43 per 162 games, so even slightly more power than he's shown in the past. So he's I think, emerging as a true all-around star at the plate, and he's got one of the best matchups. So I think it's a pretty easy choice at first base.
All right, Eric, how about a hitter under 5K if you're looking for like a little bit of value to sprinkle into your lineup here?
Yeah, let's go all the way down to the minimum price at 2,000. We've got another rookie debuting, Jarren Duran, the Red Sox outfielder. All these guys seem to be coming in at 2,000, and they're great values, at least their first few games, until they rise to where we'd expect them to sit. I wouldn't expect Duran to rise, as much as a guy like Wander Franco. We're not talking about that level of prospect here, but Duran is quite a highly rated young player. He wasn't as much heading into last season, but he had a swing change at the alternate site. Basically one of those guys who said, maybe I should try to hit home runs, and then started hitting home runs. It's an interesting strategy. But it's working out quite well for him. He's hitting the ball in the air well more than ever before and pulling the ball well more than ever before. Homer just 8 times in 199 pro games before this season, and already has 15 in 46 games this year. Strikeout rate didn't rise too much either to go along with it, just 23.7%. Also gets some steals too, so he can help you out there. He'll get the platoon advantage as a lefty in Yankee Stadium against Domingo Germán, who's fine but not scary at all. Although at his minimum price, I think you like him against most guys. I will note that there might be some COVID risk with this game, given that last night's game got canceled. So you could also look to Jared Kelenic, who's coming back up and is also minimum priced. He won't get the platoon advantage against lefty Andrew Heaney, but again, he's far better than a $2,000 player, even if he didn't show it in his first stint. So I'd like either of those rookies tonight.
Serious value. What about you, Nick? A hitter under 5K?
Well, Eric brings up Andrew Heaney, and for me, Heaney is a guy that when I see his name pop up, my antennas go right up. This is a guy I love to target, and a guy that I love to use up against lefties is Mitch Haniger, especially when the price is right. We've seen him kind of go up and down with his price throughout the course of the season. Right now, it's a little bit down at 4.1K, and it's kind of understandable. Look, he's still putting up good numbers against left-handed pitching, but he's coming off of he's a little bit slower, been a little bit slower this month, and he's coming off a slow month too, especially in terms of power, which is what we're going to him for. I think he was 6 and 8 home runs in his first 2 months of the season. But against Heaney, again, you guys know that I love to go with batter versus pitcher's numbers, especially when it comes to my value picks. Got called out for it yesterday. But with Haniger, he has 20 career plate appearances against Heaney. Again, small sample size, but when I see a ton of power in that short period, I am going to back that guy, especially with value plays. And Haniger has 3 home runs and a triple against Heaney in those 20 career plate appearances. So he's my play tonight at under 5K.
All right, good stuff, you two. Appreciate the time. As always, segment 1 is in the books. The sweat rolls on as we head to the hardwood and break down a pivotal Game 5 of the NBA Finals. It's all tied up. Stay tuned. What's up, everybody? Welcome back to The Sweat. I'm your host, Jesse Cofield. I am joined by DraftKings contributors Kenny Ducey and Matt Meiselman for NBA Showdown. Getting your favorite plays for Game 5 of the NBA Finals. Guys, it looked like this was headed to an early finish, but now the series is tied 2-2. So, Kenny, who are you making your captain tomorrow?
You know, I want to get a lot of high-priced options in, Jesse, and I don't know if this is going to be too risque of a captain, but why not DeAndre Ayton? Here's a guy that's going to is consistently gotten you right around 40 DK fantasy points. He did have that dip in Game 3, but going back home, you know, I think that there's a lot of upside here for DeAndre Ayton. He hasn't really given you a ton in the scoring department, at least in 2 of these games, and has still managed to put up great nights because of his incredible rebounding. 17 rebounds in Game 4, just absolutely ridiculous. This guy is massive for the Suns. He's given them big minutes. He was able to score 32 fantasy points in just 24 minutes in Game 3. I just think that the production of this guy, the floor is going to be very high, and the price is absolutely right. I mean, you can get this guy in your captain spot at $12,000. You have plenty of roster flexibility with him. I think he's got 50 fantasy point upside here. He could be one of the top 3 players on the slate, and he could be a no-brainer captain.
All right, Matt, we got Kenny going with Ayton for $12,000. Who are you putting in your captain spot?
So I agree with basically everything Kenny just said. My concern is that I think DeAndre Ayton could be pretty popular as a captain choice because his price is actually a bit lower than it was earlier in the series. So I think Giannis will be really popular. I think Ayton will be really popular. The price on Chris Middleton has come up a bit. Devin Booker's price is pretty high. So I think one of those 2 guys. I have some concerns about Chris Paul's wrist that he banged up earlier in the series. And I feel like if Paul doesn't get back to playing the way we're used to seeing him, Booker could be the guy to take over again, like we saw last game. But even though Booker scored 40 points, I don't think a lot of people get to him as the captain because you have Ayton for much cheaper, and then you have Giannis, who just is a machine for fantasy scoring. So I feel like Booker still goes a bit overlooked, even though he's coming off the big game. So I'm looking to Booker or maybe Chris Middleton.
All right, Matt. Well, if you got to choose a player to complement your captain, so if you go with Book, like who are you taking with him?
So Ayton was going to be my next guy, so I won't give too much more on him. I think he is a really, really safe choice in the utility spot. I think it's just he's playing tons of minutes, like Kenny said, and the price is pretty reasonable. So I'm a big fan of DeAndre Ayton for this game. If I have to pick someone else, I think Mikal Bridges has become a little more reasonable in terms of his price. He was one of the best fantasy players a couple games ago. I think that was game 2. Has had 2 down games, but now his price has fallen. So I think a lot of people may gravitate towards Jay Crowder, who's coming off a couple big games. And I think Bridges may go a bit overlooked, and his price at 6,800 is a little better than what it was at 7,600 for game 4. So I think Bridges and Ayton, kind of in that mid-tier, are the 2 guys I'm looking at.
All right, Kenny. Well, you saved a decent amount of cash putting DeAndre Ayton in your captain spot. So who are you pairing with him?
Well, I do want to, there's obviously the obvious options, right? There's Devin Booker. You're going to want to have in your lineup. I'm going to have Giannis in my lineup, but to fit the spirit of this question, because you probably want to pair 2 Suns together, right? I don't really want to talk a lot about Devin Booker. I'm not thrilled about the prospects of rostering him. I probably will just out of necessity. I think he probably is one of those guys you have to get in your lineup because he's going to score 30 plus points. But I'm really excited to roster Jay Crowder at $7,400. It's a sentence I didn't expect to be saying about a week ago. I was very bearish on Jay Crowder's fantasy production, his fantasy contributions. But this guy, as we've been talking about all segment long about the minutes, right? Minutes are very big in the NBA Finals because they're hard to come by. You got a guy coming off a game where he played almost 40 minutes. He was on the floor so much. He only hit 3 shots. They ended up being threes and still managed to score 41 fantasy points. He's just so important to the Suns team. They've been going with Crowder as their preferred wing over Bridges, over Cameron Johnson. The latter 2 have been splitting minutes. Crowder's just been on the floor like the entire game. And you saw why. He gets those steals, right? He might miss a bad shot, but then he makes up for it by creating a turnover on the other end. He sells those foul calls. He's going to probably draw a flagrant foul in game 5. He just has to be on the floor for this team. You look at the rebounding, you look at the shot making that he's been able to showcase in this series. I think that there's actually very, very high upside here for $7,400. I think you're probably locked into 5x. I think that you could realistically expect 6x, maybe even 7 times your salary if he has a really good shooting night. He's just so important to the Suns. I have to roster him.
All right, well, let's talk value here. What's your favorite value play, Kenny? You like your boy Pat Connaughton here?
I do like Pat Connaughton a little bit, but I have to talk about someone that's a little bit cheaper than Pat Connaughton. $4,800. He's a great option. But a little bit cheaper is Cam Johnson at $4,000. I just alluded to it. But Cam Johnson, I am a huge Mikal Bridges fan. I love Mikal Bridges. I think he's one of the most exciting young players that we have. I think he can really develop into a very, very important player in this league. But Cameron Johnson just seems to be taking his minutes right now. 30 minutes in back-to-back games. I know, game 3 is a little hard to read into because there was the blowout. But he just seems to be trusted by Monty Williams right now. He was in the crunch time lineup with Jay Crowder, with Booker, or with Cameron Payne when Booker was out. And he just was the consistent option, or he was the constant rather. So I think that he's a really talented player. They put him out there for defense, but he can knock down some threes. And I just think that with the minutes, I think that there's kind of high upside here with Cam Johnson. But yes, I do also like playing Pat Connaughton at $4,800.
All right, Matt, where are you going for value?
So I think it's worth reiterating just how good of a play DeAndre Ayton is. He's not as cheap, so he's not your standard value play. But the big thing that happened in this series is that Dario Saric got injured in game 1. And because of that, the Suns don't have a backup center. They tried Frank Kaminsky for a little while, but that didn't really work out. So DeAndre Ayton is actually the main guy, at least from the top 3 on each of these teams, that has seen a minutes increase in the finals, because the Bucks' big 3 was playing a ton of minutes throughout the playoffs. Paul and Booker have been playing a lot of minutes, at least the last few rounds. DeAndre Ayton is actually playing 5 or 6 more minutes per game in the finals, excluding the game where there was a blowout. But other than that, Ayton's playing 40 plus minutes. So to me, I don't really think there's a great value play. I think Cam Johnson is a little too cheap, but the guy who who's underpriced to the most significant extent, I think that is DeAndre Ayton, even though he's priced towards the higher tier.
Yeah. Let's move on to who you're fading tonight, Matt. That wasn't the computer freezing. That was me. Just like, where are we in the script? So someone that you want just like no part of being in your lineup.
So I mentioned it before. I'm not really that excited to play Giannis at captain because I think that will be a very, very popular strategy. And because of that, I'm also not looking to play guys like Jeff Teague and Torrey Craig, but specifically Jeff Teague. I just think there's so little upside for him. And I think because a lot of these other cheap guys have seen price increases from last game, I think Craig got a little more expensive, and Connaughton got a little more expensive. Cam Johnson got a little more expensive. Jeff Teague actually got cheaper. And if you want to play a bunch of the studs from this game, Jeff Teague is kind of the guy that gets minutes that you can throw in your lineup. But he's playing 10 minutes or so a game. And even if we saw foul trouble from, let's say, Middleton or Holiday, maybe that gets Teague a couple more minutes, but it's not like he's doing anything when he's on the court. It's just the other guys will take over. So if he's a chalk value play, or at least a quote unquote value play, as some people might think, I don't want any part of that. And if you're not playing Giannis at captain, you don't really need him anyway. So I'm steering clear of this price range for the most part, but I think Teague is the guy that I most want to avoid.
All right, Kenny, how about you? Someone that you're just like not about having in your lineup.
Yeah, it's really sad because I sung his praises before the finals. I thought he was going to have a great series. He was really big against the Nets, but Jrue Holiday has just been really, really awful. And again, you know by now, by watching these streams, I'm not one to go with the public. I'm not one to, pile on people when they're down and, go with the consensus opinion. But I have to right now with Jrue Holiday. It's been that bad. He shot 27% from three, 33% from the field. And game after game, this guy, he's seeing over 40 minutes and he consistently disappoints. 13 points on 4 of 20 shooting in game 4. Now you're going on the road in Phoenix. And it's not like he's missing jumpers. He's missing layups. We've seen the memes comparing him to Eric Bledsoe. I can't get excited about rostering Jrue Holiday. And the fact that he's $9,600 as the 4th highest priced option, this guy's more expensive than DeAndre Ayton right now. Yeah, okay, the ceiling, we know what the ceiling is. He could have a 65 DK fantasy point night. He could also have a 30 fantasy point night, and then you're stuck with a guy at $9,600 who got you 30 points. I can't do it. I can't roster Jrue Holiday. My spirit has been broken with this man.
Yeah, you hate to see it. All right, Matt, are there any trends on the sportsbook side of things you've noticed heading into this game? Like, where's the most money coming in?
Yeah, so just to give a quick recap of the series and where the public's been betting, it's been pretty evenly split for all the games except for game 2, where I think everyone kind of went towards the Suns after they played so well in game 1. And then we saw it go back to an even breakdown on the betting splits and handle for games 3 and 4. But even though the Suns didn't look that great in games 3 and 4, bettors are back to Phoenix for game 5. And I guess it's just they're going back home. And a lot of people seem to be expecting that they'll get it together and play really well in game 5. I'm not sure how I feel about that, but there's definitely a clear trend where bettors like the Suns a lot more for this game than they did in previous games.
So Matt's not sure how he feels about it, but Kenny, do you agree with how the people are betting you back in the Suns?
I did say that the Suns are going to win, but I don't like the public just swaying, with home court advantage. I think it's pretty dumb. I think that we've seen throughout the postseason that it's not really, that big of a deal. I think that it's just because the Suns are going home, look at the issues. Matt mentioned Chris Paul's wrist. He mentioned that, the inability of him to shoot the ball. He was a turnover machine in game 4. I do think that the Suns are ultimately just the better team. But I don't like these trends of the public essentially just hopping on the home team every time. And I think that there's very, very real concerns here for the Phoenix Suns. And Milwaukee Bucks could take control of this series and win it in 6.
All right. Thanks, fellas. Appreciate the time. Taking a look at sportsbook plays for this weekend's UFC Fight Night next. We'll be right back. Welcome back to The Sweat. I'm your host, Jesse Cofield, joined by DraftKings contributor Tim Finnegan for UFC Chase or Fade. So we got a UFC fight night on Saturday. You're going to agree or disagree with the following sportsbook plays pertaining to this fight. All right. So UFC Apex in Las Vegas Saturday night. Let's dive right in. First event on the main card is a featherweight bout featuring Gabriel Benitez taking on a Billy Quarantillo. I think I said that right. Benitez, the favorite at -160. But are you chasing or fading him against Quarantillo, who is coming off just his first octagon loss ever?
So Quarantillo is a super high volume striker. He's averaging about 7 significant strikes per minute. And high volume means strong fantasy scoring. He's averaging the second most DraftKings fantasy points on this entire slate. He's averaging about 92 per fight. And he's only 7,700 in DraftKings DFS contests. So he's not, I look at Quarantillo and I think he's like a pretty good salary relief play just based on that volume. So if I had to go with one of these fighters, I'd go with Quarantillo.
So the men's middleweight division sees Rodolfo Vieira battle Dustin Stoltzfus. So he hasn't fought since November of 2020. Vieira hasn't fought in nearly 5 months either, but is still favored at -220. So are you going to chase or fade him?
So Rodolfo lost his last fight as a big favorite, and it was a tough loss. Like he gassed out and he got submitted, which was like shocking. Like it was totally shocking that he would get submitted because he's one of the best jiu-jitsu fighters in the world. He's a world champion in jiu-jitsu. He has incredible jiu-jitsu. So seeing him get tapped was like kind of unbelievable in his last fight. So he goes for a lot of blast takedowns, which requires a lot of energy, which is why he gasses out in these fights because he's just really, really trying hard for these takedowns. I still pick him to win this fight because his jiu-jitsu is so good, and I'm sure he learned from his mistakes in his last fight. So I would go with Rodolfo in this fight.
All right, let's move on to the men's lightweight division. So we got veteran Jeremy Stephens taking on Mateusz Gamrot. Now, Stephens looking to actually fight this weekend after his April bout with Drakkar Klose was canceled after a ceremonial weigh-in shove by Stephens. Meanwhile, Gamrot is coming off a win. He's favored at -210. So you chasing or fading a Stephens upset?
So Jeremy Stephens is winless in his last 5 fights, but it was against tough competition. Like it's Yair Rodriguez, Calvin Kattar, Jose Aldo, Zabit. Like those are the 5 guys that he fought and lost to. One of them was a no contest. So this is a big step up in competition for Gamrot. Like Stephens is 7,600 in DraftKings DFS contests. With the step up in competition for Gamrot, like I think Stephens could be a pretty good salary relief play if you're looking for a cheaper option.
Now for the co-main event. All right, in the women's bantamweight division, we have UFC legend Miesha Tate looking to make another run at the division title. She's squaring up with Marion Runo. Now Tate is slightly favored at -135, but are you chasing or fading Tate beginning another run towards the bantamweight crown?
So Miesha Tate hasn't fought in about 5 years. Like she retired and now she's coming back. So I don't really know what we're gonna see from her. I guess the positive with her sitting out for so long is that there's less wear and tear on her body. But the negative is that the sport could have passed her by. Like 5 years is a long time, especially in MMA. You know, Miesha Tate was once a top tier fighter. Like you said, she was the champion. But I don't know what her skills are like now. I don't know what kind of conditioning she's in now. So this is a tough fight to predict. Now the good news for Miesha is that her opponent has lost 4 fights in a row. So she's getting a pretty soft landing. But as far as DraftKings DFS contests go, both Miesha and Renault are generally low fantasy scorers. So I think I'm going to stay away from this fight in DFS contests. I would look elsewhere in DraftKings DFS contests.
All right, the main event, it features a crooked number in favor of Islam Makhachev at -675 over Thiago Moises. Now, we're doing a little chase or fade here, or staying away. Are you looking at some of the props for the main event instead?
So Makhachev is a huge favorite. He's over -700 on DraftKings Sportsbook. Like you don't really see favorites that big in main events that often. And so his style is very similar to Khabib. He trains with Khabib. He's got great wrestling. He's got a great squeeze. He's got a great top game. He's averaging over 3 takedowns per 15 minutes. He's super hard to take down. Like this guy is just kind of terrifying. Like, and he barely, because he's so active in his grappling, he barely absorbs any strikes. He's taking under 1 significant strike per minute, which is like sparkling. Because if you constantly have to defend takedowns and you're constantly on your back, it's hard to throw striking on him because you're kind of fighting for your life. You're avoiding, you're trying to not drown under this guy's top game. So, I mean, he's just such a huge favorite in this fight. I mean, I don't see how Moises can win. But I mean, anything can happen. It's MMA. They got tiny 4-ounce gloves, but this guy is such a beast. I would go with him.
All right, finally, let's get your best DFS play for UFC Fight Night. What is it, Tim?
So Islam Makhachev, he's 9,400. He's the most expensive fighter on the slate. This is not like groundbreaking information. It's not like a super deep play, but he's such a huge favorite. Like we said in the last segment, he's over -700 favorite on DraftKings Sportsbook. So he's so safe. And like we were talking about, he barely absorbs any strikes. He's taking under 1 significant strike per minute. He barely gets taken down. His takedown defense is like, he's stopping like over 90% of opponent takedown attempts, which is amazing. So he's a great wrestler. He gets a lot of takedowns. He's got a great top game. Like we said, he trains with Khabib. So I just think he's a rising star in his weight class. I would just pay up for him and just lock him in.
All right, thanks, Tim. Pump for Saturday. Our baseball bros are back next to take a look at some sportsbook plays for tonight's MLB slate. The Sweat. We'll be right back. As promised, they are back. DraftKings contributors Nick Fryer and RotoWire's Eric Halterman. Guys, 14-game MLB slate. Let's take a look at some of your favorite sportsbook plays for this evening. So we're covering the bases here. First, a run line or money line that you're interested in, Nick.
I'm going to go with Giants at -1.5. That was the first one that I saw once I realized that Kevin Gossman is going to be starting tonight going up against the Cardinals. Of course, look, the Giants have been one of the best teams in baseball, one of the best records in the game right now. So, I mean, the money line, not really going to be an option for you tonight if you're looking at the payout. But when I know that, but still, Gossman has been shoving, and he did last time against the Cardinals too. So I have all the confidence in the world in him doing his job. And then when it comes to the Cardinals too, look, Wainwright is supposed to be starting for the Cardinals tonight, and all right, fine. He did okay last time against the Cardinals, but that was the one time, against the Giants, but that was the one time in the series that the Giants covered the spread as the favorites. And the Cardinals have one of the worst bullpens in the game right now, too. So I would think that we're going to see a nice little disparity in this one tonight, and the Giants are going to win it.
All right, Eric, where are you going? Run line or money line that you're enticed by?
Yeah, I'm maybe going to cheat a little bit and go a little bit before the main slate because I think the best option here is Marlins at -125 over the Phillies in the first game of their doubleheader. I know there's some decent options later, but nobody should be just -125 against Matt Moore these days. 5.40 ERA may even be too kind for him. By expected ERA, and fifth, he's over 6. His xFIP is right up near 6 as well. Just nowhere near league average, and the underlying numbers really 16.3% ground ball strikeout rate. That'd be quite a low ground ball rate, but his ground ball rate is also low at 36.6%, and he's walking too many guys, 11.6% walk rate. On the other side, we've got Sandy Alcantara, whose 3.09 ERA might flatter him a bit. The ERA estimators generally have him in the high 3s, but he has outperformed those estimators throughout his career, so he might just be one of those guys who can reliably get that softer contact. Doesn't get a ton of strikeouts, 21.4% strikeout rate is a few ticks below league average. He does need to get that soft contact, but he's done that. He's kept the ball on the ground, as he's always done. 54.7% ground ball rate is quite a strong number. So even though
No, go ahead. I'm honestly need more coffee. I thought you were done. Keep going. I'm going to drink the coffee.
Just last thing, even though the Marlins have the worst offense here, I think the gap between those pitchers is too big to justify just a -125 for the Marlins.
Okay, and now Eric's like, this is the signal. I'm done. Okay. Thor, relax. All right. How about a game total? The wheels are really falling off here for me this morning. How about a game total, Eric, that you're targeting, something that you're interested in?
Yeah, I alluded to Eli Morgan, Cleveland starter earlier, and I'm gonna touch on him again here. I like the over in that Cleveland Oakland game. The over is set at just 8. Um, Chris Bassett on the other side is a good pitcher, but I think the over can't be 8 in a game with Eli Morgan in it. The teams are already averaging 8.8 runs per game, so all they need is an average performance. Again, Morgan 8.44 ERA through 5 starts, allowing 8 homers, which is no surprise given that his ground ball rate is just 20.9%. Easily the lowest among anybody who's started any meaningful number of games. Doesn't get a lot of whiffs either. It doesn't walk guys, but that's because they've already homered. So I think he will give up a fair portion of the runs here. Chris Bassett on the other side is a good pitcher, but he's not an ace. Most of the ERA estimators have him in the high 3s. Combines a league average strikeout and ground ball rate with a pretty good walk rate. So I don't think he'll give up a ton, but I don't think he'll need to hit the over here.
All right, Nick, a game total that you like.
Well, you guys know I like to cheat and I go with team game totals, not usually just, team combined game totals. So I'm going to go with the Royals at 4.5 against the Orioles. Of course, I like to go with the AL Central quite a bit for these bets as well. When it comes to the Royals specifically, whenever I see them going up against left-handed pitching, I got to see what their recent form looks like. And they have limited exposure against left-handed pitching this month. But when they've had those opportunities, they've taken advantage of them. Top 5 in OPS against lefties and in ISO throughout the course of July. And they're going up against a guy in Keegan Aiken, who I love to target. He's given up 5 hits in his last 5 starts, including his outing against Cleveland all the way back on June 16th. And 6 plus 6 hits. Now the wheels are falling. You know what? Is Loki over there with Thor right now, Jesse? Because I feel like that's where all this chaos is happening.
Yeah, honestly, like the god of mischief is around here somewhere because
Either way, Keegan Aiken has given up 4+ runs in each of those outings that I just mentioned. 5 in 3 of those 5 outings. So he's prone to giving up 5 runs himself. And then the Orioles bullpen has not been good during July. They haven't been good all season, but especially in July. This month they have a 6.75 ERA, 5.99 FIP. I mean, these feel like cartoon numbers, and then a 2.03 home run per 9 inning average. So I have no problem going with the Royals to score at least 5 runs against the Orioles tonight.
All right, Nick, hit us with a pitcher prop. You wrote up a couple in your article on DK Nation.
I did. It sounds like you know what the notes I have jotted down in front of me, or read the article, I guess. But I am actually going to go with Kevin Gausman. I have a couple others too that I like tonight, but Kevin Gausman's strikeout total, as much as I'm not going to go with him for DFS purposes tonight, when I see that his strikeout total is set at 6.5, I have to hammer the over on that one. Again, I mentioned before how he did well against the Cardinals last time out. He had 8 Ks against them. They do not strike out a ton against lefties, against righties, yet he still hit tonight's over. And then you look at what he did against the Nationals. They do not strike out a ton against righties either, and he had 9 against them. So even if you could still like him for DFS purposes, but sometimes runs happen, whatever. I still feel comfortable enough with him going with the run line bet as well. But here, especially for the strikeout prop, I think that this is my favorite bet tonight. Gausman going over 6.5 strikeouts.
Eric, what do you think? A pitcher prop that you're interested in?
I think it's Gausman as well. That 6.5 is too low, and I'm not really sure why. It's just -105. He's hit that over in 9 of his last 12, and he really is one of the best strikeout pitchers in the league. It's happened ever since his midseason move to the Reds in 2019. At a 31.9% strikeout rate in the second half with his new team there, and he's kept it over 30% in the last 2 seasons as well. As Nick mentioned, the Cardinals don't strike out a ton. Which is probably the most important thing to look at for these strikeout props, other than, of course, the pitcher's own numbers. But you also just have to look at the quality of the offense. They're the 4th worst team by WRC+. And, of course, you can get to a high strikeout total just by volume rather than rate if the team just lets you stay in the game for quite a long time, which I think they will. So I think pretty clear top option on the board for me.
Okay, Eric, how about a hitter prop?
We're going to go back to Eli Morgan. Sorry, Eli or Eli's dad, if you're watching this, or Eli's anybody else in Eli's family. But again, the most important thing I think to look at for these home run props is ground ball rate. If you can't keep the ball on the ground, you're going to give up homers. Morgan's giving up homers because, Again, 20.9% ground ball rate thus far in the majors. And we should expect that ground ball rate to stay very low. He's had a ground ball rate no higher than 31.3% in any minor league stop since 2018. This is who he is. He's gotten to the majors despite that, so he has some other skills, but I can't see a world in which he doesn't have a home run problem. So I'd throw out a couple A's. Matt Olson, who I talked about before, plus 230 is really not great odds for a home run prop, given that even with a pretty friendly matchup, you're not extremely likely to homer. But again, this is about as friendly as it gets in terms of matchup. Matt Chapman at plus 360 has plenty of power. I think that could easily happen, as well as Sean Murphy at plus 400. So really, I'd be looking to throw darts at whatever A's you like tonight.
All right, Nick, what do you think? How about a hitter prop you're interested in?
Yeah, so as much as I like going with Mookie Betts and like the Dodgers offense against the Rockies tonight against Senzatella, and as much as I like the Royals against the Orioles tonight, especially Salvador Perez going up against Aiken, he does well against left-handed pitching. I'm actually going to go with the guy who I mentioned as my value pick for tonight. I'm going to go with Mitch Haniger over 1.5 total bases. Again, this is a good matchup for him. He does well against Heaney. He does well against left-handed pitching in general. I know this month has been slower. After June was also a slow month for him in terms of power, but this is the type of matchup where I would expect him to get right because he has 3 home runs and a triple against this guy in 20 career plate appearances. So Haniger is going to be my pick tonight for over 1.5 total bases.
All right, how about for extra bases, we get a second half future bet. Nick, where are you going with this one?
Okay, so I am actually going to go with the Red Sox to go over 91.5 wins this season. And I know that some people in the Boston area might think, oh, well, the Red Sox have played out of their minds. They have a .604 winning percentage. There's no way they can maintain this. Well, in order to hit this over, they don't have to maintain this. They just have to win 37 of the rest of their games. And guess what? That means you're playing just over 500 ball for the rest of the way. And they're going against teams that they've done well against too. I mean, of course, the Yankees, if they can actually play against them, they've owned them this season. Same with the Orioles, Rays. The closest team to 500 right now that they've played in the AL East is the Blue Jays, as one might expect. But looking at the rest of their schedule too, they don't have too many challenges along their way. Maybe the White Sox, that's about it. So it's a favorable schedule for them, and they're coming in a position now where if they maintain their level of pace, they're going to win 98 games. So I have no hesitation about saying that they're going to win at least 92 the rest of the way.
Eric, a second half future bet.
Yeah, I was taking a look at some of the division odds and comparing them to Fangraphs playoff odds, which I've generally found to be pretty trustworthy. It seems like you can get decent odds on a couple teams that are long shots to win the division, but still very much in the race. You know, the kind of team where if they make the right trade in the next 2 weeks, maybe their team looks meaningfully better and they can close, 3-4 win gap. The Phillies at plus 600, that's an implied odds of 14.3%. Fangraphs gave them a 17.2% chance. The Reds at plus 450, that would be implied odds of 18.2%. Fangraphs again has them at 22.1%. So really kind of a similar deal with both of those teams. It's correct that neither of them is the favorite to win their division. They're a few games back the leader and, a less talented team than the leader. But again, all it takes is finding the right trade. If they make a good trade and the guys ahead of them don't, which isn't what we should expect, but with these odds, there's certainly a chance that they could easily go on a run over the next 2 weeks, close that gap. So I think you get pretty fair prices on both of those. Those would be the guys I'd be looking to take a chance on.
All right. Thanks, guys. You're free to go. Enjoy your weekend. As for me, I'm going to be taking a look at where the Open Championship stands as round 2 comes to a close. But first, here's Pierce Dietrich with a price check on this weekend's Foxwoods Resort Casino 301.
Welcome to the price check. I'm Pierce Dietrich. Let's look at the salaries for New Hampshire, whose salary jumped up this week. Daniel Suarez, $7,700 up to $8,900. What? I know inflation is bad, but come on. Did Elon Musk tweet something about Daniel Suarez? Ryan Newman, $6,100 up to $7,200. Burned a lot of people last week with a flat tire and a penalty, but the price still really isn't that bad. Joey Logano, $8,800 up to $9,500 in a 301 lap race. His place differential possibilities, not that big of a deal. Whose salary dropped this week? Ryan Blaney, $10,500 down to $8,700. DraftKings doesn't think that he can lead laps, but at Martinsville he led 157 laps. Alex Bowman, $9,400 down to $8,200. New Hampshire is a short flat track, So is Richmond. He won at Richmond. Kyle Larson, $12,000 down to $11,200. Short flat track's not really his thing, but he does have 4 podium finishes in 10 New Hampshire races. Favorite play of the week, Martin Truex Jr., $9,100. Suarez is $8,900. Truex is only $200 more, but he's won 3 low downforce races. Probably should have won 4 low downforce races. Come on, this is a steal. Justin Haley, $4,700. With his price, you can fit 3 lap leaders. All he has to do is just don't wreck Justin. Every time I say that, you know what happens. All right, guys, check out DK Nation for all your DFS information and needs. If you got NASCAR questions, find me on Twitter at Race for the Prize. I'm Pierce Dietrich. Catch me on DK Live.
Welcome back to The Sweat. I'm Jesse Cofield. They are DraftKings contributors Reed Fowler and Jeff Ulrich. And it is time for the Open Cut Sweat. Taking a look at where the Open Championship stands as round 2 is coming to a close. So, Reed, where's the cut line and who's the biggest surprise that might miss the cut?
Yeah, the cut line, Jesse, is probably going to be 1 over par. That's where it's heading to right now. Remember, it's top 70 in ties for the major, for the Open Championship, as opposed to top 60 we usually get in majors over here in the U.S. And top 65 usually, right, with other tournaments, the regular tournaments. So that's probably the case. The guys are going to miss it or who've already missed it already. That's a surprise. Harris English. I know Jeff and I were talking about Harris English and what he was potentially able to do, but he's going to miss it. And look, there's guys right now that are hovering around, that even minus like 1 under par. That's DJ. Brooks is right there. Bryson is he's teetering right now. He's at a 2 over par as it stands. So he's probably the one that you're kind of sweating a little bit if you had a lot of Bryson, but he's not a guy that I don't think a lot of people rostered. So there's a handful of guys that have missed the cut, but it's probably going to be 1 over.
Jeff, what do you think?
Yeah, no, I mean, obviously, it's a major. There's a lot of big names in the event. So there's going to be a lot of big names that kind of end up busting as well. I mean, Reed mentioned some of the guys that are kind of on the verge here just in the afternoon, but you've got 2 names here in Patrick Cantlay and Patrick Reed. Both were kind of viewed as good sort of balanced, mid-range plays in the upper tier. And they're both going to miss the cut. And Reed especially is surprising. He's had a very good year, consistent in the majors. And everyone figured if this is going to be a tough event that, this might be a good spot for him. But he's really kind of he's kind of flown the coop here. He's at +3. He's pretty much not going to make it. So one of the bigger busts definitely. And Cantlay, just had a horrible stretch yesterday. He's not going to make it either. So both those guys right up there in terms of busts.
Jeff, the current leader is Colin Morikawa, who's +350 to win it all. Would you take his odds to hang on and get the W?
Well, no, because that's not who's going to win the tournament, but we'll talk about that in a second. But it does feel like right now we have a little bit of a 3-man event. I don't know if you want to go that deep and say nobody else has a chance, because I think that's probably there's still a lot of guys at 6 under, some guys at 5 under. Definitely guys can make a run on the weekend, but it does kind of feel like a 3-man event. And right now, taking someone outside of those top 3 guys, Usti, Spieth, and Morikawa, obviously I'm talking about, it does feel like a little bit of a, maybe you're just burning money, but I do think one of those 3 guys, if I'm being dead serious, is probably going to end up winning it. We got 3 guys right in contention.
Reed, anything to add?
Yeah, I mean, you take a look at past Open Championships, Jesse, and what you see is after round 2 for the last 3 years, I think Sans Molinari, it's been who's ever been in first or second, right? Spieth, Stenson, of the sort. And when you take a look at that, like Jeff mentioned, it's a 3-man race, right? So Morikawa, if you wanted to, it's not like, it's just not good ROI, right? Because it's the Open Championship. Having said that, though, the weather, Jeff, it doesn't look like we're getting an Open Championship that we're used to. It's sunny. There's no wind. It looks green out there. And so there is scores to be had. I would argue that this tournament is more wide open, to Jeff's point, than in usual tournaments. Usually we get weather that's pretty inclement, pretty windy, pretty rainy. And so guys at the top usually just kind of hold serve. That's not going to be the case. You see guys that are going out early in the morning and putting up and posting solid scores like Morikawa. So there's guys that we'll talk about in a little bit. I know Jeff's going to talk about one in particular that might have a chance to chase Morikawa.
All right, Reed, give me a guy that could make a run that you can actually still get good odds on right now.
I was going to say Louis, but he's already up there, right? When I was looking through this, Rahm, I believe, was at close to +3,000, +3,500 And this was before he started. He's missed some easy putts. He's getting there a little bit, right? But you're getting some of these guys. Like if Rahm can post like 4 under, 5 under after today's round, which is going to be tough, right? That's a pretty solid number on essentially the world number one. I know DJ is officially the world number one, but look at some of those guys, especially if they go out early. What the last 2 days have taught us is that if you're going out early, you can post a lot of good scores. Grillo sank like 18,000 birdies today. That's what you can do on this course if the weather stays like this. So if Rahm's kind of sitting there at 3 under par after today, take a look at him. It's going to be really, really tough. But other than these top 3 guys, I think Louis is probably the best of the odds.
Plus 2,500 for Rahm right now. Jeff, who do you like?
Yeah, no, I mean, Reed makes some good points about the course and how it might play. Definitely, it looks like it's been more receptive in the morning. That may change on the weekend. You know, maybe the wind gets up too. But for right now, I 2 names I would throw out there, Daniel Berger and Cam Smith.
Yeah.
Berger's still on the course. He actually has a chance potentially to even get in at like 5 or better. He's plus 6,000 on the DraftKings Sportsbook. I mean, this is a player we know can light it up as well with the putter. That's what it's going to take, absolutely, when you're this far behind some quality players. So plus 6,000 for Berger, I think is fair. Cam Smith in a similar spot, plus 6,500. He's at 4 under. You know, we'll see where the lead ends here. I don't think it'll get too far past 9 under, and it might stay at 9 under. 5 back with two rounds to go isn't terrible with it being the Open, and maybe he gets in the earlier draw to help him on Saturday. So Daniel Berger, Cam Smith, I really like those odds. You could definitely go with a bigger player like Rahm or Brooks, but you're getting such bigger odds, triple the odds basically, to take a Berger or a Cam Smith, and they're already in decent positions. So
yeah.
All right, Reed, lock it in. Who's your pick to win as it stands right now?
I'm pulling for Louis. I'm really, really, really pulling for Louis. Just get one, baby. I know it's been like a decade and change since you won this tournament, but he looks so good, putting great. But man, Spieth is doing great. So I'd probably go Spieth right now, but I'm pulling. My heart says Louis.
Jeff, what do you think?
Reed's just being contrarian. Of course he's pulling for Louis. That's who's going to win the event, Jesse. This is more a mental health issue for me, if we're being honest. We just need to make it over the finish line. Get this win in the bag here. I don't care that it's not in the United States, but yeah, I do feel like Usti's going to be there right till the very end in this event. At the very least, again, it's not going to be easy. You got Morikawa up there who is just so good.
Yeah.
Absolute nails. But I think Usti, this just feels like his time. So.
All right. Thanks, you two. Everybody who's watching, Reed and Jeff will be back live between the 12 and 2 sim today to sweat the Open Championship cut with all of you. So make sure that you tune in for that. And the Madden playoffs are rolling on today. At noon, we got the Ravens at the Chargers. At 2, Saints at Falcons. At 6, Texans at Steelers. At 8, we got the Niners at the Seahawks. And the sweat will be back on Monday at 11 a.m. It's not going to be me. I think it'll be Emerson, but you should still tune in. And make sure you tune in for Reed and Jeff. And we'll see you later.
Woo.
Welcome in, Dream Streamers. This is going to be a fun one. Happy Friday to you. You are now locked in for a day of fun, mischief, trash talk. And I just want to start it this way by saying, wherever you are, whatever you're doing, I hope you're blessed. I hope you realize how lucky we all are to be here, to be talking about simulated Madden football on a Friday at noon or 9 a.m. on the West Coast, 10 a.m. in Colorado, or 11 a.m. in Chicago, wherever things are. I'm not a clock guy here, but are you a 10 a.m. guy, Christian?
11 a.m. guy. Yeah.
11 a.m. 11 a.m. That's what I meant. So you're one of the lucky ones. But to everybody, bless you. Let's have some fun. Let's enjoy it. Let's talk smack about us too. Flapping our gums nonsense to our great crew here, to everybody. Friday, it's the summer. I'm feeling good, Christian, and I hope we get ourselves a good game that means absolutely nothing.
Yeah, a good energy in the sim to start things off, and kind of wild that Lamar, the greatest player in Madden 21, is
Child.
So is Dunsky, and the Houston Texans are in an AFC title game. Like what world is this? What fresh hell have I woken up to? Where
and then on the other side, it's Pittsburgh vomit. Pittsburgh stinks. I've said it, and Pittsburgh kind of stinks in this game, but they've survived. They beat Kansas City. They've beat Baltimore, as you mentioned, and Houston's road. They beat Tennessee, and they beat, obviously, the Baltimore Ravens here. So we get a consolation game here to start your noon. Lineups have locked. It is the Chargers, who were the number 1 seed coming into this whole entire playoffs, which was kind of shocking, hosting the Baltimore Ravens, which was a playoff game 2 short years ago when everyone's like, Lamar can't win in the playoffs. Well, he didn't then, did last year. Christian, what did you do with your award-winning lineup?
Well, I think like everyone, I jumped on that Justin Herbert pricing mistake. He's only going to cost you backup money, so of course I put him in the captain for $9K. Why wouldn't I? Unless maybe since the Chargers got nothing to play for, they're going to throw Tyrod in there and rest Justin Herbert. Who knows? But yeah, Justin Herbert at 6K in the flex, 9K in the cap. I would be surprised if his ownership is an all-time high. A starting quarterback that low, you get him in there and you don't worry about the rest. Of course, with this sim, you do have to worry because there were some high-priced superstars you still had to fit around him. If you had Herbert even at 9K in the captain spot, you still need to get Lamar in there at 14K or whatever insane price he was in the flex. I wanted Eckler in there as well, so I had to spend down on my final 3 guys on the roster. I went both tight ends, Hunter Henry and Mandrews, and of course Uncle Verge for the final $2,200 of my budget. Finished up with 0 remaining. It felt good, but it never turns out that way. It always works out much worse.
So run it down real quick again. Tell me that lineup. We may have the same one. Give it to me one more time.
Herbert capped.
Yep.
Lamar.
Yep.
Doc Eck.
Yep.
Then Mark Andrews.
Oh, I thought you said, okay.
Mark Andrews, Hunter Henry, Verge Green.
Okay, so we have the top 3. I have Virgil Green too. It's between him and Nick Boyle. I was fighting in my head. I threw in Willie Snead and Keenan Allen. Both of us, that means we had $0 left in the budget. Excited to see what comes out of this one, what people went with. Looks like Mike Bizzle says only 31.79 overall ownership for Herbert. So, hey, he could have a horrible game. This could be the Kendall Hilton with the Broncos this past season when everyone's like, his DK numbers were through the roof and he played one of the worst games ever, or really just didn't throw the ball.
That game got me into my season-long fantasy playoffs. I had a guy I was playing against, Galaxy brained his way into putting Kendall Hinton into the flex, and Hinton showed up and had a negative point performance, like a negative 1.5 points or whatever, and I won that matchup by a single point. It was absolutely glorious. It kept him out of the playoffs. It shot me in. It felt good.
I love it, and we're all feeling good here on a Friday. Smash that thumbs up. Let's get 100 going here. I want to see it. You guys always bring great energy. I'm filling in for that coward Emerson, who didn't even text me. He had producer Drew do it. So shout out to all of our crew. We're always here for each other. Smash that thumbs up. As Doc Eck, as you call him, ripping off a 15-yarder to start the game. It's Christian D'Andrea at Train Island over on, is that all social media platforms, Christian?
Yeah, I mean, I really only have the 2. It's pretty much just Twitter and Instagram.
Well, I don't think people are going to search Train Island on Facebook to find you, but I would be interested to see what does come up when you search Train Island on the FB. aside from probably some, adult bots. I'm at Jason D. Rossi. You can follow him with all the doings with the post route, which I'm assuming I'm going to get some post route soon. It did already come out.
Should be dropping soon. I think it actually may have just hit your inbox.
Not yet. I can tell you, well, I'm reloading. But anyways, you can subscribe to the postroute.substack.com if you want good football, intel, information, fun conversations 3 days a week, Mondays, Wednesdays, Fridays. For me, if you enjoy my voice, which is a 50-50 bet at best, you can check out the Pop Culture Pile Driver, me and Babysitter Billy. Do it every week. This week we count down the top 11 baseball movies, and that's Doc Eck getting the first down here. So you can check that out wherever you find your podcasts. Crew today, we got a good one. We got Jared in Ops absolutely rocking it from the toilet. We got Daniel from his toilet. We got Tara Lynn, our main producer, from her toilet. And we got trainee, a guy I've known since day one-ish, Eamon, who's joining the crew from his toilet. So shout out to our new crew. Thumbs up for Eamon, thumbs up for Tara Lynn, thumbs up for Daniel and Jared. Incomplete pass.
Those likes, if you enjoy the matchup, if you enjoy us, if you like the team behind the scenes, if you just want to mock us for that Justin Herbert salary gap, or maybe you think that was a sign of terrible things to come from Herbert, as that last pass there skipped to nowhere. He's still got those rookie rating numbers here in Madden, although the latest update did boost him into some decent territory. He's going to be so much better in Madden 22, Rossi. He was just a revelation as a rookie. Not just putting up the big numbers, but they weren't empty numbers. He wasn't putting up stats because the Chargers were a bad team that had to throw from behind on. They were, and but he was making some absolute plays. First off, dude plays tough as hell. Just face first and doesn't slide. I'm a little worried about his durability long term because he does get hit a lot. He's got that Josh Allen F you, I'm just going to mash into you kind of gene in his body, which is nice. So he also got that Josh Allen, I'm going to launch this ball downfield because I think a tiny window might open up, and I'm pretty sure I can throw it through there. Allen, however, didn't have that as a rookie the way Herbert did, so a lot of potential from this dude. Loved not only the risk-taking, but the playmaking he was able to come up through with, and he is leading what is almost certainly going to be a scoring drive to open things up here in LA.
Yeah, big shout out right there. There's what you were talking about. Standing in the pocket, even here in Simland, looked like he was taking a sack, delivers the pass. It is complete, so we have a 1st and goal from the 9-yard line in this opening drive. Herbert looking a lot of time. I don't really love that pass, but what's that, Joe Reed appearance here?
Yeah.
Oh, look at that. He was actually another vulture we could have went with, but makes the grab, bringing him down to the 2-yard line. River Rat, bounce. There's our guy. I was about to shout you out every time, but still, you're in there. Christian is in there. Our guy Eamon's in there. We got Twitch is on fleek right now. Yeah, I'm bringing that one back. Dis is in there, so we got a shock I formation, should I say. Oh, no! Get in there! It's our guy! Caw-caw! Caw-caw! I'm a vulture! Caw-caw! The vultures are swarming in LA. Forget about Herbert's low price. It's all about Virgil Green with that 2,200 in the flex. We both owned him because we're geniuses. Always listen to us. Yeah. Opening touchdown.
22% owned. Wild. So obviously a very popular vulture play. I blame Kaufman for not only making Uncle Verge a thing, but limiting the impact of that vulture touchdown for the brain geniuses among us that threw him into the lineup at 2,200. Uncle Verge making it happen there. And I'm looking at the standings. 21st for me, 23rd for Mr. Nosa Gisor. So right next to each other after that.
Woo!
Verge.
Yeah, I think the separate, because Hunter Henry had to catch Jody Keenan Allen, so we're basically neck and neck because we both have Virgil, Herbert, and the captain, and Eck as well. Today, big day here on the Dream Stream. You're going to get the AFC and NFC title game later on, but right after us, after me and Christian flap our gums into your hearts, smash that thumbs up. Emerson, Reed, Moose, PGA Cut Show. I feel like I have to be careful the way I say that. PGA Cut Show. Emerson, Reed, Moose. They're going to have some fun. See who will make the cut for the weekend. Who will be as one of our who will be bounced like the cat over on Twitch. 2 p.m. Saints Falcons. That is your NFC. Is that the? Yes, that's the NFC title game. If I could get my stuff together, it is. Glash and BK will have you. No sim at 4, but don't be shy. We'll have some content here for you. Then at 5, slate for MLB, which fingers crossed we'll get a lot of MLB tonight. Got a whole lot of nothing yesterday. Bukes and Garion will have you carrying there. Great info from those guys. Then at 8 p.m., you'll have the Niners at Seahawks for the NFC title game, Koff and Moose. And then we got the Ultimate Disc League, the big disc energy coming to the sim at 10 p.m. Free pools, contests, all in the lobby. Why not? Don't overthink. I don't know anything about it either. Why not try to win some money? The way I look at it. It's free.
It's free pools. They are legit. They drop money right into your. You don't even have to really know things. You just answer 8 questions, 10 questions, whatever. Throw your best guess out there. Using my sim knowledge, Jason Rossi was able to cash in on the Madden free-to-play pool the other day, which was great to see a little extra cash going into the account. Enough to buy a 4-pack of some fine beverages, perhaps, or money just to donate to Sim Fam if I decide to get cocky about things and make a contest and think, I can parlay this into some more cash. I won't be able to. We know that. We know that I might be able to pick some winners here in Simland, but for the most part, any contest I set up is a donation to Poppy Herb or Ziwa or Delfish or any of the heavy hitters out there in the Sim Fam family. It's redundant.
Ooh. Oh, wow. Lamar trying to lead a receiver there. If it was Hollywood, maybe. That looked like it was Sneed on the outside there. He had a nice run on the play before, but yes, get in it. By the way, shout out to everybody on YouTube. You guys have been chatting it up. Somebody said earlier, I think it was David N, said Rossi, the man of 1,000 looks. Depends on the day, the temperature, the vibes. But yeah, and I said, and 1,001 holds, like my man Chris Jericho. The handoff. Dobbins not going anywhere. Also, speaking about free pools, as you all know, Tara Lynn loved that earlier. So smash that like, people. It's Friday. We made it. We survived. We're here, baby. Come on. So free pool this Sunday with Money in the Bank, as DraftKings is the official sponsor with WWE. Money in the Bank will be in front of a live audience, the first pay-per-view. Obviously, WrestleMania was, but regularly scheduled from here on out, as that's an incomplete pass. Nice defense there on a 3rd and 8. So looks like we could be getting a Justin Tucker auto 3 here. See, he doesn't miss.
46, that might as well be an old school extra point for him.
Yeah, seriously. But yeah, get in on all the free pools that we'll have. I will be on tomorrow for the official Jason Rossi 1-year anniversary sim at noon, which I'm sorry. That field goal is good. I gotta just, Tara Lynn, maybe you know this. Is the championship tomorrow at noon, or is it the other one? Is it later? Do we know? I swear I should know this. I know I'm a big dummy, and I'm pulling a cough, I feel, a little bit by asking, but I just didn't notice it, if it said it on the schedule, or if it's been updated. What time is the championship? What I see here on the schedule says, Super Bowl is 8 p.m. tomorrow with Koff and Tom. So I have another consolation game at noon. Oh, it's 2. I thought I had noon. I have a 2. Oh, got to tell my family. Made a mistake. Anywho, this is absolutely nonsense now, but 8 p.m. will be the title.
I'm very excited. Tomorrow, we had to skip it last year, but it's back. The charity event we do.
Oh, yes.
In Lake Windsor, the Numi, gonna go out there and raise a bunch of money for Grace Hospice Care. Went out, got to see the course before we got poured on a little bit out there, set things up. We got a real nice silent auction to a lot of great Wisconsin memorabilia, from Brewer stuff to Buck stuff to Badger stuff. So should hopefully be bringing 5 figures plus for a very good cause out there. And on top of that,
can I donate from here?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that I'll find a link. It's this little thing that got bigger and bigger and kind of fluctuates every year. Just started off as a memorial to a couple guys who are old school, Wisconsin townies, and friend's neighbor sets it up every year. And it's kind of grown to this thing where they pull in a few like local celebrities, like local news teams, a few local Olympians as well. So we will.
Yeah, tweet it out or something if you want to tag me, or just even send me a message. I'll absolutely do everything I can to help. I absolutely love the cause. Love when people get involved with causes. I'm all about that life. So good on you, Christian. That's gonna be awesome tomorrow. So appreciate you doing that, and glad it's back.
That's one of the things I missed during quarantine season, being able to go out, play a scramble for a good cause, or just any cause, really. Just being able to go out, play golf that doesn't matter. You sit in the cart, you have a few beverages, you enjoy a nice sunny day, and if you smash a dozen golf balls into the woods, it doesn't matter, because if you get like 3 or 4 good shots, you're still contributing.
Love that. We're gonna get a punt here from the Chargers. The Guru says, was it the Guru? Where is it here? Somebody's saying they're going to be at Red Lobster today. It is. The Guru said, I'll be at Red Lobster today at 5 p.m., 8 p.m. Eastern. I'll eat a crab leg for y'all.
Don't even bother with the crab legs. Just go hard on those Cheddar Bay biscuits.
I've never been to a Red Lobster. I'm kind of jealous.
See, I'm not a seafood guy, but I will absolutely concede that those biscuits are next. Just amazing, tremendous. It's one of those where they have multiple recipes where you can try to make it at home, and eventually Red Lobster's like, we're not stupid. We're just gonna give you the biscuit mix. Here you go. Here's how you make it at home. It's never gonna be the same because obviously they have an industrial kitchen and everyone at home has a tiny oven. Still, Cheddar Bay biscuits.
So a lot of Obey seasoning upon these biscuits.
I know. I don't even know what it is. Honestly, it's awesome.
Going deep. Got a man. Wow, off from behind.
Tackle. Willie Snead very nearly had a game breaker there. But as it stands, Ravens in great shape. The deep ball, Lamar to Willie. Ball's at the Chargers 35, already in Justin Tucker field goal range. We're going into the break. Chargers 7, Ravens 3, but Ravens trending upwards after that great pitch and catch from Lamar to Willie.
Yeah, so hot start there. Not a ton of scoring here, but the drives have been exciting. 7-3. Again, shout out to our crew. He is at Train Island over on the old social medias. And there it is, thepostroute.substack.com. Please do type it in, put your email in, and enjoy an email in the afternoon that you actually want to read. Maybe it's during a bathroom break. Maybe it's during just, hey, I want to chill out. It's summertime. It's nice. I have a 2 p.m. tomorrow, by the way, not a noon. Heading out. I got some family departing.
Okay.
But we'll talk later.
All right, we'll talk. All right. Love you too.
Well, meanwhile, that catch has Willie Snead, the leading receiver now by a long shot. The only guy with multiple catches in this one, 2 for 60. Next closest guy is Hollywood Brown, 1 for 19. And of course, you have Uncle Verge, the star fullback himself, getting in there and getting that vulture touchdown.
Woo! Good for us. Good for us. Got that 6.2 in the points department. Again, shout out to Jared. Tara Lynn is our producer today. Daniel's our technical director. And we get Eamon, who will be doing some producing soon. So we'll just call him producer adjacent today, watching, admiring the hard work that goes into these Sims. Because they're the ones that do the real work here. Again, we just sit here, flap our gums, and just look amazing.
Yeah, I mean, we also talk food, obviously, as Jared Kilgore piggybacking off the Cheddar Bay biscuit combo. CDA, you must have had a clam cake if you're from around. Clam cakes are awesome. They're basically like fried dough with a little bit of clam in there, and you dip them in some spicy sauce, maybe some cocktail sauce. Awesome. Also, and I'm not again, I said I'm not a big seafood guy, Ross. It's Texas.
Loves.
You can get stuffed stuff.
Oh, dude, there's stuff. A local butcher shop around me, as we get an incomplete pass there from Lamar. Butcher shop does these stuffed clams near me. Every time I go to the butcher shop, I get half a dozen. Whether I'm eating them then, a father-in-law, people come over. I got the whole patio set up, which is going down soon. Not the Sim fan, but the behind the scenes. I'm just gonna send a text one time, Christian. If you're coming to town, give me the heads up. If you're gonna be in the old RI, I'll get you up here.
I gotta make it happen. I got some buddies who are trying to make it out, and they said they threw out the dates and okay, I'll book, and they never sent me confirmation because they're kind of shiftless and driftless. But we'll see if they make it out.
Love that. Either way, enjoy life. Some people asking, hey guys, can we get a little clarity on the pricing situation with Herbert and Taylor? As I always will say, we have no control over anything. We're just, again, two dudes that show up 6 minutes before a sim, pop on a camera and say, hey, how we doing? And then chat. I will always say, make sure, don't ever forget, Madden Sims info page is always your place. We keep Herbert was the starter regardless of price. If there was any confusion, hey, you gotta rely on that website. The pricing can change, probably just an accident, but again, that's all we'll say. If anybody has any more questions, you can always tweet at DK Assist or anything like that. So
if you want the direct helpline, all complaints on Twitter at Kenny Ducey, guaranteed to get a proper response and I'm sure a prompt and courteous.
Absolutely. That's another field goal for Justin Tucker. As DeMac Lyon says, raise his hand. Appreciate that. The raise your hand emoji always gets my attention. Says, Rossi, saw you on the sim, stacked the kickers, and played Uncle Verge as my vulture. Well, bro, good on you. It's a good start. Obviously, we haven't gotten much of the way of Badgley, but it is early. Let's see what else we got in here. A bunch of people chatting it up. Love to see it. Oh, look at this. Got to hit Lobster Pot in Bristol, Rhode Island. My cousin is the head chef. Chris, thanks, Matthew Perry. Wait, are you the Matthew Perry? Or a Matthew?
You're just a Matthew Perry. Dude, Bristol is a cool little city. Obviously, they have the historic 4th of July party. It's a spot I never really got to in Rhode Island just because it's like, for me, I grew up in Warwick, and like Bristol's kind of like across the bay. And in Rhode Island, Rossi, it's kind of like a pervasive New England thing. Anything that's more than like a 15-minute drive is just kind of like too far out of the way. It's such a weird, pervasive mentality in Rhode Island. Like, if it's like, oh man, like it's a half-hour drive, I better pack some lunch or something. It's just such a weird Rhode Island thing to be so averse to any kind of such a tiny state. So like, Bristol's a town I didn't really get to that much, like Woonsocket. Like, you'd think, oh, it's Rhode Island, you can get anywhere in under half an hour. Why didn't you go like to all these different towns? Unless we had like high school sports there, like it was basically like, all right, we'd go to Providence, we'd go to Cranston, we'd go to obviously Warwick, and like we'd go to South County for beach time. You know, you'd hit up the Kingstons, you would hit up Narragansett, you'd hit up Middleton and Jamestown. Newport occasionally. Newport if you were feeling rich, but yeah, Bristol just never really got out there. It's a pretty cool town.
Love it. We get a first down play here for the Chargers. Choker in the YouTube says, it seems like a few egghead scientists need to study the hair growth rate on both of these knuckleheads. I'm open to testing. My hair grows pretty rapidly. It's been 3 weeks and 5 days since I shaved my head completely clean, but now it's in that weird, I'll be honest, I don't like this stage, so you're making me insecure, Joker. And Christian's hair is just glorious, all right? The guy has got the most amazing flow in SimFam and maybe in the world right now. He's killing it. Lamarca decided to coward his way and clean it up and show how handsome he really is. Did you see the picture of Lamarca?
No, dude.
You got to go to his Twitter, at Matt Lamarca. It was like Sunday when he did it. It literally looks like a different person, and I love every second of it. Yeah, you do. You should.
We're frenemies. We still got to have that trivia throwdown. We still got to bring live trivia to the Dream Stream itself. I feel like there's a very fertile market there. We've been talking about it a lot, and we haven't really gotten anything off the ground.
Don't worry. Just don't ask me to do it. I get shot down and everything, so be careful who you ask to help you get behind you. Also in there, Matt Perry says, nah, just a Matt Perry, haha, from Rhode Island, Pats fan, grew up in Warwick too. Shout out. Oh, nice move there from Eckler. Get a flag. Is that going to be a hold or a face? No, it's a hold.
Yeah, normally when they throw it at the point of the tackle, you think it's going to be at bonus 15 yards. But instead, this one coming back and drive in danger of stalling out after Eck seemed to have picked up the first down there.
That. There's another completion. That's Keenan Allen on the grab. So we'll see what this drive turns up. It's the second quarter, halfway through. Here on a Friday, smash that thumbs up. Let's hit the century mark here on early stages of a Friday. We're going to get the 2 p.m. East, the AFC title game. You have the 8 p.m. NFC title game. We got, right after this, we're going to get the PGA Cut Show. Right after us, we'll get Emerson, Reed, Moose. We saw some of those guys earlier on the Sweat. They'll be back. Wes Dermere says Rossi getting players right is a whole lot more with these glasses. Yeah, we'll go with it's the glasses. Mr. Nick, what's up? He says, "What up, Rossi and Christian? How you doing? Appreciate you both. Appreciate you, Mr. Herbert."
Ooh,
Rambles.
true form does not slide, which concerns me in real life and definitely concerns me in the sim, given how often we see low awareness rating quarterbacks put the ball on the turf. No one more than Mad Mitch himself, of course, but Herbert holds on to that one, picks up a few, and helps boost those of us who threw him in the lineup on a whim because he was so cheap. And again, I mean, apologies if that threw you guys for a loop. It does seem to be just a goof on the pricing end. And like Rossi said, if you have any questions about that, the clearest way to get through it is A, check your alerts, but B, always check the Madden Sims info page on DK Nation. Hunter Henry will take this one inside the 10. We got a goal-to-go situation here coming from the Chargers, looking to extend that lead and perhaps give us our second touchdown of the game.
Yes, sir. Again, just a rundown of the day, supplied by Tara Lynn. PGA Cut Show, 2 o'clock, Saints Falcons, the NFC. Wait, no, that is the other. I'm already confused. Sorry, I apologize. That game is the consolation game. That game is a consolation. Then you have the slate. You got Bukes, Gary, and then you have the NFC title game. So where's the AFC title game? It's got to be today, right? It's got to be in there. Darlin, you playing games with me? You trying to show Eamon that we like to play jokes on Rossi, make him look like a moron? I don't need the help. I don't need help.
No, we only do that to Glash.
Brian C. says, if you're interested, my band will be playing at Burger King this evening from 7 to 9. We play songs from the 20s. Let me know. Yeah, Brian C., you got any tickets I can get in? Oh, BK Lounge. Second to goal after 2-minute warning. Here's Herbert. Delivers. Caught. Keenan. Can he get in? No.
Wow. Oh, you know what this means. You know what this means.
Christian, look up at everybody, wherever you are. Look up. Is there a vulture swirling?
Oh, brutal for the Keenan Allen owners out there. And he was pricey today. I tried to figure out a lineup with him in there, but I couldn't make it work money-wise. Instead, I had to go 2 tight ends, 3 tight ends, including Uncle Verge, who is not
in there.
So
Keenan Allen's in the zone. Single coverage across the, with the secondary. Can Herbert find a man? Good coverage.
If he wants instead. Terrible decision there. Looked like he could have just gone up the gut and used that big frame, Justin Herbert, a large man. If he just fallen forward at the goal line, probably would have crashed in. He's 6'6", about 240. Instead, throws. Ooh, okay.
They'll go in the shotgun single coverage again. Here's the handoff to Eck, and he gets it in the end zone. One of the highest zones outside of Lamar Jackson into the end zone there.
Look at that. So a big gamble pays off. Chargers take a 14-6 lead here. Extra point pending on the Eckler 1-yard touchdown.
Sure. Meager. Is it all right if I go home? Love Meager using a little, I think you should leave, humor. Mighty sick. Good stuff. What's up, Valdoez, Sean? He still hate me. No hate in the chat today, though. Jellyfish, what's up? Jordan Warren. Guess who is my captain? Jordan, I'm guessing Eckler. I'd be good at trivia. Jordan Lindenbaum, Musha me. No, Musha me, I Musha you. Queenie, what's good? How we doing on a Friday? Margo, Kid Raider 3 with the whoa. You don't even know the championship games? Unbelievable. How do you keep your job, says James Johnson. James Johnson, you know how I keep my job? Ignorance is bliss, bro. Don't get over-involved. You do what you're asked. Don't overextend yourself. Just kidding. NFC. So here we go. Here's the real breakdown. AFC title game, 6 p.m. NFC title game, 8 p.m. Ultimate Disc League at 10. And James Johnson, a big hug from me to you, verbally. And I can't wait to meet you one day. Lamar, less than a minute and a half.
Good morning. Customer care. The first touchdown came from Uncle Verge himself. And, this 2-minute drill might not work out the way that the Ravens hoped. As Lamar taking some sacks in the backfield today. That it makes multiples for the Chargers and has potential momentum killer as the clock is ticking. See if we get the 101 timeout if they try to run a play through it instead.
I wonder if they're going to hold off. Let's see. All right. There's the 1-1. Yeah, they're going to hold. They're going to try to make a play here. 2nd and 17. Has a completion to Dobbins. Not going anywhere.
Picks up the yardage he lost on first down, but 3rd and long coming up. Dobbins, one of those guys, I cannot trust this Ravens running back rotation. And you know what, Rossi, that applies to the real world as well. Like, obviously there are guys you want to throw in there, but I think that having both J.K. Dobbins and Gus Edwards and whatever you get out of Justice Hill, I think it's going to be like a kind of a Patriot situation where another big sack there. Jackson loses the ball, but he was down first, and the Chargers will take a timeout here as they're going to get an opportunity to extend their lead before the half. I feel like there's going to be enough of a timeshare in that backfield that there are going to be games where you're going to roster J.K. Dobbins and wish you had Gus Edwards and vice versa.
We shall see as we're going to get a punt here. So with just about maybe there'll be about 44 seconds here, depending on where the spot is if they try to return. What a boost. They will return it, so 42 seconds, good coverage. Chargers here with 42 seconds left, up 14-6. They started with the ball, so the Ravens will get it in the beginning of the second half. Jared Kilgore, he gets it. Jared Kilgore says it. Rossi shows up more than he should. That's how he keeps his job. Yeah, that's it. See, people need my help. I say to my day job, I said, got a meeting at noon on Friday, out of nowhere. Gotta go. Monitoring that as well. Just juggling balls over here. That's all we do. Kyle says, hi, Jason. Hi, CDA. What's up, Kyle? Giants fan 08 jumping in over on the Twitches. What's up, guys? Now, Giants fan, I hope that's a San Francisco Giants 08. Because we don't need any other 08 Giants in this hood. There's a catch across the middle. Keenan Allen. There it is. Emerson's belt on. Okay, who messed with Lamar Jackson? He should have 100 yards rushing by now. He had an awful game in the loss the other day to the loss to Houston, right? So it must have been that game that I called. Everything kind of falls into place. He had a real bad game recently. So we'll see if he can bounce back in the second half. Giants fan says, New York Giants, get out of here with that. There's Herbert with the slide. Going to be about 48-yard line. So 2nd and 6 here, Christian, with 20. Oh, they called the timeout. So last timeout's probably going to take about a mid-range shot here, I would guess.
Yeah, I mean, they might as well just start spamming throws to the end zone from here because 21 seconds left. Anything to the middle of the field means we're going into halftime. And we know that sideline routes don't get nearly enough love in 2-minute drills here in Madden 21. Keenan Allen's X factor is lit. I mean, why not throw him on a dagger route there as everyone else goes to the middle? Kind of do.
So they'll probably get this snap off at about the 6-second mark, give or take.
I don't know if they're going to get this one off. I mean, 21 seconds right on that borderline. I mean, they might be able to, but they...
Nah, you're right. That's going to be your halftime. So we'll go to the half, 14-6. It is the Chargers on top of the Baltimore Ravens in a consolation game in the AFC bracket. Both of these teams losing on their road to try to make it to the AFC title game, losing to the Houston Texans and the Pittsburgh Steelers, respectively, which will play together in the AFC title game tonight at 6 p.m. The NFC title game is the Niners and Seahawks. They will play at 8 p.m. Ultimate Disc League at 10 p.m. Getting the free pool, bring that big disc energy in the sim. And then we also have the PGA Cut show coming up after us. He is Christian D'Andrea at Train Island. Make sure you check it out. Make sure you subscribe to the postroute.substack.com. Look at the billboard, baby. Big bucks went into that. Justin Herbert, 15 of 18 for 146. Lamar's got 98 passing yards, a majority of those to Willie Snead on that long one.
Look at that. Lamar has fewer rushing points in this first half than Virgil Green right now. He's just been doing nothing. 1 carry for 21 yards. He's probably lost more yardage in sacks than he's gained in scrambles, which is completely uncharacteristic for him. Been an absolute rough sled, but hey, great news for those of you who faded Lamar, because that's a move that works out maybe 1 in 20 tries. And right now, seems like a pretty good deal.
Love it. Greg W says WTH means why the hair? I don't know, man. It just grows fast. He says, is up with Lamar today. Lamar is, listen, he needs to get some of that Michael Jordan water from Space Jam, the only one I'm going to be watching, because I believe the new Space Jam drops hot today.
Terrible reviews, which, to be fair, the first Space Jam wasn't that good. The first Space Jam was just basically 90 minutes of product placement and intellectual property advertisement for 90 minutes.
If I could say one thing about that movie, and we've recently reviewed it on the Pop Culture Pile Driver last week. This week we did top 11 baseball movies. But I will just say this. I give a lot of credit. And I was reading some of the reviews from 96 when the movie was released. Like, Michael Jordan gets panned.
Yeah.
Michael Jordan is not an actor. And guess who he got to act with? Nobody. Yeah. Green screens. Yeah. It was like I think the guy deserved every award. He literally goes from baseball, returns that offseason to play basketball, films this movie in the offseason with Tweety Bird, Bugs Bunny, who, by the way, do not exist. It was the first ever 360 green screen as well. So this guy, like, I honestly go back. I'm going to see who won the 1996 Oscars here, because he deserved to be nominated, because the guy literally acted with nobody. And he did it wasn't great, don't get me wrong, but he survived it. And you watch the movie today and you're like, oh, okay, there's certain moments where you could tell, okay, there's literally nobody there. Like when Tweety Bird's on his shoulder, that's the worst look. But anywho, if you guys are checking out the new one, let us know, because I have very, very little interest in this movie.
Yeah, I mean, it just seems like it's, they know what they were going for.
Different generation, right? We're too old.
Different nostalgia for people like us, and appeal to a younger generation, guys who love LeBron, guys who are stuck at home and nothing else. They're not in by guys. I mean, like, obviously gender neutral guys. And Space Jam is for the people, Rossi. Still, it just doesn't.
Yeah.
I will probably have a few too many beverages and watch it one night. And
pop on the HBO Max. Hey, I'll be honest. It's probably going to be good. Like, LeBron is good. LeBron is funny. He's good in movies. Good, has good acting chops. So I think he'll carry it. Not for me. Yeah. Terrence Avery says, I have a Looney Tunes question. Well, you came to the expert. We have Eamon here. He's a Looney Tunes guy. And Tara Lynn, I'm pretty sure, is pretty big on this topic. He goes, how come Babs Bunny came out before Lola Bunny? How would we even answer that?
I don't have an answer.
I will just say that it was a little disturbing about Lola.
That's the cat, though. Yeah, throwing out an all-time great performance in front of a green screen. Some real actors around him, but not a whole bunch, obviously. And Bob Hoskins and Roger Rabbit. Who Framed Roger Rabbit? Who Framed Roger Rabbit was revolutionary, but also I saw that when I was little and terrifying, thanks to Judge Doom. When that poor shoe, nightmares. Like, up until I still might see that poor shoe's final moments in my dreams now. It was a lot. It was too much.
I agree with you there. That scared me. And then for those that know the movie, Cool World, Brad Pitt, there was some famous actress in it, but that was another one with cartoons with real people. And this is in like 93, around that same time as Roger Rabbit might have been before that. That's like 90. Yeah, weird movies, man. Just different times. That's another. It looks like a face mask on this one against Mandrews making his way. Yeah, it's actually, I don't know what your name is. I'm going to call you Cart, and sometimes I call you Bull. But, yeah. Cart, we got rules, bro. We got rules. I don't know what you're talking about, but I love it. Love you, Cart. if that is your real name. Ooh, not going far there. I like Queenie earlier said it should have been called LeBron Jam. I don't know if that would have sold as well.
That actually sounds like something you pick up at a local fruit stand, and you'll be like, "Ugh, thank you."
Yeah. No, seriously. Queenie says Bill Murray saved the what is it, Forest Space Jam? I don't know. First. Yeah, first. Sorry. That's what she meant by it. No, he was amazing in it. And I said in our review, he eats the screen. He's amazing. One of his best roles because it's so minor, but every time he's on camera, he's got killer lines and he's absolutely hilarious.
Oh man, Goofy as a dog. How about Space James? That's the one right there.
Oh. Goofy is a dog gets it. Goofy is a dog gets it. Tweet that out, dude. That's genius stuff. Shout out again to everybody. Here's Lamar on a 3rd and 14. They've had a rough day here offensively, and he drops it off again to Dobbins, who's eating up these short yardage catches, but I think this might be a little too far out of range for Tucker to boot his 3rd field goal. Might try it, though, Christian. This would be what, like 54? Give or take? Let's see. Goofy's dog says, I'll let you have it, Rossi. No, my man. That is you, Goofy. They're going to try, yeah. So, yeah, about a 52. So, let's see. I think he should have this in the dome, controlled environment. Oh, they're faking it! RG3!
Wow.
We get a completion to an offensive lineman.
Wow.
Go home, Sim.
Was that
crazy?
Sam Cook there, the punter, delivering a strike to an eligible O lineman? Beautiful.
All right, so here's the deal. Over 400 y'all over on the YouTube, less than 100 likes. Let's get the likes up. We got a new crew member. We got to show them how we do. We got Tara Lynn. You guys all love Tara Lynn. We got Daniel, who is driving the ship so smoothly. We got Jared and Ops making sure things are updated quick and fast. All the things you like here. We got Eamon. We got to show them how we do. Smash that thumbs up. Let's hit 100. Let's go.
Just wow, I have Tucker. Yeah, a brutal swing there. You were looking at the guaranteed 5 points and 50-plus yarder. And instead, well, you might be relegated to an extra point.
You know what, Tara Lynn, if you made a lineup, did you throw RG3 in? Did you go back to your old quarterback 2 days?
Was she maybe furious that she had to pay up for Tyrod Taylor today?
Maybe that was it. She didn't. She's out. Yeah, Mr. Nick, it's been a tough day for DeChambeau. We'll see what happens when we talk about the cut next after us. So we're halfway through the 3rd. Appreciate y'all being here. Hope everyone's having a wonderful day. Your Friday is great. You're drinking that water, staying hydrated, having a fun day. Great to be here with y'all. Literally no other place I want. Like, if I'm getting a call to do something that's work related, outside of this, nope, busy. We like being here.
Yeah.
That's where we want to be. Bounce the Cat with the most interesting compliment. He says, listening to Rossi and Christian is like panning for gold. Stick through the poo and you're bound to pick up some golden stuff. Thanks, Bounce.
Wow, the most backhanded of the compliments, but I'm into it. Thanks, Bounce.
I'll take it. I'll take it. Everything's a compliment when I mention it. Lamar slides on a 3rd and 9.
Goofball.
Will they actually kick the field goal now?
Holy crap. I think they might go for it here, but still a lot of time. Maybe Harbaugh is going to stick to the points early here.
Got a good question from Daniel. We'll hit on the beginning of the next drive here. So Tucker's going to line it up.
And it is not Sam Cook at the holder. It is RG3, and he's going to put it down. So instead of a 5-pointer from Tucker, you got to settle for 3. The good news is Tucker might be the leading point scorer from that Ravens lineup right now with 3 field goals. Baltimore cannot find the end zone right now, and the Chargers are going to get a chance to make this a 2-possession game when they get the ball back here. 2 minutes left in the 3rd quarter.
To answer your question, I believe Willie Snead, 3 catches, 70 yards. He's got 10. I'm looking for Dobbins, just for argument's sake. He's got to be somewhere up there because he has good amount of catches. But yeah, it's been a tough offense. They can't push it through. We had an RG3 pass to an offensive lineman. All sorts of wild things happen here to start our Friday in Simland. Hope everyone's doing well. Bless y'all for being here. Appreciate you. So Daniel drops this question. I think it's actually kind of fascinating. Which of these two teams will have a better record in real life this upcoming season? LA Chargers or the Baltimore Ravens? Before you answer, the reason I think it's fascinating is because Baltimore is in a very top-heavy division.
Yeah.
And regardless of what you think of the Bengals, should, I'm putting quotes for everybody, should be improved whether record shows or not. And then you have the Chargers, who are in a division that kind of seems like it's pretty open, aside from obviously Kansas City being heads above, but it's also a team that has reached a Super Bowl 2 years in a row. We've seen teams like this. Wow, another sack. The big fella coming in. We've seen teams that, have played that long both seasons. Like that's a lot of wear and tear on those bodies playing into February 2 years in a row. So take that into consideration. New coach as well. So where do you say, Christian, where do you land on who's better? Ravens, Chargers, record-wise, regardless of which team you think is better?
Yeah, I think it's going to be the Ravens. I do like the Chargers as candidate to make that leap, flip that switch. I mean, they finished last year on a 4-game win streak. Granted, it wasn't like they were beating great teams, Falcons, Raiders, Broncos, and a Chiefs team with nothing to play for. So might be a little bit of mirage in that 7-9 record when you consider they were 3-9 before things turned for the better. That said, you got a great quarterback. You got a great array of skill players there. And that defense, if everyone can stay healthy, has some true heavy hitters. You got Joey Bosa. You got Kenneth Murray. You got Derwin James. Derwin James is such a key component of that secondary. If he can stay healthy, you got him. You got Chris Harris. That is the kind of defense that can be a difference maker. But I think the Broncos are going to be a lot better this year. If Teddy Bridgewater can just be a league average quarterback, maybe slightly better than that, not make the mistakes Drew Lock did, the Broncos are going to be cleared to take home at least second place in the AFC West. It's Hunter Henry having a decent day, up 50 yards there, 4 catches, having more points than Lamar Jackson, in case you guys were wondering out there. The Fade Lamar crew in great shape. So I think, the Chargers will be a better team, even if the record does not necessarily reflect that, because, A, the AFC West is going to be better. The Chiefs still good. The Broncos can be pretty good. And the Raiders, kind of Schrodinger's team right now, their outcome depends on whether or not you're observing them. And then Herbert, after a great debut like that, there is a little bit concerned that maybe he doesn't make the leap. Maybe he has a little bit of struggle in his sophomore season. Now the teams have more tape to grind on him. And a lot of the throws he made, like I was talking about before, Rossi, were high variance throws. They were pinpoint accuracy throws that maybe he doesn't make them at the same rate he did in 2020. And then you get the Ravens. They're the Ravens. They're always going to be good. Lamar could have that bounce back season, which would be wonderful. They have a better receiving core. They're going to be able to do a lot more on offense than they did in 2020. And I think ultimately Baltimore is going to have the better record of these two teams.
Yeah, Keenan Allen leading the way, 8 catches, 76 in this one. Touchdown passes, a few and none between. We're getting there. Lamar has been awfully quiet, still getting it done on the ground to a degree. Still, I think he just reached over that 10-point threshold. Oh no, he's still at 7.8 and non-captain. Okay. So a tough day for him, probably leading the charge for the babysitter Billy. Keenan Allen has had himself a nice day. He's up to over 15 points on those 8 catches for 76. Virgil Green has our rushing touchdown with the little caca action going on there. Nothing from Hollywood. Miles Boykin. Andrews had that 1 catch for 14. So does, is it Orlando Brown Jr.? Is that who caught that pass for the Ravens?
So Raven, now current Chief, the starting tackle, the guy Kansas City brought in to replace Eric Fisher or Mitchell Schwartz. I'm not sure which side of the line he's going to go to. I'm assuming he's going to go to left tackle. So that was a big deal in Baltimore. He wanted to go to play left tackle. He wanted to get paid like a franchise left tackle. But yeah, 1 catch, 14 yards.
Has as much has Andrews more than Brown actually has 19 yards and some others, but he's got more yards than Eckler through the air. Dobbins got 2 for 15. Jern points it out. He says he likes the glasses. Appreciate it. Got to live with him. He also says, who's in first place in the contest? Holy crap. I am, Christian. I am.
You got 1 point on Griffith.
Yeah, I see him there. So you can't be too far behind because things can change with some of your players. By the way, I made it for 100 people because the contest wasn't made till like a certain point overnight. I wasn't awake. And you guys filled it up. Love to see that. So appreciate you doing that. Now let's get we got a century mark of people in the contest. Let's get a century mark of the likes. Let's see where we're at. Glash, what's up, dude? See you in the chat. Hope you had safe travels and enjoying wherever you finally got there. Good to see you, bud. Calls me a sexy beast. We'll just go with sexy. Can't have too much of everything, either a beast or one. But we got Beauty and the Beast, the tag team, the congeniality crew here. Christian D'Andrea, Jason Rossi, pumped, excited for a big weekend here with the Sim fam.
Hugh Banks, there goes Glash. Bring some life to these Sims. Rossi and Christian being too professional, LOL. We heard the exact opposite over on Twitch. So, like we said, different strokes for different folks.
It's my middle name, actually. Jason, the D stands for professional. There's Herbert. Snags it. Ooh, gets the first down. Is that a Virgil Green, or do we get, another Joe Reed?
Just short. So 3 catches for him. 200 yards for Herbert, who, it's a good thing he was cheap because he is not really having the explosion for which we had hoped. That'll put him at nearly 10 points in the flex, but if he can get himself a passing touchdown or maybe even push this team all the way to the bonus, that would be a big-time difference maker. As are the Chargers going to settle for 3? Had a couple guys open on the slant. Herbert couldn't hit either of them. So this is going to stay a 1-possession game as Michael Badgley about to come out for a 40-yard attempt.
Stack him. Kevin Porter says, inside info could go a long way on these Sims. Here's the inside info. Check the Madden Sims info page. Set a lineup. Pray. Oh, they're going to go for it. They're going to try to bury the Ravens here.
Okay. They got
shotgun.
Yeah, they could run it. They don't run it. It doesn't matter. Keenan Allen, big-time reception there. Gets the ball down to 10. We got ourselves either a 1st and goal or a first and
10 from the 10, yeah. So 7 minutes of play. They basically have at their disposal, it could be 7 plays here, depending on how they play it and if they can get the first down there. We got the 2 tight end set. Mike Williams stacked behind Keenan Allen, the bottom of your screen. Herbert under center, takes a shotgun snap. Finds Keenan Allen for his 10th catch of the day. He is almost at the century mark receiving wise as well. That's going to be up to 98 yards. So 2 off from the bonus. I like Tom Cruise in the chat. Says, I'm excited right now. Why wait for the weekend? Woo go. I don't know what woo go means, but cool. We got Virgil Green. Can we get another? This one's to Eckler, gets stuffed. Going to lose about 2 yards there on the momentum.
Out of Verge territory now, which is frustrating, Rossi. I thought we could possibly see another. As Verge did his job. He chipped 2 guys there. That's not Uncle Verge's fault.
Nope. Shout out to Glash also in the Twitch fam. Glash, love to see it, my man. Glash will be with you for the other consolation game with BK. There's a pass. Herbert back of the end zone. Has a man. It's Mike Williams for a touchdown.
Mikey Dubs toe tapping his way to prosperity. Williams was a guy who might have been a cap casualty had the Chargers been a little bit closer to that borderline. He doesn't have a lot of guaranteed money left, and he has a pretty high salary. But the Chargers like, you know what? We got a young quarterback out there. We need him to have his deep threat. We need him to have this guy who can stretch the defenses and make things easier for Keenan Allen, for Jalen Guyton, for Joe Reed, for Gabe Neighbors, the fullback with one of the top fullback names out there. I'm going to take a look, but I'm pretty sure that one's going to stand. That one looks like a touchdown to me, Rossi.
Yeah, they never get called back. It's a spoiler. It's a touchdown. Until we get to the new game, I will stand by it. Never seen him called back once in my potential year here. Whenever tomorrow, we'll be showing up tomorrow for the 2 p.m. sim with Koff, the consolation game. So loser, I guess technically be the loser of the next, the AFC and the NFC title game will play in that one. I'll be here with my birthday suit. just purchased one. Little news in the sports world with the Team USA, basically everyone fallen to injuries or currently playing in the NBA Finals. They Keldon Johnson and JaVale McGee will replace Bradley Beal and Kevin Love. I'm just going to say it's not a great return, but hey, things happen with injuries and situations. So good for Keldon Johnson. Had a great year with the Spurs, getting some love there. This is nowhere near the dream team of what's going on 20 or 19 years, 18 years ago, 19 years ago. Wild. But yeah, we'll see if USA finally got a win the other day. See once they get over to the Olympics. Olympics coming up in just a matter of weeks. Tokyo, no fans.
Yeah, I am shocked. Not shocked. I mean, it's the IOC. They do whatever the hell they want. The Olympics are quite the grift, and the amount of power the IOC wields is absolutely shocking to me. But they're kind of forcing this on Tokyo. It seems clear that many people in the city don't want it right now. They have many more problems to deal with, and I feel like a lot of the athletes are. I mean, I can understand the athletes wanting to get through this. I mean, you only have one. A lot of these people only have the one opportunity for it. They've been training their whole lives for this. This is their moment, but at the same time, it is frustrating to see the difference between the Olympics hype for this and the city of Tokyo and the people and the residents thereof and how they are approaching this, because it definitely seems like two very different approaches to this year's Olympic Games.
There it is. Yeah, it'll be interesting. I feel like there isn't hype, but that's just me. Maybe it's my circles of things. Mike Williams, by the way, was his 41st touchdown for him in Madden 21. He was the Babysitter Billy recipient, so a nice bounce back game for Williams. Saw that on his numbers. He actually has propelled me to be in the tie for second right now, unfortunately, as Lamar takes off. Big time run, holds on to the ball, gets to the 31-yard line, trailing by 12 points with 4 minutes to play. So I need Willie Snead to get in the end zone here. I need Lamar to Snead for me to get back in that number one spot. Right there with Shane Walker, who has Lamar, has Tucker. So I definitely need this to go to Snead for any chance of getting back into that number one spot. Germ says, Dream Team was 29 years ago. Apparently the glasses don't make you smarter. Yeah, whatever, man. I did it on the fly.
Yeah.
What did I say, 19?
You said 19.
I'm an idiot. I was off by a decade. Welcome to me. Dummy. Big Dumbo. Jeffrey Orr says, Rossi, let's speak some Boyle into existence. For you, Boyle.
You can do that.
There's Lamar in the pocket. Wide open receiver across the middle. There's Boykin.
Into the red zone we go. Baltimore needs to move here. They do have all 3 timeouts. They will have the 2-minute warning. They probably won't go onside kick if they score before the 2-minute warning, but if they don't, they probably will. And we've seen those get recovered roughly 3, maybe 2% of the time here in Cincinnati.
See what we get here. Lamar fakes it, gonna take off. Ooh, tries to cut the middle of the field. Not quite sure why, but that's why I always say pray. Let's see what we get here. Chat, appreciate you. Where are we at for likes? Let's see if we can do a little beg bar. Let's see where we're at. I'm not on the YouTube right now. I'm pop it open. As we get here, Lamar in the gun. 250 and counting. Ooh, goes out. Oh, is that nice for Ant-Man Drews? So no sweat for me.
Philly Sally says we need a Lamar fumble and a Herbert Allen touchdown. KDF calling for the Jeff Orris calling for that Nick Boyle tutty. And Boyle, I mean, the Ravens love Nick Boyle. They absolutely love what he brings to the table. Recently extended him even after that pretty gnarly knee injury he had last season, the broken leg that you can kind of see and feel.
Here's Lamar, get to the outside. He doesn't.
There, blown block, and Denzel Perriman getting to the outside, wrapping up the very dangerous Lamar. So can't settle for a field goal here. That doesn't help him at all. Got to go for it. 4th and 8 from the 13.
As Queenie says in the YouTube, 4 down territory. So let's see what we get here. Let's see. Are they going to go? We get the replay. Just an embarrassing play. but that's okay. All can be saved here. Clock is ticking. You got 3 receivers to the bottom of the set. You got the 2 tight ends. The 1 tight end, sorry, top. And here we go. Lamar needs it. Has a man. It's caught.
First down there. And now, are we going to see Ingram? Are we going to see Dobbins? We're going to see the 2-minute warning, that's for sure, as Hollywood Brown now up over 5 points on the day, which is, I'm sure, what everyone was hoping for there.
Yeah, Justin, you're thinking logically over there on Twitch. Don't bring logic to an illogical situation. Let's see what we get here. Freaking nature again. Is a baked potato a sandwich? Asking for a friend. Yeah, we had some fun with that stuff last night with Freeze Pops. But here we are. Lamar, down 12, in the shotgun. Is he going to keep it? He does. He's going to throw it. He does. Wide open receiver. That's Dobbins. That does not help me whatsoever. That actually might kill my lineup, but that's okay. It ain't all about me. Congrats to those. Dobbins been that kind of just under the radar guy, was collecting those 3rd down and long passes for like 15 yards, had another catch earlier this drive, and nobody near him. I think I could have thrown that touchdown pass left-handed, and don't know what else I could do to make it seem easy, so I'll just say left-handed.
Only 15% owned in our free roll. 2% of you got 10 points on that touchdown reception, so you got him in the captain spot. Dobbins, again, love his game. I do think he's going to have some very explosive 1-week performances, but from on a weekly basis, you know how John Harbaugh likes to stack up his running back rotation. Some weeks, Dobbins will lead the charge. Some weeks it'll be Gus Edwards. Some weeks it'll be Justice Hill. Who the hell knows? So absolutely get that guy in your lineup, but maybe don't depend on him week in, week out.
There you go. Goofy as a dog, help me out with your eyes closed. Thank you, Goofy as a dog. I've been absolutely off my game since that 1929 year thing. Oof. Thrown off. Math, baby. All right, so we got a 5-point game here. 157 remaining. Christian, by the way, the post route did drop. 12:08. See him scanning.
Our favorite highlight spurred by that amazing Giannis Antetokounmpo block in Game 4 of the NBA Finals. We tried to nail down what the NFL equivalent of that would be, and then just started talking about all the things we really love to see, good and bad. Was that an excuse for me to post the butt fumble? Yes, of course.
Always a good time for the butt fumble.
Never.
So we're going to get the timeouts here. Ravens going to try to stop the clock, keep the clock stopped, and stop the Chargers at the same time. Can Eckler get the first? 1 first down here will really put this game on ice. Christian will line up his babysitter Billy in his postroute.substack.com player of the game. Appreciate everybody. Love the likes so far. Again, we're going to get the PGA Cut Show coming up next. So keep the chat alive. Keep bringing the great energy here on a Friday. We get another run, not too much there again, so we'll have a very decisive 3rd down upcoming.
Might have to throw it here if you're the Chargers. Of course, you can also opt to just run it up the gut and hope that you can get the better of that typically dominant Ravens front 7. Big decision here. I would just let Eckler go with it. Force the Ravens to burn that timeout. Ravens not really in a run-stopping formation.
Oh, plenty of holes here, but
yeah. Eckler
got it.
And that is going to just about do it here.
That's it. So we're gonna get the famous knee run knee. So Christian, why don't you line up our award winners for the night, for the day?
Ooh, well, I think we know who the babysitter Billy is going to be, even though there are a few good candidates in this one. I mean, if you decided today was the day you were going to fade Lamar, it worked out great for you. 96% in the lineup, but only 16 points, way under his typical output, and at 14.4K, not worth it at all. It's going to have to be Lamar Jackson as the babysitter Billy, and if we're going to crusty cough anyone, I think we're going to have to do it to Keenan Allen.
Yeah, he was great.
He's 8,600 in the flex, showed up with 19.8, unless Austin Eckler decides to rip off a 63-yard touchdown run here, and he does not do that. He loses 2 yards. It's going to have to be Keenan Allen. He was Justin Herbert's Huckleberry today, and he got used to great effect in LA.
Love it. So yes, that's it's gonna wrap it up here. It was a consolation game again. Reminder: the rest of the day looks a little something like this. Coming up right after us, you're gonna get the PGA Cut Show with Moose, Reed, Coward, Emerson, who actually decided to do some work today. He's gonna pop back on. We're gonna get the other consolation game, and then you have 5 o'clock. You have Bukes, Garion. They're gonna be rocking. They're gonna tell you who to be playing tonight, help you win some cash for MLB. Then we get the title games, the AFC and NFC title games, 6 and 8. Then we bring the big disc energy in for 10 p.m. Enjoy the day, folks. It's going to be a great one. It's Friday. It's summertime. Smash the like. Enjoy your life. Drink some water. Be nice to people. Let's go. It's going to be a great day. So, Christian, this is a lot of fun, dude.
Always is. Congeniality crew teaming up for, well, like kind of a bummer, Sim, but we got an Uncle Verge touchdown. We got a whole lot of Justin Tucker. What's not to like about that?
Listen, there's all things to like, nothing not to like. Again, appreciate our crew here. Shout out again to Tara Lynn. She seemed to be with it throughout the entire day. She is rocking and rolling. She's there. She's rocking. She's getting it done. This is maybe her best performance. We have Daniel, our technical director. We got Cowards just making noise. We have our guy Eamon, who helped us out. He's going to be joining the crew. So shout out to him. This is his first time here in Simland. Thank you guys for being so welcome.
Oh, Eamon.
Yeah, and then we also have, again, our guy Jared. So now we're going to kick it over
Amen.
The brains of the operation, Moose and Reed, and I guess Emerson's there too.
Yeah, Emerson wore his microphone into the bathroom again.
Nope, no, I didn't. Hey, when I'm absolutely allowed to turn on my camera, you'll see it. How good do I sound? I want you to see this mic. I sound freaking awesome.
Hey, this is what it's like when you communicate with people. Like I can hear you, and I like that.
You are a jerk, and I will post. I will post the text. I will post the text that you sent me yesterday.
I'm in.
Okay,
you can post anything,
and I can show everyone the verbal abuse, nonstop verbal abuse from you.
Yeah,
but I'm not going to do it because I care about you.
I care about you as well. And I appreciate it. Now go tell people who are not going to make it with two of the geniuses here. Like, you just set them up and you do your thing.
Okay. Well, first off, Reed T. Fowler and Jeff Rolwork. Jeff, turn your camera on. You can turn your camera on now, dude.
Daniel,
dude, he can't. He's blocked. He's blocked.
Blocked? Why do you have Jeff blocked?
I mean, why
What's
not?
going on right now?
There we go. Okay. Wow.
Are you?
Jeez.
Smooth transition.
Working with amateurs here. We got Rossi on the what are you doing with this transition?
Yeah, it's really, really bad. He just started attacking people
today. I mean, it's the second highest paid, analyst at DraftKings. I mean,
yeah. Dudes, did you you guys have Golf Channel on? Like, you've been watching this, right? They just came out of some feature about streaking, and I forget the reporter who it was like, I think we're all grateful that streaking has gone away. And I'm like, no, speak for yourself, pal. Like, that's one of the most entertaining things when you go to sporting events, and it's cowardly of TV networks to cut away from it. Like, no one's going to emulate it and keep doing it, but it's entertaining as hell. Show the streakers.
You got to pay extra for that, Emerson.
I was looking at some of the old pictures of 95 when Daly won the British, and right after he's hugging his wife on the green after winning, dude's like 19th hole.
I like the Webb Simpson one at the U.S. Open, and Webb after he's winning, he's like, "Guess he's going to jail, pal," or something. He
goes, "Enjoy the jail cell, pal." Right. But yeah, the dude with Daly was just absolutely naked, cheeks and everything, low hanging fruit. All right, so this is like a cut show, right? That's what we're gonna call it, like PGA or British Open cut show.
Hey, you tell us, man. You're driving. You're the highest paid.
Well,
you're the highest paid guy at DraftKings. You tell us.
That's true, but I'm not going to take credit for the idea of doing the show. That was producer Drew. So I'm going to let him, soak up all of his glory. He does not get enough love and attention. But anywho, guys, British Open, Reed T. Fowler, Jeff Ulrich, Emerson Latzia here. Great team behind the scenes as well. So we'll be with you till about the over-under is 155. We'll see what happens. British Open, as a lot of these guys are coming down the home stretch here, and a couple hours to go maybe. But Reed T. Fowler, I will start with you. I woke up this morning, I opened the phone and I said, holy hell, Collin Morikawa, what is going on? And you acted like you were super shocked he was doing what he's doing right now. Why is that?
Well, shocked in the sense that this is his first Open Championship. And Jeff and I talked about this on Tuesday's show, is that if you're playing GPPs, if you want to be contrarian, it's getting these guys who don't have experience that play really well, right? The Hovlands, the Morikawas, I shaded Morikawa and I went more Scheffler and Hovland. And, I was going against Morikawa in head-to-heads, but he's proving everyone wrong. He's proving that this is still a second shot golf course, and the conditions to set up for a guy like Morikawa to do well, right? There's no wind. You're not getting those wonky, if your irons are on and you don't have to worry about your strokes getting around the greens because you're not chipping, or pitching it or scrambling, then so be it. But before we talk to the Jeff and why Morikawa is not going to win, which again, my heart says that I want Morikawa or Louis to win, but right now it's most likely Spieth because the guy's making every single putt. Did you guys see what Brooks said in his post-round interview?
I did not.
Yes, I love my driver. Yes. It was phenomenal.
Chef's kiss with the emoji. Anyway, over to you, Jeff. Why is Louis going to win? Yeah, very surprising. Very surprising for Morikawa, but not surprising.
Jeff, I will say this. I've been hanging with you too much because you know what? Usti, I built 2 lineups in like dollar contests. And you know what? He's up there and he has me in first place. Actually, I don't know. Reed may have leapfrogged me. But anywho, maybe your guy pulls through, this time instead of finishing second.
I really do feel like if you're looking at the top 3, it's Spieth or Louis right now. I think Morikawa really took advantage of, like Reed said, some receptive conditions. I think that as we get further into the tournament, that Open experience is really going to shine through. And look, you don't think of Spieth as like an old dude, but like this is his 8th Open. He is a fantastic links player, fantastic Open Championship player. And this links course specifically, a shorter par 70 plays right into his wheelhouse. I think they all do to some respect, but I think this one's specifically a little bit tougher. When the greens and regulation percentages are tough, generally helps Jordan Spieth as well. So I think you've got the 2 really, really like top end Open Championship players in Morikawa. I think this is Morikawa's time to get some experience, but if I had to guess, that he would be the odd man out for me. Now, look, I just finished writing like this Masters 2022 preview, and I don't know why we keep doubting Collin Morikawa, but like this guy is becoming automatic in the majors. So if he won, I'm not going to be shocked. But again, of the 3, that would be the odd man out for me, just based solely on, I expect the conditions to get a little bit more openy, a little bit more windy and crazier over the weekend. And I think that'll favor Spieth and Louis.
Jeff, 25 plus 2,500, 2022 Augusta for Morikawa.
Exactly. That's what I'm talking about. Why is he like, plus 3,000, plus 2,500 at Augusta, and you've got guys, shorter than him who shouldn't be. What about Spieth? I mean, Morikawa's won 4 times. Why is he shorter than Spieth?
And as Reed likes to mention a lot here on our show, especially the Monday edition of Get the Green, the higher rated edition of Get the Green, he's the best irons player on the planet.
Yeah.
He's like rated, but lower quality edition. Sorry, I just wanted to clarify that.
You know what? The unofficial edition of you and I combined, where we had to fill in for Johnny vacation for 3 months, was actually pretty high as well.
Don't talk about Taryn like that. She's just living her best life. Come on.
They couldn't afford to keep that show together, unfortunately. But yeah, we broke records.
I also enjoyed today. Tyrell Hatton is a pure entertainer, and he's one of those golfers you can watch with the TV on mute, or you can have the sound full, which, the mic's caught him saying a bunch of not safe for work sayings today, and snapping the club. I love that guy. That was one of my biggest takeaways from today. Anything else stand out to you this morning, Jeff?
No, I mean, Tyrell Hatton, definitely like one of those guys who, obviously kind of a disappointment. A lot of people kind of had him pegged, is this going to play tough? Is this going to be his time? I think we had some other people, again, sink away, Cantlay and Reed, just guys, like I mentioned this morning, not really getting it done. But no, I mean, the story of the morning was obviously Morikawa, but also to an extent, Emiliano Grillo. And I think Reed's mentioned this. I like Grillo. I think this is actually a really good course for him too, but is that putter going to slow down a little bit? We'll have to see. I would say, the other story of the morning is probably just like what some of these bigger names are doing, like John Rahm and Brooks and maybe Dustin to some extent. Like, are some of these guys going to get themselves in position? And Scotty Scheffler, let's give him a shout out too. Well, Brooks already is in nice position. Like at 5 under, he's not out of it. I think that's the big story. We have some big names lurking. It's going to be really tough, even for these big names. They're going to have to do something extremely special. They're probably going to have to get some luck on Sunday. One of the leaders takes a triple or something, but it's doable. And can we see more names like Brooks get in that same kind of spot? So I think that's the big story outside of Morikawa, obviously.
Yeah. And Reed T talking about Grillo there as well. He's in the current winning lineup. So there's 3 Millie makers that teed off early yesterday in the $10 one. So there is close to 300,000 entries in it. First place, D-Money, 22-11, 364 points right now. Grillo's in there. We're talking about a guy who was 1.3% owned in this contest too. He's $6,700. Are you looking at this lineup right now? It is very impressive what D-Money was able to put together.
Yeah, D-Money, single bullet too, right? We were talking about this earlier. Like I was chomping on lunch. We were talking about D-Money, 364. What a killer lineup right now. Yeah, that seems to be the spot, right? 67. I would argue that Justin Harding, I'm going to give a shout out to myself. Thank you very much.
Yeah, baby.
There we go. It rarely happens where I get things right. So when I do, I have to really relish in it. That, he's up there as well, right? He's up there as well. And as the $6,000 guy that is proving to have, helped a lot of lineups. But having said that, look, Grillo, he's DW and like 4,007s, that username. D-Money seem to be the ones that are relishing right now with Emiliano Grillo. And like Jeff mentioned, irons. This was always a second shot golf course. We talk about around the green short game scrambling, of course, but it's a misnomer. It's a red herring if these guys are really, really good iron players, right? They don't need to worry about it. So let me see if I can screen share. Why is my Zoom is really acting up here?
What? Yeah, I know.
It's not. Hold on. Let me just try and figure it out. Hopefully this works.
I thought something was wrong too for a second. I was hearing weird noise, and it's just my dogs back there doing weird things.
Oh, I got to open system preferences here. I'm going to take you guys to I feel like I'm at Apple right now, like the Genius Bar. Like, hey, how do I allow?
You are one of my smarter friends. You are one of my smarter friends. Jeff is like one of my less smarter friends. So this ends up balancing out, and I'm kind of right in the middle.
Yeah.
Here we go. Oh, I can't do it. It's going to make me quit Zoom. So I can't do it. I can't update. So we're not going to screen share right now because Emerson is too scared. And I don't know if Jeff knows how to screen share in Canada.
Here's the deal. Like with this computer here that you see my beautiful face on, like that's straight for Zoom. I have my notes and leaderboards and everything open on the second computer here. And then
that's too confusing for you.
I have a professional setup.
Yeah. I apparently, you know what I did? I updated I'm taking you behind the curtain here a little bit. I updated my operating system for the first time in like 3 years. Sorry, DraftKings. I know that's really, really bad. Because it wasn't working. And so when I did that, all of my preferences and my setup screwed up. So I have to change it after. But going back to the actual show itself. Grillo is that guy. Like when you look at this lineup right now, right? We were talking about this too earlier, is that you're winning $1 million. You have it in your bank right now in your account, right? You don't have it in the bank, you don't have it in your account. You're seeing it next to your name, Jeff. Do you think Grillo stays in the winning lineup? I don't think so. And Brian Harman is a guy that now do we start talking about Brian Harman at these bigger tournaments being like the contrarian play? Like, is he the Brooks of the $7,000 range where you just see him pop up at the Players, you see him pop up here, right? He's just a big game hunter when it comes to these big tournaments. Now you have to find when that time is for Brian Harman, but it always seems like 4 times a year, we're talking about Brian Harman flirting or getting close to the lead, or at the end, he was in the winning lineup. I don't know. What do you think, Jeff?
I mean, Brian Harman is, he absolutely. He's having a really consistent year. He's a guy who just putts consistently like every week. When he doesn't putt well, he tends to be his blow up weeks, but it just doesn't happen very often. hits a lot of fairways. The irons can come and go a little bit, but with the scoring clubs, he gets there. He's a little bit like a poor man's Louis in that way. Like Louis has become like such a good putter as well, but obviously Usti's long game, I would say a little bit more consistent. His around the green game's more consistent than Harman's as well, but similar type of player. Like these guys just figure out a way to how to get it done without blasting it around the golf course. They're like the antithesis of Bryson, right? So yeah, Brian Harman definitely, you got to put Brian Harman's name up there with guys like Kevin Kisner now, Matt Kuchar when he was still good. Like players who just got themselves around golf courses so well. Yeah, absolutely. Need to start giving him more respect. He was a terrific, sub 5% owned play. 4.5% owned, I believe, is what is something like that. He's very low owned. So yeah, 4.5% owned in the Millie Maker. Guy wish I'd given a little bit more credit to this week. Yep.
There's the fat Millie Maker too, that the entry fee was $4,444. There's just 505 entries in that one. Right? I'd be like,
dude, I can buy like we can buy
one
like
of our dogs.
we can buy like 1,000 pizzas with that. Isn't that what you always equate to? Like if something costs a certain amount of money, you're like, man, I could buy like 5 or 20, 20 dinners.
I think of a dozen of like Pro V1 balls or something like that.
Yeah.
That's a good
one.
You know what I mean?
The winning lineup for that one does have Justin Harding in it, Reed. Just thought I'd point that out. So
let's go.
But
wait, no. I don't see Hard. I think you're looking at the.
I'm looking at the 100.
Yeah, you're looking at the 100 one. Yeah, go to the third one. Those are the third one. Those are the dudes who are just swimming in the cash, the green stuff. But yeah, I do see Harding if you want to go the $100 one.
He's
and
in
that first place.
Yeah,
that first place dude has 20 entries out there. So he is there. Harding is there.
0.4.
I saw first time playing Fortnite mention, he's like, yo, I really need like kind of Sam Burns to make the cut. I'm like, well, no, I'm in this 3-headed contest with Samir and Reed, and that's the only one who's could be close to missing or making the cut for you. You have Burns. So, it wouldn't crush me if Mr. Burns ended up missing the cut.
Oh, he's at T64 right now, Jeff.
He's in there. Needs to par out, man. He's got.
And guess who my sixth player was? Because everyone cares about our lineups. It's the Burn. Feel the Burn Meester. So I got a couple of Burns in there.
Yeah, I don't want to stop the show or anything, but Louis Oosthuizen just took the outright lead. So
did he really? Go. Okay, that's lovely. That's great.
I'll take it.
Is the cut line still 1 over right now?
It is.
Okay.
I think it's going to stay there too, by the way. Like this is the Cut Sweat show, so we should be updating the cut. I don't really see a scenario where, we've got T79 now at +2. This cut is staying at +1, folks. So if you have hope for guys at +2, and trust me, I got some dudes at +2. I'd like to make the cut. I don't think it's going to happen. Bryson DeChambeau at +2, 4 holes to play. Ooh. He's 1 out now. So
that was
yikes.
That was kind of interesting yesterday. The whole driver comment and Cobra coming back. You don't ever see that. And then I think eventually he was like, man, I could lose a lot of money. So he had apology.
Look, Bryson is one of those guys. I mean, I don't want to make apologies because obviously he doesn't really deserve to have someone defend him in this case. At least I don't think he does. But I think he's one of those guys who he's just so committed to his craft that he just speaks out of frustration. He even said that, it just comes out the wrong way.
Yeah.
Seen it happen at the end of golf tournaments before. I remember he lost the tournament in Europe. He thought he should have won, and he barely shook the guy's hands. It's the same kind of thing. It's a little bit Bush League. It's a little bit like a young kid having a tantrum. But I appreciate Bryson, the fact that he comes out and apologizes after for these things. That's what some people don't do. It's the people who don't apologize for acting like that bug me. So I kind of get it from Bryson. I mean, I think it was smart of him, obviously, to state, this was me being a dope again. So,
but it's also, guys, it's also where if the pings of the world are coming out and saying, dude, you're never satisfied. like you're saying, Emerson, that takes a level of enough is enough. Like you need to be in check. That's like when you were in the supermarket and you wanted to get that stupid toy that was at the checkout, right before you check out, that was $18 next to the People magazine. And your parents are like, grab you by the hand. Maybe this happened to only me. Probably you too, Emerson. You're a chunky kid. It's like you want that candy bar. They're like, get out of here. And like sometimes you got to get embarrassed in front of everybody to really put you in your place. And look, what's it going to take? And we all love Bryson, right? He's a team member. Yeah. We all love Bryson. But what's it going to take for this guy to be like, hey, like it's like you have to manage your expectations as well. Of like you're one of the best in the world, but being one of the best and being the strongest and being the guy who goes on the match and you want to show everybody your true colors and who you really are. If that's the case, sure, it's going to be part of this too. Like you have to kind of take it all in. When is it going to be enough? Like even if you're number one, we've seen with Tiger Woods and all these guys, when is it going to be enough? You really got to keep that in check because right now, that ain't it. Right? That mentality is not it. Like you being aggressive and aggro 100% of the time is not it. Doesn't matter what you're doing off the course if you want to win golf tournaments. It matters what you're doing in these 4 rounds. And if you're complaining about a driver because you can't get in the fairway, like enough's enough. You're gonna lose. You're gonna lose Ping. You're gonna go or Cobra, and you might have to go to PXG. Like, come on.
I saw someone mention like, yeah, he's going to be playing like Kirkland wedges here.
Hey, Kirkland golf balls are actually really good. They're analogous to Pro Vs. There was a huge thing. I don't know if you guys remember this. Again, Cut Sweat show, a little tangential, but there was, I think, a lawsuit that Pro V levied onto Kirkland and those Costco balls because essentially they were exactly the same.
Wow.
This was way back when, though, and like Kirkland.
I'm going to Sam's Club after this, dude.
Dude, if you ever found a Kirkland ball in the woods when you're looking for your own, whenever I find a Kirkland balls,
my balls turn the fairway. I'm never in the woods.
Oh, grow up! Your balls are always
figure it out.
Family show.
Chocula. Figure it out.
Your golf balls are always in the woods.
Okay. All right, another update here for folks. We have a bogey. Jordan Spieth down to 8 under.
Ooh. Oh my God, he's human after all. Yeah, must be, by the way, just got here. Said I'm back from grocery shopping. What I missed, projected cut line. Still at 1 over right now, actually, my dude.
Yeah, what? Must be. How's Phil Mickelson doing, pal? Huh?
Oh my God. 10 over yesterday? 10 over? It was one of those one of us moments.
I know. Yeah.
The guy who just won the PGA championship right here. Yeah, I was there rocking it. Yeah, I was there all weekend. No, or Reed was. It was nice to bring back a shirt.
That's a nice shirt. Thanks for bringing me one back, Reed. That was nice.
Yeah,
it's like one of those things. It's like you never asked. Like whenever someone's like, you never told me. I'm like, well, you never asked.
I did forget.
I would have definitely got you guys stuff.
Also, can we not let the British Open distract us from the fact that Smiley Kaufman shot an opening round 87 yesterday in the Barbasol? That guy won a tournament in like 2015. I think it was in your old neck of the woods.
Vegas. Pairing of the Masters on Sunday, Emerson, like 5 years ago. The dude like legitimately, I think I might take you over Smiley Kaufman in like a heads up at this.
Whoa.
My man.
The one thing about, and this is what Scalabrine has done. This is what all these guys have done is when you play against professionals and you're an amateur, there is no competition. What I will say this about Emerson is that if he's up early, he's got a good chance. If he slangs his drive, if he boomerangs it on the first hole, he is done. He is a mental midget when it comes to like playing, like recovering. Once he does it, then the BLs, then the B heavies come out. And then he's like, the true, like they come out and he's like, you know what, this is the kind of day it's going to be. Smiley, what I want to know is, Smiley, why are you doing this, bro? Like, get back into the lab, man, and like talk to Spieth. What did he do to come back? Talk to some of these guys. Like, I know you want to get into a tournament and feel that, but if you're shooting like high 80s, like, come on, man. I just feel sorry for him.
It does feel like, because I dug into it a little bit, and it feels like it's every week it's like the 78 or 80 opening 2 rounds, and then somehow he finds a way into the next tournament.
Smiley, I just want him. I want him to like top 10, top 20, maybe even. Just get some good juju.Maybe that you need to go to like the Futures Tour, or head up to where
the Hooters Tour down around in Louisiana. That's where I think they have the Hooters Tour.
Like Asia, like just like find a tour and they just like get like a bunch of first place. Just get back to that winning mentality. Come Come on. It's like that John Carlos Stanton commercial with where he's playing against little leagues. That's like the T-Mobile commercial where the service is bad and he goes down to the little leagues and he starts hitting bombs. That's what he needs to do. He needs to go back down to like the Futures Tour.
So he's disappointing that he's not in the British Open. But right now, who would you guys say, I'm the segue king. Who would you say is the biggest disappointment in your eyes right now up to this point?
Yeah.
Through the British Open. First couple rounds. Go ahead, Jeff.
I mean,
I'm trying to look at like ownership numbers, and I
think
can't.
I mean, Harris English is definitely up there, but I mean, I wasn't like that big on Harris English this week. He doesn't have a great open record. Tends to just like, he doesn't come overseas much, if at all. I would have to say it's Cantlay or Reed. I'd probably go with Patrick Cantlay. I think a lot of people were just eyeing this guy, maybe as a sneaky outright at like over plus 3,000. And I definitely didn't disagree. I thought he's way underpriced at 8,900 too, but this guy continues to be a little bit of a mystery at the majors. It's like, he misses 4 cuts, then he gets himself in contention at the PGA. Then he plays well. Now he comes to the Open and just like bombs out, So I think Cantlay is, for me, probably the biggest disappointment, just because, again, it looked like he was really set up well, but nothing again. So,
yeah. I was gonna say it was Kurt Kitayama, but no, it's not him. I agree with Jeff that I think Cantlay, when you take a look at what
Hatton's up there too, I think.
Yeah, Hatton was someone that a lot of people loved, but I mean, does Mark Leishman make that list, Jeff? I mean, like he's kind of those guys that you gotta find that right. That's the biggest thing about Leishman is when is it going to happen, right? You just don't know. There's no real trends that you can play. It's just okay. He sets up well, putting.
He was 3 under today. Like it just. Again, bad start. Leash is a bit of a streaky player. Like he's got a little bit of Emerson in him. If he starts well, it can be a big week. But did not start well today. And I thought he was playing really good coming in. Played well at the Travelers. I thought this might be a sneaky spot for him to grab a win, but not going to happen this year. Maybe.
And then Zalatoris is probably disappointing in the sense of not he didn't play bad. It's just that I think a lot of people were looking at him as the guy that was going to win them a Millie Maker. And he was playing well. And it kind of gives credence to that putt that he made. That putt looked so bad. I thought my video was glitching when I was watching that putt, but it looked really bad in terms of form. And you figure out now why that's the case. So maybe disappointing in the other sense of the definition. Man, I really wish that he didn't get hurt, but he hit it far, he hit it into the fescue, and that's what happens. So
I'm looking at Lucas Herbert was almost 10% owned.
Yep.
In the $100 entry Millie Maker.
Guy was on an absolute heater coming into this event. Had won over in Ireland, T4 in Scotland, but Herbert is a really good up and coming Australian player. But for this type of golf course, this was not the spot where he sprays it a little bit off the tee. He needs a little bit more runway. Like Lucas Herbert's probably going to be a great play at St. Andrews next year. Not so much, on this, very funky links course at St. George's. So definitely a bust this week. Like you're right to bring him up. A lot of people use him.
Well, when I saw 10% and I saw that he's going to miss the cut because he's 3 over. I think that's what he ended up finishing at through 2 rounds. But must be was saying, why did Will withdraw? And what is it he mentioned? Like I think it was on the 15th hole. Was it today or yesterday? I don't know. He was swinging hard, tweaks. Felt like something shoot down.
He felt something. Yeah.
Right. He released a statement on it. Yeah.
What about Brandon? What about Brandon Grace?
Oh, good call. A lot of people.
Yeah, Grace.
Yep.
He's got 2 more to go. So he's at 2 over right now.
Yeah, he's done.
So he unless he holds out on one of these and like gets and he goes 3 under with the next 2, he's done. I was high on Grace as well. I thought he was coming in great form.
Here's a little cut update too. We got Sam Burns and Bryson now both at +1. Oh, Burns just moved. Did he bogey or birdie?
Oh no. Come on,
I think
Burnsy.
he birdied.
There we go, Burnsy.
Burns up to even, so looking very solid. Just got avoided double. Bryson still +1. The cut line is at T66. There is an outside shot the cut could be even. And it's very outside shot. I don't think that's going to happen, but it is a slight possibility. I put it at about 2% that the cut gets even, but
well, that's good for the 33% of the people in one contest that I'm in who rostered Lee Westwood, who is currently even right now. So he's 1 under on the day through 12 holes.
A lot of holes left to go for good old Lee.
He's at -1. Lee just birdied. He's at 1 under. So there you go.
Hey, come on,
he
Lee.
is Lee.
Well, Jeff, at T50 is at even, right? So like that's a lot. Like you mentioned, it's going to be a very small percentage. Still a lot of, again, like Lee, I don't know how many golfers are out there still. You have Westwood, Streelman, Rose. They're right there, that even number -1. EVR, Lanto is still out there at that -1 area. Yeah, these guys go complete, Benny On. We know Benny On is an eject waiting to happen at any major tournament or any golf tournament for that matter. Yeah, I mean, there's an outside chance that these guys, fall out of it. But then again, right, you need these guys to get to even par. I don't think that's going to happen though, right? Gooch, Burns, Ches.
I don't think the cut's going to get to even.
Yeah.
What do you guys follow?
I don't think it can.
What's the? Do you just go to PGA Tour for this one? Because I know some of these tournaments are a little different. Is that the best website for it? I'm just watching it on TV. That's the live.
I just go to the site. The Open Championship.
Yes, I mean, again, I hate to break the news, but we have another birdie at the top. And yes, it is Louis Oosthuizen, in 11 under par now, separating himself 3 shots from the fraud known as Jordan Spieth on the day. So we'll keep you updated.
When Louis needs as much of a cushion as possible, both on his bed
and about 6 shots for me to feel even slightly comfortable here.
I was gonna say my main guy Anthony Finau looked really good in the morning with his 4 under, but
I mean another good play. Him and Webb both. I mean, we should have just taken the discounts on Finau and Webb, like legitimately. Just another scenario. Finau 8,400, Webb Simpson 8,300. I can't emphasize it enough, and I don't do this enough. When these guys are cheaper, when these quality players, top 20 players are cheaper, just roster them. Just roster.
The conditions, it's been a beautiful day. It's been a beautiful day on Friday. How different have the scoring conditions been compared to the morning group to these afternoon guys?
I feel like the AM, the Thursday AM, Friday PM guys are going to benefit the most, because today looks like it's just good all the way through, whereas yesterday the PM starters definitely got the worst of it, right? So it feels like the Thursday AM starters got 2 good waves, whereas the Thursday PM starters got, kind of had to deal with 1 bad wave. That's the way it's setting up right now. It looks like we're going to have that wave differential. Basically the Louis Spieth wave, I think, getting the biggest benefit. But it's not as big maybe a differential as we've seen in the past, but they're clearly benefiting 2 of the 3 leaders. So.
Oh, Scotty. To your earlier question, Emerson, I think Data Golf is also a good place to go to check out leaderboard, but they're not as updated as these other places. Scotty Scheffler at 5 under. Here's a question that's more meta. It's not really pertaining to, because he's going to make the cut obviously at 5, unless he goes, triple. Yeah, unless he goes local. DJ, nice little covery here. If Scotty Scheffler wins, Jeff, where do you put him in terms of Colin Morikawa, Victor Hovland? Matt Wolff still is Matt. Well, he doesn't have the same stratosphere yet of those other guys. If he wins, if Scotty Scheffler wins this in his first Open Championship, I believe, where do you put him in terms of those other 2 guys in Hovland and Morikawa?
I mean, I would still put him just behind those 2 guys. I just feel like if you look at the games, Scotty Scheffler just a touch behind him in terms of what he does, strokes gained tee to green, but it's not far. I mean, Scheffler's a very good all-around player as well. Like, he's improved his around the green game and stuff like that. He's very consistent off the tee too. Most of these young guys are, but I would still put him just a notch below both those 2 dudes. I know he would have a major and Hovland wouldn't, but
And the reason why I ask is,
we dive into the stats every week.
Yeah.
We watch these guys. He's not up there with Morikawa.
Right. I agree.
But he's just not. And that's not like a diss on him. It's just Morikawa is like elite. I mean, this guy is like the best, potentially the best iron player in the world. Hovland is probably right behind him in terms of like iron play and also like a little bit bigger off the tee. I think Scheffler does have Hovland a little bit in the all around spot. I think he's a better around the green player, but it'd be very close. I would rank them Morikawa, Hovland, Scheffler, even if Scheffler won this week. But obviously, we're talking like tiny little edges. So
because Scheffler right now is at 6 under, he just birdied. And the reason why I ask Emerson and Jeff is because going back to what you were saying, Jeff, if you have Webb, Simpson, Finau, these top 20 guys, look, these guys are going to be in the top 20, right? The Hovlands, Schefflers, Morikawas, they're going to be in the top 20. So your rule still applies. But if you have all of these guys, Webb, Finau, Scheffler, Hovland, Morikawa in, $1,000 to $1,200 price range of each other, like how are you deciphering, like what is a tiebreaker? Is it going to be the experience or is it going to be some guys that are playing like this out of college? Like it's unbelievable.
This was Scheffler's first Open too, right? First Open championship. And then he really feels like a guy who has become like a household name, that group of guys who's become a household name over the past like 24 months or so. He did play the Scottish Open, I think, to familiarize himself with the links golf. And I think the Friday of that tournament, I'm looking at the card here, 8 under 63. So that doesn't hurt like the ego at all.
No. And again, look at the board right now, how it's shaping up. Spieth was a guy that, is in terms of odds was a guy that you could have bet and felt comfortable with. Probably Brooks is still there, but all the guys that are at the top, they were in that plus 2,500, plus 2,000 to that plus 40 to 50 range. That's really where the value is. Like Jeff mentioned, the margins between these guys are razor thin. I would argue that most of these younger guys don't have the around the green game of the older statesmen, so to speak, just because that takes experience, right? How do different grass types work around the greens? How do different greens slope? How does it, work around the PGA? How do these guys cut it? How do these superintendents cut around the greens? That's going to take experience, right? Putting around the greens, it's all feel. But ball striking wise, these guys are right up there already with Webb, with Finau, with Louis. They're right up there. Yeah. So it really comes down. It's unbelievable how these guys are playing so early on.
On the Louis news, his 14th score has been corrected from a birdie to an eagle. So
wait.
Yes.
What? Was no one paying attention? So you were watching it and you thought it was a birdie. That's why
I didn't see it because I didn't see it. I'm just watching the live updates here on the scoreboard. So
that's great. That must, he has a solid chunk of points right now.
Yeah, it's if you got him, you're loving that. That's 2 birdies and an eagle, in a row here. That's
so 6 under through 14 today.
Yeah.
And he shot 6 under yesterday. Yeah. Amen, sister. 87.5 points right now. And he was 9-3. Oh, Jeff Ulrich. I'm riding shotgun with you now on the Uwe hype train.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I'm in.
He needs to win one, right? So like Jeff mentioned at the Sweat, for mental health issues, he needs to win one of these. And for Louis,
my mental health issue.
Yeah, I was like for both. It's like he is such a good player, and you don't want Louis to fall in the camp of he was so good he was just playing during the Michael Jordan era, right? You don't want him to fall in that camp of he's so good, but he's playing in the Dustin Johnson, Brooks Koepka, Jordan. You just don't want him to fall into that camp because the swing is. It's more beautiful than like the Mona Lisa. It's so big. I've never seen the Mona Lisa, but I would suspect that Louis Oosthuizen's swing, if you had it on a GIF next to it, I would be looking at Louis' swing more than it.
I think it's small. Isn't it really small?
He's
like
small.
A Polaroid size.
Oh, you're talking about Mona Lisa. Sorry, I think you're talking about Louis.
Lisa.
You're talking about his swing.
The Mona Lisa is like the same size as Samir.
Yeah. But poor guy. But yeah, I mean, again, Louis needs like a 4-shot cushion, 5-shot cushion going into Sunday for us to really. And the reason why I want Louis to win too, because I have him in the big one and done, Jeff, the fantasy championship. I have Louis in the one of the ones that I'm, at least have a snowball's chance of winning. So I don't mind Louis right now pulling away, even though I'm probably going to lose to Emerson because he's got 1 and 2 right now. So like I just want to see it. I just want to see it because he's just such a good player. It is criminal that he doesn't have wins in the PGA. It is criminal. I don't know how it's possible.
It's weird that he doesn't have a win in the US, but we do have some more guys lurking too. Dustin Johnson just made another birdie. He's at 6 under. He's got a par 5 coming up. So DJ inserting himself. Typically
Erwin says Rahm's lurking.
Rahm's at 4 under, man. I mean, he if he could get to 6, I mean, he'll be in it.
But damn, that's still 8 shots right now.
I know. It's
like I said, the conditions, Jeff. I mean, like you're making a ton of birdies.
Yeah. The problem for these guys too, even with Dustin at 6, you've got to go through Spieth and Morikawa too. It's not just Usti you got to go through. So like Dustin he really probably should be aiming at 8 under. Same with Scheffler. Rahm, I think the best Rahm's can do is probably 6, just because he's got some tougher holes to finish. But I mean those 3 guys, Rahm, DJ, and Scheffler, they're in it. They've at least put themselves in a position, and Brooks. So Brooks and Casey.
Those guys chasing. We know hands get clammy when it comes to Saturday, Sunday. We know when Emerson's got a birdie putt, and he's only up 1 with 3 to play.
Dude,
that thing's coming up short 900%.
Yeah,
of the
I'm
time.
pretty sure a little sketchy on the greens, Emerson.
Oh God, I gave him like a $1,000 golf tip for free, and the guy's like a maven on the greens.
It's improved. My issue right now is you're just stay out of my head. Like stop trying to get me all riled up. But 2 days before we're supposed to play, and we're going to be on the same team together as long as Mother Nature cooperates. Like, come on, dude. You need to be lifting me up.
I feel like A-Rod and Bryson.
I feel like A-Rod and Bryson. Phenomenal. Yeah. Damn, dude. Hey,
Jeff, actually, really quickly, Emerson, I want to ask Jeff this because obviously an expert in the golf industry. If there's 60% chance of lightning storms or lightning and T-storms, are you playing golf?
This is
the silence.
2 days out.
This is what I do. I look at the sky. I'm like, what does the sky look like? Yeah. I go by my gut. I'm a gut T-shirt.
I love that.
Guy.
I'm asking the wrong person.
Yeah, you really are.
It's just Reed right now, and I'd love to hear everyone in the chat on the Dream Stream.
I'm a golf snob, man.
Reed wants to cancel golf now because there appears to be some rain in the forecast on Sunday. Bro, it's 48 hours out. We tee off at 2:00 Sunday. It's more than 48 hours from now.
I said rain, yes. Even wind, yes. Even like bad weather for the last week, yes. The only thing I don't agree with is having metal rods for 4.5 hours outdoors when there's a good chance, more than a 50% chance, I would argue, because 60 is bigger than 50, of lightning occurring. Because sue me if I want to. I don't want to be holding metal rods.
No one's going out there, and that's the thing. So my wife, Emmy award-winning producer, I asked her yesterday. I picked her up from work, going home, say, "Hey, listen, I'm stressing out right now. I think Reed's going to pull out. We're going to have to find a Ford." Blah blah. She said, "Hey, the weather guy said, listen, you could look at the area. It could say 50-60%, but it's going to be spotty, very spotty this weekend. So it's not going to be the whole region."
But the spot could fall on you. Am I taking crazy pills? Spotty doesn't mean it's everywhere else but you. Jeez.
No, I'm just saying we could be in a spot where the spotty weather is not at that spot.
You could also be in the spot where that spotty weather is the spot.
Wear rubber boots, Reed. You'll be fine.
And I'll just take out I'll go to one of these kids' toy stores and get those rubber golf clubs and just do it that way. Yeah, you're right. Actually, Jeff, you're thinking outside the box. I like that.
All right, we got 2 minutes to go. So I'm looking at Oosthuizen has a 3-shot lead right now at 12 under. Pretty impressive stuff. Is there anything? There are contests you can play for just the weekend rounds, I believe, right? So you guys have any words of wisdom before we depart, because there is a sim coming up at 2:00 and we got a break in a couple of minutes.
I mean, I think it's going to be, you're going to have lower scoring throughout most of this contest. So I think the early starters or something you're going to want to target. You just want us going to stay on some early starters. That's where you're going to really find kind of the diamonds in the rough. So don't discount guys if they've started slowly. If they're looking like, maybe they're just been a little bit cold with the putter, don't be afraid to get back on them, because I think the early starters are going to have a slight scoring advantage, and you could see some, 7 under rounds this weekend. Again, it's the wind, it's the Open. Maybe things do dry out a bit, but regardless, guys like the Justin Thomas going to be starting earlier. A guy like Victor Hovland going to be starting earlier on Saturday. So don't shy off those big names, man. A couple of these guys probably going to be going low.
What do you think, Fowler?
Yeah, JT's at 1 under. He's going to be $9,100 if you're doing the Saturday showdown. Absolutely. I was going to say the same thing. Is like, don't worry about the finishing points. I mean, yes, you have to because you get that extra, but he's out there. Tommy Fleetwood's at 2 under. We know what he can do on a Saturday. He probably got his one bad round out of the way, which was today. So yeah, I'm in full agreement with that. Target the early guys because these weather conditions, they're prime for scoring.
All right, man. Good stuff. I think that's it for us. So if you took the under of 155 finish time.
Oh yeah.
That's it, man.
Because we've been getting warnings from Danny Boy and TA. They've been on us in Slack saying you got 2-minute warning.
Everyone is so emotional. It's like you looking at a forecast for 2 days out.
I'm telling you, I grew up in a place where the weather was the exact same. So I'm a snob when it comes to that.
Me too.
I'll fully admit it.
I grew up in the lightning capital of the world in Florida.
Yeah, but you guys are weird.
And I never
man.
played. No way, dude. I don't go out there messing around with lightning.
I mean, look, the legitimately the weather changes every 10 minutes where I live. Like if in Alberta, you just go out and you just rolling the dice, man. I've been stuck in hailstorms. I've gone out when it said it's going to thunderstorm. It looks like the cloud is, the sky is black and like nothing comes down and it's like fine. So
dude, you're weird.
I don't know,
man.
Matt. Just go out there.
Something's up with you, Jeff.
Both of you.
All right. Saints and the Falcons is coming up at 2:00 with my guy Glash and BK. So everyone hang out for that. Get your lineups filled out and keep an eye on your British Open lineups as well, because the Cup will actually probably go down and become official. What is it, around 3:00 Eastern time over here? Probably another hour or so. So yeah, everyone, thanks for hanging out and watching, and we'll see everyone back here for more golf fun. 3:00 Monday. Little get the green action. See you, everyone. Thanks for watching.
Hey, what's up, everybody? How we doing? Consolation Friday, just where we want to be. A one and done, Brandon Cristal. That's it. One and done, and we're out of here. The weekend begins. But there is a sim to be had here between the Atlanta Falcons and the New Orleans Saints. Lineups are locked at this stage. What's your lineup look like, man?
Well, I had obviously a lot of good options with which way I could go, and I ended up captaining Alvin Kamara, as he has told us many times. Alvin Kamara, you and I had a Saints game last week. So I ended up with 3 Saints, 3 Falcons, and we know that sometimes the Falcons don't always come to play. They do on offense, so a fair amount. So, I thought I had Traquan Smith. I guess I kept the Saints D instead of Traquan Smith, which I'm now potentially regretting. But Kamara, Michael Thomas, Julio Jones, I was excited about. Ridley, then I decided to go Younghoe Koo. I thought instead of the Saints D, but I guess I did that instead of Traquan Smith. So if Traquan Smith has a big day and the Saints D does not, I'll feel like an idiot. If Traquan Smith doesn't do anything, then I'll feel great. Happy accident.
Okay.
What's your lineup look like?
Good question. So didn't play a quarterback because, I don't know. I find that to be, there's some pros, there's some cons, but I like the fact that there's versatility in playing Michael Thomas, who was not great last night when the Saints played in Simland. So I put Thomas in the captain. Julio Jones feels like a must play. We're actually now counting down the days of Julio Jones as a member of the Atlanta Falcons. Such a shame.
When's Madden 22 coming out? Because I'm excited. I
think it's like about a month from now.
Oh, I thought you said it's been out. I was like, wait, what? No. Okay.
No.
So yeah, a month. Well, what's today? July 16th? Yeah, this feels about right. Maybe even a week earlier. I feel like every year it's anywhere in the teens being the latest and as early as like the 8th or 9th. Maybe right after the Hall of Fame, which is Sunday the 8th. I could also find out real quickly. We could Google it first, and then after that I can.
You have sources.
Oh man, Dustin up. Well,
yeah.
He owes me a lifetime free copy for getting him into the Chiefs Super Bowl party.
Dude, you always have a great Super Bowl party story.
He actually owes Willie Roaf. He actually owes Willie Roaf, but in this case, me via Willie Roaf.
Oh, so I kind of lied. I put Julio in the captain spot, MT, Kamara, Todd Gurley, and what's up with this? Traquan Smith and Russell Gage, both super underpriced. Traquan at 3,400, Russell Gage at 3,200. I feel like those two guys are must plays. That's just
Two things. August 20th. So you're right, about a month. So they're going on the later side. And you know what? Part of that maybe is where does Aaron Rodgers end up? Although that's not hard to do in the first roster update if he ends up somewhere else. But he wasn't going to be on the cover, so that's not a huge adjustment, I don't think. And then number 2, our pal Tara Lynn, who is running the show today, and obviously can take us off air if she's mad at us. She said, let's see if you guys can keep up with the positivity and good vibes. We've had a day here with Rossi, Christian, Emerson, Reed, and Jeff. Meaning...
I mean, you're going to name everyone else too at this point? Like, let's just name everybody.
Friction. Or she's saying that they had a great day, and we need to keep it up. That's what it is. We need to keep up the good vibes.
Yeah.
Well, look, you're on vacation, hanging out in the Big Apple. Oh, sorry if I gave away your location. Somebody can find you. But you're in the Big Apple. I'm at Yogi's house, Jellystone Park, camping for a couple nights.
Yeah.
So there's my Saints D that I'm glad all this.
Now, are you actually camping? Are you tenting? What are you actually up to?
Well, I mean, real camping would obviously be with the tent, right? So let's hit the brakes there because one of my uncle last week in Chicago asked my wife point blank, how did you get a Jew to camp? We do not go camping. We have a very nice camper that's basically a mobile apartment. I'm too old to sleep in a tent. The exception being if my kids, when they're of the age where they want to go sleep in a tent, I'll indulge that, right? But that's not going to be the norm. I have plenty of friends who camp, and more power to them. I like sleeping on beds. I feel like I'm at a point in my life as a 43-year-old. I want to sleep on a bed unless I absolutely have that, unless that's not an option. So we have a 22-foot mobile camper that attaches to the back of our vehicle, and then it has 3 pop-out queen beds. It's got a Tempur-Pedic topper that we have. It's got a full restroom, shower, kitchen. Outside we have grill and all that. Yeah. So
it kind of looks like at the moment, by the way, that you're in like a town hall, and the Claw on YouTube says it looks like I'm broadcasting from a porta potty.
Yeah, I could see that vibe because they can't see past your shoulders like I can. Or it's like you went with just the weirdest background ever of just white, like a white background. Like you could pick your background on Zoom, and you pick just this weird white background. Is that a touchdown?
No, Ridley went up for it, though. He just caught a pass a moment ago, 2nd and 10 from 34.
And Tara Lynn points out that this is glamping, and it absolutely is. And there's even fancier forms of glamping, right? Nicer campers, or like if you go and stay in a really fancy yurt or tent at like a 4 or 5 star type outdoor wilderness resort. Those things exist for thousands of dollars, especially in Colorado, and I'm sure up by you as well. Yeah, this is far from camping, and that's fine with me. We're outside, sort of. I mean, this Jellystone thing has like a water park, and you can play mini golf, and Yogi's always hanging around. There's an arcade, there's a bowling alley. Like this is just a kids hangout spot where you can bring your camper, and they actually even have cabins you can rent, like 100 of them. So.
Hundreds. Nice, dude.
It's really cool. I guess
hope the weather cooperates.
Kids. Yeah, it was in the 80s yesterday. It's 81 right now and feels warmer than that. I just got a little nap in after doing morning updates all morning, keeping an eye on the British Open. I have not checked to see what's going on of late with the Open Championship.
Yeah, I've actually got it on right here. We're pretending to work. I mean, this is such a getaway day. One sim for you. I've got my buddy behind me doing some work, and yeah, we're pretty much mailing it in at this point of our day. But, you know, we're here for you, the people.
So, look, I lived in New York really 3 different times, but technically 3 times, really 2 times through the summers twice. From 2000 to 2002, and then from 2004 to 2006. And summertime in New York can be kind of magical if you can handle the weather and you don't have a place to go that has water, like the Jersey Shore. You don't want to schlep out to Coney Island. The Hamptons, of course, Hamptons, Jersey Shore being a different deal even further down south, like Rehoboth Beach or Ocean City. New York can be awesome in the summer as long as the weather cooperates and you don't have floods in the subways and people walking next to rats swimming by. So what's on the agenda? Are you just at a stopover in New York? Are you hanging out with your buddy and going to have a New York kind of weekend, like hit up some cool spots, get some good dinner, hang out outside?
We just went to a food truck. Terry and what was the name of the place? Terry and Yaki was awesome. Cash only, but it was good.
Cash only to me is insane in 2021.
Well, what are you gonna do? Food trucks got to do their business somehow.
No, okay, food truck. I'll cut a little bit of slack. I was thinking because my buddy who's Tex-Mex place in Brooklyn, I found out after talking to him a couple weeks ago, he just sold, was cash only, and I was like, dude, it's 2021. Like you can literally take credit cards on your cell phone. But okay, food truck, I'll cut some slack. It's like being at any other mobile food. That's not obviously, hot dogs don't really.
There are some breweries down the road we might check out today. We're gonna meet up with some friends from college tomorrow. In the Queens area, and then we're gonna golf Sunday. Yeah, we got a little agenda.
Where
Nothing. I don't remember the name of the golf course. It's in the city though. You can like see city buildings.
Well,
Looking
so there's
forward
that
to it.
Van Cortlandt Park, which is at the edge of the Bronx. Kind of, I guess not the edge of the Bronx. Yeah, kind of almost when you get to Riverside, right by Riverside Park. Is that right? Riverside Park? No, that's not that. Riverdale. Right by Riverdale.
That was a great catch by Todd Gurley to bail out his quarterbacks. That's up 1st and goal from the 2.
Come on, Saints D. Turnover. Or
Jeff,
touchdown to Julio.
Our old friend Jeff from Freeze Pops in the chat asking if I need anything at the office. Todd Gurley scoring in your lineups if you played him. There you go.
Loving the Falcons Reds. That's good work by you, Dan.
Todd, why is the carpet all wet? Todd. Thank you. Gurley in the contest, 47% owned, 10.6% in the captain spot. There you go. Cool extra point. Yeah, we've got Daniel with us today. We have Tara Lynn producing. Jared is here from the Game Ops team. You're all here. Locked into Consolation Friday. Well, and then, a couple sims later on, of course. At 6 and 8 o'clock, the games that matter for the playoff bracket.
You're not doing any sims this weekend? I saw Tommy's doing all of them. I think Tommy's doing all of them.
Well, they're cutting back a bit because we're in the postseason, so there's only 2 tomorrow.
Sure, I get it.
Sunday there's quite a few. That's true.
And Tommy, I think, is doing 4.
Mm-hmm. Thank you all so much for being here. We certainly appreciate it. Hit the like button if you want. Customer care, who scored? I missed it. Well, I'll give you customer care. Todd Gurley. Todd Gurley in the $250 free contest, 47% owned. We made a free roll, nothing like a Consolation Friday. 127 entries.
We should have captained Gurley. What a mistake by both of us.
Tara Lynn, wow, please post on IG. I mean, do I have to? Is that part of your production plan today, producer?
You don't have to do anything you don't want to.
Yeah.
But I get her request. It's cool.
It's fine.
Doing plenty of posting about the first half of the WNBA season.
It's just a polite way of being nosy. I understand. WNBA first half wrapped up on Sunday of last week. They played the All-Star game on Wednesday. Team USA versus Team WNBA, and the W beat the Olympians. It's pretty cool. Now they are gearing up for the Olympics.
Luckily, they won't be playing them in the Olympics.
No, they won't be. Actually, and speaking of the Olympics, Team USA on the men's side, their game against Australia was postponed, right? Or canceled tonight. Sick of seeing your run times posted. I would like to see the New York City golf course instead. That's fair.
I mean, the only one, unless you're playing in like Staten Island or Queens or Brooklyn, the only one I can think of off the top of my head is that one. There's definitely not one in Manhattan. So I think it's that one in Van Cortlandt Park, like right at the end of the 2 track.
Drew Brees 2 for 2.
Speaking of Drew Brees sightings at the Major League Baseball All-Star game.
Oh, yeah?
He brought the wife and kiddos. I'm not telling you. His brother lives here. I'm not sure that that's the reason they came to town. When you're Drew Brees, you can kind of just do what you want. Maybe it's, 2 birds with 1 stone. You see your brother and his family, and then go to the game with the kids. And for all I know, he was with his brother at the game. I just was told by multiple people that he was there with his wife and kids. I saw him. Actually, the elevator operator told me, and then I think MLB might have even tweeted it.
He's a big lacrosse guy, too, Drew Brees.
Which is interesting because he's from Austin. So I wonder if his kids must be playing it in New Orleans or something. And now the real question is, do they stay in New Orleans where they're such a fat part of the fabric of the community? Or do they go to Del Mar full time where they spend the off season, where he posts all those videos of his kids dunking on trampolines?
Good question. I mean, I guess it depends, and you might have insight on this, like how involved will he be with the Saints after retirement? Has there actually even been any announcement on that front?
Yeah, all we know is that he's going to be on Sunday Night Football in studio. Remember, they had hired him before the season even started. So he'll be needing to go to Stamford, Connecticut every Saturday, I guess, and flying back either Sunday night. Likely, I would assume he's flying back Sunday night. Maybe he stays till Monday, but he probably will be back to help get the kids to school and all that. So it's a question of New Orleans certainly is closer than San Diego area, the greater San Diego area, Del Mar, than, to New York, New Jersey, Connecticut area, tri-state area. But maybe he just doesn't care. Private plane's a private plane. 6 hours, 4 hours, 3.5 hours, whatever it is. I don't know. Where would you live if you were Drew Brees?
I guess Austin makes some sense, right in the middle.
Yeah, but I mean, Austin's not really. It's way closer to New Orleans than San Diego. But I don't know if he has a house in Austin or they want to live in Austin. And you're right. We should figure. I mean, this should be probably easy to understand just by looking at his Instagram. And just because he grew up in Austin doesn't mean that's where he's going to live.
Oh. Must be thinks I could hide money behind my ears. Okay. Emerson Latia checks in. Hey, guys, I'm out. Got to go set a new PR on the Peloton. Love y'all. See everyone on Monday. Where are you going? Not you, Emerson. Where are you going? Come to New York. We'll rip the place apart. You don't have to do that. Okay, it's 7-0. There's Kamara on the rush. I've been much better about that this week, BK.
Yeah, seems like it.
I thank you
Proud of
for
you.
all of the growth I've had this week on the Dream Stream.
Well, so it's been months since I've asked. I have to feel like you are happy with the Twitter name change.
No, that's true. You were behind that as well. All you've done for me in such a short time.
Almost like your life coach, but you didn't ask. I just give you my opinion anyway.
You're just pretty good at it without asking. It's a pretty natural. You're a natural leader. A natural leader of simmers. 3rd and 1, Kamara. Alvin Kamara it feels like a whole I don't even remember working last night, but Kamara and Russell Wilson last night played against each other, Seahawks, Saints. And Russell Wilson fumbled 3 times. Mind you, there's no weather involved. Kamara fumbled twice. We had 5 fumbles last night. So Kamara's been better on that front. Breeze has plenty of time. He'll dump it to him.
Is that a record? 5 fumbles? Do you remember more than that?
Total in a sim. I remember Dak Prescott, that the OG sim fan might remember. Dak had some real issues in Madden 20, fumbling the football. Rodney T, these games are pre-played, then uploaded. You are wrong, but try again. Actually, don't try again, but... Sorry. 2nd and 4 from the 20 for Drew. He's got Kamara in the slot. MT sighting. Took him a while to get going last night. Good to have almost 60 people on Twitch tuning in. Love that. 3.3K followers now on Twitch. And almost 400 now on the YouTube stream. Love you, mean it, everybody. BK, Glash, Jared from Ops, producer Tara Lynn, Daniel's here. We're all having a good time.
So if August 20th is when the new game comes out, it's not easy to get everything going. When do you think we'll start? This is just me and you talking. I'm not asking for inside info, and I'm not. But what seems like a realistic timeline? I'm trying to remember when we started using Madden 21 last year, because I came on, kind of at the end of July, early August, right as training camp was supposed to be starting.
Pretty much. I mean, he's in. All right. Kamara racing like a NASCAR driver. Well, I mean, come on. He works with NASCAR.
Yeah, he does.
Yeah, late August. It was right. We did a 2-week tournament right before week 1 of the NFL season.
Okay.
So right about when you joined.
Yeah, I definitely did some sims with the old game, because I did Raheem Mostert's first touchdown. If you remember in that crazy game where Kyle Shanahan inexplicably went for it on 4th down when a field goal would have put them up 8 or 9. I guess it would have put them up 8. 9. It would have put them up 9 because they lost by an extra point, and then the Raiders came back and won. That was the first sim I ever did with Koff, but that was on the old game, because he was explaining how monumental Mostert scoring is, told me about the cat. Now that you can travel to Maine, do you have a cat? You're free to speak,
no. It's good you've brought that up, because Sarah, actually, that particular shelter that we've discussed on these Dream Stream airwaves, turns out Sarah has looked into it. She has She has taken a look at the shelter. Playtime has begun with prospects. It's kind of like draft prep, NFL draft, NBA draft. There's a process here to Sarah's selection, I think. Those are what my sources are telling me. Oh, Meager66 helping us out with the timing. Madden 21 started late August because I had a pizza deal on my birthday on an August 17th sim. It was one of the last 2020 games. Okay. It was a losing pizza deal. Well, can't win them all. Sean says, SHAWN, Sean, you guys are awesome. Detroit for life. Hey,
Can't
Sean.
argue with any of that, right? We know he's Detroit for life, and if he's going to call us awesome, we're not gonna win.
Oh no!
Although
that's not awesome.
I don't know if you're privy to this, and I don't want to start some controversy because Carolina wanted good vibes, but a few weeks back, and you may have been dubbed this as well, so I'm not going to. There may not be breaking news here.
Where are you going with this?
But Koff and I were dubbed the A-team by somebody, not by everybody. And so every now and then when we're on together, if I remember it, I'll be like, yeah, the A-team's here. And I was going to get A-team shirts and hats. So
No,
again,
you
this
weren't.
isn't. Well, no, like from the TV show from the 80s that we watched as kids.
I thought you meant your own brand. By the way, that receiver right there is Zacchaeus, the wideout 4.
Yeah,
so this shouldn't hurt too many of you.
Lineup.
Wonder if they'll overturn this. All right, so do you believe in the hype? Oh, look, they called it back. So all of you Zacchaeus owners, everything's fine. So the minute you bring up buying merchandise and going to Amazon, you know Adam Kaufman well enough. You get them all giddy and excited, I'm sure, when you say something like that. Hey, man, let's go buy the shirts. Let's go buy the hats.
Yeah. Neither of us have done it yet, but I think I also forgot.
Of course they haven't. I'm actually still, to this point, yep, I'm going there. I'm still surprised that he has his hands on the Valley t-shirt.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because, Koff's one of those guys that's like, yo, that's a great idea, and then, doesn't do it for, 3 months. Well, if it's such a great idea, then do it. And he did with the Valley shirt with Zach. Zach probably put pressure on him.
Sure. The Valley shirts, and I think I said this. I don't know if I said it immediately after the sim. I might have typed it into, because I won that free roll that day. I typed it into the comments when he told me that I won. That was the day that I got the first and 2/3. And I said, as much as I hate them as uniforms, I think they're cool t-shirts. And not because those guys were wearing them, but just an honest observation. I think they're stupid jerseys. I think they're cool t-shirts. Because nobody out there calls it the Valley.
No.
No one who's from there. Where are you going? The Valley? No
it is a sharp-looking shirt.
It's a t-shirt you would absolutely wear. Unless you hate the Suns. Like you're a Lakers fan. But the jerseys, I think... And even the court looks cool, but the jerseys, it feels forced.
The Guru says, the Suns are not a wagon. Oh, the Guru adds, he jinxed them. Damon says, his was a knockoff. Is that the way he put it?
You know if we can watch the Open Championship the way you can all the other majors, where it's here you go.
Ooh, nice move by Julio Jones. Big gain, 17 yards as we hit the 2-minute warning. We're tied at 7. Todd Gurley has scored for the Falcons. Alvin Kamara for the Saints. First and goal from the 10. I got it on right here next to me. Gurley, the catch.
I'm watching the featured group as they're wrapping up on 18. Is Lowry the defending champ, right? There he's kissing a claret jug in the picture. Rom, who I picked in my DraftKings pool, is one of my 2 top dollar guys. No lie, before I talk to my buddy Tim, who he and I have been, and I'll give him credit, been good on picking, his golf picks have been pretty good to where we've almost won with some of our DraftKings sportsbook tickets. He's picking winners. and my DraftKings lineup, I think I finished 4th in the last major after kind of following his advice. I switched from Oosthuizen to Schauffele, but no lie, I had Oosthuizen and I had Stuart Sink, and I haven't seen what Sink did today, and I switched to Schauffele, and I can't remember who the other player is, but I was able to afford someone, or I had to go cheaper, I think, and I bumped Stuart Sink like a dummy. Because Louis at 11, although this game's not actually loaded.
Spieth's playing well too.
Yeah, Spieth is playing well. It's cool to see. Join the one club.
Oh, we have a flag.
Join the one club.
That's not good. Holding? Oh no, and he was out of bounds. They got to settle for 3. Oh, that's a shame. Sean, sorry, you're not getting a Calvin Ridley touchdown. All right. Coup owners out there. Good on you. What place you in, BK? First?
No, not having Gurley's not doing great for me. So let's see.
So you got to remind me of the timeline. Last week, before you went to Denver, well, you live in, I meant to the All-Star game. That's what I mean.
Yeah.
You were, I think the last
Chicago.
time you went to Chicago. The last time we were together, though, here, you were on a little heater there, like in terms of your sim lineups.
It was last week before I went to Chicago. It was Tuesday or Wednesday. I woke up to make a lineup, and you hadn't made it yet. So then I decided to get in all the other contests and wait for your contest to be made. So that's what inspired me on that day. I guess I did 5. I didn't get to make 6. I'm currently in 10th.
I am in 42nd. Robbie Noble, if you're here, you're in first place, Robbie. Miss Robbie Noble in the chat. Haven't seen him lately. Traquan Smith on the catch. Where are we sitting at on the like button? 156. 400 of you watching. If you're feeling good on a Friday, it's summertime. Maybe you're wrapping up work, you're following a sim as you go. Hit that like button for us. We certainly appreciate it. Thank you all for being here. Let's see if the Saints can get a score. This is a consolation game. As a reminder, the postseason continues later tonight at 6 and 8 p.m. Eastern Time. The 7-seed Texans at the 4-seed Steelers. Kaufman and Kenny will be here. And then at 8 o'clock, 4-seed Niners at 1-seed Seahawks. Kaufman and Jeff Moose.
Maybe I'll make some lineups there too.
American Ultimate Disc League tonight at 10 Eastern. Drew Brees' first incompletion.
Oh, I forgot to go to Drew Brees' IG. And it still may not be the best indicator of where they're going to live for school for the kids, because they're probably in San Diego for the summer. Why wouldn't you be, right? You got a house in Del Mar on the water. It's got the trampoline, it's got the pool.
Manny Sanders, the former Bronco.
Still lives here.
Does he? Okay, that's now is. Wait a minute, did he?
Yeah, he was at the All-Star game, or at the Home Run Derby.
He signed somewhere else, didn't he? Where is he now?
Buffalo, 2-year deal. Buffalo,
right? Buffalo.
So, had he not played in Pittsburgh, it feels like it'd be a rude awakening for a Texas kid. Grew up outside of Houston, went to SMU, but he spent his first 4 years in Pittsburgh, and then Denver certainly has its weather challenges. And to be fair, touchdown.
Latavius Murray.
Oh, Latavius Vulture Murray.
Mm-hmm.
Toss sweep.
Mm-hmm. Latavius delivers.
So, I don't think it'll be as rude of awakening, because he obviously goes from Denver, San Fran, a year in New Orleans. It's a way different climate, but here's the thing about Buffalo. He will not be there. I guess a deep playoff run, he'll be there for some bad weather. But otherwise, you now go until January 9th. Then you're gone all of January, all of February, all of March, and you aren't back for the offseason program until mid-April, assuming he plays year 2 of the deal.
True. Plus, they can kind of manage him there, right? Like he doesn't have to play. They can manage his snaps.
Sort of. If Cole Beasley retires because he doesn't want to get vaccinated.
Oh God, I
then
forgot about
affects
that.
That affects it to some degree.
I did. I forgot about that whole dynamic too. Great point. 38 seconds to work with now for Atlanta. 3 timeouts at their disposal.
He drops to 25th. Is Ustason done? Is that why I'm not being able to watch this group play?
I've got it on right here. I'm trying to figure out who's up. I have John Rahm on my screen.
Yeah, I have Rom on my screen.
Okay.
Did you join the one club as well?
No,
He's on Golf Network.
I'm not on the A team. I can't join.
Sure. It's free. It was free. They're on 18, so this is about to be it. Right? They're probably the last group since Shane Lowry's the defending champ.
Yep.
And Ron is the most recent major winner. Why didn't they put DeChambeau and Brooks together for this tournament?
They should be.
Brooks
They
could've
should be
done
together
that.
all the time.
I agree. I agree.
Carter Robinson. I know it's spelt with a V, but it's because his YouTube got messed up a long time ago, so now it's with a V instead of a C. Latavius Murray is the power back for the Saints. That is true. Alvin is the.
But they went
Third
toss
down.
sweep there, which feels like an Alvin kind of play. And
Yeah.
maybe that's why it was such a good play call by virtual Sean Payton, because he thought it was going to be a dive or something off tackle. And I guess the sweep was technically off tackle too.
Hey, Scotty Tuhani played Murray. Nice call. Is Latavius Murray somewhere else, or is he back in New Orleans?
That's a good question. I feel like he might be somewhere.
I'm full of good questions.
By the way, back to the Breeze thing. It feels
Yeah.
like
Maury
San
Collison
Diego you
second.
could make. San Diego you can make a case for, right? San Diego is where he started his career. It's a great place to raise kids. I'm not saying Austin isn't, but Austin isn't the same Austin he grew up in, with how many more people live there. Not that he can't live kind of where he grew up, which is feeding into the nicest high school in Westlake, or one of them. But Austin and New Orleans in some ways are kind of the same. Like, you don't leave New Orleans to go to Austin. You can leave New Orleans to go to San Diego. And I get that it's from where he's from, but
This is a
No, it looks like he's still on
52-yard
the
try.
Saints.
He's still on the Saints.
Murray's
Okay.
still on the Saints. Yeah.
Is he going to get this? Nope, missed it.
Could have used that. Come on, Pro Bowl kicker.
Is he a Pro Bowler?
He was a Pro Bowler last year, I
I would
believe.
like to think so, with all those onside kicks a couple years ago.
Well, that doesn't make you a Pro Bowler last year.
True. He had momentum.
Louis
This
had
is this is interesting. It's just a consolation game, but I'm invested. One timeout. Oh, we got a flag. Oh, maybe a free play.
Roughing the passer. Roughing the passer.
What are we gonna get? Yeah.
No, pass interference.
Oh, pass interference. So it's a spot foul.
Terrible call.
Wow. Oh, they're gonna kick it. That's weak. Come on. Well, they have 1 second. Wow. So you have Will Lutz. Puts the Saints up a full score.
Still a lot of simulated football to be played.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think Shane Lowry's won back-to-back FYI. Mark that down.
All right, let me write it down.
Who was, and maybe y'all can tell me in the chat, who was Moose big on? Like, who are some of his bigger plays this time around?
Can't remember.
In the golf, obviously. Who was he bullish on, I wonder?
I think Choker might know. Choker takes his advice pretty frequently. And
So Louis, 2 shots in the lead, clear of Colin Morikawa, who just talked about having a day. 7 under, almost had a shot to go 8 under. 62.
Matt Ryan tossed for 194 in the first half. 16 of 21. Drew Brees 11 of 12, 142, and the touchdown to who caught the touchdown again for who caught a touchdown for
New Orleans?
yeah.
Nobody?
No one, right?
Kamara ran it in, and Gurley ran it in on the top.
Technically, Kamara. Oh, Kamara caught one.
Oh, that was the. Oh, was it a shovel pass?
Yeah. Yep.
Oh, okay, there you go.
So Kamara and Murray, and then for Atlanta, it's Todd Gurley.
Okay.
Okay. Hurst 4 for 54. Julio Jones 4 for 63. Michael Thomas 2 for 41.
By the way, you know it would be amazing, and it's not going to happen, because I'm here camping at this Jellystone campground. They obviously have the characters, Yogi and Ranger Smith and Boo Boo, in mascot costume deals for kids, right? How amazing would it be if whomever those characters are being played by, if those employees walked on through right behind me? It's physically impossible for me to not see them because I'm in a conference room, and they would come in one of the two doors I'm looking at. But it would just be amazing if Yogi Bear just walked right behind me. I should have tried to line that up. Next time.
Plenty of Sims to go.
Sure. And we're going to be back here the weekend of my kiddo's birthday in August. But I don't know if I'll be able to pull that off.
So we've got some comments in the chat I'd like to read. Saunders says, I'll read some of this. They let you wear a Hawaiian shirt. Litzau says, where did you get that shirt? Funny, I got the shirt right here in New York with the same guy I'm with right now. So that's why I had to bring it.
For a theme? Like, did y'all do it for fun, like as a gimmick? Or y'all was like, that's a
No, it's
shirt.
just,
Let's
you know, man, it's middle of July. It's a short sleeve button down. Let the burger meat hang out, you know? Keep it loose. That's all.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. Where was the WNBA All-Star Game played, and why didn't you get invited to be a part of it?
Great question. I wish I was. Las Vegas.
No, well, that would have been cool. A little warm, but still, a couple days in Vegas, not going to hate that. Have you been getting any feedback? Are they digging you? Are you going to eventually be the Marv Albert of the WNBA?
You know how this business works. Typically, when you don't get feedback, that means things are going well.
Yeah, sure.
When you do hear things, it means you're screwing something up.
Sure.
Things have been good. I mean,
yeah.
First two, so I can tell you this: the first two games out of the All-Star break will be with Rebecca Lobo. Lobo will be doing. Will be joining us.
You think her husband comes with her to games?
Maybe.
Do you remember reading her husband in SI, Steve Rustin?
Reading about him?
He was a writer for SI. They met a long time ago when he was over or something.
I mean, considering I'm assuming she's based in Connecticut. Maybe
New York, somewhere in that general area.
Maybe he'll stop by and do a story about me.
Maybe. I don't think he's still writing for SI. I don't know what he's doing. I mean, hardly anybody still writes for SI, so there's that. He wrote some books.
Herb Dog says, kind of looked like the wheel route for Kamara, but okay. Yeah, I mean, it was a receiving touchdown. Here's a football question, BK.
Yeah, by the way.
So Sean, who mentioned how we're awesome and loves Detroit, Sean's asking, do you think the Lions are going to make some noise over the next 3 years? He's giving the Lions a 3-year window with Dan Campbell.
Here's my concern, and it actually has nothing to do with Dan Campbell.
Okay.
It has to do with their personnel. Look, I don't know if Dan Campbell will be a good coach or not, but every now and then you're surprised, right?
Yep.
One way or the other. And some people who think can do it and they can't. Some people who think can't do it and they end up coaching somewhere 5, 6, 7, 8 years, right? When Mike Tomlin got that Steelers job, did people think that he would never have a year under 500? Probably not. I don't know. When Josh McDaniels came to Denver, did everybody think that he would be the next Bill Belichick? Maybe, right? So you just never know. It all hinges on Jared Goff, and I know that's kind of a simplified answer in the short term. And they don't have any first-round picks, right? Because those are in LA. So, no, they have the Rams first-round picks. Sorry. They have the Rams first-round picks and Jared Goff. It's a crazy trade when you say that. Do they stay with Jared Goff affects this year and probably next? And if you believe in him, then maybe. I'm not sure I believe in Jared Goff. So I would say
I certainly don't.
A few more lean years. I know you don't. It feels like it could be a few more lean years. Because who's calling plays for Dan Campbell?
Good question. Let me look it up.
Look that up. Uh-oh. Is that Jared Cook? Is that Cook or Emmanuel? Oh, Michael Thomas. Apologies.
60-yard touchdown. All right. Get out of here. Anthony Lynn is the new OC in Detroit.
Okay, so
how do we feel about that?
So what's interesting is that Anthony Lynn's got a more diverse coaching background than people assume, or football influence, because he was part of those Gary Kubiak, Mike Shanahan offenses as a backup running back here in Denver. He obviously has that behind him. And then, you know, he was with Bill Parcells. Let's see, when he first got into coaching. So he stayed on in Denver, special teams, but you're around the Denver offense with Shanahan. And Coop still, I don't think he had gotten to Houston yet.
Yep.
And then a couple years as a running backs coach in Jayville. Then he goes with Parcells for 2 years in Dallas. So then you're running a different offense, really, than the West Coast offense that Shanahan runs. Then he's with the Browns. Then the Jets as a running backs coach for 5 years. And then the Bills, I'm trying to remember who he's under there, in Buffalo for 3 years. And then his own show in LA. And he wasn't calling his plays. They were running his offense, and calling his plays. So now he's obviously calling the plays. So I don't know exactly what their offense is going to look like. I guess it's going to be some sort of hybrid, but you probably want to lean on West Coast principles because of Jared Goff. You want him to do some of the same stuff he did in LA. But that probably makes you less enthusiastic about them as well, because no one ever confused Anthony. Well, I guess to be fair, he's going to go top player. I don't know. That's a long way of saying I would not get on the DraftKings Sportsbook and load up on Lions just yet.
There is actually something there. We can't go too far into this, of course, but there are odds right now on who will have the worst offense in the league next year.
Oh, could be the Lions. This is an easier way to say it without even getting into odds. Although it's good to know if you are in a place where you can take advantage of that. But will they have the first pick in the draft? There's a really good chance of that. They could be the worst team in football.
I'm not sure our friend Sean likes to hear that. But
sorry, Sean. They lost Galladay. They obviously traded Darius Slay last year. I know they drafted the Kuda kid. We'll see if he can play or not. That's at one corner. Tell me who their pass rushers are. Didn't they lose Ansah at some point? Right? So, am I right about that? Ziggy Ansah's not in Detroit anymore. So who's rushing the passer for him? Do you like any of those running backs? And
Swift
is still there.
Swift.
Oh, Ziggy Ansah's still a free agent. Yeah, I guess. Okay, so maybe you like Swift. But let's not be surprised if they're the team with the number one pick and have 1, 2, or 3.
Yeah.
Well, because just close your eyes without thinking about it. Who's the worst team in football? Who's the worst team in football?
Jets.
Okay. Sure. It feels like it could be a
Sorry, Kenny. Sorry, 10-win Deucey.
Yeah, I'll take the under. I wonder how many different bets we can get. Just actually, that's a touch.
Pretty much the same thing Michael Thomas did. Julio Jones to the house.
No safety out there. It's different though when you run a post route and there's no safety. At least Michael Thomas is a go route, and I feel like safety missed the tackle. This one's like the Saints safeties weren't even on the field.
My captain, baby. Let's go. I'm gonna make a big jump here, I think. Got Jared here from Game Ops. He's the man. Tara Lynn. She's the woman producing. Daniel's our tech director. All right. Well, the Falcons have made this interesting with 4.5 left in the third. Good energy here in the sim, huh? Yeah, Tara Lynn, I kind of backed myself into that one. I really didn't know how to play it off, so I went there. The end. That's a trip inside my brain.
You know what Ziggy Ansah's real name is?
Tell me.
Ezekiel Nana, quote, Ziggy, quote, Ansah. So we know Ziggy's his nickname. Ezekiel Nana Ansah from Ghana, born in Accra, Ghana, moved to the United States to attend BYU. So he didn't even play high school football here. That's pretty wild. Most times when you hear about guys who were born somewhere else, born in Jamaica, born in Bahamas, grew up there, they at some point ended up in America for a year or two of high school, right? For football, not necessarily for hoops, but certainly for football. Mm-hmm. There's a great pipeline of, colleges finding kids from Europe and Africa just to college, college hoops without them playing at IMG Academy or whatever, or in a foreign exchange program.
In the $250 free DraftKings showdown, Julio Jones about 12% owned, 54% owned overall. I am in 8th place now. Let's go.
Wow, that was a big jump. I'm in 49th, which is not great. Better than half, but not where I'd like to be.
We got a couple questions, talking points. El Paso #1. Are the Titans the biggest threat to the Chiefs and Tampa for the Super Bowl? So I'm assuming he's talking winning it.
No, and here's why.
Tell him.
Do you really believe Ryan Tannehill is going to go win playoff games against those type teams? And do you love their defense? Tell me who you love on their defense.
This is why I don't get. This is why I don't get people that are like, "Oh, they got Julio. It's gonna help maybe your fantasy team and make it a fun team to watch every week."
If they traded for Aaron Rodgers, then I would say yes.
Are they gonna? I still don't trust them in big games. I don't. They got to the AFC title game without Julio Jones and with Derrick Henry carrying that football team, and their defense was good. They've lost some pieces on that defense. I think Vrabel can coach, but they've lost some pieces. They're going to be right in it. They should probably win their division, unless Carson Wentz, of course, can play with Indianapolis.
You know what's cool about Vrabel is he used to play for the Patriots.
He did.
He learned under Belichick.
Yeah, he played defense and he played tight end at the goal line.
Yeah, I don't remember if you remember those teams as well, because you're pretty little.
I am still pretty little, I would like to think. No, I remember. I'm not that young.
All right.
I'm not what? Terrellin? Not what?
You're not that little. You're saying you're not that little. I want to know, especially because you're in New York, I mean, thinking about it, how things are going with Terrellin's friend Jen and the new dude. Or going on a date in New York.
What a really interesting segue.
Well, I haven't done a sim with her. Oh, well.
Horrendous.
We'll just leave it as not good. Okay, she took it to another.
I think that's more fun to talk about. Tell us more.
It's their business.
It's her business, I suppose.
She just thought that she might end up being a bridesmaid in that wedding. And
Oh.
that's just to wait for the next candidate for Jen, the next bachelor.
Swing and a miss. Hey, Matt Ryan's at 270 passing. Another catch for Todd Gurley.
At 270 right now, are you saying he's definitely hitting the bonus? Because I like to go under on that bet a lot. I'm going to say he's definitely hitting it.
Let me get the people caught up here. So the studs are scoring here, people. Michael Thomas and Julio Jones with the latest touchdowns for each of their respective
Latavius
teams.
Murray.
Latavius receiving touchdown for Alvin Kamara. Todd Gurley has scored. We're almost at 200 likes. There's 415 of you watching on YouTube. Hit that like button. We're 35 away. Do
Oblong
it.
Cassidy reminds us Mike Vrabel also played for Cowher and the Steelers, where it all started. Pretty
It's
good
a
pedigree
very,
there.
it's a very bad habit, I know. My friend is telling me, you have a microphone right in front of you. You don't have to scream. It's a tendency.
Are you about to have to say a buzzword in your friend's apartment?
No, well, it's not bad after dark.
Well, I don't know. Maybe he wants you to calm down.
I know. Sorry, there's a good energy in the sim.
Hey, Gus Johnson, take it down.
So Mike Bizzle, you raise an interesting question, or an interesting proposition. I didn't tell Ducey I was here. Does that make me a bad person?
Or does he tell you when he comes to Boston, and do y'all normally hang out?
No, so we've never hung out before, but he has made mention that he is going to be in Boston in September.
Okay. But with that, is there an implication, hey, let's go get a drink and watch some football? Or is that just like, hey, I'll be in Boston. I'm going to stop by the DraftKings offices, and then I'm doing whatever my other plan was.
Or, see, Tara Lynn, you're wrong. Here's why. Because I'm not going to just be like, hey, man, I'm in New York. It's 27 times the size as Boston, okay? Are we actually really going to hang out? Or is it just like a good idea to talk about it for 5 minutes? Oh, hey, dude, I'm in New York. We should meet up. Like, it's not going to happen. So what's the point?
Well, if you feel like potentially getting aggravated depending on how the conversation goes, I think you definitely should meet up.
No, but again, but realistically, we're probably not going to meet up because we didn't plan it in advance. We're getting older.
Look, if I went to Boston, because I've been friends with Kaufman for so long, I would plan on hanging out with him. I would like to think that I'd see you and Emerson and anybody else in the DK crew and go by the offices and say, hey, let's all go get a drink after, work hours when you're not doing a sim. Yeah. Right? But Rossi too. But the only person that I would expect to see is Koff. That would come meet me if I'm like, hey, I'm going to be in the city, staying by Fenway, going to a game. Come on down, let's have a drink. Right? There would be no expectation. It would be cool. Now, if you guys came to Denver, though, I would expect that y'all would hit me up and be like, hey, let's grab a drink if it made sense. Emerson not only came out here for a wedding, he was Emerson was 11 minutes from my house at a wedding, but he wasn't staying by there, and they were locked into wedding things. So
I'm texting him right now. And also, Ducey doesn't have an iPhone, weirdo. I'm in
that's
NYC.
An incompatible friendship.
What's up? What are
Here's what you should say. NYC,
doing
what's up? I'm in
weekend?
NYC, what's up? But don't ask, what are you doing?
And then say, hey, don't ask me to make plans. We won't be able to do it.
No, I think
I won't say that.
Hey, if you're just like, hey, I'm in NYC, and just left it at that with no invite or whatever.
Oh, he already responded. He goes,
wow,
you want to go to the game? You want to go to the game tonight? You want to go to Red Sox Yankees?
Oh, well, does he have a ticket? Because now all of a sudden your plans may change.
If he has tickets.
Now you're definitely going, wow, look at that.
Well, I'm with a buddy here. That's the buddy. Get it? I was thinking of going, but would need to find a replacement for my sim. He has to work tonight.
What time?
Why, are you going to do it for him? That'd be nice of you. That'd make a good friend. Ducey is scheduled to work at 6 o'clock.
So 6 o'clock's 4 o'clock here?
Ducey's very good at texting. I don't have tickets, but they're not very expensive. The Yankees suck. No one wants to go.
Let me see what.
They have COVID, so it's not going well. I mean, I'm actually kind of surprised they're playing tonight.
I don't have any Yankees.
See, Craig Martin says Glash is mean. No, I'm not being mean. I'm being realistic. It'd be one thing if I told Ducey 2 weeks ago, hey, I'm coming to New York. Let's make a plan.
Let's get tickets to go see Red Sox Yankees, right?
Yeah, I'm not. This isn't being mean. It's two different things. Realistic and being mean. Sometimes they kind of gel, but it's not being mean.
Wow, you can get into the game right now for $29.
$29 to go to the game? Wow, it's cheaper than Fenway.
Behind home plate. No, I'm kidding. I'm sure they are.
How far away is Yankee Stadium? Seats. Not close.
It's City Field. You get better seats.
Yeah, we're closer to City Field than Yankee Stadium. Are the Mets home?
I don't know. It's cheaper to go better.
Usually they aren't always home together. Sometimes they are.
All right.
But typically they aren't.
See, this is my point. We're not close to where he is. So now I'm wasting time texting him. Besides saying hi. It's far away from us.
The Mets are in Pittsburgh.
Okay, that's maybe the Mets are doing drive-in night and they're playing a movie or something we can go watch.
Seems unlikely.
See, this is what I mean. Now I'm going to get his hopes up. This is all your faults, all of you. I gave in to peer pressure to text him. And now nothing's going to come of it.
Saints D. I mean, I don't really, even though I've only done 2 sims all week, we are camping and I probably should hang out with my kids because that'll only be 4 o'clock. It's kind of prime pool time. Unless that turned into nap time after the pool.
All right, now Ducey's asking where I am, and I'm going to be a responsible adult and not say it on the air, and I'm going to tell him I will text after sim. We'll call after. Okay, fine.
There you go.
I'll try. I will try to not be mean, according to some of you.
If you told me you were coming to Colorado, I would just get you 4 tickets to the Rockies game.
Wow, you're a way cooler friend. There's Julio Jones.
We're also the Rocky Station.
It is okay. There's nothing dramatic about that, Tara Lynn. It's just being realistic. Yes, thank you, chat. Yep, the Mets are not in town. See, we've just wasted 10 minutes on this whole thing. Yeah, maybe not.
That's how good a friend I am. I got a buddy from LA who lives here that I haven't seen in years. Maybe. We text every now and then. He's from LA, big Dodgers fan, asked me for Dodgers tickets. I asked our ticket coordinator, and he's got 4 tickets for Dodgers Rockies on Sunday. It's going to be a sellout, too.
I really do, though. I've closed my eyes now for a second, and just the thought of me and Ducey at a Red Sox-Yankees game, that'd be fun. That'd be fun. I've never met Kenny in person. Nice kid.
How great would it be if Kenny or you were likes to fight guy and you start fighting people, like talking trash, pouring beers on guys, ready to just throw down.
Well,
like it
that
totally surprises you because you didn't know each other.
That means we'd probably be saying goodbye to all of you here at DraftKings, and that'd be that. 3rd and 3 for Atlanta. Down 7. They run the ball. Take your time, Todd. Luckily, he got the first down. He was waltzing. Goofy as a dog. You better wear a Boston jersey and bring your glove. I brought nothing Boston with me. See, the buddy I'm here with, he's a big Philly guy.
If you went to the game, though, it would be cool if you found a Modell's or something and went and got a Red Sox t-shirt at least.
Yeah. Get booed and stuff.
You get booed, but
who
the
let
Yankees
this
are
guy
bad.
in?
Yeah, you'll get that.
I mean, let me look real quick. For the purposes of not shouting across the hall. Yankee Stadium. Oh yeah, it's kind of a hike. Well,
odds are if you're closer to Citi Field, you're going to need to take more than one train.
30 minutes. It's a 30-minute train ride. It's not bad. You have to switch and stuff.
Yeah. But you know what? You switch in the station. It's not like you're having.
It would be kind of fun. Red Sox are in town. Yeah. Careful with your language. This is a family. Well, family network. Madden is rated E for everyone. Then again, you have to play. He didn't. My friend didn't swear, but he almost did. Just trying to look out for my producers and the company. I know. I kind of checked out. Wait. Okay. Who scored? I missed it. Hayden Hurst.
Hayden Hurst back at the end zone.
Oh.
You should have called it after.
It's okay.
Waiting for you to call the field.
See, this is the problem. Now you all got me. Oh, and now Ducey's in the chat. What the hell? Who told him to go in the chat? Tara Lynn definitely did. Tara Lynn absolutely reached out to him. Hey, you should get in the chat. Glass is talking about you.
He's going to rewind it and go back and listen to everything you said.
Yep. I don't blame him. Who reached out to him? Daniel? It was you, wasn't it, Daniel? Because Daniel goes, oh, Ducey's in the chat, by the way. Who did it? Show yourself. Ducey, I take it back. It's really not that far away. Ducey, it's going to be hot tonight, man. It would be nice to see you.
I say you do it, but you have to go to Modell's and get a Red Sox.
It would be fun. It really would. I think my friend, I'm not going to tell you all about him, but his name's Ron. I think Ron would like Kenny too. Be kind of fun. Be a New York guy, a Boston guy, and a Philly guy all together at once.
And to be fair, so I'm looking at these tickets. There was only one. There's 2 for $29. These are all in the 400s. But 29, 35, 36, 37, 37. Like you're gonna get in for under $40. Is the And if you wait till close to the game time, you might get them even cheaper. Or they could go up. It's a risky
Oh,
run.
I am a complete moron. I actually did just text Ducey that I'm on a sim. That's why he's in the chat. Here I am blaming Terrell and Daniel. I did quite literally text him on a sim. We'll call after.
If you don't have any other plans, have you been to the new Yankee Stadium or the old one for that matter?
I've never been.
Oh, so come on.
This is kind of.
These are the things you do when you're in your 20s. You're calling big-time WNBA games on TV.
And Sims.
Rebecca Lobo.
And Sims.
She might talk to you. Yeah, and Sims, of course. And high school basketball. I mean, high school football, I guess, and hoops in the greater New England area.
We didn't have any concrete plans tonight either. We're going to make some food on the grill.
Seems like you're talking yourself into it.
Yeah, I kind of am. It would be kind of cool.
Have Kenny check with everybody else before, though.
No. It's just, see, I've got the guy I'm working with, Ron, is trying to convince me. Well, you can't hear it. You know what? You're going to listen to everybody now.
Well, here's the thing, though. Oh, that's a sack. That's a safety. Is that a touchdown? No, luckily it's a safety.
Okay, Ron can hear everything now, so be careful what you say.
But here's the thing.
Yeah.
Kenny could also just hop on the train right after the sim and miss an inning or two. You know, like you could buy the ticket and transfer it to him, or you could, whatever.
True. Yeah, he could.
I mean, baseball games can be kind of long. You miss first pitch, nothing in the world. Tara Lynn can also cover for him. She's qualified. More than qualified. She's overqualified.
So there was a
safety.
safety.
Tara Lynn's not down the shore. She's not doing anything. Not 6 Eastern. Her plans start way later.
Ducey just texted me and said, "Get BK to cover my 6 p.m. sim." Yep, he's not jumping at it.
I'm certainly not chomping at the bit. I'm here at the Yellowstone campground with my family. But there is a chance that we can time it out to where that's a napping window, and then I can just come back over here and set up a broadcast again. So I can't commit to it now without talking to my wife.
Abby Rizzle, tell Kenny no off-work rants.
But here's the thing. What time's the game start? It probably starts at 7:10 or 7:30.
I think 7:10. Red Sox, Yankees.
7:05. So he lives in the city, which means you can get to the Yankee Stadium within 20 minutes. Odds are. I guess this is way downtown. So he could be there by the second, third inning. He only needs to sit through 9 innings of baseball.
Yeah, you're right.
I mean, I do plenty, but I also show up late plenty or leave early because, it's sometimes just something to do. And with Yankees Red Sox, you want to be there till the game's decided. But if it's 10-2 in the 7th, you'll leave in the 7th. It's not the end of the world.
So many questions now.
How about you and Kenny do the sim together from outside Yankee Stadium on your phone?
Well, DraftKings does have a partnership with Major League Baseball, so I think that's allowed.
Well, there's also a huge park right across the street. And the one thing that you know about New York is that cell phones work everywhere, especially if you have Verizon.
This 6 o'clock sim brought to you by Major League Baseball.
Oh, Ducey wants to go to stands. Well, then just do it from stands. Just do it facing out to the street from stands. It'll be a little loud.
Is stands establishment across the street?
Yeah, it's been there forever. It's been there a million years. Like Jeter used to go there in his younger days.
Yeah, Jeter.
He turned into Derek Jeter.
No mas better.
I shouldn't say Jeter went there to hang out. Like Jeter would stop by to grab a beer and just be cool for a year or two.
No mas better.
At what? Strapping on his batting gloves?
Better than Jeter. No ma, dude. Number 5, Nomar Garcia Papa. I miss Nomar on TV.
Have kids that are good at sports?
What's that?
Do he and Mia Hamm have kids who are good at
I have no idea. What's Nomar up to? Is Nomar still calling Dodgers games?
He was doing stuff in LA. I don't know.
Timeout New Orleans, big first down pickup for Atlanta. This has been a good sim. We're making plans as we go. You all guilted me into it.
He's got 2 girls and a boy, Ava, Grace, and Garrett. Let's see how old Garrett is. They all have their own Wikipedia pages, so that's something. But he's only 9 years old. So that's weird that a 9-year-old would have a Wikipedia page.
Kenny says, I only said BK because he marked available on the sign-up sheet.
Yeah, that was before we went to Jellystone, but I guess I did. So we're hanging out with Yogi Bear. Look, I'm not saying no. I'm just not saying yes because I got to talk to my wife.
Goofy is a dog on Twitch. Nomar is in LA for the Dodgers. He calls the road games with Oral Hershiser.
Oh, cool.
Yeah. I like him.
Else, I assume, does
I like when he was on ESPN. Both of them, actually. ESPN really cut back, huh, on their Major League Baseball broadcast?
Sort of. I was watching their people work at the All-Star game, and I recognized pretty much all of them. It's a lot of Eduardo Perez. He's all over baseball tonight.
Yep.
Chris Singleton's worked there forever. Boog Shambi does Sunday Night Baseball when he's not doing Cubs games. I don't know.
Yeah. Hey, DK Sim fan.
I mean, yes, look, ESPN's cut back a lot, right? That's been pretty well documented just across the board. But we still employ the most people.
We're only 17 likes off from 200.
Oh, picked off. Anzalone. That's not it. No, not it.
That's a huge turnover.
Wow. Robertson snatches it out of the air. Marcus
It's
Robertson.
on 3rd and 4. That gives the Saints a chance to win this consolation sim. No timeouts.
So this will be their consolation pick.
Wow. Ooh. Wilson? Yeah, that was well done. That was well done.
Also, Kenny could ask Tara Lynn because she's available she's available to respond right now, is what I'm saying.
Carolyn, you want to pencil in the 6? I think you
Is
can
she
do
doing
it.
anything with her kids tonight at Jellystone, trying to meet Yogi? Just saying.
Mike Bisley.
Here, when we decided to do this, we had nothing going on and some friends that were driving through on their way to Moab, and they were staying here. So my wife's like, what do you got? I go, I have a sim Friday at noon Mountain Time. That's all I have, really, plus, morning updates.
Tick, 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 tick. Drew from the 42. MT.
No timeouts. Look at Will Lutz warming up.
Will, you might want to put your helmet on, man. They're going to have they're going to run another play and then not get the field goal unit out there.
Man, they're taking a lot of time.
Yep, this is it. This is definitely
Virtual Breeze might be smart enough to throw to the sidelines.
Maybe.
Or to the running back.
Oh. Ooh.
Oh, he had him. I guess I should get my awards ready.
Yeah, who do you like? A lot of good options in this one.
If the Falcons hold on, could Matt Ryan be the guy? I mean, 68.
Michael Thomas has hit the bonus. He's in the captain in our winning lineup in the free roll. Drew, 45 yards. Can your noodle arm get it there? Yes!
No, trying to 86.
Whoa! Oh! Traquan Smith!
My lineup that could have been Traquan and Todd Gurley would have definitely had me in first place. How about that?
Wow!
Traquan and Todd Gurley lineup. Traquan now. Let's see what his final points are.
Still 10 seconds.
Man.
Dan Quinn just chucked his clipboard.
Understandable.
That was pretty awesome.
In our contest, Traquan was already in the captain spot. Still 50% on. Let's see. Julio, 63.
Been a good sim. Good consolation sim. It was meant to be played.
Oh, Hayden Hurst, 20 points.
Brian C. How about this, Jim?
I think Hayden Hurst might end up being the player of the game, as weird as that sounds. Because if you can get 20 points from a guy that's only 25% owned.
Hit the like button, everybody. Come on, we're almost there. That's worthy right there. That's a game-winning touchdown like that in the final seconds. That is like worthy.
Traquan, 51 $100, but he was owned by 50% of the people.
I played him too. I'm pumped. I'm in 4th place.
Man, I would have been so much better if I would have kept my Gurley Traquan combo. That's the theme of my week.
So don't count out we get a flag. Don't count out the Falcons. Still 3 timeouts.
On the return team?
Holding on the return.
I'll count them out.
Okay. Now they're at the 13-yard line.
3 timeouts aren't going to matter. It's the time.
Get to like the 35 and then take a timeout.
Go deeper than that, Maddie. Let it rip.
Hurry up! Oh boy.
What's going on?
Oh boy. 1 second. 3:51 from Matt Ryan.
God, Matt Ryan's like he's never played football before.
Oh, DK Simfam getting to work on the like button. 1 away from 200. You guys are great. Nice job. All right, so what'd you end up going with the awards?
I think Hayden Hurst because of the unexpected 20 points. Traquan, while it's a nice day, we've seen him have nice days. You and I certainly have. And 50% of the people own it. So that means 1 out of every 2 Lions have.
Well, that's not good for lineups, of course. Could be for a defense.
Just flip 3rd place and 2nd place, I think. Maybe.
Kenny Ducey throws in a zinger, but count out BK taking the 6 p.m. sim. Ooh, Ducey. Jordan Montgomery is starting tonight against the Red Sox. The Red Sox are going to kick their butts.
I'm liking the trash talk.
I think
also go to
Ducey
stands after the game.
Yankees are bad.
Yeah,
Almost.
Abby Rizzo, I'm certainly not trying to pretend that it's anything other than camping. It's more about just hanging out with the little ones by the pool.
That was a great game. That sim will be better than Red Sox Yankees tonight. Maybe Ducey should call the sim.
Maybe he should do it from stands on a cell phone. Bring a little tripod. And you just pop in.
Quiet down
at
for
the
a second,
quarter
Paul Sim. Yeah, I'll be very quiet. Drew Brees was 4 yards off the bonus. He threw 3 touchdowns. Matty Ice threw 2 touchdowns, 2 picks.
Drew Brees, perfect passer rating, 158.3. Do we have a problem with me giving it to Hayden Hurst just because of the unexpected nature of his 20-point game?
Not at all. Not at all.
And then Babysitter Billy, Not My Kid Awards, probably going to Calvin Ridley, who's pretty well owned and had 6 points in the flex, 6.9.
Yep, that's fair. Todd Gurley had 71 rushing and a touchdown. Hurst, 6 for 80 and a touchdown. Julio, 6 for 140 and a touchdown. Even Kamara with the 5 catches, 43 yards. He had a touchdown. It wasn't his best game. Michael Thomas hit the bonus. Traquan Smith.
And look, Kamara was under his projection, right? He was under his average. What's Ridley's average? Because Ridley was only 35% owned. I may have to give it to Kamara because he was 75% owned and did not hit his average. Right?
That's what I'm saying, man. Ridley.
Ridley finished 7.7.
Calvin Ridley's
35%.
points per sim is 12.9.
Oh, okay. Then it's Ridley. He's 5 points under. No. And he's relatively cheap compared to the other top receivers. I guess he's not a top receiver, but you know what I'm saying. So
All right.
Hayden Hurst and Ridley, pair of teammates. Hayden Hurst basically took Ridley's production today.
Keep your eyes on the game center. Jared is making his final calculations. There's 1 more sim left. Actually, 2 more. Pardon me. 4 sims total today. 2 sims to go later today. Kaufman and Kenny will be here for the 6. Maybe not if things change, but we will find out. You have to be here to find that part out.
Other people might be available too. You can look at the availability sheet.
Okay. Thank you to producer Terrell Lynn for your lovely attitude in our Slack chat. You're just so gracious with your time today. And Daniel, you too. This was fun. BK, you have a great camping trip.
Oh, Moose is available. And his golf is done for the day. Christian's available.
Mm-hmm.
So, and Tara Lynn's available.
Okay. We'll find out what happens. BK, have a great rest of your day.
You too, buddy. Enjoy New York.
Let's go to a spray tan can be moved. Let's go to Ross Tucker.
Pour yourself a cold one.
Let's strike 'em, huh?
And listen to Ross Tucker break down the top college prospects on another tasty edition of The College Draft.
Yeah, it is Daddy Soda time here on the College Draft Podcast presented by DraftKings. They got a ridiculous offer this week with the British Open coming up. Make sure you are all over the code Ross over at DraftKings. I could not be more fired up. Look, I love that we went through every single draft pick in 2021, and you guys can go back and listen to it division by division. I loved last week going over the 2018 NFL draft because that's what they say you should do. You can't evaluate a draft for 3 years. What lessons did we learn? But we're full throttle now. We're full speed ahead. I mean, what do we have? 6 weeks till there's a college football game on my screen? Somebody plays August 24th, I think. It's July 12th. Do the math. 6 weeks away, we are watching college football, and I could not be more excited. You know what we're going to do for you? We're going to talk about the best players in the best conferences to get you ready for college football, to get you excited. I am Ross Tucker, the former NFL offensive lineman, 5 teams, 7 years. Now I call a college football game every week, FBS level for CBS Sports Network. Got a bunch of other podcasts. Jeff Schwartz was amazing on today's Ross Tucker Football Podcast talking about the O-Line Masterminds event. I got to go to that one year. If you're curious about it, certainly listen to the Ross Tucker Football Podcast today. But this podcast is all about Emory Hunt, the master of all he oversees at Football Game Plan, at FBall Game Plan on Twitter, Football Game Plan on YouTube. Somehow he calls games for 3 different colleges. I don't know how you pull that off, but he calls games for Monmouth, Georgetown, and Morgan State. That's right. I mean, Emory, you do that, right? How do you do that?
I'm all over the place, man. And this year, I'll be also back in the booth calling high school games for Flow Football and for CBS 21 in Harrisburg. So I'll be back in the mid-pen too.
Dude, all right, this is very important. When you're in Harrisburg doing a CBS, like if you come here and you don't text me, I'm going to kill you, dude. Like, now I might not be here on a Friday, but you got to let me know when you're coming here.
Oh, absolutely.
You got to let me know. I'll come to the game. I'll make a halftime appearance on your show. I'll be watching it anyway. That's what I do if I'm home on a Friday night. It's amazing. Football Game Plan on YouTube, footballgameplan.com/2021 draft guide. When do you start to take pre-orders or anything like that for the 2022 draft guide, Emory?
You know, I could start today. I just got to put the link up because I'm already working on the 2022 guide. And I'm excited about it, man. We talked about how big it was last year. And with now all these super seniors, I'm just amped for the amount of prospects that we're going to throw into this draft guide for 2022.
You know, that's an excellent point, Emory. That is your big competitive advantage this year. These other people, it's like they watch all the top guys a bunch of games, but they don't watch all of the guys. That's what makes Emory different. He literally watches all the, like, Emory has an opinion. I could ask Emory about a third-string defensive back at Franklin and Marshall right now, and Emory would have an opinion on the guy. That's what makes Emory special. So this year, with all the super seniors, with all the transfer portal guys, you better go to footballgameplan.com and get the draft guide. I'm just telling you, like, Emory will be the draft guide to get this year. I mean, every year, but especially this year.
Shout out to the Diplomats, by the way.
Shout out to the Diplomats. John Troxell's the head coach. Great school, by the way. All right. I love that you know that they're the Diplomats. That's amazing. All right. So I got a bunch of things for you, Emory. I want to start with this. Every day before we start the show, I ask you how you're doing. And you say, I'm cooling. I'm cooling. I've never heard anybody else say that. Cooling. I've heard chilling, but you say cooling. Where does that come from?
It's just something that's just different, man. It's a different way of saying the same thing. And that's kind of been my mantra, I guess, my entire life, you know, just kind of being your own person. I always say if you stay in your lane, you get to your destination faster. So if cooling was what came out, I'm gonna just rock with cooling, and that's just how I always been.
I love it. The second thing is, and you have to be watching us on YouTube to see this. I'm, by the way, at Ross Tucker NFL or at Ross Tucker Pod. Emory is wearing a sweatshirt today, or long sleeve tee maybe, that says Emory on it. I never thought of that before, Emory, but you could just get all kinds of Emory University gear and rock it, and it's your name. Like, that's, I don't know if that's the coolest thing or the lamest thing I've ever seen. I think it really depends on how you rock it and who you are. Because of you, like, it's the coolest thing. Like, if I did it, it would probably be lame. I'd be wearing like stuff from Ross, Dress for Less, right? But yours is like from I always tell my daughters, by the way, that I own that place, and they like believe me. Ross, Dress for Less. But you like Emory, it's a cool school. It's a good school. My wife almost went there for MBA. Do you have a lot of Emory gear?
No, I have 2 shirts. And I'm going to work out today. So I was like, let me get the compression shirt on. Don't let Emory University get a football team, because then it'll be
That's amazing. All right. So here's what I think is interesting. We got 6 weeks before the games start. And I thought we would do the Power 5 conferences and then sort of the best of the rest, so to speak, right?
Mm-hmm.
Emory sends me his email. You want to do the American. And I think I've heard you say Power 6 before. Is there, and I'm down with it, because the American has a lot of NFL guys and is good football. You think about last year, Zaven Collins and the Tulane guys and the Cincinnati guys. But do you think it's a Power 6? And did you specifically want to do the American on their own?
Is 3 things. One, I do think there's a Power 6 because, Ross, we remember when it was FBS, and now we get into these subdivisions within the FBS. I hate it, because a good team is a good team. And so if, the AAC wants to call themselves a Power 6, I'm all for it. Sun Belt's probably the Power 7, and so I'm all for that. 2, I clearly forgot we were supposed to do Power 5, so I thought we would go in alphabetical order. So that's on me not knowing the assignment. And 3, it just so happens that they have a major quarterback prospect in the AAC, and we'd be remiss for not talking about it.
Dude, that is awesome. That's funny. At least now we know that Emory is always honest, because you didn't need to do that. You'd be like, yeah, I love the American. That's amazing. All right, let's start with, you got your top 10 players. I mean, that's what's going to be so cool about this. A lot of people are going to listen and watch these episodes, because they want to see who you have ranked as the top 10 player NFL prospects in the AAC, in the American. Number 1, you've got the corner, Ahmad Gardner from Cincinnati.
Yeah, he got the coolest nickname, Ahmad Sauce Gardner, and he's been excellent, since he got there. And you talk about someone that's a lockdown corner, plays with patience, has the length, has the athleticism, has the ball skills, everything that I love from a cornerback prospect. He has that in spades. And the fact of the matter, he's going to be in there once again. Really good secondary. Brian Cook is another safety that can play corner. He's a tremendous talent. I covered him when he was at Howard. He transferred from Howard. Wanted to go close back home to Cincinnati. But Gardner has been a stud from day one, and he's one of the top tier cornerbacks in the entire country, not just in the AAC.
Got it. Love it. Now this next guy, one of the things that's interesting about this year, I feel like a lot of these guys have been playing at these schools for a long time now. I mean, Reggie Roberson, the wide receiver from SMU, I could have sworn he's been there for like 5 or 6 years now.
Yeah, and you could have sworn he was also in the NFL at some point, right? It's like, man, I've seen this name. I've seen this name get drafted. I swear I've seen him play on Sundays, but now he's still at SMU. And I do think, had he not gotten injured last year, he would have jumped to the NFL easily, because he was already one of the top receiver prospects we were talking about in the preseason. But he tore his ACL, got the benefit of being able to come back with the added year, And again, it just gives him another opportunity to put out more tape, more dynamic plays that he's done within his offense. He's going to be doing it under a new quarterback. I believe Mordecai, the guy that transferred from Oklahoma, is going to be their starting quarterback now. So he's talented, and that offense is wide open. So he should get at least 80 receptions this year, and we'll just see him now we'll get to see him graduate, go to an all-star game, and then go into the NFL finally.
What do you think he would have been drafted last year? Like, who does he compare to, and how high do you think he would have gone?
I think he would have been in that mid-round range. You see someone like Rondale Moore. And I know Rondale Moore is dynamic because he could use him in a wide receiver run game. But I'm talking about in terms of just route running and making plays when they need to be made. He's a dynamic player. So you look at maybe third round range, because you don't know how fast he would have ran. And I think that's key when you think about the NFL draft. Everybody wants to get the top tier athletes first before they go to football players and all those. My philosophy is different from that. I just want the guys that's going to play football really well. If you happen to be a great athlete, that's fantastic. But I think he would have gone in that third round range. So here's another opportunity in what will be a loaded draft class in general for him to kind of elevate his game, show that he's healthy, show that he's recovered from the ACL. It's mostly mental more so than physical, and then we'll just see him probably either maintain that ranking or move up.
So number 3 ranked prospect in the American, in your mind, is Desmond Ridder, the quarterback from Cincinnati. Seems like there's varying opinions on him. Some people think he's one of the top quarterbacks in the draft. Others have him a little bit lower. There's a lot of hype on Ridder. What did you see?
Here's the thing I have with the draft community. I think a lot of it happens to be when guys as a group, everybody, let's say if there's one game on TV, i.e. a bowl game or a Thursday night game, or a championship game, everybody's watching. And if you're playing well in that game, the narratives tend to skyrocket, and you see a lot of one-upmanship. Like you could say, man, Desmond Ridder is a really good quarterback. Well, I think he's one of the top quarterbacks in the country. Or I think he's actually QB1. So it kind of marches on. But for me, Desmond Ridder is a good quarterback. He's solid. He's someone that, I think is more of a second round type talent, which is a starter in the NFL. But, here's an opportunity for him coming back, wanting to get back to, a situation where he can have Cincinnati in the playoffs. And if he's just able to build on what he did last year and get the Bearcats right there, if not, into the playoffs or in a New Year's Six bowl game, then you can see him, okay, he's been able to stack back-to-back really good years. So I see him right now as more of a second-round type player. But, yeah, definitely if he goes out and has another big year, you can elevate him into that first-round category, because we know quarterbacks will go in a first round. But I think, it's important for the community to kind of cool their jets when they're watching these games, these one-off games that everybody's watching, and you see the one-upmanship tends to, take over.
Your 4th ranked guy is another guy that had a terrific year, and another Cincinnati Bearcat. Man, they're probably the favorites in the American, huh? Myjai Sanders, the DN.
This dude, he's 6'5". He's listed at 6'5", 258. So he's a leaner, compact, cut, strong, point of attack player. Like, he uses his hands well. You think because he's a lean guy, and you look at him on tape, you think, oh, he's probably like 230. But no, he's 258. He just carries it really well. So you can't move him off the spot. He's savvy with his hands. He has the length to really be disruptive, both in a run defense department and also as a pass rusher. And he has the closing speed to the quarterback. So he does everything well from that position. And it wouldn't see him be in the conversation for one of the top tier defensive ends in the country in terms of NFL draft prospects. So think Danielle Hunter type guy, a lean guy, but really muscular and hard to move off the spot. That's what I see from him.
We'll keep it rolling. Try to get to somebody that does not play for the Cincinnati Bearcats. Let's get to wide receiver Calvin Austin III from Memphis.
First of all, we talk about this all the time. Memphis, skill guys, all in. Check the box. I don't have to see the tape. Let's draft them. And then you see Ashley as an indoor track guy. definitely take him because he has legitimate speed, and he's someone that really does, play football rather well. People will look at this. He's 5'9", 168 pounds, but you know me, size is not a skill. If you're good enough, you're big enough, and he's definitely good enough, and he's fast enough, and you can't hit what you can't catch, you can't hurt what you can't touch. Put him on the team, put him on the field. I was all in on, Tutu Atwell coming out of Louisville at 108 pounds. So I'm definitely all in on him in terms of what he brings to the table. Again, someone that plays an explosive offense. It's a wide open game now, and he's going to do a good job putting up numbers, putting up the type of wild plays that kind of entice you, and then he's going to test well as also toward the back end of the process. So yeah, that's someone I'm definitely watching this year.
What about Emory? Let's get to some O-linemen. How about Cody Russi from Houston? I'm calling a Houston game this year. Houston at UConn. What do you know about Cody?
He was a 4-year starter. He transferred from Louisiana Tech. I kind of like when guys stay at schools and become the prospect because you bring more attention to your program. But I get him transferring up, so to speak. It's almost like a lateral transfer, but he's playing in an offense. It's very similar to the one he was playing at Louisiana Tech anyway. But he's excellent. He gets to the second level rather well. He's consistent in that regard. He does a good job, with his hands in terms of recognizing stunts and pressure. So he's able to come off one guy and quickly pick up another. And also in a run game, by him being able to get to the second level with ease, with his ability, it helps him in that regard. So I just think that he's a solid prospect. Played a lot of football, again, 4-year starter at Louisiana Tech, played against some big time competition, and he's going to do the same thing, especially when they go up against a Tulsa with their defensive line, or go up against a Cincinnati who we've talked about often. So I like the challenge that he's taking going to Houston. I think he's going to be a really good prospect.
Then we'll get to a Tulane guy. It's interesting because Tulane had a bunch of guys drafted last year, including their D line. Safety Darian, is it Rakestraw, who's another transfer?
Yeah, he transferred from Colorado. They had a really good secondary last year, man. They still have a really good secondary. And for him to go to Tulane, I see him playing more of a combo safety role, someone that could play inside as a slot defender. He's a good alley defender. He's someone that has really good acceleration when attacking downhill in a run game or playing out in space. He's going to really help their defense out, man. Tulane defensively just gave up yards in bunches, and it really hurt them earlier in the season when they couldn't stop anybody. Because their offense could score, but it just couldn't stop anyone. And now you're getting someone that's a really good slot defender that can match up across the board with what you're going to see in that conference. So definitely someone, a grad transfer, smart man going to Tulane to get that grad degree. And so I do think football-wise, he has the height, the length, and the acceleration in the alley to where he makes himself a good prospect to keep an eye on.
So I mentioned this earlier, but I'll say it again. Golf's oldest and last major of the year is this weekend, and the golfers are headed across the pond to compete for the trophy. DraftKings, America's top-rated sportsbook app, is giving you a shot to land in the green. You know what they mean, right? Like in the black, like in the green. This week, DraftKings is giving you 50-1 odds on any golfer sinking at least one birdie this weekend. I mean, are you kidding me? One birdie the whole weekend? Place a pre-tournament wager of $1 on any golf outcome to be eligible to cash $50 in free credits if any golfer sinks a birdie. They're trying to give you $50. Download the top-rated DraftKings Sportsbook app now and use promo code Ross when you sign up to turn $1 into $50 in free credits if any golfer sinks a birdie this weekend. That's code Ross to turn $1 into $50 in free credits for a limited time only at DraftKings Sportsbook. All right, up next, we got a tight end from Memphis. You talked about earlier, you love the Memphis skill guys. You know, they run so much spread, I feel like, and they have their running backs run so many routes. I haven't heard much about tight ends for Memphis. It seems like it's always the running backs, maybe the receivers, but you feel like they got a pretty good tight end in Sean Dykes.
First of all, we're being a little bit too liberal with this term tight end at Memphis. This dude is a wide receiver, man. He's 6'2", 225 and runs really good routes. He has good acceleration out of his break. He's a wide receiver. They just ran out of eligible spots to put these dudes for Memphis. So he's not a true tight end. This is someone that is built like a bigger receiver. You see someone like A.J. Brown and how he's built. You know, if he played at Memphis, they would have called him a left tackle, right? So Memphis is not slick trying to get by with all these different tags that they tag these guys with. But he's a receiver. He's going to be a receiver. But if you want to put him in the tight end category, he's a flex tight end. But, man, I love his ability to get open and make plays down the middle of the field. He's unafraid of contact, obviously, but also has the ability to really accelerate out that break and track the football. He's a 6-year senior. So that's someone that's going to come into an NFL situation as a plug-and-play guy. He's the quintessential definition of, quote-unquote, pro-ready, and that's what I see with him at that position.
Number 9, the wide receiver from Tulsa, and they've had some good ones recently, Keelan Stokes.
Smooth, savvy, fearless, great hands, knows how. And when we talk about great hands, you know, we're talking about knowing when and where to use your body, how and when to utilize, you know, perfect technique, when to allow your hands to really take over. Or, you know, sometimes you see a situation where you have to really look where you're going and trust that your hands could get in position. He's able to do that. So he has really good hands. He may not be the fastest, and although he's a guy that can help out on special teams in terms of returning kicks, but he's someone that I think will have a home on the inside of a receiver core, like a slot receiver, but someone that's a good possession guy that's trustworthy, that'll play a long time in the NFL.
Last but certainly not least, we've got number 10, another Tulsa skill guy, back to back. They got the wide receiver. Now they got the running back, Shamari Brooks from Tulsa.
And Shamari Brooks was someone that was on my radar last year. He was a senior last year, but he got hurt very early in the season, tore an ACL. So they're getting him back. And I think when you look at what he brings to the table, he's the perfect back for today's game. Doesn't need volume to be successful. He's able to make you miss. So he's got the elusiveness, but he's a very good receiver. And I think all of those skills allows him to be a very projectable complimentary guy at the next level. You just hope that he comes back healthy and shows no ill effects of the knee injury. Again, I've said this before, it's a lot of it's mental because I've had ACL injuries before. And once you are cleared medically, you still worried about re-injury when it's all in your head. So you want to see him get back out there and be productive like he was, because he's another one of these backs that you can plug and play as your RB2 or RB3 in your offense and be just fine.
Speaking of running backs, Emory, we have an email question. I love this. I love when we get email questions. Ross@rosstucker.com. If you take advantage of any sponsor that we have, like you heard me talk about DraftKings, but any sponsor on any show or on the sponsors page over at rosstucker.com and send me the email, I guarantee I will ask Emory, and if the question's for me as well, I will ask the question of Emory and he can answer. As a former running back, Emory, and I missed the name of the guy that sent this. Unfortunately, I'm sorry, but if you're a loyal listener, you know it's your email. What are your most important traits in identifying talented running backs, and how important does fearless courage matter for the position? I know what you're talking about after the injury. What I mean is we often hear of players not playing to their size, while others are fearless when sticking their foot in the ground and shooting through a gap. Dalvin Cook comes to mind as someone without tremendous size or blazing speed, but absolutely fearless when attacking the line of scrimmage. What are the most important traits in a running back, Emory?
I think the most important trait is vision, because your eyes will lead you to wherever you want to go. Where the eyes go, the feet will follow. So vision is important. And this is something that I had to learn too, was patience. And I think a lot of guys nowadays are coming right out of the box with good patience, because of how the zone offense is so prominent. So it forces you to be patient. Back when we were playing high school ball, Ross, everything was hit the hole, right? And it was simple, 34 dive, 28 toss, all those simple, play calls, to where everything was about speed and urgency. But now, with everything being about, patience, reading, it's vision and patience top tier. And to the second part of his question, would leads to some guys being fearless or not, a lot of it's just, your makeup. Because you'll see big guys that, like he said, doesn't play to their size, and you'll see small guys run up in there. I love to use these two contrasts. You look at Warrick Dunn at 5'9", 178, over 10,000 career rushing yards in the NFL. When I watched Florida State play, when I was coming up through high school, I never once knew that Warrick Dunn was 5'9", 178, right? I just liked the fact that he ran well. He had everything that you wanted as a running back. It didn't matter that he was that size. And then you see someone that is a taller, bigger back, let's say like David Johnson, who still plays the position in my mind like a wide receiver playing running back, which he was at Northern Iowa. So the natural instincts aren't there, but you'll see him on paper at 6'2", 220. You think, oh, this guy's gonna be a power guy, when really he's more of the Warrick Dunn type of guy that could make you miss, but he's not the run through a hole type guy. And that's okay. But I think there's a market for both guys. So I just think that it's about how you were, bred as a young running back. Sometimes it's natural to lower your shoulder and just power through. Sometimes if you're good at making guys miss, it's going to be hard for you to then transition to, hey, lower your shoulder and run through somebody. We used to have this talk about Reggie Bush. And this was the part I used to always try to make to Saints fans, because at the time, Saints fans were like, he has to run inside. Pierre Thomas is the better back. Like, listen, if you're Reggie Bush and you spent your entire life at high school, at USC, and in the NFL making dudes look stupid, why would I run through a brick wall when I could just run around the brick wall and make that person that's guarding outside of that brick wall look foolish in space? That's what I'm going to do. And if you're a playmaker like that, it's hard to change, that mentality. That's who you are as a player. You just have to, allow that person to be that player. You can't make Barry Sanders become Christian Okoye. Then he wouldn't be Barry Sanders. You got to allow those guys to play how they play. And I think that's the difference too. So we tend to have these expectations on backs, these projections on backs, and that's not really how it's supposed to be. But to tie a bow on it, vision, footwork before everything else.
Next week, the ACC. A lot of people think Sam Howell is the number one quarterback. Does Emory, or is it De'Aaron King? I can't wait to hear what he says about Justin Ross. ACC should be amazing next week. Already looking forward to it. Other than that, the keg is kicked. We are all tapped out.
Thanks for listening to the College Draft Podcast. Make sure to also subscribe to the Ross Tucker Football Podcast, Fantasy Feast, Even Money, and The Business of Sports. All available at Apple Podcasts, rosstucker.com, or wherever podcasts can be found.
A lot of times on the show, I mentioned DraftKings. Here's what you need to know. You got to be 21 or older, New Jersey, Indiana, or Pennsylvania only. New customers only. Restrictions apply. See DraftKings.com/sportsbook for details. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER, or in Indiana, 1-800-9-WITH-IT. By the way, if what I was talking about included a deposit bonus, doesn't always, sometimes it does. Deposit bonus requires 25 times playthrough, and deposit bonuses are paid out in site credit.
up, everybody? Welcome to The Sweat. I'm your host, Jesse Cofield. It is Friday. TGIF. Say hello to our MLB panel DraftKings contributors, Nick Fryer and RotoWire's Eric Halterman. It is time, gentlemen, for MLB Price Check. Getting your favorite plays in the following price ranges for tonight's 14-game MLB slate. So a lot of choices. A pitcher over 9K. Nick, who is catching your eye?
Well, of course, you like Kevin Gausman tonight going up against the Cardinals, but I'm actually going to go with Robbie Ray up against the Texas Rangers at 9.3K. The Rangers are third in plate appearances per strikeout this month against left-handed pitching. And of course, you don't need me to tell you that Robbie Ray strikes out a ton of hitters. His over-under on his strikeout prop tonight on DraftKings Sportsbook is at 8.5. In his last 6 of his last 8 outings, he's logged at 24 plus DK fantasy points. His swinging strike rate this season is 15.3, and he's getting hitters to chase pitches out of the zone a lot. And he is one of the 5 best in all of baseball at making hitters miss those pitches. So I'm very comfortable with Robbie Ray at 9.3K tonight against the Rangers.
All right, 9.3K. Eric, where are you going?
Yeah, Ray is my top option as well. He was really quite bad last year in basically every way. I mean, that ERA 6.62 was well deserved. Shockingly bad 17.9% walk rate, 24.3% ground ball rate. Just nowhere close to playable in either of those areas, but he's completely fixed everything. Has his usual excellent strikeout rate, well north of 30%. He's walking below average amount of guys this season, 6.2%, and that ground ball rate is back up above 40%. You might expect with a guy like him, given the state of pitching these days, that maybe there was a sticky stuff situation there improving his numbers dramatically, but that doesn't seem to be the case. There's been no evidence of changes in his spin rate. And since the start of June, he has a 2.40 ERA with double-digit strikeouts in 4 of his last 7 starts. So this rebound couldn't be more real, I don't think. And to be fair, he has reached more or less this level in the past. It was a little while ago, but it's a lot easier to believe it when it's not completely out of nowhere. So even though he was terrible last season, I'm fully in on Robbie Ray as back at close to that ace level, facing a Rangers lineup that really isn't very good, 20th by WRC Plus this season. I think he's more or less as good as Gausman, who, like Nick, I do like quite a lot too, but Ray's just as good and $1,000 cheaper, so I think he's the top option.
Well, Eric, there are 4 pitchers only over 9K. So what about a guy who is under 9K that you like?
Yeah, I'm actually going to drop all the way down to Chris Paddack at 6,300, one of the cheapest guys on the slate. And I guess it's not hard to see why if you look at his 5.38 ERA. But most of the ERA estimators like him a whole lot better than that. FIP has him at 383. XFIP has him at 360. Both of those would be a very solid mid-rotation starter. His strikeout rate is close to league average at 24.2%, as is his ground ball rate. But when you combine that with a walk rate of just 5.4%, that really should be a good pitcher. There's plenty of pitchers who have success with that kind of profile, just limiting walks at a very good clip while not really having any other clear weaknesses. It's more or less what he did in his rookie season. His strikeout rate's down a couple ticks, but his ground ball rate is up a little bit more to make up for that. He is in a pretty poor stretch, 11.48 ERA over his last 4 starts, but he can blame a 4.40 BABIP for some of that. And some of the ERA estimators like XFIP for 4.33 over that stretch isn't what you want, but it's not terrible. Even pitching like a 4.33 ERA kind of starter would probably justify a price this low. And I think should be better than that against the Nationals team that's right in the middle of the pack in terms of WRC Plus on the season, but they're without Kyle Schwarber, whose hot streak probably accounts for about 5 points in the standings there. So I think it's an easy enough matchup, and I think he's a lot better than he's shown so far. Not a star, but definitely not a $6,300 player.
Well, Eric is giving us major value. Nick, which pitcher under 9K do you like?
Well, I think Paddack is a good play if you're pairing him up with either Gausman or Robbie Ray, but there was a couple guys in the 8K range and just below that I was looking at. Of course, Chris Bassett going against Cleveland tonight. That is my pick, but also Tyler Mahle up against the Brewers, and then you have Marcus Stroman up against the Pirates, who You're not going to get the strikeouts there necessarily as much. So him at 7.9K makes a little bit more sense. But I'm going with Bassett. I know he gave up a run in the All-Star game, but I believe it was unearned. He got a couple of strikeouts. More importantly for him, this is a guy who faced the same team 3 times in his last 4 outings before the All-Star break. So I think he's just going to welcome the chance to face any team that isn't the Texas Rangers right now. But when it comes to Cleveland, they're striking out quite a bit versus righties this month. They are 6th in plate appearances per strikeouts in July. And their numbers outside of that, they're middle of the pack against righties. So this is, I think, a good matchup for him. And you compare him maybe with Amali, and then you have 2 8K guys. Of course, you got to find a little savings elsewhere, but we'll get to that with hitting.
All right, yeah, let's get into hitting, Nick. So the most expensive bat, Vlad Guerrero Jr., he's going to cost you $6,400. Shohei Ohtani, $6,300. If you're looking at a hitter over 5K, Nick, where are you going?
I mean, it's no shock that those guys are extremely expensive after the All-Star game, especially with Vladdy Jr. But I'm actually looking at the Coors Field game tonight. We got Mookie Betts and the Dodgers over playing against the Rockies. And I'm going with Mookie tonight at 5.5K because, look, I know you first think, all right, he's one of the All-Stars that didn't go and play in the All-Star game, so he's well rested. That's huge for me going into this. And he's going up against a guy in Senzatella who the over-under on his hits allowed prop on DraftKings Sportsbook is at 6.5, which I haven't seen that happen that often with guys this season, but he's averaged 7+ hits in every outing since May 28th. That outing was only 4 innings long, so we couldn't, how are you going to reach the mark there? But this is a guy who gets hit quite a bit, whether it's at course, whether it's on the road, whether he's got, doesn't give up a lot of runs or he gives up, quite a few runs. And when it comes to Betts versus Senzatella, 11 career plate appearances, so not a ton, but still 2 home runs and a double in those chances. So I have no problem. I haven't backed Mookie a ton this season. I don't know if I have at all on the show, but at 5.5K tonight against a guy who he's hit well against, I have no problem with that.
All right, Eric, a hitter over 5K that you're targeting.
Yeah, I'm going with Matt Olson at 5,300. He's a guy I've gotten to a decent amount lately. He's the second highest scoring first baseman in terms of DraftKings points per game, yet he's only the 7th most expensive. And I think while that remains true, he's going to be a good choice whenever he gets the platoon advantage against a starter like Eli Morgan, who has an 8.44 ERA through 4 starts. Kind of all you need to say there. He's allowed 8 homers, thanks in large part to a ground ball rate that sits at just 20.9%, the 3rd lowest among pitchers who've thrown at least 20 innings. And a guy who can't keep the ball on the ground is exactly who I'm looking to pick on with a power hitter like Olson. Although Olson is more than just a power hitter these days, he's suddenly become an all-around elite hitter. He'd always had the power. He'd averaged just shy of 40 homers per 162 games heading into this season, but he had a batting average that's at just 245 through the end of last year. And actually last year alone, he hit just 195 while striking out 31.4% of the time. He's cut that strikeout rate almost in half this season, and it's led to a 282 batting average that's backed up by a 272 expected batting average. And again, hasn't sacrificed any power. 23 homers already this season, has him on a pace of 43 per 162 games, so even slightly more power than he's shown in the past. So he's I think, emerging as a true all-around star at the plate, and he's got one of the best matchups. So I think it's a pretty easy choice at first base.
All right, Eric, how about a hitter under 5K if you're looking for like a little bit of value to sprinkle into your lineup here?
Yeah, let's go all the way down to the minimum price at $2,000. We've got another rookie debuting, Jarren Duran, the Red Sox outfielder. All these guys seem to be coming in at $2,000, and they're great values, at least their first few games, until they rise to where we'd expect them to sit. I wouldn't expect Duran to rise, as much as a guy like Wander Franco. We're not talking about that level of prospect here, but Duran is quite a highly rated young player. He wasn't as much heading into last season, but he had a swing change at the alternate site. Basically one of those guys who said, maybe I should try to hit home runs, and then started hitting home runs. It's an interesting strategy. But it's working out quite well for him. He's hitting the ball in the air well more than ever before and pulling the ball well more than ever before. Homer just 8 times in 199 pro games before this season, and already has 15 in 46 games this year. Strikeout rate didn't rise too much either to go along with it, just 23.7%. Also gets some steals too, so he can help you out there. He'll get the platoon advantage as a lefty in Yankee Stadium against Domingo Germán, who's fine but not scary at all. Although at his minimum price, I think you like him against most guys. I will note that there might be some COVID risk with this game, given that last night's game got canceled. So you could also look to Jared Kelenic, who's coming back up and is also minimum priced. He won't get the platoon advantage against lefty Andrew Heaney, but again, he's far better than a $2,000 player, even if he didn't show it in his first stint. So I'd like either of those rookies tonight.
Serious value. What about you, Nick? A hitter under 5K?
Well, Eric brings up Andrew Heaney, and for me, Heaney is a guy that when I see his name pop up, my antennas go right up. This is a guy I love to target, and a guy that I love to use up against lefties is Mitch Haniger, especially when the price is right. We've seen him kind of go up and down with his price throughout the course of the season. Right now, it's a little bit down at 4.1K, and it's kind of understandable. Look, he's still putting up good numbers against left-handed pitching, but he's coming off of he's a little bit slower, been a little bit slower this month, and he's coming off a slow month too, especially in terms of power, which is what we're going to him for. I think he was 6 and 8 home runs in his first 2 months of the season. But against Heaney, again, you guys know that I love to go with batter versus pitcher's numbers, especially when it comes to my value picks. Got called out for it yesterday. But with Haniger, he has 20 career plate appearances against Heaney. Again, small sample size, but when I see a ton of power in that short period, I am going to back that guy, especially with value plays. And Haniger has 3 home runs and a triple against Heaney in those 20 career plate appearances. So he's my play tonight at under 5K.
All right, good stuff, you two. Appreciate the time. As always, segment 1 is in the books. The sweat rolls on as we head to the hardwood and break down a pivotal Game 5 of the NBA Finals. It's all tied up. Stay tuned. What's up, everybody? Welcome back to The Sweat. I'm your host, Jesse Cofield. I am joined by DraftKings contributors Kenny Ducey and Matt Meiselman for NBA Showdown, getting your favorite plays for Game 5 of the NBA Finals. Guys, it looked like this was headed to an early finish, but now the series is tied 2-2. So, Kenny, who are you making your captain tomorrow?
You know, I want to get a lot of high-priced options in, Jesse, and I don't know if this is going to be too risque of a captain, but why not DeAndre Ayton? Here's a guy that's going to is consistently gotten you right around 40 DK fantasy points. He did have that dip in Game 3, but going back home, I think that there's a lot of upside here for DeAndre Ayton. He hasn't really given you a ton in the scoring department, at least in 2 of these games, and has still managed to put up great nights because of his incredible rebounding. 17 rebounds in Game 4, just absolutely ridiculous. This guy is massive for the Suns. He's given them big minutes. He was able to score 32 fantasy points in just 24 minutes in Game 3. I just think that the production of this guy, the floor is going to be very high, and the price is absolutely right. I mean, you can get this guy in your captain spot at $12,000. You have plenty of roster flexibility with him. I think he's got 50 fantasy point upside here. He could be one of the top 3 players on the slate, and he could be a no-brainer captain.
All right, Matt, we got Kenny going with Ayton for $12,000. Who are you putting in your captain spot?
So I agree with basically everything Kenny just said. My concern is that I think DeAndre Ayton could be pretty popular as a captain choice because his price is actually a bit lower than it was earlier in the series. So I think Giannis will be really popular. I think Ayton will be really popular. The price on Chris Middleton has come up a bit. Devin Booker's price is pretty high. So I think one of those 2 guys. I have some concerns about Chris Paul's wrist that he banged up earlier in the series. And I feel like if Paul doesn't get back to playing the way we're used to seeing him, Booker could be the guy to take over again like we saw last game. But even though Booker scored 40 points, I don't think a lot of people get to him as the captain because you have Ayton for much cheaper, and then you have Giannis, who just is a machine for fantasy scoring. So I feel like Booker still goes a bit overlooked, even though he's coming off the big game. So I'm looking to Booker or maybe Chris Middleton.
All right, Matt. Well, if you got to choose a player to complement your captain, so if you go with Book, like who are you taking with him?
So Ayton was going to be my next guy, so I won't give too much more on him. I think he is a really, really safe choice in the utility spot. I think it's just he's playing tons of minutes, like Kenny said, and the price is pretty reasonable. So I'm a big fan of DeAndre Ayton for this game. If I have to pick someone else, I think Mikal Bridges has become a little more reasonable in terms of his price. He was one of the best fantasy players a couple games ago. I think that was game 2, has had 2 down games, but now his price has fallen. So I think a lot of people may gravitate towards Jay Crowder, who's coming off a couple big games. And I think Bridges may go a bit overlooked, and his price at 6,800 is a little better than what it was at 7,600 for game 4. So I think Bridges and Ayton kind of in that mid-tier are the 2 guys I'm looking at.
All right, Kenny, well, you saved a decent amount of cash putting DeAndre Ayton in your captain spot. So who are you pairing with him?
Well, I do want to, there's obviously the obvious options, right? There's Devin Booker. You're going to want to have in your lineup. I'm going to have Giannis in my lineup. But to fit the spirit of this question, because you probably want to pair 2 Suns together, right? I don't really want to talk a lot about Devin Booker. I'm not thrilled about the prospects of rostering him. I probably will just out of necessity. I think he probably is one of those guys you have to get in your lineup because he's going to score 30-plus points. But I'm really excited to roster Jay Crowder at $7,400. It's a sentence I didn't expect to be saying about a week ago. I was very bearish on Jay Crowder's fantasy production, his fantasy contributions. But this guy, as we've been talking about all segment long about the minutes, right? Minutes are very big in the NBA Finals because they're hard to come by. You got a guy coming off a game where he played almost 40 minutes. He was on the floor so much. He only hit 3 shots. They ended up being 3s and still managed to score 41 fantasy points. He is just so important to the Suns team. They've been going with Crowder as their preferred wing over Bridges, over Cameron Johnson. The latter 2 have been splitting minutes. Crowder's just been on the floor like the entire game. And you saw why. He gets those steals, right? He might miss a bad shot, but then he makes up for it by creating a turnover on the other end. He sells those foul calls. He's going to probably draw a flagrant foul in game 5. He just has to be on the floor for this team. You look at the rebounding, you look at the shot making that he's been able to showcase in this series. I think that there's actually very, very high upside here for $7,400. I think you're probably locked into 5x. I think that you could realistically expect 6x, maybe even 7 times your salary if he has a really good shooting night. He's just so important to the Suns. I have to roster him.
All right, well, let's talk value here. What's your favorite value play, Kenny? You like your boy Pat Connaughton here?
I do like Pat Connaughton a little bit, but I have to talk about someone that's a little bit cheaper than Pat Connaughton. $4,800. He's a great option. But a little bit cheaper is Cam Johnson at $4,000. I just alluded to it. But Cam Johnson, I am a huge Mikal Bridges fan. I love Mikal Bridges. I think he's one of the most exciting young players that we have. I think he can really develop into a very, very important player in this league. But Cameron Johnson just seems to be taking his minutes right now. 30 minutes in back-to-back games. I know, game 3 is a little hard to read into because there was the blowout. But he just seems to be trusted by Monty Williams right now. He was in the crunch time lineup with Jay Crowder, with Booker, or with Cameron Payne when Booker was out. And he just was the consistent option, or he was the constant rather. So I think that he's a really talented player. They put him out there for defense, but he can knock down some threes. And I just think that with the minutes, I think that there's kind of high upside here with Cam Johnson. But yes, I do also like playing Pat Connaughton at $4,800.
All right, Matt, where are you going for value?
So I think it's worth reiterating just how good of a play DeAndre Ayton is. He's not as cheap, so he's not your standard value play. But the big thing that happened in this series is that Dario Saric got injured in game 1. And because of that, the Suns don't have a backup center. They tried Frank Kaminsky for a little while, but that didn't really work out. So DeAndre Ayton is actually the main guy, at least from the top 3 on each of these teams, that has seen a minutes increase in the finals, because the Bucks' big 3 was playing a ton of minutes throughout the playoffs. Paul and Booker have been playing a lot of minutes, at least the last few rounds. DeAndre Ayton is actually playing 5 or 6 more minutes per game in the finals, excluding the game where there was a blowout. But other than that, Ayton's playing 40 plus minutes. So to me, I don't really think there's a great value play. I think Cam Johnson is a little too cheap, but the guy who's underpriced to the most significant extent, I think that is DeAndre Ayton, even though he's priced towards the higher tier.
Yeah. Let's move on to who you're fading tonight, Matt. That wasn't the computer freezing. That was me. Just like, where are we in the script? So someone that you want just like no part of being in your lineup.
So I mentioned it before. I'm not really that excited to play Giannis at captain because I think that will be a very, very popular strategy. And because of that, I'm also not looking to play guys like Jeff Teague and Torrey Craig, but specifically Jeff Teague. I just think there's so little upside for him. And I think because a lot of these other cheap guys have seen price increases from last game, I think Craig got a little more expensive and Connaughton got a little more expensive. Cam Johnson got a little more expensive. Jeff Teague actually got cheaper. And if you want to play a bunch of the studs from this game, Jeff Teague is kind of the guy that gets minutes that you can throw in your lineup. But he's playing 10 minutes or so a game. And even if we saw foul trouble from, let's say, Middleton or Holiday, maybe that gets Teague a couple more minutes, but it's not like he's doing anything when he's on the court. It's just the other guys will take over. So if he's a chalk value play, or at least a quote unquote value play, as some people might think, I don't want any part of that. And if you're not playing Giannis at captain, you don't really need him anyway. So I'm steering clear of this price range for the most part, but I think Teague is the guy that I most want to avoid.
All right, Kenny, how about you? Someone that you're just like not about having in your lineup.
Yeah, it's really sad because I sung his praises before the finals. I thought he was going to have a great series. He was really big against the Nets, but Drew Holiday, it's just been really, really awful. And again, you know by now, by watching these streams, I'm not one to go with the public. I'm not one to, pile on people when they're down and, go with the consensus opinion. But I have to right now with Drew Holiday. It's been that bad. He shot 27% from three, 33% from the field, and game after game, this guy, he's seeing over 40 minutes and he consistently disappoints. 13 points on 4 of 20 shooting in game 4. Now you're going on the road in Phoenix. And it's not like he's missing jumpers. He's missing layups. We've seen the memes comparing him to Eric Bledsoe. I can't get excited about rostering Drew Holiday. And the fact that he's $9,600 as the 4th highest priced option, this guy's more expensive than DeAndre Ayton right now. Yeah, okay, the ceiling, we know what the ceiling is. He could have a 65 DK fantasy point night. He could also have a 30 fantasy point night, and then you're stuck with a guy at $9,600 who got you 30 points. I can't do it. I can't roster Drew Holiday. My spirit has been broken with this man.
Yeah, you hate to see it. All right, Matt, are there any trends on the sportsbook side of things you've noticed heading into this game? Like, where's the most money coming in?
Yeah, so just to give a quick recap of the series and where the public's been betting, it's been pretty evenly split for all the games except for game 2, where I think everyone kind of went towards the Suns after they played so well in game 1. And then we saw it go back to an even breakdown on the betting splits and handle for games 3 and 4. But even though the Suns didn't look that great in games 3 and 4, bettors are back to Phoenix for game 5. And I guess it's just they're going back home. And a lot of people seem to be expecting that they'll get it together and play really well in game 5. I'm not sure how I feel about that, but there's definitely a clear trend where bettors like the Suns a lot more for this game than they did in previous games.
So Matt's not sure how he feels about it, but Kenny, do you agree with how the people are betting you back in the Suns?
I did say that the Suns are going to win, but I don't like the public just swaying, with home court advantage. I think it's pretty dumb. I think that we've seen throughout the postseason that it's not really, that big of a deal. I think that it's just because the Suns are going home, look at the issues. Matt mentioned Chris Paul's wrist. He mentioned that, the inability of him to shoot the ball. He was a turnover machine in game 4. I do think that the Suns are ultimately just the better team. But I don't like these trends of the public essentially just hopping on the home team every time. And I think that there's very, very real concerns here for the Phoenix Suns. The Milwaukee Bucks could take control of this series and win it in 6.
All right. Thanks, fellas. Appreciate the time. Taking a look at sportsbook plays for this weekend's UFC Fight Night next. We'll be right back. Welcome back to The Sweat. I'm your host, Jesse Cofield, joined by DraftKings contributor Tim Finnegan for UFC Chaser Fade. So we got a UFC fight night on Saturday. You're going to agree or disagree with the following sportsbook plays pertaining to this fight. All right. So UFC Apex in Las Vegas Saturday night. Let's dive right in. First event on the main card is a featherweight bout featuring Gabriel Benitez taking on a Billy Quarantillo. I think I said that right. Benitez, the favorite at -160. But are you chasing or fading him against Quarantillo, who is coming off just his first octagon loss ever?
So Quarantillo is a super high volume striker. He's averaging about 7 significant strikes per minute. And high volume means strong fantasy scoring. He's averaging the second most DraftKings fantasy points on this entire slate. He's averaging about 92 per fight. And he's only 7,700 in DraftKings DFS contests. So he's not, I look at Quarantillo and I think he's like a pretty good salary relief play just based on that volume. So if I had to go with one of these fighters, I'd go with Quarantillo.
So the men's middleweight division sees Rodolfo Vieira battle Dustin Stoltzfus. So he hasn't fought since November of 2020. Vieira hasn't fought in nearly 5 months either, but is still favored at -220. So are you going to chase or fade him?
So Rodolfo lost his last fight as a big favorite, and it was a tough loss. Like, he gassed out and he got submitted, which was like shocking. Like, it was totally shocking that he would get submitted because he's one of the best jiu-jitsu fighters in the world. He's a world champion in jiu-jitsu. He has incredible jiu-jitsu. So seeing him get tapped was like kind of unbelievable in his last fight. So he goes for a lot of blast takedowns, which requires a lot of energy, which is why he gasses out in these fights, because he's just really, really trying hard for these takedowns. I still pick him to win this fight because his jiu-jitsu is so good, and I'm sure he learned from his mistakes in his last fight. So I would go with Rodolfo in this fight.
All right, let's move on to the men's lightweight division. So we got veteran Jeremy Stephens taking on Batuz Gamrot. Now, Stephens looking to actually fight this weekend after his April bout with Drakkar Klose was canceled after a ceremonial weigh-in shove by Stephens. Meanwhile, Gamrot is coming off a win. He's favored at -210. So you chasing or fading a Stephens upset?
So Jeremy Stephens is winless in his last 5 fights, but it was against tough competition. Like, it's Yair Rodriguez, Calvin Kattar, Jose Aldo, Zabit. Like, those are the 5 guys that he fought and lost to. One of them was a no contest. So this is a big step up in competition for Gamrot. Like, Stephens is 7,600 in DraftKings DFS contests. With the step up in competition for Gamrot, like, I think Stephens could be a pretty good salary relief play if you're looking for a cheaper option.
Now for the co-main event. All right, in the women's bantamweight division, we have UFC legend Miesha Tate looking to make another run at the division title. She's squaring up with Marion Runo. Now, Tate is slightly favored at -135. But are you chasing or fading Tate beginning another run towards the bantamweight crown?
So Miesha Tate hasn't fought in about 5 years. Like, she retired and now she's coming back. So I don't really know what we're gonna see from her. I guess the positive with her sitting out for so long is that there's less wear and tear on her body. But the negative is that the sport could have passed her by. Like, 5 years is a long time, especially in MMA. You know, Miesha Tate was once a top tier fighter. Like you said, she was the champion. But I don't know what her skills are like now. I don't know what kind of conditioning she's in now. So this is a tough fight to predict. Now the good news for Miesha is that her opponent has lost 4 fights in a row. So she's getting a pretty soft landing. But as far as DraftKings DFS contests go, both Miesha and Renault are generally low fantasy scorers. So I think I'm going to stay away from this fight in DFS contests. I would look elsewhere in DraftKings DFS contests.
All right, the main event, it features a crooked number in favor of Islam Makhachev at -675 over Thiago Moises. Now, we're doing a little chase or fade here, or staying away. Are you looking at some of the props for the main event instead?
So Makhachev is a huge favorite. He's over -700 on DraftKings Sportsbook. Like you don't really see favorites that big in main events that often. And so his style is very similar to Khabib. He trains with Khabib. He's got great wrestling. He's got a great squeeze. He's got a great top game. He's averaging over 3 takedowns per 15 minutes. He's super hard to take down. Like, this guy is just kind of terrifying. Like, and he barely, because he's so active in his grappling, he barely absorbs any strikes. He's taking under 1 significant strike per minute, which is like sparkling. Because if you constantly have to defend takedowns and you're constantly on your back, it's hard to throw striking on him because you're kind of fighting for your life. You're avoiding, you're trying to not drown into this guy's top game. So, I mean, he's just such a huge favorite in this fight. I mean, I don't see how Moises can win. But I mean, anything can happen. It's MMA. They got tiny 4-ounce gloves, but this guy is such a beast. I would go with him.
All right, finally, let's get your best DFS play for UFC Fight Night. What is it, Tim?
So Islam Makhachev, he's 9,400. He's the most expensive fighter on the slate. This is not like groundbreaking information. It's not like a super deep play, but he's such a huge favorite. Like we said in the last segment, he's over -700 favorite on DraftKings Sportsbook. So he's so safe. And like we were talking about, he barely absorbs any strikes. He's taking under 1 significant strike per minute. He barely gets taken down. His takedown defense is like, he's stopping like over 90% of opponent takedown attempts, which is amazing. So he's a great wrestler. He gets a lot of takedowns. He's got a great top game. Like we said, he trains with Khabib. So I just think he's a rising star in his weight class. I would just pay up for him and just lock him in.
All right, thanks, Tim. Pump for Saturday. Our baseball bros are back next to take a look at some sportsbook plays for tonight's MLB slate. The Sweat. We'll be right back. As promised, they are back. DraftKings contributors Nick Fryer and RotoWire's Eric Halterman. Guys, 14-game MLB slate. Let's take a look at some of your favorite sportsbook plays for this evening. So we're covering the bases here. First, a run line or money line that you're interested in, Nick.
I'm going to go with Giants at -1.5. That was the first one that I saw once I realized that Kevin Gossman is going to be starting tonight going up against the Cardinals. Of course, look, the Giants have been one of the best teams in baseball, one of the best records in the game right now. So, I mean, the money line, not really going to be an option for you tonight if you're looking at the payout. But when I know that, but still, Gossman has been shoving, and he did last time against the Cardinals too. So I have all the confidence in the world in him doing his job. And then when it comes to the Cardinals too, look, Wainwright is supposed to be starting for the Cardinals tonight, and all right, fine. He did okay last time against the Cardinals, but that was the one time, against the Giants, but that was the one time in the series that the Giants covered the spread as the favorites. And the Cardinals have one of the worst bullpens in the game right now, too. So I would think that we're going to see a nice little disparity in this one tonight, and the Giants are going to win it.
All right, Eric, where are you going? Run line or money line that you're enticed by?
Yeah, I'm maybe going to cheat a little bit and go a little bit before the main slate because I think the best option here is Marlins at -125 over the Phillies in the first game of their doubleheader. I know there's some decent options later, but nobody should be just -125 against Matt Moore these days. 5.40 ERA may even be too kind for him. By expected ERA and fifth, he's over 6. And his xFIP is right up near 6 as well. Just nowhere near league average, and any of the underlying numbers really. 16.3% ground ball strikeout rate. That'd be quite a low ground ball rate, but his ground ball rate is also low at 36.6%. And he's walking too many guys, 11.6% walk rate. On the other side, we've got Sandy Alcantara, whose 3.09 ERA might flatter him a bit. The ERA estimators generally have him in the high 3s, but he has outperformed those estimators throughout his career, so he might just be one of those guys who can reliably get that softer contact. Doesn't get a ton of strikeouts, 21.4% strikeout rate is a few ticks below league average. He does need to get that soft contact, but he's done that. He's kept the ball on the ground, as he's always done. 54.7% ground ball rate is quite a strong number. So even though
No, go ahead. I'm like, honestly need more coffee. I thought you were done. Keep going. I'm going to drink the coffee.
Just last thing, even though the Marlins have the worst offense here, I think the gap between those pitchers is too big to justify just a -125 for the Marlins.
Okay, and now Eric's like, this is the signal. I'm done. Okay, Thor, relax. All right, how about a game total? The wheels are really falling off here for me this morning. How about a game total, Eric, that you're targeting, something that you're interested in?
Yeah, I alluded to Eli Morgan, Cleveland starter earlier, and I'm gonna touch on him again here. I like the over in that Cleveland Oakland game. The over is set at just 8. Chris Bassett on the other side is a good pitcher, but I think the over can't be 8 in a game with Eli Morgan in it. The teams are already averaging 8.8 runs per game, so all they need is an average performance. Again, Morgan, 8.44 ERA through 5 starts, allowing 8 homers, which is no surprise given that his ground ball rate is just 20.9%, easily the lowest among anybody who's started any meaningful number of games. Doesn't get a lot of whiffs either. It doesn't walk guys, but that's because they've already homered. So I think he will give up a fair portion of the runs here. Chris Bassett on the other side is a good pitcher, but he's not an ace. Most of the ERA estimators have him in the high 3s. Combines a league average strikeout and ground ball rate with a pretty good walk rate. So I don't think he'll give up a ton, but I don't think he'll need to hit the over here.
All right, Nick, a game total that you like.
Well, you guys know I like to cheat and I go with team game totals, not usually just, team combined game totals. So I'm going to go with the Royals at 4.5 against the Orioles. Of course, I like to go with the AL Central quite a bit for these bets as well. When it comes to the Royals specifically, whenever I see them going up against left-handed pitching, I got to see what their recent form looks like. And they have limited exposure against left-handed pitching this month. But when they've had those opportunities, they've taken advantage of them. Top 5 in OPS against lefties and in ISO throughout the course of July. And they're going up against a guy in Keegan Aiken, who I love to target. He's given up 5 hits in his last 5 starts, including his outing against Cleveland all the way back on June 16th. And what was it? 6 plus 6 hits. Now the wheels are falling. You know what? Is Loki over there with Thor right now, Jesse? Because I feel like that's where all this chaos is happening.
Yeah, honestly, like the god of mischief is around here somewhere because
Either way, Keegan Aiken has given up 4+ runs in each of those outings that I just mentioned. 5 in 3 of those 5 outings. So he's prone to giving up 5 runs himself. And then the Orioles bullpen has not been good during July. They haven't been good all season, but especially in July. This month they have a 6.75 ERA, 5.995. I mean, these feel like cartoon numbers, and then a 2.03 home run per 9 inning average. So I have no problem going with the Royals to score at least 5 runs against the Orioles tonight.
All right, Nick, hit us with a pitcher prop. You wrote up a couple in your article on DK Nation.
I did. It sounds like you know what the notes I have jotted down in front of me, or read the article, I guess. But I am actually going to go with Kevin Gausman. I have a couple others too that I like tonight, but Kevin Gausman strikeout total. As much as I'm not going to go with him for DFS purposes tonight, when I see that his strikeout total is set at 6.5, I have to hammer the over on that one. Again, I mentioned before how he did well against the Cardinals last time out. He had 8 Ks against them. They do not strike out a ton against lefties yet. Against righties, excuse me. Yet he still hit tonight's over. And then you look at what he did against the Nationals. They do not strike out a ton against righties either, and he had 9 against them. So even if you could still like him for DFS purposes, but sometimes runs happen, whatever. I still feel comfortable enough with him going with the run line bet as well. But here, especially for the strikeout prop, I think that this is my favorite bet tonight. Gausman going over 6.5 strikeouts.
Eric, what do you think? A pitcher prop that you're interested in?
I think it's Gausman as well. That 6.5 is too low, and I'm not really sure why. It's just -105. He's hit that over in 9 of his last 12, and he really is one of the best strikeout pitchers in the league. It's happened ever since his midseason move to the Reds in 2019, at a 31.9% strikeout rate in the second half with his new team there, and he's kept it over 30% in the last 2 seasons as well. As Nick mentioned, the Cardinals don't strike out a ton, which is probably the most important thing to look at for these strikeout props, other than, of course, the pitcher's own numbers. But you also just have to look at the quality of the offense. They're the 4th worst team by WRC+. And, of course, you can get to a high strikeout total just by volume rather than rate if the team just lets you stay in the game for quite a long time, which I think they will. So I think pretty clear top option on the board for me.
Okay, Eric, how about a hitter prop?
We're going to go back to Eli Morgan. Sorry, Eli or Eli's dad, if you're watching this, or Eli's anybody else in Eli's family. But again, the most important thing I think to look at for these home run props is ground ball rate. If you can't keep the ball on the ground, you're going to give up homers. Morgan's giving up homers because
Again, 20.9% ground ball rate thus far in the majors. And we should expect that ground ball rate to stay very low. He's had a ground ball rate no higher than 31.3% in any minor league stop since 2018. So this is who he is. He's gotten to the majors despite that, so he has some other skills, but I can't see a world in which he doesn't have a home run problem. So I'd throw out a couple A's. Matt Olson, who I talked about before, plus 230 is really not great odds for a home run prop, given that even with a pretty friendly matchup, you're not extremely likely to homer. But again, this is about as friendly as it gets in terms of matchup. Matt Chapman at plus 360 has plenty of power. I think that could easily happen, as well as Sean Murphy at plus 400. So really, I'd be looking to throw darts at whatever A's you like tonight.
All right, Nick, what do you think? How about a hitter prop you're interested in?
Yeah, so as much as I like going with Mookie Betts and like the Dodgers offense against the Rockies tonight against Senzatella, and as much as I like the Royals against the Orioles tonight, especially Salvador Perez going up against Aiken, he does well against left-handed pitching. I'm actually going to go with the guy who I mentioned as my value pick for tonight. I'm going to go with Mitch Haniger over 1.5 total bases. Again, this is a good matchup for him. He does well against Heaney. He does well against left-handed pitching in general. I know this month has been slower. After June was also a slow month for him in terms of power, but this is the type of matchup where I would expect him to get right, because he has 3 home runs and a triple against this guy in 20 career plate appearances. So Haniger is going to be my pick tonight for over 1.5 total bases.
All right, how about for extra bases, we get a second half future bet. Nick, where are you going with this one?
Okay, so I am actually going to go with the Red Sox to go over 91.5 wins this season. And I know that some people in the Boston area might think, oh, well, the Red Sox have played out of their minds. They have a .604 winning percentage. There's no way they can maintain this. Well, in order to hit this over, they don't have to maintain this. They just have to win 37 of the rest of their games. And guess what? That means you're playing just over 500 ball for the rest of the way. And they're going against teams that they've done well against too. I mean, of course, the Yankees, if they can actually play against them, they've owned them this season. Same with the Orioles, Rays. The closest team to 500 right now that they've played in the AL East is the Blue Jays, as one might expect. But looking at the rest of their schedule too, they don't have too many challenges along their way. Maybe the White Sox, that's about it. So it's a favorable schedule for them, and they're coming in a position now where if they maintain their level of pace, they're going to win 98 games. So I have no hesitation about saying that they're going to win at least 92 the rest of the way.
Eric, a second half future bet.
Yeah, I was taking a look at some of the division odds and comparing them to FanGraphs playoff odds, which I've generally found to be pretty trustworthy. It seems like you can get decent odds on a couple teams that are long shots to win the division, but still very much in the race. You know, the kind of team where if they make the right trade in the next 2 weeks, maybe their team looks meaningfully better and they can close, 3-4 win gap. The Phillies at plus 600, that's an implied odds of 14.3%. FanGraphs gave them a 17.2% chance. The Reds at plus 450, that would be implied odds of 18.2%. FanGraphs again has them at 22.1%. So really kind of a similar deal with both of those teams. It's correct that neither of them is the favorite to win their division. They're a few games back the leader and, a less talented team than the leader. But again, all it takes is finding the right trade. If they make a good trade and the guys ahead of them don't, which isn't what we should expect, but with these odds, there's certainly a chance that they could easily go on a run over the next 2 weeks, close that gap. So I think you get pretty fair prices on both of those. Those would be the guys I'd be looking to take a chance on.
All right. Thanks, guys. You're free to go. Enjoy your weekend. As for me, I'm going to be taking a look at where the Open Championship stands as round 2 comes to a close. But first, here's Pierce Dietrich with a price check on this weekend's Foxwoods Resort Casino 301.
Welcome to the Price Check. I'm Pierce Dietrich. Let's look at the salaries for New Hampshire. Whose salary jumped up this week? Daniel Suarez, $7,700 up to $8,900. What? I know inflation is bad, but come on. Did Elon Musk tweet something about Daniel Suarez? Ryan Newman, $6,100 up to $7,200. Burned a lot of people last week with a flat tire and a penalty, but the price still really isn't that bad. Joey Logano, $8,800 up to $9,500 in a 301 lap race. His place differential possibilities, it's not that big of a deal. Whose salary dropped this week? Ryan Blaney, $10,500 down to $8,700. DraftKings doesn't think that he can lead laps, but at Martinsville he led 157 laps. Alex Bowman, $9,400 down to $8,200. New Hampshire is a short flat track, so is Richmond. He won at Richmond. Kyle Larson, $12,000 down to $11,200. Short flat track's not really his thing, but he does have 4 podium finishes in 10 New Hampshire races. Favorite play of the week, Martin Truex Jr., $9,100. Suarez is $8,900. Truex is only $200 more, but he's won 3 low downforce races. Probably should have won 4 low downforce races. Come on, this is a steal. Justin Haley, $4,700. With his price, you can fit 3 lap leaders. All he has to do is just don't wreck Justin. Every time I say that, you know what happens. All right, guys, check out DK Nation for all your DFS information and needs. If you got NASCAR questions, find me on Twitter at Race for the Prize. I'm Pierce Dietrich. Catch me on DK Live.
Welcome back to The Sweat. I'm Jesse Cofield. They are DraftKings contributors Reed Fowler and Jeff Ulrich. Reed, where's the cut line and who's the biggest surprise that might miss the cut?
Yeah, the cut line, Jesse, is probably going to be 1 over par. That's where it's heading to right now. Remember, it's top 70 in ties for the major, for the Open Championship, as opposed to top 60 we usually get in majors over here in the U.S. And top 65 usually, right, with other tournaments, the regular tournaments. So that's probably the case. The guys are going to miss it or who've already missed it already. That's a surprise. Harris English. I know Jeff and I were talking about Harris English and what he was potentially able to do, but he's going to miss it. And looks in he's teetering right now. He's at a 2 over par as it stands. So he's probably the one that you're kind of sweating a little bit if you had a lot of Bryson, but he's not a guy that I don't think a lot of people rostered. So there's a handful of guys that missed the cut, but it's probably going to be 1 over.
Jeff, what do you think?
Yeah, no, I mean, obviously, it's a major. There's a lot of big names in the event. So there's going to be a lot of big names that kind of end up busting as well. I mean, Reed mentioned some of the guys that are kind of on the verge here just in the afternoon, but you've got 2 names here in Patrick Cantlay and Patrick Reed. Both were kind of viewed as good sort of balanced, mid-range plays in the upper tier. And they're both going to miss the cut. And Reed especially is surprising. He's had a very good year, consistent in the majors. And everyone figured if this is going to be a tough event that, this might be a good spot for him. But he's really kind of, he's kind of, flown the coop here. He's at +3. He's pretty much not going to make it. So one of the bigger busts definitely. And Cantlay, just had a horrible stretch yesterday. He's not going to make it either. So both those guys right up there in terms of busts.
Jeff, the current leader is Colin Morikawa, who's +350 to win it all. Would you take his odds to hang on and get the W?
Well, no, because that's not who's going to win the tournament, but we'll talk about that in a second. But it does feel like right now we have a little bit of a 3-man event. I don't know if you want to go that deep and say nobody else has a chance, because I think that's probably that. There's still a lot of guys at 6 under. Some guys at 5 under. Definitely guys can make a run on the weekend, but it does kind of feel like a 3-man event. And right now, taking someone outside of those top 3 guys, Usti, Spieth, and Morikawa, obviously I'm talking about, it does feel like a little bit of a, maybe you're just burning money. But I do think one of those 3 guys, if I'm being dead serious, is probably going to end up winning it. We got 3 guys right in contention.
Reed, anything to add?
Yeah, I mean, you take a look at past Open Championships, Jesse, and what you see is after round 2 for the last 3 years, I think Sans Molinari, it's been who's ever been in first or second, right? Spieth, Stenson, of the sort. And when you take a look at that, like Jeff mentioned, it's a 3-man race, right? So Morikawa, if you wanted to, it's not like, it's just not good ROI, right? Because it's the Open Championship. Having said that, though, the weather, Jeff, it doesn't look like we're getting an Open Championship that we're used to. It's sunny. There's no wind. It looks green out there. And so there is scores to be had. I would argue that this tournament is more wide open, to Jeff's point, than in usual tournaments. Usually we get weather in the morning and putting up and posting solid scores like Morikawa. So there's guys that we'll talk about in a little bit. I know Jeff's going to talk about one in particular that might have a chance to chase Morikawa.
All right, Reed, give me a guy that could make a run that you can actually still get good odds on right now.
I was going to say Louis, but he's already up there, right? When I was looking through this, Rahm, I believe, was at close to +3,000, +3,500. And this was before he started. He's missed some easy putts. He's getting there a little bit, right? But you're getting some of these guys. Like if Rahm can post 4 under, 5 under after today's round, which is going to be tough, right? That's a pretty solid number on essentially the world number one. I know DJ is officially the world number one, but look at some of those guys, especially if they go out early. What the last 2 days have taught us is that if you're going out early, you can post a lot of good scores. Grillo sank like 18,000 birdies today. That's what you can do on this course if the weather stays like this. So if Rahm's kind of sitting there at 3 under par after today, take a look at him. It's going to be really, really tough. But other than these top 3 guys, I think Louis is probably the best of the odds.
Plus 2,500 for Rahm right now. Jeff, who do you like?
Yeah, no, I mean, Reed makes some good points about the course and how it might play. Definitely, it looks like it's been more receptive in the morning. That may change on the weekend. Maybe the wind gets up too. But for right now, I 2 names I would throw out there, Daniel Berger and Cam Smith.
Yeah.
Berger's still on the course. He actually has a chance potentially to even get in at like 5 or better. He's plus 6,000 on the DraftKings Sportsbook. I mean, this is a player we know can light it up as well with the putter. That's what it's going to take, absolutely, when you're this far behind some quality players. So plus 6,000 for Berger, I think is fair. Cam Smith in a similar spot, plus 6,500. He's at 4 under. We'll see where the lead ends here. I don't think it'll get too far past 9 under, and it might stay at 9 under. 5 back with two rounds to go isn't terrible with it being the Open, and maybe he gets in the earlier draw to help him on Saturday. So Daniel Berger, Cam Smith, I really like those odds. You could definitely go with a bigger player like Rahm or Brooks, but you're getting such bigger odds, triple the odds basically, to take a Berger or a Cam Smith, and they're already in decent positions. So
yeah.
All right, Reed, lock it in. Who's your pick to win as it stands right now?
I'm pulling for Louis. I'm really, really, really pulling for Louis. Just get one, baby. I know it's been like a decade and change since you won this tournament, but he looks so good, putting great. But man, Spieth is doing great. So I'd probably go Spieth right now, but I'm pulling. My heart says Louis.
Jeff, what do you think?
Reed's just being contrarian. Of course, he's pulling for Louis. That's who's going to win the event, Jesse. This is more a mental health issue for me, if we're being honest. We just need to get over the finish line. Get this win in the bag here. I don't care that it's not in the United States, but I do feel like Usti's going to be there right to the very end in this event. At the very least, again, it's not going to be easy. You got Morikawa up there, who is just so good, absolute nails. But I think Usti, this just feels like his time. So.
All right. Thanks, you two. Everybody who's watching, Reed and Jeff will be back live between the 12 and 2 sim today to sweat the Open Championship cut with all of you. So make sure that you tune in for that. And the Madden playoffs are rolling on today. At noon, we got the Ravens at the Chargers. At 2, Saints at Falcons. At 6, Texans at Steelers. At 8, we got the Niners at the Seahawks. And the sweat will be back on Monday at 11 a.m. It's not going to be me. I think it'll be Emerson, but you should still tune in. And make sure you tune in for Reed and Jeff. And we'll see you later.
Woo.
Oh, yeah. It is the slate, baby. It is Friday night here on YouTube, the DraftKings YouTube channel. Myself, Steve Buchanan, with my guy, Gary and Thorne, special guest on this one. This is usually reserved for Matt LaMarca, but Matt LaMarca was really smart and took a vacation on All-Star Week. So, he didn't have much to cover anyways, but Garen was nice enough to step right into his role for Friday night. And we're going to talk about the massive MLB slate that is going to be taking place tonight on DraftKings, everything you can bet on over on the DraftKings Sportsbook. And of course, your questions, comments, concerns, whatever, YouTube, Twitch, get at us. We'll get to those comments and questions as the show goes along. I want to welcome everybody to the show tonight. 14 games on this slate. Is it 13 now? I think it's 13.
I guess it is 13.
With that, with that postponement. Red Sox and Yankees will play tonight, despite all of the COVID issues that the Yankees are having. Bunch of dorks over there. Have you seen their lineup, by the way? Looks like a AAA lineup. So good luck with all of your. It's not good. So good luck with all your New York.
Odor hitting third in a must-win game. That's not an ideal situation.
Yeah, if once upon a time you were hitting ninth for the Rangers and they decided to let you go, now you're hitting third for the Yankees. I think that says enough about the franchise right there. So good luck with any of your New York Yankees bets if you made that earlier in the day.
We'll get to some of that. Kenny Ducey.
Yeah, Kenny Ducey and Brendan Glasheen going to the Yankees game together. I could not think of a more horrible time than spending the night with those two gents, if you want to call it that, at Yankee Stadium, no less. Let's talk about tonight's slate. Really good slate tonight. Like I say that sometimes I don't say it because I don't believe it, but I love this slate. Maybe it's a little bit because we haven't had real baseball in about 5 days, but this just feels like a really good slate to attack. A lot of different options that you can use at different positions. So let's start off as we always do at the pitching position. Kevin Gausman, by far the most expensive pitcher on the slate. Didn't think I'd be saying that on July 16th, 2021, but the man deserves it. At 10,300 going up against the Cardinals tonight. He's my favorite play at the pitcher position, which is a cop-out because he's the most expensive. And I hate to always taking the most expensive guy, but Gary, at least from my point of view, I have zero reason to not play him tonight other than probably ownership. So unless you can tell me something different, like Gausman is number one and it's not close.
Yeah, I mean, I think I'd pretty much have to agree, especially with some of the variables, some of the asterisks we have on this slate. I mean, I would say it's priced properly, this slate, in terms of the pitching, because the next best option is Robbie Ray, but there's obviously the giant cloud, both, physically and metaphorically hanging over Robbie Ray tonight, which is that it's probably going to rain a lot in Buffalo. So there's risk there. You're going to have to watch, who wants to follow a radar when you could just watch Kevin Gausman pitch? It's so much more enjoyable. And the Cardinals are a great opponent. I think if you were going through which pitchers happen to have the best opponents on this slate, both Gausman and Ray would rank very highly. And the Cardinals, we've talked about this probably the last 4 or 5 times we've done a show. They just have not been hitting the last 6 weeks. That hasn't necessarily translated to a lot of strikeout numbers. However, Gausman's such an elite strikeout pitcher that I don't really take that into consideration too much. I think he supplies his own strikeout ceiling, and the Cardinals, with their inability to really just create any sort of extra base power these past 6 weeks, you'd have to think Gausman's in a great spot, and then he's got a high win expectancy in this game.
And you look at his numbers against the Cardinals, which you faced them earlier this season, 7 innings in that game, 2 runs allowed on 3 hits and 8 strikeouts. And you kind of alluded to the Cardinals are a tough team to strike out. They actually have one of the lowest K rates in the league against righties. But Gausman already struck out 8, more than a batter an inning in that start. So I look at that and I look at how elite his strikeout numbers have been all season long. I take that K rate and I just toss it out the window because I'm prepared for Gausman to rack up the strikeouts against this Cardinals team, because everything else against righties, it's near the bottom of the league. WOBA, isolated power, WRC plus, everything that you would want them to excel in, they're near the bottom of the league. And so Gausman, 10,300, that's the top guy tonight, not close. If the weather was better in Buffalo, Robbie Ray should be a very, very close second.
Yeah.
As of right now, we're about an hour and a half away from the slate locking. He's nothing more than a GPP play, and a very risky one at that, which is really unfortunate too, because his matchup is dynamite tonight against the Rangers, a team that just cannot hit left-handed pitching at all. And quite frankly, nobody's been able to hit Robbie Ray anyways. Doesn't matter if you're good against lefties or not. Ray has been nearly unhittable so far this season. And you look at that start that he just came off right before the All-Star break against the Rays, who have been a pretty good hitting club against lefties. 1 hit. That's it. 1 hit through 7 innings, struck out 11.
And in true Robbie Ray fashion, it was within 6 inches of being a home run, that 1 hit. It actually had to be reviewed. Yeah, look, Robbie Ray's a really interesting case tonight because, as you outlined, it's a great spot. It's a great matchup. Ray, across his last 8 starts, has an ERA around 2. His FIP is like 2.5, so it validates everything he's done. The only qualified pitcher going back to the start of June who has a better strikeout rate than Robbie Ray is Jacob deGrom. So that's the kind of class of pitcher Robbie Ray has been in these past 6-7 weeks. I will say, from my base of operations in Toronto, we're about an hour outside of Buffalo.
Okay.
It's not raining yet. It is not supposed to really start raining till like 8:30, 9 o'clock. And I think even the weather interpretations of this game are light rain that they might play through, maybe a delay towards 9 o'clock. So it's risky, but at the same time, the whole Robbie Ray thing is you want to get him through the first 2 times in the lineup anyway. This is someone whose numbers get very scary the 3rd time through a batting order. So it's like you said, it's the ultimate GPP scenario where you have, maybe you could get 6 amazing innings from Robbie Ray at a lower ownership than you normally would because people are scared of the weather, or maybe the delay happens in the 4th inning and he doesn't come back out for the 5th. So it's just a really tough spot. And with Gausman, he's $1,000 more expensive. I don't want to say that's nothing, but with Gausman being so similarly priced, it just feels like the path of so much less resistance to just go with Gausman.
Can I just go a little off topic here for 1 second?
Sure.
I have to do this. I'm going to go to the DraftKings Sportsbook. I'm going to go to MLB. Do you know where I'm going already? I'm going to Player Awards.
Oh, here we go.
Do you know where I'm going? I'm going to Cy Young. Do you know where I'm going? You know where this is going?
I think I do.
Where is he? I had him earlier.
He's higher.
This is NL. Sorry. This go to the American League. Here we go. 80-1. I mean,
it's not the craziest thing in the world. That's for sure.
Throw $20 on that.
I mean, look, we always kind of, it's fun. It's so fun to do the player awards because you really get to take off like the stats hat and just start being like, here's a crazy narrative that could definitely play out and work to his advantage.
Mm-hmm.
Let's say Robbie Ray pitches the way he's pitched the last 7 weeks for the rest of the season. Let's say because of that, the Jays sneak in and get that second wild card spot in the American League. Shohei Ohtani's winning American League MVP if he stays healthy. What a nice consolation prize for the writers to give the Blue Jays Robbie Ray's Cy Young candidacy. I'm just saying that narrative is worth $20. If you want to lose $20 on that narrative with the chance to make $1,600, it's a pretty good narrative.
I mean, I just look at some of the names in front of him, like Aaron Savali, like not happening. John Means, not happening. Like Tyler Glasnow, probably not happening because of how long he's been out.
Back till September. So
you're telling me that a guy that I can get almost double the odds on from Tyler Glasnow is not worth $20 at this point?
I mean, we've talked about this. The 6th and 7th best odds in the American League are a guy who's on the IL in Tyler Glasnow and a guy who is 100% going to be traded in the next 2 weeks, maybe to a National League team in Kyle Gibson. So that's how wide open the American League is right now. I would throw some darts. It's fun.
Yep, absolutely. So just something because I was curious because I love looking at stuff as we're heading into the second half, just kind of where teams stand, where awards stand. And I was like, hey, just out of curiosity, where's Robbie Ray? And I was like, 80-1, 80-1. That's way too far. Like I don't think he's going to win. Let me preface that. I don't think he's going to win.
No.
But at 80-1 and some of the guys in front of him, I'll take my shot. Okay, I will absolutely take my shot. I mean, some of you guys go sliding into the DMs of some girls. Like, I mean, here's a shot that you actually might be able to win. Okay, like take that shot instead. That's what I would preface by saying there. Okay, so we got Gausman, we got Ray. Really kind of opens up after this. I was kind of looking at Tyler Mahle going up against the Brewers just because of the strikeout upside, but he's really kind of
his numbers
he's
have
taken
down.
Yeah, they've slid down dramatically, and it's not like he's not striking guys out because he still is, but he's given up a lot more production than we saw in the beginning of the year. And I hope you remember this. This is exactly what I said about him, like way earlier in the year. And you were like, oh, well, it's still April. So your argument is invalid.
Sure. There you go.
We're at that point now. And it's exactly what we're seeing. Like the strikeouts are still there. You can still strike guys out, but the production's starting to slide a little bit. But with that said, he's also dropped about $2K in salary since, about 4 starts ago, back in early June. So where do you kind of stand on him? Because I think he's kind of in that interesting realm where, if I get 20 DraftKings fantasy points out of him, I'm probably pretty happy.
Yeah, I think he's definitely viable just because he does bring that strikeout upside to the table. Milwaukee's sort of an interesting team because they're not exactly imposing offensively. However, they do have the ability to stack their lineup with a lot of left-handed bats. And, it hasn't been as big an issue this season, but Tyler Mahle's his Achilles heel the entirety of his career has been left-handed bats. So this might not necessarily be the best lineup to attack with him. I would also say he's in this weird range at $8,200 where I just like, someone like Chris Bassett more.
Sure.
I like someone like, it's hard for me to say this and believe I'm saying it, but like someone like Kyle Hendricks, who I was ready to admit was dead. Hendricks has a 2 ERA across his past 5 starts.
No, I know.
Starting to look a lot better. And it's really, though, the selling point here is it's the Diamondbacks. And at this point, I'm almost willing to try anybody against the Diamondbacks. He's just 7,500. He's someone who, like, the upside isn't nearly what it is for Mahle because he just doesn't have the same strikeout rate and the same strikeout potential. But the Diamondbacks, I mean, the last 30 days, they are not just dead last in isolated power. They are dead last by a wide margin.
Wide margin. And I just pulled up the Brewers lineup for tonight. So they do have 5 lefties going tonight. But it's like, when you look at the lefties, it's like, okay, so it's lefties. Colton Wong. Yeah, it's Colton Wong, Christian Yelich, Omar Narvaez, who's batting cleanup. I mean, good Lord. Jace Peterson.
All-star Omar Narvaez.
I guess. And Jace Peterson and Jackie Bradley Jr. So it's like, yes, there are lefties, but, the caliber of lefties is very suspect. Look, could you convince me to play Hendricks? Maybe, because I get what you were saying, like home runs, which has never been an issue for him. It's been a massive issue for him this year. He's allowed more home runs than he's made starts, 20 home runs in 18 starts.
Yeah.
But you look at the recent game log, like you said, he's been pretty good. The problem with Hendricks is, and this has always been my biggest gripe, is he's not going to give up a lot of runs, but he's also not going to strike out a lot of guys either. So you need him to go at least 6 innings, like minimum. And that's at the bare minimum. Ideally, you need him to go 7 or 8, which, he goes 6 like consistently. Look at his game log here. He hasn't gone less than 6 innings in 10 straight starts. So that's what you need from him. But he was just getting too pricey. You look at the couple last starts, 8,500, 9,100, like 9,100. I'm expecting at least 8-9 strikeouts if I'm 9K. You're not going to get that from Kyle Hendricks.
I feel like this is the first time he's been properly priced in a long time. And the matchup is pretty good. He's just had a crazy season. Like if I, obviously you'll know the answer if I ask you now, just because we're talking about him. But like, if I had asked you who was leading baseball in wins, like, how long would it take you to get to Kyle Hendricks? He's not pitched well this season. It's crazy.
Right. No, it's amazing too. And especially when you think about how bad the Cubs are as a team too.
Yeah,
like it's amazing that, right.
Maybe stack the Cubs is the answer here because the only day the Cubs seems to score runs is when Kyle Hendricks is pitching.
Well, it's funny you bring that up because what do you think one of my favorite stacks is tonight?
There we go.
Cubs. Spoiler alert. We'll get to that in a few minutes. But yeah, I'm not looking to play Kyle Hendricks, but if it comes to that, a salary decision, it's going to be that. Because guess who's right below him? Guess who's priced right below him? It must be a show night because Andrew Heaney's on the slate tonight. Holy crap, we can't escape this guy.
No.
Every single time we have a show, Andrew Heaney is pitching. And let me tell you something about Andrew Heaney. First and foremost, before you even make your lineups, go to DraftKings Sportsbook and take over 3.5 runs for the Mariners. You kidding me? 3.5 runs for the Mariners tonight against Andrew Heaney? That should be a joke. They should have that before the third or fourth inning. Andrew Heaney looks like one of the latest victims of the June 21st crackdown. Look at his numbers since June 21st. Putrid. Absolutely putrid. 5 runs, 7 runs, 3 runs, not going deep into games, giving up home runs. All of a sudden, walking a bunch of guys. Get Andrew Heaney out of my life. I'm so sick and tired of seeing this guy. I know his stats like the back of my head because he's just on every single show that I do. So if you came to the show saying, I wonder if I should play Andrew Heaney tonight, the answer is, and forever will be, no. So just forget the guy exists, except for his family.
The numbers have been bad.
Yes, they've been
starts. And he was always someone, even like when he was quote unquote, I don't even want to say good, but like someone you could consider in the right matchup. Like,
yeah,
you never know what version of this guy is showing up on any given day. So it's a real risky scenario. This is actually kind of a strange slate in that sense. I mean, you almost coming into the day, you kind of thought, okay, everyone's had 4 days off. This is kind of like opening day part 2.
Yep.
You're going to see a lot of aces. It's just really not how this has worked out.
No.
You've got a couple guys at the top, and then I really don't think there's a lot separating a lot of these pitchers below 8K. So, I mean, it's hard to exactly pinpoint who it is, but it really feels like a slate where someone who's priced at like $6,000 is going to have 30 DraftKings points and just break this thing wide open.
2 guys I want to bring up a picture, then we'll move over to the hitters here. Quick thoughts on either Danny Duffy going up against the Orioles or what feels like a very cheap Chris Paddack going up against the Nationals, a team that has really been struggling offensively in the bottom tier of the guys you can take tonight. Those 2 salaries just kind of stuck out to me. Obviously, Danny Duffy has some pretty good surface stats, some decent to average, advanced stats. Chris Paddack to me just feels a little underpriced. He's been very, very inconsistent. We have to, make sure that we say that. He got roughed up by the Nationals once already, but 6,300 for Chris Paddack with the strikeout upside that he can bring just feels a little too cheap. So any lean on either of those 2 guys, and then we'll move over to the hitters.
Yeah, I think with Duffy, the couple things I would just say, and again, it's not even a death sentence, but we know the Orioles are better against left-handed pitching. That is
very much
split by far. It doesn't matter which guy you choose, whether it's Mancini or Hayes or Mountcastle, who is playing tonight. He wasn't playing the past weekend, so just something.
Correct.
But they're better against lefties. Also, Duffy, it's sort of the anti-Kyle Hendricks, where he just can't work deep into games. I mean, I know he had a little bit of an injury thing and they were limiting his pitch count, but you look at those last 3 starts, they are building. So maybe he's around 85, 90 in this game, but the pitch count scares me. It's just been so long since we've seen this guy throw 100 pitches that it's even at $7,000, it's a little hard for me to trust him.
Right. And you said that here too. I mean, the last 3 starts, 62, 69, nice, and 77. All of those came 5 innings or less pitched. So he's basically averaging, especially in those first 2, about like 20 pitches an inning. That's a lot. And that's going to catch up to you fast. Like you're on that average, you're at 100 by 5 innings. You're barely even, registering for the win at that point. So definitely get what you're saying about Danny Duffy. Obviously the Orioles are a tough team against lefties too as well. That's just somebody I thought I was looking at though, just because of the strikeout upside. He's striking out more than a batter an inning. He's only 7K. Doesn't give up a ton of production, but like you said, also doesn't go up deep, go into games deep as well. So there is that too. So quick thoughts on Paddack, anything there, or probably just going to pass on him?
I think I'm actually a little intrigued by Paddack. I mean, obviously I think you're going to have some people scared off by the fact that the Nationals roughed him up the last time he was on, and that was his last start. But I mean, this price point for Paddack, it's it's just strange to see him this cheap. And
Right.
I think a guy like Paddock, who has had a very up and down sort of season, like the highs have been high and the lows have been really low.
Yeah.
It's sometimes a hard combination to trust, but at the same time, when he's this cheap, that amount of upside starts to kind of overtake the downside. And I think there's a lot of upside here with Paddock. And I still don't fully just trust this Nationals lineup. I mean, you look at it, there's a reason they only have 3 starting players priced above $3,000 on DraftKings. Like,
Yeah.
you can handle Turner and Soto, which is a hard task. I'm not trying to say that's an easy thing for a pitcher to do, but once you get past those 2 guys, I mean, this is a team that is willingly leading off Alcides Escobar in 2021. So I do like Paddock, and I think the fact that people maybe are a little terrified of him is going to work to people's advantage.
All right, let's move over to the hitters for tonight. Like I kind of alluded to already, one of my favorite stacks is the Cubs, and the Cubs are a team that's in sell mode. Already saw the first trade fall for them already. Jock Peterson moved over to the Braves, which is kind of like the poor man's answer to Ronald Acuna, if you even want to compare the two. But
Very
I mean,
poor,
that's that's essentially the, what they're looking to replace here. But Madison Bumgarner is coming off the IL. This will be his first time pitching in over a month. He was having some, I think it was forearm issues. I think it was off the top of my head. But he's going to be pitching tonight. He did make some rehab starts, so it doesn't sound like they're going to be too strict on his pitch count, but that probably doesn't matter because I can't imagine Bumgarner is going to go very deep into this game to begin with. There's not many good things you can say about the Cubs, but they can hit lefties, and Bumgarner just can't pitch at home. His numbers at home have been god awful. 7.15 ERA, a 4.36 FIP, a 1.5 home run over 9. Like, he's just getting absolutely roasted in Arizona. No pun intended. Like, I truly actually didn't mean that. He's also not striking out righties like at all.
No.
He has a 22.4% K rate against righties. Against lefties, it's up over 30. I mean, obviously there's a big difference in the amount of batters that he's faced on both sides, but if he's not getting the strikeouts, if he's struggling with fly balls, if he's struggling with home runs, like, there's some guys that can mash lefties on this Cubs lineup. Bryant, Javier Baez. I think the Cubs are just going to be a really overlooked stack tonight, even going up against Bumgarner.
Yeah, I think the thing that people have to realize about Bumgarner is not only are we talking about someone who hasn't pitched in a major league game since the beginning of June, but we're talking about someone who was already regressing like crazy before he got hurt. I mean, he had a nice start to the season. Well, not a nice start. He had a bad first start and then some nice starts.
Yep.
And everyone was like, oh, maybe Bumgarner has kind of figured it out. Maybe, he's the Clayton Kershaw comparison we always use where, for a couple starts, it looked like it was over and then he just figured out how to pitch again.
Yep.
That just hasn't been the case with Bumgarner. The only place he's had success the last 3 seasons is pitching essentially in San Francisco. He needs that ballpark. So he was already bad before the injury. Now he hasn't pitched in a long time. He's probably going to be on a pitch count, which means we're going to get a heavy dose of an Arizona bullpen that is also bad. And you mentioned it, like, the Cubs are sort of in a weird way like the National League Orioles. You only want to use them against a left-handed pitcher, whether it's Wilson Contreras, whether it's Javier Baez. I mean, and I think Chris Bryant is kind of an important guy on this slate because he's really cheap. He's $4,300. Now, that's in the grand scheme of things, that's not cheap, but for Chris Bryant, it's very cheap.
Yep.
And this is someone who, had the June from hell. He was terrible in June, but his bat was heating up in July before the All-Star break. This is a perfect matchup for him. He's got a 205 WRC plus against left-handed pitching so far this season. So I think Bryant's actually one of my favorite plays on the slate.
So I'm going to give you 2 numbers, and I'm probably, showed my hand here already. I'm going to give you 2 numbers. You have to guess if this is the runs allowed by Madison Bumgarner's last 3 starts or his strikeouts that he has over his last 3 starts. Okay. Now these are just runs total, not earned runs, but these are the runs allowed by by Madison Bumgarner or the strikeouts. Ready?
Yeah.
19.
Runs.
Is that runs? Correct. And
Can I
strikeouts.
guess how many strikeouts there are?
Yes.
14.
Not even close.
Oh wow.
8 strikeouts in those in that span. Not even close. Like literally double. Almost double the number. Yeah, 8 strikeouts, 19 runs allowed over his last 3 starts. Of those 19 runs, 16 were earned. So at least, a couple runs there weren't his fault, but even still, it's just been absolutely brutal for Madison Bumgarner. So I like the Cubs there. Where are you at?
I was just going to say one thing I've kind of forgot about with the pitching, because it's sort of all developed in the last couple hours since I wrote up the slate this morning, all that kind of stuff. I know we talked about him a couple times, but where are you on Erod tonight with just how terrible this Yankee lineup looks?
It's abysmal. Let me see if I can throw it up here on the screen too. It is absolutely abysmal, the lineup that they're running out tonight. Like it truly, I was joking earlier and I said it looks like a AAA lineup. Like, no, it really actually does look like a AAA lineup. I mean, Gary Sanchez is batting cleanup now. Ruben Odor is batting third. I mean, truly, once you get past Stanton, it's like there's really not much to worry about here. So Eduardo Rodriguez has been an interesting case, I guess, so far this season, because his overall numbers, let me pull up Erod's numbers here too now. His overall numbers are extremely bad.
I can tell you it's about a 5.5 ERA, but his FIP is 3.5. He is really strange.
Yeah. So, I mean, we have almost a 2-run differential. Hold on a second. So it looks like Logan Webb is starting tonight in place of Kevin Gausman, who has now been scratched for personal reasons, and you just ruined our entire show.
Wow.
Logan Webb, you selfish, you know what? Kevin Gausman scratched for personal reasons. That just changes everything.
Wow.
And I don't...
Again, it might... now I think someone like Erod becomes a central figure here. I mean, as crazy as that is.
Yep. Because, the weather issues with Robbie Ray. So, I mean, basically, your safest, most expensive guy right now is McCullers against the White Sox. And quite frankly, I'm not interested in that.
No.
I'm not interested in that at all. All right, so let's talk about Rodriguez now, because he probably has to be the play at this point. So his ERA, 5.52, extremely not good. Weird combination of words there. But his FIP is almost 2 runs lower at 3.64. So what does that say to us astute fellows here as baseball analysts? That means that Eduardo Rodriguez has been damn unlucky almost the entire season. To have
the case that Eduardo Rodriguez has been unlucky for the last 2 years.
Yeah. Quite frankly. So home runs are up for him, but walks are down and his strikeout numbers are up. So now we have this Yankees team, and let me pull this up now too. Let's see what their combined K rate is on the year with them up there. It's not terribly high, I'll tell you that. It's only 22.1%. That's actually
I would say, though, you've got guys making the jump from AAA.
Sure.
Bottom third of their lineup. Gittins is a strikeout machine. A lot of power, but he's going to strike out about 38% of the time. Ambiguiri, some prospect cachet there, but again, this is someone making the jump from AAA to the majors. I think you could just, without even thinking about it, add 10% to his strikeout rate this season.
Yep.
And I mean, LaCastro, whatever. It is right. What it is. But I do think the stats might not really suggest just how much strikeout upside there is in this lineup tonight.
Yeah, I think that's very fair. But with what's happened now, with Gausman out of the mix, Ray potentially could be out of the mix. I think Rodriguez has to be your guy tonight now. I don't want to play McCullers against Chicago. I don't want to play Cease against Houston. You could probably talk me into Morton at this point against the Rays.
I think Morton and Bassett probably have the highest floor. I think if you're someone who just wants 20 DraftKings points and you're okay with that, I think those are 2 really good guys to target. But if you're shooting for some big upside in a GPP, I think Erod is probably the guy who checks the most boxes.
Oh man, what a disaster! What an absolute disaster! You know what it was?
Molly back into play too. I think Tyler Molly has to be considered a much better play. It's tough. But at this point, okay, with Gausman off the board, is this really a time? We talked about Paddock before and how he's just someone who is cheaper than usual. He's got a ton of upside. Even if his consistency is really out of whack. This is probably the type of slate now where you just say, screw it. I'm playing the lotto ticket. I'm putting Chris Paddock into a lineup. There's a good chance that no one has good pitching tonight, so I might as well swing for the fences.
Okay, so now real quick here. What's Logan Webb? I can't imagine he's 6,900.
Not terrible.
It's not terrible. No, it's not terrible. Going up against the Cardinals.
Is he
He has
stretched
not.
out, though?
Yeah, so the last time he pitched was July 9th. He went 3 innings in that one. Yeah, I mean, you're probably going to get 5 at the most out of him.
65, yeah.
Yeah. But, you know, to be fair, if you're going to get that from him, you know, well, I was going to make the case for Duffy again, but probably stay away
I would say
one.
Duffy over Webb. Yeah, similar sort of
Yeah.
like 5 innings max sort of archetype.
Right.
But yeah,
Man, what
look, the Duffys of the world, the Paddocks of the world. I don't want to put Hendricks in that same class because he's nowhere near the strikeout pitcher. But like, I think again, if you're just going based solely on matchup, Arizona provides the upside. Like, I guess that's really the territory you're looking at right now.
Yep. Okay, so let's quickly jump back to the hitters because we've been focusing a lot on the pitchers, obviously, for reasons. What's your favorite stack for tonight? Which stack are you kind of looking to target?
I like Oakland a lot. And I think we've got some relatively, reasonably priced bats. Matt Olson is the one you're going to have to pay up for. Chapman, you could pay up for too. But this is really just a play against Eli Morgan. He's made 5 starts in his MLB career. He's been outclassed pretty much every single time. He's giving up over 3 home runs per 9 innings. His ERA is, I think it's 8.44. Like, Cleveland is just filling the rotation with a warm body right now. There's no reason Morgan should be in the majors. So, you've got those high price guys, but then you can also work in someone like Jed Lowry, who's $3,800. In July, the 10 games he played before the All-Star break, he had more extra base hits than strikeouts in that 10-game span. So he's actually hitting really well right now. I think he's a pretty good price.
Can I tell you Eli Morgan's numbers specifically against righties so far?
Oh, they're disgusting, but please proceed.
501 WOBA, an 8.38 FIP, and his hard hit rate against them is 43.2%. I mean, it's a very small sample. It's only 12 2/3 innings, but that crosses the 10 inning minimum threshold in Steve Buchanan's world. So those are the worst numbers on the slate against righties, Eli Morgan, and it's not even close.
I saw Eli Morgan give up a 430-foot home run to Joe Panic, which pretty much is all I need to know about Eli Morgan.
Real quick, we only have a couple minutes left. What's one of your favorite value plays on the slate for in the hitters department?
Yeah, I mean, Lowry is definitely one I was looking towards. I would also say it's a little chalky, but at the same time, I like Gavin Lux. $3,200.
Oh, yeah.
If at any point, if you can get someone in the highest projected total lineup for around $3,000, even if he's going to hit 8th, he's probably going to hit 8th, maybe he hits 7th. But left on right matchup against Sensatella. I just think if you're looking to save a bunch, it's the easy answer, but I think Lux is just too cheap tonight.
I like Eric Hosmer a lot tonight. Like, he's someone you can definitely rely upon to hit some ground balls if you need it, because that's his specialty. But at least since they've moved him down to the 6th spot in the order, which they've done for 12 games now, 411 WOBA, 231 isolated, and a 163 WRC plus. It's been pretty impressive for him. He's got some pretty good numbers there against since moving down to the 6th spot. So I think that's actually a pretty enticing number for him there, only at 3,500. Any closing thoughts here before we wrap up?
I think you turned off your camera. So that would
okay. I definitely did. Yep. Sorry about that.
But yeah, like I said, I think, look, this slate has changed dramatically in the last 10 minutes. And I think, like I said, I think this is the night where maybe you don't pay up for pitching. You look at some guys under $8,000, and whether it's matchup or whether it's just their own personal strikeout history, take some lottery tickets and see what happens.
All right, so that is going to wrap it up for this edition of the slate. Still to come tonight on Friday, 6 p.m. stream. We got the number 7 seeded Texans against the number 4 seeded Steelers with me. I believe that's Tara Lynn and Kaufman. Oh, that'll be a show right there. 8 o'clock, Niners and Seahawks, Adam Kaufman and Jeff Ulrich. And then 10 o'clock, it is, I don't even know what that is. AUDL Oh, is that the disc league? Okay, disc league, and then Dallas, Seattle. I don't even know what that means. Carolyn makes terrible notes. Something is going to happen at 10 o'clock. Just find out and tune in and find out what it
We're
is.
building suspense. You have to tune
Yeah.
in to see what the hell we're talking about.
Yeah, figure it out because I can't figure it out. That's going to do it for this edition of The Slate. For Gary and Thorne, I'm Steve Buchanan. We'll catch you next week.
This, boys and girls, ladies and gentlemen, men and women, we have ourselves a big sim on the way. The AFC Championship game here in this Madden sim season as we are rapidly approaching a conclusion and then getting back to isolated everyday sim 6 times a day. But right now, AFC title game, NFC title games coming up in a couple hours. We're excited to be here with you with Tarylin Asak, who has really rised to the call, if nothing else. Adam Kaufman here with you. You responded. The door, there was a knock and you answered. You are here joining me. I'm thrilled to have you.
Hey, guess what? I really did not volunteer for this. It was pressed upon me while I was producing, and I'm happy it was you, because I said, who is it that I'm calling the game with? Because I've been in producer mode all day, so I need somebody that can actually really carry this game, because I'll have to really adjust the mind. And they said Kaufman, and I said, okay, fine, sold. But I have to say that BK held it against me and said that I needed to step up to the plate so that Ducey and Glash could go have fun at Yankee Stadium. And he was like, well, Tarylin doesn't have kids, so she should really step up. Like, I have kids and I'm at Yellowstone, and her late night plans, like, she's probably not going to go till like 9 tonight. Like, she should step in for Ducey. So this was pressed upon me, good old reliable Tarylin. And I said, you guys are lucky that I don't have kids right now and that I am single, but I will carry this narrative. Glash is like, oh, she's going to hammer this narrative home for the year. And I am.
Well, as we get set for Pittsburgh and Houston, I will admit, and we'll get to the whole Kenny Ducey bailing on us aspect of this. We're going to spend enough time on that, I assure you. But when I saw that you were filling in, I will admit, obviously I was very happy. I'm always happy to work with you. But I was impressed. I was impressed that you were able to carve out a window on your Friday social calendar to be able to do a happy hour dinner time sim with us. I figured, like, heaven forbid this would have been the 8 o'clock tonight. I'm not sure we would have had you, but the 6 o'clock, here you are.
Perfect. Like BK said, when he was single, 6 p.m., perfect time to work. 8 p.m., pushing it. 10, no.
Well, it's good to have you here. There is no 10 o'clock sim tonight, so nobody has to worry about that. You have American Ultimate Disc League, so that should be a fun time.
Yeah,
hopefully everybody sticks with us here on the Dream Stream to check it out, obviously. And thank you for being with us. I know you do not have a lineup. I won't hold it against you because this was thrust upon you late. Normally, I'd give you a whole bunch of well, I was trying to find a better word for crap, but I don't have one. I was going to give you a bunch of crap on it. Yeah, I'd go on a rant or something or other. Here's my lineup, though, for the Happy Hour AFC Championship free roll. I have Deontay Johnson in the captain spot. A lot of people were thinking the same. He's about 10% owned in that slot, 56% owned overall in our smaller contest, 137 entries. I have Deshaun Watson, the quarterback, with the ball right this moment, fakes the handoff, looking around. He's going to run, and just shy of the first, gets back to the line of scrimmage. 3rd and 1 on the way from the 47. Now, he is, as you would expect, folks, the jock of the chalk. May not know where he's going to be in real life come the football season, but in Simland continues to dominate. 91% owned overall, about 26% in the captain slot. Eric Ebron, Juju Smith-Schuster, at one point in time, my captain until I rearranged my lineup, but got him in there in the flex as Deshaun that time is able to rush for the first. 3 for 19 for him. James Washington and Darren Fells. Washington is kind of a punt play, $6,600, 20% owned, so a fifth of your lineups. We'll see how it goes. Tarylin in the chat saying hey to the people. Some hey friends. We see you in the Chat Kings conference room. Thanks for being with us. Jake says hashtag stay single. So I guess we know how Jake is rolling.
Right. And Jake's also a little confused. Oh, sorry.
I was going to say, or he could be a married guy who just, isn't real happy with this decision, and he's encouraging you to stay single. Could go either way.
Be giving like a little advice. We don't know.
Right. Everyone's
he also has a question about the seeds here too, Koff. He's saying, are the Texans the higher seed? I thought Pitt was the higher seeded. So Jake's very active in the chat right now.
Well, the Texans are the 7 seed, the Steelers the 4 seed. The winner, of course, will take on the winner from the NFC side, which would be the Niners or Seahawks. And again, that sim is coming up in just under a couple hours. I will be back for that. I think this is a stretch of 4 straight sims for me over the course of today and tomorrow. We'll have Moose, Jeff Ulrich, with me for that one, and a first-round pickup to the 34 right there. 1st and 10 on the way after the Brandon Cooks grab. His first, he has 14. Good to see everybody here with us. Smash that like, if not for yourselves, if not for the production crew of producer Mike and Drew, our technical director, if not for Cobra K Tate Knops.
Yeah.
Do it for Tara Lynn. Do it for Tara Lynn going
Do
from
it for
producer
me.
mode on a Friday and, you know, slipping on in here with us to do a quick little on-camera hang for the AFC title game, which, by the way, I mean, are you nervous? Like, where does this rank among your career highlights to call an AFC championship game for our Madden Sim season?
I mean,
This
I
is
never
one step
thought-
shy of the Super Bowl, Tara Lynn. This is a big deal.
I know. I think all the producers, even Drew was like, you know, you don't have to say yes. I was like, why? Do you not want me to say yes? I don't think you really have any other choice
man,
but for
yeah.
me to say yes. Yeah, I didn't know I would be here, but I'm excited to take on the challenge. I mean, it just shows where my priorities are. They're here in Simland, and Juicy's is off at Yankee Stadium, just sweating up a storm. Him and Glash sitting in the seats. Glash's friend that he's visiting there was like, "Oh, that's gross. We shouldn't go to Yankee Stadium. Obviously, crawling with COVID, and it's just going to be 100 degrees sitting in sweat." And Glash was like, "Well, no, I want to go in with Juicy." So that's where their priorities are, Simland. And look where mine are. Here with you for an AFC championship game.
Watson rolls out. He's on the run, looking at a 1st and more. Gets there, 20, 15, down at the 13. That's 4 for 41 for Deshaun Watson here. Congrats to the many of you who captained him. And if you played him in general, he's off to a hot start. To those asking in the chat, the answer is yes.
We see it.
Technically, on account of the seedings, Pittsburgh should be the home team. But we have made the executive decision, and obviously it's a scoreless game. Nothing
Decision.
truly impactful has happened. Yeah, I guess when I say executive, does it mean like the founders of the company were involved? And we've made the sim executive decision, the group of us,
Yes.
to play on as it goes, and obviously it's computer on computer, the simulation. But being that we are a little more than halfway through the first quarter, we are enough into this thing that I think, and I don't know, you guys, it won't matter, but you guys tell me in the chat if you disagree. I don't think, I think more of you would probably be upset if we restarted. Pittsburgh being the home team than Houston being the road team, than if we just kept going, especially now as we have a touchdown. Darren Fells into the end zone for Houston for the first points of this game.
Hey.
I think you can really collectively put it on Kenny, though. Kenny threw this day into just a turnstile of emotions for everybody.
It's like Kenny's way or the highway. Like, life isn't about going to a Yankees game, Deuce. But Deucey covered for me when I had Tara Lynn Spectacular at the coffee shop. So I do feel like I owed him this one. And it just so happened to work out for him. But let me tell you, if it was 8 o'clock, I don't know. Pushing it.
So 7-0 Houston. About 3 minutes to go here in the opening quarter. Pittsburgh will get the ball for the first time as Robbie Noble, our guy. Don't go chasing Waterfells.
Yeah.
Waterfells with that touchdown, the former basketball player.
That's the 18th TD for Darren Fells here in Simland.
So here my thoughts on the Kenny situation. I was thinking about this. I was really wrestling with the emotions of this.
Wait, pause for a sec. Are you calling the Super Bowl with Kenny tomorrow night?
It's a good question. Let me look. Let me see. No, it is me and Tom Carroll for the Super Bowl.
Good. That's a great duo. I was going to say
Thank you.
Kenny does not deserve to call the Super Bowl
Oh,
now.
we'd have to take it right away from him. You're absolutely right
yeah.
about that. So he sends this message internally saying, I'm not going to be able to make the sim at 6. I'm going to the Yankees game with Glash. And
just that sentence alone.
And if you guys are looking for someone to blame, well, you should blame Glash. So before anyone even said anything, old Kenny there was already pointing fingers, saying this isn't on me and my decision to go to the Yankees game. This is on Glash for inviting me and giving me an offer I just couldn't refuse, which is, hey, how about we hang out and go to the Yankee game? And you know, Tarolyn,
I just say we are such a dysfunctional work family. We are so willing just to throw one another under the bus so quickly.
It's unbelievable.
It's really unbelievable. Even Bukes, when he found out, I was like, hey guys, I have to do the sim after this. Ducey's going with Flash. Like, he was like, oh, these two losers. Like, we are just a very dysfunctional family.
You know, I know as was brought up, as BK said to you, and basically pressuring you into doing this sim. I know Ducey doesn't have children. I know he's a dog dad now and all that. He doesn't have any kids, though. He doesn't have any real responsibility, let's be honest.
Yeah.
He certainly could have made the time to do this sim. He could have decided to do this sim. But some of us
said he didn't want to go late.
Well, some of us, Tarolyn, just take our responsibilities a little more seriously than others. I mean, I was sitting when I got this message. I want you to know, I was sitting in a rehab facility because my dad fell off a ladder. He broke his leg. He's in rehab.
Oh my goodness, I'm so sorry.
I appreciate that. Not to worry, like, grand scheme of things, everything's fine. It's just an inconvenience, obviously. Nobody wants to break a leg. Not unless you're on Broadway, I guess. But my dad falling off a ladder, nothing to do with Broadway. But I'm sitting in this rehab facility, and I get this Slack. And all I am doing, sitting in this facility, which is a solid more than an hour away from my house, I'm looking at it and I'm constantly on the GPS, refreshing to see what time do I have to leave, hanging out with my father to get home in time for the 6 o'clock sim. I am on a window here. What time do I have to go to be sure I minimize my traffic to get home in time to call the AFC Championship game? And so
I love it.
And I do that. And then Kenny sends a message saying, oops, something came along. Turns out I have an opportunity to go to the Yankees game. And I'm going to go hang out with Glash instead of doing my work. Which, you know what that screams,
out of all
Tarolyn?
people.
You know what that screams? Yeah, honestly. Like, I bet, given my movie experience, there's no way Glash was on time for that, by the way. Like, Godspeed, Kenny. You're going to be late for the game anyway. You'll be lucky if he gets there by the second inning. What this screams, and I want everyone in the chat to hear this. I want everyone in the chat to feel this. What Kenny told us and what Kenny told you is that he does sims so long as nothing better comes along.
Can you believe it?
Kenny is available to hang out with us in Simland and talk about whatever nonsense and simulated football, whatever stuff we do, so long as nothing comes along that he may view as a better use of his time. Like going to a Yankees game. With
I
Glash.
will say, I do think when Glash asked, he was like, hey, so Glash brought this whole thing up during the sim. He was like, hey, do you think it's weird that I didn't hit up Ducey and I'm in New York City? And I was like, well, I don't know. You asking that question is a little weird. So now I think it is weird. If you consider this guy cool, you're a friend, you talk to him, yeah, I think you should let him know. And then he was like, but I'm with my friend, then he'll probably want to do something. And then BK was like, well, if I was in Boston, I would have hit up Kaufman, but we probably would have already had plans.
BK and I, we would have made a plan to do a sim together in person. We would have put the sim first. We would have done the sim above all else.
Exactly. And I
BK
even
and
said
I.
you guys should go do the sim outside of Yankee Stadium, but they didn't want to do that. And basically, Glash was just bringing in the dramatics and basically questioning if he's a good friend or not. And I was like, you know what? Just text him. And he did. Within 2 minutes, Kenny was like, want to go to the Yankees game? And then I was like, oh, crap. Why did I suggest that?
Oh, so like you kind of.
I did not know it was
you have
like
to bear
Kenny
some level
calling
of
out of work.
responsibility in this situation, is what you're saying.
A little bit. I was like, you know what? I should have just been like, you know what? You stink. Be a stinky friend and don't even text him. Let him see you on Instagram enjoying New York City.
Mm-hmm.
But here I am. I mean, it's an AFC Championship game. I know some of the people in the comments are a little upset, but guys, we're pushing through, and it's still a great game. You got me and Kaufman here.
7-0 Houston, AFC title game, as Lewis says, Dankoff throwing Kenny right under the bus. Well, who killed
we do
Kenny?
Have love.
We did. We killed Kenny. You know, David says fired on the spot.
No, we can't.
I mean, I'm not advocating for that, nor do I have that power.
He's too
Contrary to
good.
what kind of
Good at
power
what he
you may
does.
think I have, I don't have that power. Listen, we like Kenny. It's just going to take a little time to get past this one. The disrespect that we feel on account of not putting us ahead of a team that he claims to not even like all that much.
We have to throw jabs at Kenny. That would be weird if we didn't.
Mm-hmm. Brian says a clean-shaven cough and TL straight from the senior dance on a Friday afternoon. Where the bleep do I side? Brian, it's good to have you here with us.
Andrew Kingen saying TL is supposed to be a producer. I'm actually also on air too. That's my main job at DraftKings. I just stepped into the producer role. So no, I'm not just out here for fun. I actually do this as a living as well.
Mhm.
But I've been producing all morning, and I stepped in like the sweet angel that I am to help out Deucey the Deuce.
I mean, the producing element of TL's gig, really not that dissimilar a story to what you've got here tonight. There was a need, something was thrust upon her. She was kind enough, gracious enough to say, yes, I will help out. And once again, I mean, it's Tara Lynn just stepping in when others wouldn't.
You know what? We try. AK me.
Andrew, everybody else bringing up the home road dynamic of the sim. I see you.
Yep.
I get it. I understand your frustration. Nevertheless, it's where we are. 7-3 Houston, leading this sim early second quarter. Tara Lynn Asack, Adam Kaufman, producer Mike, Drew, our technical director, Cobra K, Tate and Ops. Not Kenny Ducey. He's got better things to do. And Houston with the ball.
We are too funny. I like looking at this now. I've been dropping it in like to see like who was the babysitter Billy last time for the Steelers, or who was the babysitter Billy last time for Houston, because that just happened in the previous game where our babysitter Billy had a hell of a game. So you never know what could happen in Simland. Maybe they actually hear us channeling, being like, oh, babysitter Billy or Deucey's Deuce or whatever we call it, and then they step up their game for the next game.
Deuce.
Yeah, Deucey's Deuce. We're taking that away as well.
That's how I feel today.
Deucey's Deuce.
3rd and 7. Incomplete pass. Jordan Lindenbaum asking who scored. The answer to that question, Darren Fells.
Darren Fells. Don't go chasing water, Fells. Deshaun Watson was the Krusty Kaufman player of the game last time for the Texans. Is he in your lineup? No? Yes?
Deshaun Watson?
Yeah.
Absolutely. Got to have Deshaun Watson. Got to. I even have Darren Fells. I got the stack, baby. That's
Look
what
at
it's all
you.
about. Thank you. 2 minutes gone by, second quarter. Damon says Ducey's decisions.
Indeed.
Vince says, so the question is, do you get paid extra for babysitting Ducey? Do you think Glash is going to invoice that?
He should, actually.
Went to the Yankees game with Ducey to babysit?
He truly, truly should. I mean, they didn't even invite LaMarca.
I asked him that, actually. I texted with Glash, and I said, what about LaMarca? And he didn't really address it. Maybe there's a scandal here.
Friday night, rained here a little in Boston, and then the sun came out. So when they say that vitamin D really doesn't affect the mental health, it does, because I've been chipper all day. So Ducey got me on a good day.
Glad to hear it. That's important.
Indeed.
Clearly, we collectively could use some chipperness. And folks, truly, I see in the chat, I understand the frustration. Ultimately, it is a decision that is out of our hands, and so be patient with us. At the moment, this game is taking place 7-3 in Houston. AFC title game, a trip to the Simper Bowl on the line. Cena says, Koff, LaMarca likes the Mets, not the Yankees. Yeah, but he might still be up for a hang.
Fidelis, Carolyn Ezek, the Super Bowl is going to be at Levi's Stadium, right? We're not sure, but, you know, guessing it's going to be with the team with the best seating, so to be determined. Koff will be on the call for that one with Freeze Pops. Exciting duo right there.
Look forward to it. What I do like, and I say this all the time, I like the variety in partnerships, and so I like that it's me and you for this one, me and Moose at 8 o'clock for the NFC title game. I got Rossi for the consolation game tomorrow, the two losing teams of these respective championship games tonight, and then, of course, the Simper Bowl with Tom, as you mentioned, tomorrow. And actually, I'm just looking at it. I had said this is a stretch of 4 straight for me. I didn't even look at Sunday. I've got 7 straight Sims right now.
What?
Wait, I've got the first 3 on Sunday as well.
Oh,
today, 2
my
tomorrow,
goodness.
3 on Sunday. So, folks, if anyone out there does, I'm warning you, really. If you do not like to hear from me here in Simland, this is me giving you a public service announcement that you do not want to tune in again until the late classic on Sunday, because between now and then, you got a lot of meat coming your way.
Mr. Simman. That's him now. Not Kaufman, Simman.
Sort of surprised that Ducey didn't hop in the chat.
I'm surprised that Glash didn't hop in either, because he hopped in for the Slate MLB. That was with Bukes and Garion. They did a great job. And Glash was like, update everyone, we're going to the game.
Glad they're having fun. I just hope the Red Sox win.
Me too. Well, if you watched MLB The Slate, you obviously did not get to, because you were rushing here to make sure that you were here.
Yeah, I was racing back to my house, Kenny.
Yeah, Deuce. Buke said that he's all in on the Sox and that the Yankees lineup looks like a little league lineup. He doesn't even understand what's going on over there. Yeah, so he's going with Red Sox. So I would go with Bukes.
7-3 Houston. We'll check in on our leaders here. I'm sitting top
Did
20.
you really hop in?
What's that?
I didn't see him.
No, I said I'm
Did you see
surprised.
him?
I'm surprised he didn't pop in.
Oh no, like some people in the chat saying that he did.
Oh, really? If he did, I missed it.
Because me and you were just ranting.
Yeah, just too busy dumping on the guy. I'm sitting 17th right now. C. Miller 0624 is in front, narrowly, about a half point from Supercoach 2000. Leading lineup right now, Watson at captain, Juju, Cooks, Fells, Johnson, and Boswell, who, of course, picked up that field goal just moments ago. Terry says, I'd rather Ducey than these two bozos.
Yeah, Terry's not too happy, but sorry, Terry, you're stuck with us. Ducey wanted to go to the Yankees instead.
It's true. Punts away. Mammoth blast, about 75 yards. Pitt will get the ball. Final couple minutes. All timeouts available here for Pitt, trying to take a lead before the break. So the new Space Jam came out today, which I've not watched yet. The more I think about it, the more convinced I am that I'm going to hate it. But I have not watched it, and I will this weekend at some point. The kids are going to want to watch it. But I am curious if anybody out there in the chat, and I see you, keeping an eye on this chat. Have any of you watched it yet today? I want your thoughts.
Yeah, I'm interested too.
Honestly, I'm not sure it's the kind of movie that matters. Like, you're never going to guess the Looney Tunes and LeBron win. No way. So I'm not really concerned about spoilers. I just want to know what the people think.
Does LeBron get his son back or no? Can you guys tell us?
As T. Pike said, as you know, Warner Brothers made a Taken movie for kids.
Yeah. Had to go dark, really?
Harris says, will there be a Space Jam 3? Probably not for about 25 years. But whoever, you know, it'll be LeBron's kid.
Oh, Queenie watched it last night?
How's that work? I thought it didn't come out till today, Queenie.
Same, Queenie. Do you have, like, some plug?
Robbie Noble says, I'm trying to see Space Jam with my kids. Robbie, I didn't even know you had kids. This is the first time hearing that. Robbie, how do you have time to have kids? You're here all the time.
Maybe his kids help him.
Maybe. Another punt, this time for Pitt. Houston down to its final timeout and up by 4 points. Minute and a half to go. Steven says, Durant's in the movie. Requests a trade to the Monstars at halftime. Space James, says Queenie. Robbie, I got you. I feel you.
Oh, he said that you guys have been over this, so this is just proving that Kaufman is truly geriatric.
That's fair. Very fair.
So, Robbie, that's not on you. That's on Koff.
I will accept that. And I thank you. I don't even know why I'm looking forward to watching it, but I am.
Well, your kids are excited to watch it, so that makes it obviously like you can't be like, oh, I don't want to watch it to your little kids.
No, it's fair. That's probably what it is. I am excited that they're excited. 7-3, final minute of this opening half. Ernest says, does MJ have a cameo? Because that's the only way I'll see it. I'm going to say no.
He should have, actually.
He should have, but I bet he didn't want anything to do with it.
Yeah.
I wonder if he wasn't even asked. I feel like you'd have to ask. But then again, if they didn't ask him, then he could sit there with the iPad and say, and I took that personally.
True. And I took that personally.
Justin says, no need to poke fun at our geriatric millennial status. Another punt. Goodness. 3 in the last 90 seconds. 7-3 Houston. Not a lot of offense here in the opening half. Well, Adam Schefter with some news. Ted Ginn Jr. has finally, after 14 NFL seasons, announced his retirement.
Oh, wow. 36.
Justin says, you won't hate it, Koff. It's not as bad as I thought it could have been, just not good. That's fair. I mean, I think there's a reason Rotten Tomatoes has it at like a 38% or something like that. Queenie says, I'm a LeBron girl too, but this was just a vehicle for James, and that was about it. Yeah, no surprise there.
Bossman4523, are you getting pizza tonight and you're not going to tell us what kind? That's kind of rude. I'm a pizza girl, so I would like to know. Kaufman, obviously, he's not.
Yeah, not my thing. I ate some Chinese for dinner. That will surprise nobody. Anytime I can, shove some Chinese right down the gullet, I'm in. Have to have some leftovers later. It's a 2-sitting meal. Jake says, huge Panthers fans. Thank you, Ted Ginn Jr.
Ted was a beast. ODB just said that.
Andrew, you may be on to something. Meager says, Ginn will be missed in Simland. Fumble. McKinney. We have 4 seconds left here. Hit with the ball, 3rd and 26. Terry, truthfully, I've told you as much as I can, my friend. Jake, I have a dog. Had a cat at one point in time, years ago. Mike asking what I order when I get Chinese food. I mean, really just a little bit of everything. Big apps guy. All about the apps. Pork fried rice, can't not have it. Lo mein, beef dish, chicken dish. I know I'm being vague, like you get more specific, obviously, but I can be won over pretty easily when it comes to the Chinese food menu. 4 for 41 for Deshaun Watson on the ground at this point. And we'll look at the receiving numbers as well. Dean getting ready to chow down on some Chinese food. Good on you.
Yeah, Mr. Miyagi said Chinese food is trash. A lot of takes in here.
Mr. Miyagi, please. I disagree wholeheartedly. Ebron, 4 for 34, 2 for 38 for Deontay Johnson. There are 3 Johnsons in this game. Fells, 2 for 13, the only touchdown. 7-3, Houston. All right. We're going to step aside very quickly here. Earlier today on the Sweat, I can't even believe we got to hear from this guy. Kenny Ducey and Matt Meiselman debated who to captain tomorrow for Game 5 of the NBA Finals between the Suns and the Bucks. That game, of course, in Phoenix. The series, even at 2. The Sweat comes your way Monday through Friday. Let's hear what Meiselman and Kenny have to say.
Guys, it looked like this was headed to an early finish, but now the series is tied 2-2. So, Kenny, who are you making your captain tomorrow?
I want to get a lot of high-priced options in, Jesse, and I don't know if this is going to be too risque of a captain, but why not DeAndre Ayton? Here's a guy that's going to is consistently gotten you, right, around 40 DK fantasy points. He did have that dip in Game 3, but going back home, I think that there's a lot of upside here for DeAndre Ayton. He hasn't really given you a ton in the scoring department, at least in 2 of these games, and has still managed to put up great nights because of his incredible rebounding. 17 rebounds in Game 4, just absolutely ridiculous. This guy is massive for the Suns. He's given them big minutes. He was able to score 32 fantasy points in just 24 minutes in Game 3. I just think that the production of this guy, the floor is going to be very high, and the price is absolutely right. I mean, you can get this guy in your captain spot at $12,000. You have plenty of roster flexibility with him. I think he's got 50 fantasy point upside here. He could be one of the top 3 players on the slate. and he could be a no-brainer captain.
All right, Matt, we got Kenny going with Ayton for 12,000. Who are you putting in your captain spot?
So I agree with basically everything Kenny just said. My concern is that I think DeAndre Ayton could be pretty popular as a captain choice because his price is actually a bit lower than it was earlier in the series. So I think Giannis will be really popular. I think Ayton will be really popular. The price on Chris Middleton has come up a bit. Devin Booker's price is pretty high. So I think one of those two guys. I have some concerns about Chris Paul's wrist that he banged up earlier in the series. And I feel like if Paul doesn't get back to playing the way we're used to seeing him, Booker could be the guy to take over again, like we saw last game. But even though Booker scored 40 points, I don't think a lot of people get to him as the captain because you have Ayton for much cheaper, and then you have Giannis, who just is a machine for fantasy scoring. So I feel like Booker still goes a bit overlooked, even though he's coming off the big game. So I'm looking to Booker or maybe Chris Middleton.
Remember, Sweat comes your way Monday through Friday, 11 a.m. to noon. That is Eastern time, of course. And you get to hear from people like Matt, like Kenny, like so many of our great commentators over the course of the show each and every day. Again, that is weekdays. And thanks to our crew. Make sure you check it out again come Monday. In the meantime, Tara Lanasak, Adam Kaufman, Cobra K, Tate and Ops, Mike, our producer, and Drew is our technical director. 7-3, Houston in front here in this AFC title game. And we have obviously seen all of you in the chat. You continue to react in the chat. We are aware of, the seeding issue with regard to this game, that Pittsburgh should have been the home team versus the road team. By all means, don't hesitate to reach out to DK_assist on Twitter. That's DK_assist. Or you can obviously email to express your thoughts, your concerns as well. But the AFC title game rolls on. 1 half to go. NFC Championship game to follow in just a shade under 90 minutes. I'll be back with you with Jeff Ulrich for that one. Looking forward to it. Tara Lynn stepping in to bail Kenny out, who decided to go to the Yankees game with Glash tonight.
Oh, yeah.
They better at least, after all this drama, they better at least see a good game. I'll tell you that much.
I mean, let's just be happy that I stepped in for Ducey, or it would have been just Kaufman by himself this whole time. I mean, he could have handled it, but
I do feel the people have experienced that, and it's not the worst thing in the world. Maybe not the best, maybe not what they'd choose.
True,
but tolerable. Supercoach 2000's in front in our contest. Latest update here from Tate with the manual scoring. I'm in 14th, about 6 points off the lead. Supercoach 2000, Lord Silverman, John Burney, Mark II, and Tirsus Mandor. Can't imagine I said that right. And GG Dean won, all sitting in the top 5 with a tie, obviously, and that fits that.
Sean Preston said, this Lord Silverman is good. Yeah, you are
Good.
always mentioning Lord Silverman.
Steven says, wonder if we'll catch Flash and Ducey on the Kiss Cam. Do people still do the Kiss Cam right now? Is that still a thing that exists, night in, night out at ballparks?
I mean, really shouldn't, due to COVID. I don't think they have that going right now.
I wonder. Yeah, I mean, I haven't been out to a game of any kind since, sports returned in person. Obviously, I've watched my fair share, but I haven't been. So I don't know what the in-house product is like these days, and I'm sure it depends where you are. Obviously, freak of nature, we know you're Lord Silverman. Not to.
Wait, I didn't know that. I didn't know the.
Know that? Oh yeah.
Breaking news. To
Yeah,
me.
Mister. There's a great energy in the sim. Yeah, Lord
Wow,
Silverman.
the freak of nature. That's awesome. WTF is Lord Silverman. Brian C., it's the freak of nature, and he's kicking y'all's booties in here. Brian C., rude. No, I don't do the Kiss Cam every other weekend. Thank you for giving me that much credit. Very sassy also in Simland tonight on this Friday. Fooligan. Yeah. Yeah, dude, you're banned on Twitch, but you're in here in YT. We love to have you here.
That's right. Hang out. Be with us. Hit that like. About 400 people watching the Dream Stream here on the YouTube.
Take it, Tim.
Sean says, and Kaufman, you know, I am Tirsus Mandor, and it was pronounced correctly. I was right. Your intellect is good. Well, thank you, Sean. Just catching up with you guys in the chat.
Chat.
Chat Kings conference room, the DK Treehouse, as we've called it at points in time. 7-3 Houston. 2 minutes into this third quarter. The DK Treehouse, where yes, boys, girls, you're all allowed. There are no restrictions. There are no signs that say you can't come in. Ralphie says, most annoying duo DK has. Who's more self-centered? That's probably me.
Probably me.
What, are we going to fight about it?
Yeah, now we're going to fight about it.
Third and
But
seven.
most annoying duo. All right, we can get that in the yearbook.
Yeah, as long as we can get that picture together, as opposed to just sitting here over Zoom. Most annoying duo. Yeah, the thumbs up, exactly.
Yeah, guys, wait till we're back in the office. I mean, Kaufman is going to stomp his feet because he doesn't want to drive back there, but I know that I'll be in there with Flash.
I'm not in a hurry, admittedly.
Exactly. I mean, let's be honest. I even saw, I don't know if anyone follows on Instagram, Instagram to Cough is like the Da Vinci Code, but it's a very simple social media platform for all of you out there.
So well put.
There's this guy, he lives in New York, and it's called Dude with Sign, and he just holds
not
this
Kenny
cardboard sign up, and he just has basically his thoughts on the sign. And he held up the other day, don't make us go back to work full time.
Oh,
And
I saw
was-
that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Did you put that? Did you put that meme out there? I wasn't sure where I saw it.
I didn't, but it was
I did see
was
somebody
very
put it out.
hilarious.
Yeah.
Yeah, because let's be honest. I mean, we've been in this for over a year now. People have come up with new routines. They've seen how much money they've been saving from the non-commute to work or just spending a ton of money on lunch. And you can really get so much more done with your day when you get to work from home for a little bit during the week. Yeah, Dean Murray, thank you for the support. Always out there showing us love. I think you guys make a great team. Who else could keep this terrible game interesting? I know. Well, it's not much going on. I mean, at least in the last game, we had just touchdown after touchdown after touchdown.
Bossman says, not annoyed by anybody. Love them all and the Sim fam. That's what I like to see.
Yes, I love the love in here. We need it right now. Kareem, post brick wall Kenny sucks. I mean, I don't know. I have to say that brick really gave Kenny a nice zhuzh to him. You know what I mean?
A zhuzh.
Kenny and the brick. He just had this spark about him. I think he does miss his brick wall. I miss mine too.
Let's take a little look-see here. So baseball, a little lock in about 20 minutes. I haven't done baseball DFS in a little bit. Maybe we create a little contest here. Maybe a little contest. So let's see. Multiplayer.
Thank you.
We'll play it safe. We'll do 20 to make sure it fills. A little buckaroo. Payout to the top 5. First and goal from the 9 on the way. Can we get more points, Deshaun? What do you think? It's a run right up the gut. Go, Deshaun! Fumbles! In the end zone. Touchdown, Texans! The recovery by the lineman. Well, that's not going to help.
I just
anybody.
said we weren't seeing that many touchdowns, and look what happens.
That's not going to help any of you. What a bummer. What a bummer.
Tough.
Martin scoops it up and scores. Man, oh man. All right. Well, about to be 14-3. Baseball contest is out, people, for anyone that wants to jump in. Mike says, be careful, Comp. You know, if it doesn't fill, it doesn't go. That's why I kept it to 20. It can resize.
Hoffman knows what he's doing.
Yeah, every once in a while. Queenie, I hear you. That's a tough go right there. That's not even a vulture. That's next level stuff what just happened on that touchdown.
Yeah, D-Rod, I know the point of football is to score touchdowns. It's not what I meant. I said in the last game we were getting a lot of touchdowns compared to this game, and then a touchdown occurred. Thank you, D-Rod, for giving me the definition of what football is.
Should I stack the Red Sox-Yankees game in honor of Glash and Ducey?
Yes, please. Please, 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 please. Make this an extravaganza.
You know what? Maybe I'm going to see if there's a showdown available for that game, and I'll make another contest for it after I build out this lineup real fast. But folks, jump on in. 14-gamer. A lot happening. Getting near the end of the third quarter. 2:45 to go. 14-3. Houston leading this one. Some afternoon baseball today in our rear view. Excuse me. I think I'm deliberately not going to play anyone from that game. I'm gonna fade that game for this.
All right.
contest.
Well, people are talking to you in the chat.
What are they saying?
They're saying you're a bozo. I'm just kidding. They said. Well, now I mean, a lot of people are. Thank you for all the interaction here in the chat. I've seen more positive over negative. I'm feeling it. I'm liking it. I lost it.
Your mind or the chat?
Well, I mean, I lost my mind a while ago.
What are you doing this weekend? Are you doing any Sims?
I am producing the consolation sim tomorrow. Who do I got for that? Do I have you?
Yeah, we've been over this. I mean, come on.
I know, but it's like
just
I'm
assume
working with you so much. It's too much for me.
Land, it is me by default for the next week and a half or something like that.
I mean, I thought that they were going to give you the consolation game off so you could prep all day for the Sim Super Bowl. I hope you're dressing in a tux and you're going all out for the people.
Here's what everybody knows. I can handle both.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I can handle both.
So are you going to dress like you are right now for the consolation game, aka no care
I'm sorry,
in the world?
is there a problem with my dress?
Are we both dressed in gray?
No, I think my shirt is blue.
Really? Am I colorblind? Wow, we're losing the mind really bad over here. I need to get back.
It's not like a bright, vibrant blue. It's kind of a dark blue.
Yeah, so I'm producing the consolation game tomorrow with Kaufman and Rossi. And then the Super Bowl, of course, you got Kaufman and you got Freeze Pops. And you got Kaufman tonight, too. Moose is coming back. He was on the PGA Cut Show earlier today. Great job with that. And we got the Niners and Seahawks at 8 p.m. Reminder, people, we have no 10 p.m. sim. I know you guys have been questioning it because we have the American Ultimate Disc League.
Let's see what we got. I said everyone's. Jake, Koff gets vacation. DK says, okay, 7 straight games of the playoff start. Kinda, sorta. But that's okay. Other than not being able to watch Space Jam with my kids tonight, I enjoy being here with you guys. All right, let me see. Let me see if we have a showdown for that contest that we can make. 2nd and 15, pardon me. Safety territory currently. We get late here in this third quarter. 14-3, Houston in front. All right, showdown. Oh, yeah. All right, good. Let's make a showdown. Who wants to enter? Tate? Mike? Drew? Who's jumping into this one? Puck to enter. Do a top 5 win again, and we'll call it the guys. Just so you know where to find it in the chat, okay? This is going to be called the last minute. Let's stay on brand, right? Last minute, Ducey and Glash. Stink seems too kind, but I want to keep it clean.
Yeah.
Stink.
I liked Andrew's Fadorama.
Yeah, the Fadorama. Fade-O-Rama showdown. And sent. Get in there, folks. All right, end of 3. Worry about those lineups in a moment. 14-3. Houston is leading this one. I'm sitting 16th. Good to be here. J.C. Martin front. It's like Kmart. J.C. Martin front by about 3/4 of a point. Roethlisberger, 130 passing. He has just been so bad. 13 of 24. Watson, 99 in the air. He has a touchdown. He's been active on the ground as well. Has 75 there. So the bonus, rushing bonus, absolutely in play. The two Johnsons for Houston combining for 24 rushing yards. Not good. Jalen Samuels, bad, 7. James Conner, 1 attempt, goose egg yards. We'll look at the pass catching numbers as well. Ebron, 4 for 34. Deontay Johnson, 3 for 65. He's your leading receiver. Touchdown for Don't Go Chasing Darren Fells, 3 for 34 right now. No big numbers really in this one, which is why we have such a low score. J.C. Mart at, at 58 points. Pardon me. 58
The cough
points.
is never going away. You and your cough. Continue.
Yeah, me and that cough. Never leaving. The alien is back, Sean. Right back in the chest. Lindenbaum, I see ya. And no.
All right.
Yeah, Sean says the alien's moving, cough. The alien's moving. Jamal, why are you even announcing the stats? I know, there's not a lot going on right there.
Really not much going on.
Jake, it's really not that. It is an allergy issue that is annoying me. To no end. Clearly. All right, I gotta make. I'm gonna do my last-minute Ducey and Glash Fade-O-Rama showdown contest.
Fedorama.
Oh, Rama. Again, TL, AK, Mike, Drew, Tate. All hanging out with you, fam. All right. Arizona lineups have been confirmed, folks. If anyone was looking for a detail in there to confirm and finish your classic lineup. Believe it or not, there was one play that I was looking to check in on.
Indeed.
Sure, yep.
Can we
Good.
talk about our sons at least? I have been seeing in the chat.
Our children?
Yeah, our kids that are being very disobedient.
The Valley Boys.
Valley Boys. What do we think for this next game? Do you think that they're going to wake up and come to play, or what? CP3 was down 2 last game. I don't know what that was.
I do believe it. I'm choosing to believe it that the Sun, by very few metrics, the Bucks should have won that game. By very few metrics. I mean, that was really a game that the Suns should have won. I'm not going to say handedly, But they
Right.
should have won that game as third and inches on the way from the 9 here for Houston, looking for some more points. I mean, when you shoot 50+%, you know, it's 40 the other way. They just got killed on the boards, though. It wasn't, you know, Holiday gave them nothing. Middleton went crazy, obviously. Giannis was good. It wasn't exceptional by any stretch. Incomplete pass, so I wonder if Houston will try and work to put this thing away with some Fairbairn points. I am looking for a bounce back out of Phoenix, though. I am. What about you?
I'm looking for a bounce back. I'm all in on our Suns. I'm not going to give up. People are trying to poke and push and crack me to see if I'm going to be on the Bucks bandwagon now. I'm not doing it. I still believe in our Suns. It's just such an accomplishment that they made it this far. Why are we going to doubt them yet? What's going on? I know you want to talk.
They went for it on 4th and got it. So 1st and goal from the 7 on the way for Houston here. Just got excited. Houston saying, no, we're not going to take these lousy
finally.
We don't need any of that. Give us some real points. Deshaun wants that touchdown that he had taken away from him last time. Ball's caught at the 1. At the 1. Is that Kenny Stills? No, Randall Cobb, pardon me.
Mr. Cobb. I love seeing Go Phoenix in the chat. Yes, Jake Williams. That Giannis block. That was something else. He's a beast.
Beast. 2nd and goal on the way from the 1. Will it be one of the Johnsons? Will it be Watson? It's a handoff. Run to the outside and a loss for David. A yard. 3rd and goal coming. Hard to know who to captain in this contest here.
Did you text Glash and Kenny and tell them that you made a contest dedicated to those two bozos?
No, I probably should. I'm waiting for them to post a photo together on Instagram.
They're
Go,
definitely
Deshaun! Go! Another fumble! Into the end zone, taken away by Pitt this time.
Wow.
Oh, Deshaun, it's not going to matter. Houston's still going to win this game, I'm sure, but my goodness gracious. 2 fumbles right there on the goal line. Dreadful. That's not what you're looking for. Just not what you're looking for. Brutal. A lot of people who own Watson probably pretty upset. You should be. You absolutely should be. All right, let's see if we filled up both these contests. Let's take a little look. We did. 20
Yeah,
out of
well, you
20
only
for
had 20
both.
people.
Oh, all right. Well,
All right, can you let
fine.
them know that you did a contest just for them?
Sure.
I want to see their reaction.
Again, I will. I don't actually have Kenny's cell phone number. He's given it to me at some point, but I never put it in my phone.
Sean Preston, Carolyn, forgot to ask, have you caught any bouquets yet? Nope. Haven't even tried, Sean. I don't even go on the floor for it. I probably should.
Let me look back at my chat with Kenny. See if I have his number. Oh, there it is. Yeah, all right. I'll text them. 1st and 10, 3 minutes to go, 4th quarter. AFC Championship game, Houston looking for a victory. Roethlisberger completes the pass. All right, Glash. Get him in there. Now Kenny. 2. I'm just kidding.
Oh, geez. We got AFC now, NFC later. Got cough all night. We're going to go harass Kenny and Glash right now for fun.
All right, what should I write them?
Hey, bozos. You created, well, include me, a fun little lineup that has you two idiots' names in it.
We created a showdown for Sox, Yankees in honor of
Yep.
idiots.
Sent. Can't wait to see what they say. Hopefully they do it before the game is over so we can tell all of you.
Look at this big gain for Pitt. Wow, Ebron from the 36 to the other 25. Roethlisberger up to 195 passing, and Ebron, 32-yard rack right there. Kenny has responded with a bunch of crying, laughing emojis.
I like that.
And Glash fittingly says, way to make it about you. We made it about you both plenty on the sim.
Oh, yeah, we did.
Robbie Noble shouting out Cobra K. Tate the Great. 1st and 10 from the 25. Roethlisberger, left side, reaching back to complete that pass. Actually lost a couple yards. 2nd and 13 on the way. NFC title game is coming up. Looking forward to that one with Moose. A little less than an hour from now.
Yep. Tuck Tie Gaming is shouting out the American Ultimate Disc League. That's coming up at 10 p.m. here.
Jake says Glash made it about himself when he abandoned us. Yep. A lot of greed. Oh. Glash says, we is you. Kenny says, Glash, whose number is this? Glash writes, Steve Buchanan.
I love that.
Well played, Glash. Well played. Kicks up and away, and it is good. Narrows the gap to 8. Congrats if you got Boswell.
Wow. Did they say Tara Lynn is a saint?
You
No.
did not come up.
Okay, well, that's a little rude.
Yep. TL says hi, and thanks for making her work more. See, now you'll come up.
No, I should just come up without you having to give them that little tidbit. But no one appreciates TL over here. Good old reliable TL.
I appreciate you.
Thank God.
Jake, I see you in the chat, and I'm glad that at least somebody noted my Boswell line.
What's up, executive sessions?
Sitting top 10, but Breaker 72, Breaker 72 is moved into front. First place right now. John.
Yeah. Listen, John.
There was work before The Sims.
Yeah, what? You know what, John? I will send you positivity your way. How's that?
Second and 7, final minute. We are getting ready to crown ourselves an AFC champ.
Wow, what a moment.
Right? Like I said, this is the kind of stuff you put on a resume reel.
Exactly. Monumental moments in my career.
Victory formation for Houston. Watson taking the knee. 85 on the ground for him. So we'll see. This is awfully tight. We have got 1 through 5 are separated by about 1.5 points. But I think Watson's in the captain spot for all of them. Well, I take that back. 5th has Fells. Breaker, I think. Whoa. All right. Why not, right? Kicks away. No good. I mean, look at that. Look at that disrespect. I mean, that was Kenny abandoning the sim level right there.
Yeah, it really was.
Going into victory formation, losing yards on killing clock, and then saying, what the heck? We're already up by plenty, but let's take a little field goal just for giggles. They missed it. Didn't matter.
Really...
You know what? Now I hope that Roethlisberger puts it into the end zone. One last try into traffic and incomplete as time expires. Lands on the ground. Houston headed to the Super Bowl tomorrow night.
Be there. All right, well, Houston making its way, but we got to talk about who was your babysitter Billy of the game.
I guess
who stunk?
I guess we need to dive into the numbers. So who stunk? You want to start with the babysitter Billy first?
Yeah,
All
let's
right.
start with that, and then we'll just end it in all glory with our
And a
crusty
high
Kaufman
note.
and just cheering on the Texans.
How about, I'm going to say Juju Smith-Schuster. Juju, about 17% in the
stinking
captain
lately.
spot, 60% owned overall, 2 for 21. That's it. Juju
Yeah, he hasn't been
Smith-Schuster,
good.
4 points in the flex. Very, very bad. Excuse me. And then I think I'm going to go Darren Fells. I'm going to say Darren Fells for the Krusty Koff Award, the MVP of this game. He had 4 catches, 41 yards. Of course, the only offensive player with a touchdown in this game. Went for about 14 points. Low owned, 33%, 30-year lineups, and about 3% in the captain spot. Well-deserved, sir. Shouts to Deontay Johnson, though, and Deshaun to some degree, but more Johnson for being an honorable mention. But it looks like Breaker, 72, is positioned well for a victory once all the manual scoring is done. We will see. Be patient, obviously. All right. Well, that's going to about do it, I think. Just looking to see if there's anything noteworthy here in the chat. Greg Coffin, you want to weigh in on this? Greg Coffin, the mayor of Simland here. Coff, you got to frost those tips? What do you think? Do I need to bring that back? That was a very
I think. Yeah, let's bring it back. We already had such a strange year last year. Let's get weird this year and frost your tips.
Frost the tips. All right. Again, NFC Championship games coming up, a little less than an hour, 50 minutes to be exact. I will be with Moose Ulrich. Jeff, for the 4-seeded Niners in Seattle, the top seed in the NFC. So Niners, Seahawks coming your way. And then, of course, American Ultimate Disc League tonight at 10 o'clock. So coming up next year on the DraftKings Dream Stream, how about more football talk? Fantasy footballer Jason Moore, he's going to be joined by Ross Tucker of the Ross Tucker Football Podcast, and Joe Dolan. They will talk about ADP, average draft position rankings for Amari Cooper, Joe Mixon, Jamar Chase, and another Chase Edmonds. Thanks to Mike, thanks to Drew, and thanks to Tate. Of course, Tara Lynn, enjoy your evening. Once again, I am Adam. I'll talk to you a little bit later on tonight. On to all those footballers.
It's time to eat.
What are you hungry for?
Sit down and get ready to consume an abundance of fantasy football knowledge from Ross Tucker and Joe Dolan.
Feed me now. I'm starving.
On the Fantasy Feast Eatin' Podcast.
Yeah, let's eat, baby. It is the Fantasy Feast Eatin' Podcast presented by DraftKings. We love DraftKings. We love DraftKings Best Ball because we're going to get a chance to go head-to-head with 10 of you starting in 2 weeks. So we got 3 more winners we're going to announce right now, 3 more contestants next week, and then we play. I should note, by the way, if you try to enter, and you can do that by taking advantage of any of our sponsors or becoming a patron or whatever, and then emailing me, ross@rosstucker.com. if you don't get in this best ball, the July best ball, we'll do another one in August. And then early September, we will do our season-long league. So you have other opportunities, but there's still 3 more spots that we're going to give out next week. So get your sponsor confirmations in no matter what it is. Could be today, could be LinkedIn, could be DraftKings, could be Crocs. That's a hint for next week. We shall see. I'm Ross Tucker, former NFL offensive lineman, 5 teams, 7 years. Awesome Ross Tucker podcast today, by the way, with Andrew Brandt talking about the Business Hall of Famers. I still haven't decided whether or not I would be on that list or not, or would like to be on that list. I mean, obviously, I would like the money, but it's kind of a backhanded compliment. Take a list of like guys that didn't really deserve as much money as they got. I don't know. Anyway, check that out. Check me out on social at Ross Tucker NFL and all the shows at Ross Tucker Pod. We, of course, now can be watched, not just audio, youtube.com/Ross Tucker NFL. And when I say we, I mean me and Joe Dolan, the master of all he oversees at fantasypoints.com. Just make sure when you sign up for this year, and a lot of you are doing it, I've been getting a lot of emails from fantasypoints.com being forwarded to me. Use the code 21Feast so they know we sent you. Hello, Joe.
Hi, Ross. What's going on? It's July here. We are in the death throes of summer. I mean, at least for us. I know summer began just like 3 weeks ago, but like I haven't been completely unable to catch my breath here. Just the last few weeks. I mean, we've been doing a franchise focus series up at the website, and I mean, we're just previewing every player there is to preview, every team there is to preview. It's been a lot of work. Been doing a ton of podcasts, obviously here and then elsewhere. It is. I mean, the off season is over. No more off season for Dolan. Dolan is busy. It's draft season now, Ross. We're still in that like couple of week period before people start to remember that fantasy football exists. At least the casuals, the water cooler type of people. We are still a couple weeks away from that, but I would start to think that our listenership is going to go up here in the next couple weeks. That would be Ross. That's not a guess. That's a fact. I mean, that's just a fact.
It's a promise.
Yeah,
it's a promise.
Guarantee. Yeah.
We are 2 weeks away from, I think, 28 of the 32 teams having their first practice exactly 2 weeks from today. So get excited. Now, don't just get excited for that. Get excited for today's guest. I mean, we brought in the big guns for 2 weeks before NFL training camps open. Jason Moore, who you all can and should follow on social at JasonFFL, one of the top 10 most accurate fantasy analysts 3 years running, and of course, co-host of the award-winning Fantasy Footballers podcast. You can check those guys out. They obviously do an amazing job. Even just look at his background. I mean, we got Joe with a ceiling fan and a Flyers banner in the back.
I can't even use the ceiling fan, Ross, because it makes it look like my hat's spinning on this podcast. I am a sweaty guy.
Dude,
so, like,
I would do it anyway. I mean, you're in South Carolina. Who cares what makes it look like your hat's spinning, dude? It is hot as balls in South Carolina.
Oh, it's terrible. And I'm in what they call in down here the bonus room. And it's above the garage, so of course that's the hottest part of the house. So yeah, but the sacrifices I make for this podcast. Now I gotta get Jay's interior designer down here to help me out here. Maybe if we have a little success playing fantasy this year, I'll be able to overhaul this and get myself a nice fancy background. But this, I come as I am, Ross. I'm coming. Kurt Cobain said it. That's what I do. That's what I do on this podcast.
Got it. Jason, thanks for coming on the show, man.
Yeah, happy to be here. This is actually the best time of year to join a podcast because right now you've got the people that are going to win the leagues, and in a couple weeks you get the casuals coming in they're just a little late. They're always a little late to the party, and the people listening right now, those are the ones that are like, oh, I get the extra info that they don't get, and they go on to win the leagues.
It's a really good point. I'm curious so what we've been doing the last couple of weeks is having analysts like yourself come on and tell us some of the guys they're higher on and lower on than the consensus or where they're going in some best ball drafts, which I love because it doesn't really make sense to just talk about what everybody agrees on, right? Like what's interesting and what derives value for me and our listeners is the people that you disagree with where they're being drafted right now. So I love it. It's perfect timing. I do have one question before we dive into the players, though. How thankful are you, Jason, or how much does it make a difference to you that we will have preseason games, we'll have reporters at training camp? Does that get you excited? Do you feel like that gives you an edge, or did you think maybe you had an edge last year when there wasn't preseason games and we didn't really get very good reporting from training camps?
You know, as much as we want to fluff up the information that we're watching for in preseason games, I don't believe it really changed things one way or the other. An inside, because we had better information earlier, we didn't need the preseason, we got an edge, or because we're getting what matters to me is just that it's normal. It's the expectation for everyone in the world now is we get football this year, whereas last year without the preseason, I think a lot of the casual leagues, the work leagues, those type of things, they just didn't happen last year because there was so much going on. And then, I mean, they're not even playing preseason. We don't know. Is the ball going to get kicked off on time? And now it's like this is just another NFL season. So I think the excitement and the joy is raised. I don't know that the edge is really any different.
Well said. Let's dive into some of your guys that you're higher on and lower on. This is interesting because usually I let the guests say it, and then Joe jumps in, and I might not have an opinion. Maybe I do. I have an opinion on the first guy. So let me hear why you're higher on Amari Cooper than others.
Yeah, Amari Cooper is my wide receiver 8 this year. I think he is screaming value right now because he's dropping outside of those first couple of rounds where you can load up on running backs and then grab, in the 4th round, a guy that I think is going to be a wide receiver 1. First of all, you've got the offense. Obviously, the Dallas Cowboys, I think, are that great fantasy team where they're going to throw the ball a lot. You don't believe they're going to have a great defense. They're going to put up a lot of points. And with Dak in tow, you saw it, unfortunately, for too short a period of time last year. I think Dak was on pace for 7,000 yards or something asinine because of the setup of the Cowboys. And what's happened, obviously, is it's CeeDee Lamb. CeeDee Lamb has come to town. My favorite prospect last year. He looked great. And so now everyone wants the new hotness. And usually in fantasy, that's where I find an advantage, is that the new hotness is not mutually exclusive of the vet also being awesome, but people tend to want to be more on CeeDee Lamb than Amari Cooper. So I love Cooper's value this year.
So the only point I'll make here is he had ankle surgery after the season, and it's like still bothering him. He's not going to be ready for the start of camp. Might go on PUP, and it just doesn't sound good to me. And Jay, he might end up being fine, and this might be overblown, but they usually try to downplay it when it's especially a star player's injury. I've got my look, I don't provide much value on this show, Jay, okay? That's my former player radar antennas up like, a guy having ankle surgery in January, not being ready for training camp in August, having it irritated, something pop up. I'm a little bit wondering what's going on there, Joe.
Well, I mean, that's the thing that needs to be monitored here is just the ankle because, as Jay mentioned, the new hotness, CeeDee Lamb, he is routinely getting drafted ahead of Amari Cooper. Like, that is not something like, oh, I can't believe I was in this draft and CeeDee Lamb went ahead of Amari Cooper. That's like a fact now. Like CeeDee Lamb, I'm looking at some NFFC best ball 10s data, wide receiver 12 over the last 3 weeks to wide receiver 16 for Amari Cooper. But Cooper's status has to be watched in training camp in the preseason. These are two good things when you have somebody with questions with injuries like Amari Cooper, because this is a super symbiotic relationship. He and Dak Prescott feed off of one another. In his career, Dak Prescott averages 307.5 passing yards per game in games with Amari Cooper. He averages 214.9 passing yards per game in games without Amari Cooper. And Amari Cooper averages 16.6 fantasy points per game with Dak Prescott and 12.9 fantasy points per game with any other quarterback. So both of these guys should be happy the other one's back, but a little bit surprising right now that I feel a little bit better about Prescott's status than I do about Cooper's status heading into training camp. That is something, again, Ross, you said we're 2 weeks away. The Cowboys are actually one of the first teams to report because they're playing in the Hall of Fame game. So we're going to keep a very close eye on Amari Cooper. But overall, if he's out there and practicing just at some point, I don't need him out there the first week. I don't even need him out there the second week. But if he gets ramped up in August and it's like, well, he could have played in the preseason, we chose not to, I'm going to be okay drafting Amari Cooper because this is a guy over the first 5 games of the season last year with Dak Prescott in the lineup. He significantly out-targeted any Cowboy receiver. He had 52 targets from Prescott, 37 was CeeDee Lamb's number. Now, that doesn't mean CeeDee Lamb hasn't progressed and gotten better, but I agree with Jason. This is a guy where you can get some value here. It is important to check on the status of that health, but on the flip side, that health might push his ADP down, and if he turns out being fine by midway through August, it's going to be a value pick.
All right. So, Jay, let's get to the Bengals because you got a couple Bengals on your list. You've got Joe Mixon you're higher on, but Jamar Chase you're lower on. So let's talk Bengals, and you can talk both those guys at the same time.
Yeah. So I like the Bengals offense to a degree. I think that there is value to be had there for fantasy. You look at Joe Mixon, what he did before going down to injury last year. Once they got it together, weeks 3, 4, 5, 6, he ended up being really great. Now you've got Giovanni Bernard gone. And while Giovanni Bernard was not like this great player that was just stealing everything away from Joe Mixon, he was on the field. He was he was getting targets. And now I feel like Joe Mixon has no choice but to be a true bell cow. And there just aren't that many of them out there because of the injuries of the past. Joe Mixon is dicey. I mean, Joe Mixon is a common bust candidate because we've seen it before, because he's been injured before. And so I think that, when I look at the ADP and where he's going versus the guaranteed workload that he's going to have, there's no way that if he plays a full season, he doesn't outproduce his value. And this is a guy that we've seen do it. It's not like we haven't seen him be a top 10 fantasy running back already. The offensive line should be improved. Hopefully you have Joe Burrow for the whole season. And to start the season, Joe Burrow is probably going to be, when it comes to his legs and mobility and, maybe he gets off to a slightly slow start, you're going to rely on the running game more. So I like the value of Mixon. On our show, I am, the other two guys are just madly in love with Jamar Chase, as the world is. I find myself always having to fight against that. And really, it's not that I believe Jamar Chase is bad by any means. He's a great talent. Obviously, there's a reason he was picked number 5 overall. He's played, already with this quarterback, and everything looks great. The problem I have is I have been in drafts where he's going in the 5th round, where people are taking him as a locked and loaded guarantee, and he could very well in his rookie season, for a slow start, Burrow coming back from injury, he could very well be the 3rd in targets. I actually have him personally projected to be the 3rd in targets on this team. Now there's plenty for him. AJ Green had 104 targets last year, did nothing with them. I expect he can do more. But when I look at the wide receivers, the rookie wide receivers, and I can get Devontae Smith late for free, and you say, okay, what's the percentage chance that Devontae Smith or Jamar Chase scores more fantasy points this year? Even if you believe it's Jamar Chase, like it's a very close call, just based on the market share that Devontae Smith is going to have with no other wide receivers there of note. And the round disparity is one of these guys I'm getting for free, and one of these guys I have to give up a really good veteran known commodity at wide receiver in those rounds.
Joe?
Yeah, well, Joe. First and foremost, with Joe Mixon, what I'm gonna do here is I'm gonna pull a Noel Gallagher. I'm gonna stand on the shoulders of giants for this one, and I'm gonna use our guy Scott Barrett at Fantasy Points has a fantastic stat called XFP, expected fantasy points. So Joe Mixon in his 6 starts. First and foremost, if you're buying Joe Mixon, you're buying a discount here because the fantasy community hates Joe Mixon. Does not like him at all. Oh, he's burned me in the past. He's been injured. He's been terrible the last couple of years. And I understand that, but maybe I was on the flip side. But anecdotally in 2019, Joe Mixon was a league winner down the stretch if you managed to weather the storm early in the campaign. And then in 2020, check this out. In Joe Mixon's 6 starts, he had 20 opportunities, 19 opportunities, 31 opportunities, 32 opportunities, and 21 opportunities. And note, that's attempts plus targets. So that is massive usage last year. He was the RB11 in fantasy points per game, but by expected fantasy points, he had 19.2. Over that span, it was second behind just Christian McCaffrey and Dalvin Cook last year. So there was a massive role, and that was even with Giovanni Bernard in tow. So I am buying Joe Mixon in the second round. It's an easy pick for me if I need a running back. As a matter of fact, I'm a little worried I have too much of Joe Mixon at this point. I'm starting to diversify in some of my best ball drafts. Take a Najee Harris, take a Stephon Diggs or a Calvin Ridley, to get into the wide receivers, Darren Waller, to get into the tight end position, because I have so much Joe Mixon at cost because I think the opportunity is going to be there. I do want to push back a little bit on Ja'Marr Chase, only because I do think he's really good. Borrowing once again from Scott Barrett's expected fantasy points metric, AJ Green is leaving behind 104 targets. He averaged just 7.0 fantasy points per game on those 104 targets, but his expected fantasy points were 12.1. That was by far the biggest negative differential in the entire NFL. Ross, you and I have talked multiple times on this podcast about how god-awful AJ Green was last year. The numbers bear it out. And even if Ja'Marr Chase just gets average production and gets that 104 targets, he would have averaged 12.1 fantasy points per game, which would have ranked him roughly wide receiver 40 last year. I think he's better than that. I mean, obviously the Bengals do too. They took him at number 5 overall. His ADP is wide receiver 25. The reason I think he's not super appealing at that price is because I think the Bengals are going to mix the ball around, and it's not necessarily the Devontae Smith relationship that I'm looking at. But I go down like 24, basically 2 full rounds in ADP, and Tyler Boyd's sitting there. And Tyler Boyd, his own teammate, is a 7th and 8th round pick. And this is somebody who, with Joe Burrow last year, and Burrow's 11 starts, Tyler Boyd averaged 16.2 fantasy points per game. That would have been the wide receiver 14 over the full season. He's being drafted as the wide receiver 36 right now. So, I mean, there is a massive value here. I'll take all the Bengals receivers. I'm cool with them, but the guy I'm going to end up the most with is Tyler Boyd because he is so freaking cheap right now. And this is a guy who has produced at an elite level with Joe Burrow at quarterback.
Let me ask you real quick, Joe. Who do you think scores more fantasy points this year, T. Higgins or Ja'Marr Chase?
Chase. And I'm going to tell you, I'm looking at my projections right now, wide receiver 24 and wide receiver 26. So there is a serious hedge there. I have very difficult time separating those two, but I'm going to go with Chase just because I love the prospect profile. But again, you're looking at T. Higgins. If Ja'Marr Chase wasn't in town, T. Higgins would be a 3rd round pick. I mean, like with AJ Green vacating those targets. So there's value there as well. I mean, I like this team in general for fantasy, but when I like a team this much, I generally gravitate towards the cheapest option, which is going to be Tyler Boyd. Jay, I don't know what kind of thoughts you have on T. Higgins vis-a-vis Ja'Marr Chase. I'm interested to hear them.
We've got a bet on our show between us, me and the other 2 guys. They're on the Chase side. I'm on the Higgins side. I think the ball's going to be spread around pretty evenly. I think they're all going to have a little bit of value. I agree with you. You take the cheapest option. I think the reason why Ja'Marr Chase is so exciting and is the first one off the board is because of the unknown. They're like, oh, what if he is an Odell Beckham rookie year sensation and just comes out and, I don't think you see a pathway forward for for Tyler Boyd or even Higgins to be some top 10 wide receiver, whereas people see that with Chase. But, I mean, this is a guy who didn't play football last year and is coming in. He's still a rookie. So I figure this season, 2-3 years down the road, I think this will be Jamar Chase's offense. I just don't think it happens rookie season.
Yeah, I kind of lean towards you, Jason. Missing a whole year. We'll see. That's a lot of time to have missed, and we'll see with that offensive line and with Joe. Let's put it this way. If I was on LinkedIn Jobs right now and I was hiring, I don't know if I'm loving Jamar Chase's resume as much with sitting out a whole year. And I'm a Tyler Boyd guy. I've always been a Tyler Boyd guy. It does feel like people never really give him the credit he deserves. Maybe we should all hire people like Tyler Boyd on LinkedIn Jobs because they will help you hire the right person for your role. Did you know every week, nearly 40 million job seekers visit LinkedIn? Post your first job for free at linkedin.com/feast. That's linkedin.com/feast to post your first job for free. Terms and conditions apply. Thank goodness, by the way, for LinkedIn, because my front page story, we just hired somebody and we would not have been able to do it without LinkedIn. It is hard to hire people right now. All right, let's get to a guy. I think our guest last week didn't like him either. He lives like a mile from where I'm sitting right now. Why do you not like Chase Edmonds as well? And you're an Arizona Cardinals guy, right, Jay?
Yes, sir. I am here in the Valley. Chase Edmonds is someone that I think he's talented. He's electric. He's not who they want to be their primary running back. Like they don't want him to handle the load. They don't want him to be their goal line guy. And Cliff Kingsbury's not a great offensive coach. I know he was supposed to be, and he's touted as such, but he's really, I don't think that he is as good as he's supposed to be. You look, I believe Chase Edmonds in his career has one carry inside the 5. They brought in James Conner, and he's going to be the guy with the new upgraded, Rodney Hudson at center, rushing the ball inside the 5 up through the middle. And so barring an injury to James Conner, which granted is known to happen from time to time, I don't think Chase Edmonds is going to be what a lot of people are drafting him to be, which is some sensational running back who ends up with the 75% of the market share. I think he is flat out the backup back. He'll be on the field a lot. He'll catch some balls, which is valuable for fantasy. But again, this is a running back that's going like in the 5th round. And when I look at someone that I just don't believe he's going to get the utilization that fantasy managers are hoping he gets, the wide receivers in rounds, in round 5 and round 6, they're just astronomically better than a crapshoot hopeful upside running back in Chase Edmonds. I'd rather take James Conner super late in the draft and get 85% of what you got from Kenyon Drake last year. But Kenyon Drake was a back of the 1st round pick, not an 8th, 9th, 10th round pick.
So here's the thing with Conner, and I think zero RB enthusiasts are going to be all over James Conner this year because nobody wants James Conner. James Conner is a 9th, 10th round pick. He's had a lot of problems with injuries in his career. But again, this is like when we're talking the Jamar Chase argument, Kenyon Drake's leaving behind 264 touches. That is a lot. And Chase Edmonds has never had 100 carries in the season. Now, do I think Chase Edmonds is going to top that number this year? I do. Just because I think they chose Edmonds over Drake. They brought in Conner on the cheap. I think Edmonds is going to get a bigger role than he's ever had. The one thing about Edmonds, though, that I can't get now, normally I would be on the board with saying we always talk ourselves into these ascending runners. Oh, there's a big role coming, and we end up overdrafting them. I have started to see Chase Edmonds slip into the 6th round with regularity. And I don't really have a problem with that ADP. Now, that's where I've been drafting guys, wide receivers, like tight ends. I think you can dabble into Mark Andrews and Dallas Goedert there. We're talking you can get Jalen Hurts, Justin Herbert, Russell Wilson in that range. Quarterbacks are kind of fruitful there. And then, of course, wide receivers are super deep. So Chase Edmonds has landed in what J.J. Zachariason has kind of dubbed the RB dead zone, where he and like Mike Davis and Myles Gaskin are coming off the board. I don't know if that price is that ridiculous, though. Like, last year, Chase Edmonds was a top 36 weekly running back 11 times. 8 of those times, he was a top 24 running back. His current ADP, RB28. So in half of his games, he was a top 24 running back, and he's currently coming off the board as RB28. Now, the problem was, and this would be the big argument, is of those 8 games in which he finished as a top 24 PPR running back, only 2 of them came as a top 12 running back. So this was a guy who had much more of a floor than he did a ceiling. The question now becomes, does Chase Edmonds ascend to a place where he has a massive ceiling? I don't necessarily think so. I don't think Jason thinks so either. But I'm not really sure he's being priced at his ceiling. I think his price is very fair right now. It's not somebody I've gone out of my way to target, but he is going to catch the ball. Connor does have injury problems. I don't have a problem with somebody saying they prefer Connor, but this isn't like the big gap between running backs where there shouldn't be as big a gap as we've seen in years past. So I'm a little less likely to say Chase Edmonds is a bad pick than I am to say I think he's just a fair pick given the caveats.
Check him out on social media at JasonFFL. Obviously, he's got the fantasyfootballers.com, Fantasy Footballers podcast. So good to have you on, Jason. It's been a couple years. Thank you so much. We really appreciate it.
Happy to be here and talk to you two. Have a good one.
There he is, Jason Moore from the Fantasy Footballers. Love that, and love the fact, Joe, that we get to announce 3 more best ball contestants. The last 3 next week. Here's the last 3 for this week. Made you guys wait till the end. Giancarlo Libertino, he's a new patron. Brian Bow did the Warby Parker home try-on kit. Robert Ober did the Warby Parker home try-on kit. So 3 down, 3 more to go. Who wants in? Who wants to go against me and Joe? We will find out this week and tell you the final 3 contestants on next week's episode. Other than that, I'm stuffed. We're done.
Thanks for listening to the Fantasy Feast podcast. Make sure to also subscribe to the Ross Tucker Football Podcast, Even Money, Business of Sports, and the College Draft. All available at Apple Podcasts, rosstucker.com, or wherever podcasts can be found.
A lot of times on the show, I mentioned DraftKings. Here's what you need to know. You got to be 21 or older, New Jersey, Indiana, or Pennsylvania only. New customers only. Restrictions apply. See DraftKings.com/sportsbook for details. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER, or in Indiana, 1-800-9-WITH-IT. By the way, if what I was talking about included a deposit bonus, doesn't always, sometimes it does. Deposit bonus requires 25 times playthrough, and deposit bonuses are paid out in site credit.
Welcome to Ultimate 101. Daniel Cohen here to take you through the basics of Ultimate and the AUDL, the American Ultimate Disc League. So Ultimate is a 7-on-7 non-contact sport played on a field 70 yards long by 40 yards wide, with end zones running 20 yards deep on either end. In the AUDL, the game is played on a football field, with end zones starting at each 10-yard line. The AUDL field is larger than a college regulation Ultimate field because of the extra 13 yards of width and 10 yards of length. So each point begins with the pull, which can be compared to a kickoff in football. The 2 teams of 7 begin at opposite end zones, and one team throws off to the other to begin play. Now the receiving team starts the point on offense. Their goal is to advance the disc down the field by passing from teammate to teammate until the disc is caught in the opposing end zone for a goal. Players can't run with the disc, and they have to establish a pivot foot before throwing, like in basketball. Anytime the disc hits the ground, is intercepted, or is caught out of bounds, it's a turnover, and the defense takes over on offense without any stoppage in play. At the college level, when a player has the disc, they have 10 seconds to throw as long as a defender is in their immediate area. This defender is called the mark, and typically they will count out loud starting from 1 all the way up to 10. If the person with the disc doesn't get rid of it in those 10 seconds, that's called a stall, and the offense turns the disc over.
A stall was called after the great catch.
In the AUDL, the stall count is 7, so players only have 7 seconds to get the throw off. Now traditionally, Ultimate is self-officiated. Play will stop for any foul calls, such as contact or traveling, which can then be sorted out by the involved players. If a player disagrees with the foul call, it's basically a redo, with the disc being sent back to where it was before the call. The AUDL is the only level of play that uses officials to call the game. For foul calls in the AUDL, yardage penalties are assessed on the offending team. Downfield picks, traveling, and pass interference are a few of the most common types of penalties. A big difference in AUDL versus non-AUDL play is the use of double teams. In the AUDL, double teams on throwers are completely legal, meaning two defenders can be right in the thrower's face trying to force a turnover. At all other levels of play, double teams are not allowed. Now, another rule unique to the AUDL is the integrity rule, which allows players to overturn a call if the call initially benefited their team. For example, if the official calls a foul on a defender and the disc isn't caught by the receiver can invoke the integrity rule and say no, actually the defender did not foul them, so the play would then result in a turnover. Now, College Ultimate is played to a score limit, usually to 13 or 15. AUDL games, on the other hand, are played with a time limit instead, with 4 12-minute quarters. At the end of each quarter, if the disc is in the air when time expires, the score will count if the disc is caught in the end zone. Hope this helped you learn a little bit more about Ultimate and the AUDL. If you want more AUDL action, be sure to subscribe to our YouTube channel, or check out our AUDL TV streaming platform to watch all the best games in Pro Ultimate. Welcome to Ultimate 101.
What's up, everyone? Welcome back here on the Dream Stream. We have one more sim today. That is, of course, this one, and then the American Ultimate Disc League action will take over a little bit later on. So relax, Dream Stream's not going anywhere. You just won't have a sim at Madden After Dark. But this one, we can't look beyond this one, Jeff Ulrich. Adam Kaufman here with you. This is the NFC Championship game, and you will have the virtual Niners at, of course, the Seattle Seahawks, who are the top seed in the NFC, and they were our bracket winners. Last time we had a season-type tournament. Well, here we go again. Let's see if Seattle can win another ring.
Let's do it, man. Russ Wilson, he is like the king of the North of the men's sim universe. I mean, this dude is really tough to kill, you know. I thought Aaron Rodgers might be that dude. Drew Brees took him out actually pretty easily in the first playoff sim. Russ Wilson, though, a different breed because he can get it done with his legs as well late. So I don't know. 49ers are a good team, but I don't know if they have it in them here. I think Seattle probably gets this done.
Well, we're going to dive into our lineups. I finished 11th in the AFC Championship game free roll that we had going on here back at 6 o'clock Eastern time. This, the primetime NFC title game free roll with, again, Moose Koff here with you. And do tell me, my friend, out of 138 entries, what does your hopeful winning lineup look like?
Well, I'm hopeful in the sense that I captain George Kittle again and paired him with Jimmy Garoppolo, so that's probably not going to work. I faded Raheem Mostert. I do have Wilson and Metcalf and Dorsett in there, so I got some action on the other side. And then I got Jason Myers to round things out. A little kicker action win.
Vince Stevenson says, Kaufman, your volume's too low. Moose's, like the nursery rhyme, is just right. Well, I will try and do my best to get that covered for you, Vince. Anybody else who may or may not have trouble hearing me? My lineup. So I originally captained George Kittle like you, but then I changed some things around. Yeah, well, no, not even that. I like the Kittle captain play. Garoppolo is not a guy that I regularly roster at all, but Kittle, I like it a captain. I just by the time the build was done, I was looking for a little more balance, a little less punt play, and went from captaining George Kittle to not even including him in my lineup at all. I have Deebo Samuel in the captain spot. You want to talk about, dart throws, 3.6% in that slot, about 20% owned overall in our smaller contest. I naturally paid up for both Russ Wilson and Raheem Mostert. So I've got both those guys who are both owned in at least 85% of lineups, at least 17% captain for both of them. Actually, it's Mostert at about 20. I have a new Patriot, Kendrick Bourne. I'm contractually obligated to refer to him that way. And a couple of cheaper plays who are reasonably popular. Dante Pettis more so at $4,400, about 40% owned. Carlos Hyde, hide your kids, hide your wife. 5K in the flex, 21% owned as we have a completion and a fumble just like that. Seattle with the completion to pick up yardage, and then San Fran with the takeaway to get us started about 40 seconds in.
This is the kind of play San Fran's going to need in this sim. You know, Russell Wilson ain't going to lose the game, so the other players on Seattle, if they're going to give it away, then Seattle's or San Francisco's defense got to be opportunistic.
Yeah, and that is not the DST that most of you played, I would be willing to bet. We'll look at the booth review, though, and find out if this thing does get overturned. Hit that like if you're here with us, up over 250. Would love more. Tyler Lockett had the catch, then the fumble. We'll see if he's down. Ooh, tough angle. I could see it getting overturned. What about you?
It's getting challenged. This is 100% getting overturned. Always does. Never seen a fumble go to the replay and not get overturned. That's Sim 101 right there, Kaufman.
Seattle gets it back in, picking up some yardage.
It's Greg Olsen on the catch. I'm not going to let these 49ers beat me tonight.
Old man Olsen.
My 12th NFC championship.
That's a pretty good accomplishment, isn't it?
It's not actually his 12th NFC championship. Well, maybe it is. He's been good on the Seahawks. It's his 12th Sim NFC championship.
I'm saying. 2nd and 3 coming from the 38. One of these teams will have the right to face Houston in the Simper Bowl tomorrow night, while the other will participate against Pittsburgh in the consolation game tomorrow afternoon. Yeah, the Toilet Bowl, exactly. Make those contests a little bit later on tonight after those exist for you in the lobby. Look forward to being on the call for both of those. I noticed, Moose, looking at the schedule, I didn't even put this together. I never really looked beyond the 2 today, 2 tomorrow, but I have the first 3 on Sunday. I have 7 straight sims spanning these few days.
7 straight.
7 straight.
I did 6 straight.
A 3 and a 3?
No, I did a 4 and a 2.
Oh.
Didn't get to 7. Could have done 7, but they found someone too. I think Brian stepped in for me. Yeah. It's a slog, man. Not gonna lie.
Well, at least we got big games. We got this, like you said, the Toilet Bowl tomorrow, a couple of conference championship games here, the Simper Bowl tomorrow night. And as Chris Carson reaches...
Oh, wait a second. This is like, you got breaks here. You got like one game, and you got like 6 hours. Then
I didn't...
Get out of here.
No, listen.
Doesn't count.
I didn't say I'm overworked. I didn't complain. I didn't say, I can't handle it. All the DK's really grinding me into the ground. I didn't say any of that.
Yes.
I simply did the math.
It's true.
And said I had 7 straight sims.
It's true.
I didn't complain.
This wasn't like the Moose Slam though, where I did 4 in a row. The 12, the whatever it was, the 4 p.m. to the 10 p.m. and then I woke up.
Nope.
Got like 2 hours of sleep.
Totally different. Totally different.
I do like 6 hours of research for Sims, so I did like 2 hours of sleep, woke up, and then did 2 more. I mean,
you don't even know who's playing in this game right now, and it's in front of you. 2nd and 2 from the 34.
It's white uniforms. It could be anybody.
Well, Russ with the completion to Carson, 6 for 6, 46 yards, but shy of the first. 3rd and 1 on the way.
Not teriyaki sauce. This is iced tea. In Canada, we put sugar in our iced tea. Never forget the first time going to the States as a kid. You order iced tea. Your parents are like, it's different here. Just warning you. Just warning you. It's different here. Do you still want it?
Here.
I'm like, what? It can't be that different.
And?
Come on, Dad. Like, live a little. Get it? Take that sip. You're like, where's the sugar? Why don't you guys put sugar in your iced tea? It's so weird.
I'll be honest, I didn't know that was...
I know. Nobody knows that.
Problem. I didn't know that was the thing. Maybe if, to me, my instinct would say, if you think there isn't sugar in the iced tea here, how much are you guys putting in north of the border?
Oh, our iced tea kid is like, it's jacked.
Kid.
That's why I'm so hyped. Oh, wow. Oh,
NFC title game? Oh, heck yeah.
Oh, heck yeah. Hey.
Let's fill it up, baby. Let's give me some sugar. Sean Preston says, talking about me doing 7 straight sims, is that you being dedicated, Koff, or you need to pay some racked up bills? Well, Sean, you guys have heard all about the compound, the Koff compound here. I'm looking to buy a vacation home though, so I want to make sure that let's get greedy. Let's go. Jared Kilgore, Koff, walking Madden Samantha in the stroller to get her fall asleep listening to the sim. Yeah, that could do the trick. We might bore. Brendan Glasheen is in the chat, trying to steal viewers from us.
Yeah. What is going on here?
Going live on Twitter with Ducey from Yankee Stadium.
Sorry, is this like the new mandate? Are we supposed to be sending viewers over there, Glash? Like what is going on?
I mean, really, Glash, have a little tact, would you?
I mean, come on. Like this this isn't even like a Kaufman and I thing. This is like a, you're just stealing from your employee. This is just a walk-in touchdown by Russell Wilson.
No problem. First the guy convinces Kenny to bail on his shift.
Yeah, no kidding.
And now he's trying to take viewers away from the Dream Stream.
Turned Kenny into,
producer Michael, can we call somebody about this? This is outrageous.
I mean, I already sent a complaint to HR, but
this is unbelievable. I'm reaching out to the Pirate. For you guys that don't know, that's what we affectionately call our boss, the Pirate. And he's just, I'm going to tell him, and he's going to go arg, and then he's not going to know what to do about it. But I mean, this is, and how does one even do that on Twitter these days? Can you go Twitter live anymore? Is it is he doing it through Periscope?
I don't even know, actually. I haven't used Periscope in a long time. I mean, he's there, so.
Robbie Noble says, he's going full DiCaprio in Wolf of Wall Street. Goes, I ain't leaving.
It looks like he's got
leaving.
Looks like he's got 2 viewers right now. So
wait. I'm gonna find his thing. Let's find out what's going on at Yankee Stadium with Brendan Glasheen.
Wow, 2 viewers. Okay, well, that's enough for me. That was thrilling.
Well, let's find out. Hang on. Oh, look, he's up to 8. He had to come in here and try and poach viewers.
Sure.
Well, his internet connection sucks. I'll tell you that.
8 viewers and 2 of them are us. So.
Like, do you hear how choppy that is? Just go in and out, lost connection, trying to reconnect. It's not my internet. I got the good stuff over here.
Maybe if he worked more, he could get a better, plan for his phone.
Unbelievable. Like, this is intolerable. How does one even attempt to listen to this? Man. Yeah, Tom Cruise says they're using the nearest hospital's waiting room. Probably. 7-0 Seattle after the Russell Wilson rushing score with ease at that, making a good chunky a happy, obviously. Very popular, about 17% captain.
Kenny and Glass sharing M&Ms for sure, says Kareem. That is a good call.
Right?
They're 100% sharing candy.
Will they pick it up off the stadium floor?
Oh, absolutely, man.
I'm sure it won't even load on my phone.
How did this happen? Where is this game taking place? I mean, I talked to Kenny about this earlier today, but I didn't really get the deets.
That's in New York. Some mysterious something or other brought Glash to
New
York City.
To the Big Apple.
To the Big Apple.
Maybe he was interviewing for the the Monday Night Football job or something.
Yeah, is he going for like the New York Knicks play-by-play gig
right?
now?
Yeah, he's pretty big time. So apparently too big time to not steal viewers from DraftKings Dream Stream.
So I know it's not me. I'm trying to load it on the computer too. Nope. Unbelievable. Mo says, "Oh, hi, Cough Moose. Hello."
Hola.
Minute and change left here in the opening quarter. Virtual Seattle. Jimmy Garoppolo slings it. That is completed to the 38. Garoppolo up to 37 into the hands of Deebo Samuel. First catch for 13.
Yeah, on a serious note, still love Deebo next year for fantasy purposes. As a guy who you can get very low valuation, in my opinion. He's got wide receiver 1 potential. I just got a notification that
I
he
did
started.
too. Same thing.
He's on IG, I think.
I think
he
Twitter's
switched
not working.
providers.
Yeah, now he's going live on Instagram. Has he jumped into the chat to tell us yet? Brendan Glasheen going live on Instagram. All right, I'm going to check this one out. Let's see if this one works better.
You might want to do that live. I don't know.
That's true. I mean, if they start cursing or something like that, I guess we don't need that.
Who knows what'll get brought up there when Glash
That's a good point. Yeah, that's a good point. That's a very good point on your part.
Even when he's trying not to get in trouble.
Yeah.
He doesn't do the best.
And truly, like, it wouldn't even be his fault. It would be my fault for airing his broadcast.
It's true. Maybe that's the whole plan by Glash.
Say whatever he wants on that thing.
Suck you in and then.
Yeah, this is how he gets you. The real roundabout way of getting me to lose my job. Bold thinking there, Glash. Russell Wilson, he's perfect. He's handsome too. 8 for 8 for 70 passing, has a rushing score. Garoppolo 4 or 5 for 40. It's 7-0 Seattle in front. We got Mike, our producer, Drew, our technical director, Cobra K, Tate and Ops, holding it down with the manual scoring. Russ 1 for 9, but good enough for that score, obviously. 2 for 4 for Raheem Mostert. Raheem to the stream. Not doing much so far. Chris Carson, 3 attempts, 3 moose. Goose egg yards, none. That is at least on the ground. He does have a catch. 3 for 24 for your man, old guy Olsen over here. 2 for 19 for Lockett. 1 for 22 for your captain Kittle. DraftKings Metcalf, 1 for 18.
Yeah, man. Basically just had that one long drive by Seattle. San Francisco still moving the ball, though. 3rd and 3. Debo and Kittle are on the board, but the rushing has been nothing so far.
How's your lineup holding up? The West is in front right now, 38.4 points.
I don't have Russell Wilson in the captain spot, so I'm in
Neither
a
does the
second.
leading lineup. The leading lineup has the Seattle DST.
No, okay, that's fair. But no, I mean it's not bad. I got Wilson there, Metcalf, but Dorsett nothing. Kittle with 1 catch. It's settling.
King here says Glass should sue you for copyright infringement as you are broadcasting his broadcast on a broadcast.
It's Inception here.
I was gonna say, that's some deep loophole right there.
What was that on that catch? I feel like that was Mostert. Oh no, it wasn't Mostert. It was a receiver.
Good news is you have the benefit of the replay. That was
Oh,
Kendrick
Bjorn. Bjorn.
Jorn. Appreciate everyone hanging here with us. Smash that like, hit the subscribe button if you're watching along on the YouTube. There's Raheem Mostert. Little zigzag of a run. Out to the 7, picks up the first. If you're watching on Twitch, twitch.tv/DraftKings. Give us a follow there. Appreciate you. Mike Bizzle says Glash is getting autograph requests by the minute. By all those Connecticut Sun fans at the stadium tonight.
That's right.
First and goal, Raheem, easy touchdown, walks on in.
All right. Well, that's one way to beat the old Seahawks. Get your stud going. 2 studs now with the touchdown. The 2 big guns on both sides. So off to a pretty good start in this game, for being honest. Mostert. I don't even know if Mostert's going to be on the 49ers next year.
I think it's really trending that way, huh?
Well, it's. I mean, they drafted 2 running backs. They have Jeff Wilson. They have Jerick McKinnon as well. I don't know. I think Mostert is still their best back by far, but people are still floating that idea. So,
well, it was a crowded backfield last year, largely because of the injuries, and it was just week to week who's available.
Yeah.
Robbie Noble says Meowster. For show. For show. I created a last-minute Ducey and Glash Fado-Rama showdown contest for the Yankees and Red Sox. And our leader right now is Meager. Meager's in front by about 1.5 points.
I don't know. It looks like the latest beat reports on Mostert do have him staying there. I know there's some chatter earlier, but I still just... I guess they could maybe cut McKinnon or do something there, but it feels like Trey Sermon's definitely going to be on the team. I guess they could practice squad. I can't even remember who they got in the 5th round. Elijah Taylor, I think his name is. I can't remember. Weird scenario, though, for the 49ers. They got 5 legitimate backs, so...
Some teams don't even have 2.
Yeah.
7-all, early second quarter again. Moose Koff, Mike, Drew, Tate. What are you doing after the sim? Normally you might be doing Madden After Dark, but that's not a thing tonight with, of course, the American Ultimate Disc League action. So you're going to pop on a movie? What's the plan?
Yeah, dude. Do a little bit of... Oh, you know what I've been watching?
Loki yet?
No, I got to finish up Loki. I watched like 10 minutes of it last night, but fell asleep. I put it on too late, though. It's not because I was bored.
Yeah.
But I'm going to be finishing up that. I've been watching Invincible. You seen that on Amazon Prime?
No.
It's like an animated superhero movie. It's kind of in the vein of like... It's got a little bit of the Boys flair to it. It's kind of like
for adults.
It's definitely for adults, but it's animated, but it is for adults. Like it's not, and you'll find that out very quickly after the first episode. Like there's, like it's more adult-ish. It's interesting though. It's not as crude as The Boys, but it's it's more. I don't even know how you'd explain it, but it's interesting. It's actually pretty good. It kind of sucked me in right away. So, yeah, I've been watching that.
Anybody of note in it as far as voices?
J.K. Simmons is one of the lead voices.
Okay.
Michelle Yeoh. She was in Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon. I think that's her name. I might have butchered that. Anyways, she's in it. There's actually a couple big names, absolutely. I feel like Seth Rogen maybe has like a cameo or something, but for voice.
Hunts away for Seattle, so San Fran will get the ball back. All right, so you're watching Invincible. What else you got going on?
I mean, I think we're going to watch The Quiet Place 2 with the wife as well. That's also on Prime.
I still haven't seen the original.
It's pretty good. It's not a bad movie. Like, it's not like you'll be like, oh, why did I put this on? I think it got a little bit too much like praise. Like, it wasn't like the best movie ever or anything, but it was good. Oh, going for it all here. Oh, we got it.
Got it. Samuel.
Oh.
Now he's spinning back, losing some yards.
Yeah. I thought he might break it to the inside there. Big play for Debo. You must have finished Loki by now.
I finished Loki. Glash is down to 7 viewers, but he's still chugging along, by the way. I just looked.
Hey.
I turned down the volume just to make sure, but I wanted
nowhere to go but up. Hopefully. But
yeah, he brought in Sarah too for like a, you know, you can join chats. She must be elsewhere, obviously, but that's good. That's important. Let's make sure we keep building the brand. I love him. I do. I did finish Loki. I loved it. I kind of want to watch the finale again because I'm sure there are just, you know, little nuances along the way that I missed. Plus, it's not confusing. Confusing is not the right word for it. It leaves a lot open to interpretation in terms of, okay, where are they going with this? And obviously, there will be a season 2 that's well known, so they leave you on something of a pretty big cliffhanger.
Yeah.
So it'd be interesting to see where it goes in terms of the overall MCU and where it picks up in the Doctor Strange movie. Tate says episode 5 is unreal for sure. 4 and 5 in particular, as I remember, are awesome. I think 4 might have been my favorite, but I could be making that up. 4 and 5 are terrific. 6 was good. I didn't feel like it was, you know, the high point of the series, but it was solid.
Yeah, I got a little bit spoiled for me just in terms of you know, who gets revealed at the end, but I kind of figured that might be also who they were referring to, who was going to be in there. So we'll see. Yeah, no, I'm interested to see. I like definitely have liked the series. It's like I would say I thought WandaVision was really cool, but as a series, like Loki's been better for sure. I really wasn't that big on the Falcon one. Like it had its moments.
That was just okay. It didn't do a lot. It was a fun watch, but it's not like in the scope of Marvel things that I have or will continue to rewatch.
Yeah, I'm not rewatching that.
I don't see myself ever going back and rewatching that series. Loki, I will rewatch. WandaVision, I could even see myself rewatching. I don't see myself ever rewatching Falcon and Winter Soldier.
The only good thing about Falcon and Winter Soldier was they introduced, you know, the U.S. agent. They introduced Julia Louis-Dreyfus character.
Right.
Oh, he's
get there! No, down to 1, Debo.
Oh, what? Oh no,
dude, that is my captain.
Wow,
that is my captain. Come on, man.
Debo stuck at the 1. Didier, I think the stats are on there, buddy. I mean, give your thing a refresh. Is anyone else having trouble? I think we're good, though.
Cobra K Tate Knox is generally on top of this stuff, so I wouldn't worry.
Yeah, I think we're good. Just might want to. Oh, there's
Garoppolo back of the end zone.
Wow.
Touchdown, and
Bourne, I think.
Kendrick Bourne, it is. Bourne Identity, getting it done. Couple unanswered touchdowns for San Fran.
Yeah. What was I going to ask you? Oh, have you seen Black Widow?
I have.
Yeah, me too.
What'd you think?
I liked it, man. I really did. Thought it was cool. It's funny when the Avengers came out, I'm like, Scarlett Johansson's character might bring down this whole thing. Like it just no, I'm serious. I was like, this is gonna be like ridiculous. Like it was Scarlett Johansson at the time, who had legitimately never done a role like that in her life. Like,
sure.
And B, I wasn't that familiar with the character, and as I've come to know, how her character is built in the comics and stuff like that, I actually think they did a pretty good job with her. So I really liked the movie too. Like, it was funny, it was good, didn't take itself too seriously. It was a little bit ridiculous in some spots with like how many times can you smash your body like falling down and like just get right back up and like not have internal organ damage. But other than that,
are we talking about the Fast and Furious franchise or Marvel?
No, I mean, just in this respect, it was just to Scarlett Johansson. But other than that, we get it. She's tough, but like she's pinballing down like a 10-story drop. Like,
are you and you stuck around for the post-credit scene? I imagine.
Yeah.
So that was a little bit of a little cliffhanger.
Should be good. I know they're setting up like a Hawkeye series. I know in the comics too, like her, Barton's daughter gets involved and stuff. It sounds like they're setting up a bit of a rivalry or something with Jeremy Renner's character. Obviously, I just spoiled it for everyone, but whatever.
Yeah. I'm with you though. I thought that. Well, I went into Black Widow kind of feeling, let's see. I wasn't figuring I'd come away all that impressed, I just sort of went in thinking like I'll watch it because it's part of Marvel and I need to know what's going on, but I don't feel like this is going to be anything special. And while I still wouldn't say it's one of the best Marvel movies we've seen or anything like that, it absolutely exceeded my expectations. I enjoyed it. It was a good watch. Yelena, her sister, was like, she was a showstopper, man. She was a scene stealer. She was great. Her character was awesome.
Yep.
And just the actress, just very funny. It was they really casted that well.
Yeah, have you seen? She's in Midsummer, the horror flick.
No.
She's actually really good in it too. I didn't even, but it's funny because I didn't even realize it was the same actress when the trailers first came out because she does look a bit different. But she's a good actress, man. Absolutely, you're right. Probably gonna set her up for like more appearances. So yeah, no, I'm in agreement. Like if the Black Widow movie came out like 5 years ago, I probably really wouldn't have been up for it. But I was kind of up for it for this one, and it was good, man. Kind of sucks. I'm probably not going to see Scarlett Johansson in more movies.
No, I think we're done with her in the same way that we're done with Robert Downey Jr. and may or may not be done with Chris Evans. Where they've graduated to the next level of Marvel, the next phase.
Yep.
14-7 San Fran as we hit the 2-minute warning. Moose Coffee are with you. NFC title game. Fizzle. Koff doesn't watch good movies. Midsummer. I don't watch horror. That's true.
Good call, Mike Fizzle.
On that note, and on the subject of me not watching good movies, you know what I'll finish it tonight probably, but I started the other night, is The Hitman's Wife's Bodyguard. The Ryan Reynolds, Samuel L. Jackson, Selma Hayek, the sequel to The Hitman's Bodyguard.
Right.
And it's not a good movie. Don't confuse what I'm saying. But there are just, and I think we've all got them, right? Like those of you in the chat, production group, ops, you obviously. There are just those people, those actors, those actresses, whomever it may be, that you just like them basically no matter what they're in, even if it's not a good movie. And Ryan Reynolds is very much one of those people for me. I like Ryan Reynolds in pretty much anything.
Sure, yeah.
And this movie is right there on that list.
It's true. Ryan Reynolds is a hard guy not to like in a movie. I mean, the movie's got to be pretty terrible. Like even in, did you see that one 6 Underground on Netflix?
Yeah, 6 Underground on, I liked it though. Did you not like it?
I mean, I liked it, but again, it was kind of like if Ryan Reynolds wasn't the lead, I probably wouldn't.
Never would have watched it.
I don't even know if I would have finished it because it was okay. But it's it's obviously the prototypical Michael Bay action movie, but
right. Yeah.
It's pure ridiculousness.
No, I mean, if to your point, because there's nobody else in it. If Ryan Reynolds were not in that movie, I never would have even put it on.
Yeah, exactly. There's a good chance I don't even watch that movie if he's not in it. So I know you're right. Reynolds is definitely one of those guys who I will pretty much at least, consider putting it on if he's in it.
First and goal. There he
Oh,
goes.
Russ
Dives
again.
in. That's
He is
two. Russell Wilson.
Hard man to kill, Russell Wilson. I tell you, San Francisco taking the lead. Not for long, man.
Final minute of this opening half. It is funny how Ryan Reynolds, though, has, really evolved in his career from the, up and coming, like two guys, a girl in a pizza place, and doing all these comedic roles and the occasional rom-com or drama even, to now, in large part because of Deadpool. But he's turned himself into a bona fide action star as well.
Yep.
I mean, like, he can be in these movies, he can be a lead in these movies, and he can be successful at it.
Yeah, absolutely. No, I mean, he's definitely got some range as an actor too, right? So probably doesn't do enough serious roles, but yeah, no,
Right.
I think he's kind of like an underrated actor. Like people kind of forget, but I like him. You're right. Like when he started off, he was more just like a goofy guy, like
right. You
I don't want to say Jim Carrey, but like he was like
no, but like Waiting or Van Wilder.
exactly. Yeah. You wouldn't think of him in any serious roles. You certainly wouldn't think of him as like an action movie guy either. So
Right.
definitely evolved.
So what about for you? And this question goes out to the chat. Mike, Drew, Tate, everybody. Want to hear from you guys. Who's that? You don't have to list everyone because there are a whole bunch for me. I'm sure there are for you too. But who's an actor and actress that comes to mind relatively quickly? Who you just pretty much like, if they're in it, doesn't mean you're going to like what they did. But if they're in it, you're going to at least invest time in it because of who they are. Someone who's like, no matter how bad the movie may look, they're in it, you're going to check it out.
Yeah. I mean, Tom Hardy's definitely up there for me.
Sure.
Leo DiCaprio. I like Leo's movies, man. But he doesn't do bad movies. Like, I don't even know if there's been a bad Leo DiCaprio movie.
No, it's true. And he also, like, if we were to do our whole acting credit game thing, like, he doesn't have a ton. He doesn't, he doesn't make a ton of movies. He's not the guy that's chasing the paycheck.
Yeah, exactly right.
Got Mike shouting out Bryan Cranston. Sure, absolutely. Bill Murray says Cooks. Denzel, pro. James says Tom Hardy, like you. Lindenbaum saying Denzel. Jake Williams is with you.
Denzel's a good one too. Yeah, Denzel.
Bill Murray, another one from DJ.
Like Denzel's done some pretty like average action films, but I'll still like just watch them. I'll be like, oh, Denzel's in this one. It's probably pretty good.
I mean, perfect example. Tate says Bill Hader for sure. Love Bill Hader, although he's generally a bit part guy. But anytime he gets a leading man opportunity, for sure, check that out. But like Denzel, so I haven't seen it. A bunch of my friends have been texting me recently because I've talked about this before. I've got text chains with different groups of friends, and it's just always about movies, TV, what are you watching, whatever, recommendations for people.
Yeah.
And that movie, the new one, it's relatively new in the last year or two, The Little Things that Denzel's in.
Right.
A bunch of my friends, just went on this whole rant about, like this movie is awful. It is absolutely terrible. Don't watch it. But Denzel's really good in it.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, he's got a couple movies like that, if we're being honest.
Yeah.
Like Denzel's never the problem with the movie. You're like,
Right.
oh my god, he was so bad in that. Like that Equalizer series is a great example, actually. Like the first one's okay. It's not like the greatest plot, but it's fine, and Denzel definitely makes it a good movie. The second movie, I wouldn't even been able to get through if it wasn't Denzel. Like legitimately, it was not good, at least in my opinion. So
Nice rush from Russ. Timeout Seattle, looking for more points before the half. Dean correcting himself, who had written Matt Dillon before. Matt Damon, which makes way more sense. I'm more apt to watch something with Kevin Dillon than Matt Dillon. Philip Seymour Hoffman, rest in peace, says Bizzle. Adam Sandler, the guru, says for comedy in all seriousness. His serious ones turn out to stink, but I watch them. He's just in on Sandler, excuse me. Paul Rudd, says Evans. Will Smith, Jake, Woody Allen, Bizzle. A lot of Denzel. Shia LaBeouf from Jake. Ben Stiller, Super Bowl baby. Our guy Drew says I gravitate towards the Coen brothers. Tarantino, Wes Anderson movies. It's funny. I have a friend, Drew, you get along with him real well. I have one of my best friends right there with you. I don't know how big he is into Tarantino, but loves Coen brothers, loves everything Wes Anderson. And
Wes Anderson hasn't put out movies for a bit, it feels like.
No,
I used to be a huge Wes Anderson guy. Sorry, what was that?
I said his movies are very hit and miss for me. I'm not a devout Wes Anderson guy the way that a lot of people are.
I really do like his movies. I mean, some of them, I feel like his early stuff was like way better. Rushmore is one of my favorite movies, 100%.
Yeah. What's the
with Gene Hackman? Oh my God, I can't. I've seen this movie so many times and I can't remember the title.
No, I was thinking of the one with Bruce Willis, where he's the camp counselor.
Oh, that's
Moonlight.
Yeah.
Something or other. Yeah.
Anyways.
Yeah.
We'll get back to this talk.
Yeah, because it's fun. And you guys are engaged in the chat, which is always nice. Rob shouting out Tom Hanks, Will Ferrell. All right, Garoppolo, 141 passing, a touchdown. He's been good. Russ, 118, 13 of 14. Of course, he has 2 rushing scores to account for the 14 Seattle points, 14 for San Fran on the other side. Raheem Mostert with minimal credit, 5 for 25 with a touchdown. Wilson, 5 for 64 with those couple of scores. More in the chat. Yeah. Wes Anderson, Wes Craven.
Royal Tenenbaums, that was the one I was saying.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Very popular. Carlos Hyde, 1 for 8. That's it. Does have 2 for 10 in the air. Touchdown for Kendrick Bourne, 2 for a dozen. Debo should have had a touchdown, 4 for 92. Greg Olson, 4 for 34. So, as all the manual scoring, all the points are tabulated, we're going to take a quick break because, for whatever reason, even though he ditched us today, we're going to hear from Kenny Ducey again. Kenny and Matt Meiselman, they looked at the NBA Finals at the series moves back to Phoenix, tied 2-2, Game 5 on Saturday. These two dove into betting trends earlier today on the Sweat. Boys, take it away.
All right, Matt, are there any trends on the sportsbook side of things you've noticed heading into this game? Like, where's the most money coming in?
Yeah, so just to give a quick recap of the series and where the public's been betting, it's been pretty evenly split for all the games except for Game 2, where I think everyone kind of went towards the Suns after they played so well in Game 1. And then we saw it go back to an even breakdown on the betting splits and handle for Games 3 and 4. But even though the Suns didn't look that great in Games 3 and 4, bettors are back to Phoenix for Game 5, and I guess it's just they're going back home, and a lot of people seem to be expecting that they'll get it together and play really well in Game 5. I'm not sure how I feel about that, but there's definitely a clear trend where bettors like the Suns a lot more for this game than they did in previous games.
So Matt's not sure how he feels about it, but Kenny, do you agree with how the people are betting you back in the Suns?
I mean, I did say that the Suns are going to win, but I don't like the public just swaying, with home court advantage. I think it's pretty dumb. I think that we've seen throughout the postseason that it's not really, that big of a deal. I think that it's just because the Suns are going home, look at the issues. Matt mentioned Chris Paul's wrist. He mentioned that, the inability of him to shoot the ball. He was a turnover machine in Game 4. I do think that the Suns are ultimately just the better team. But I don't like these trends of the public essentially just hopping on the home team every time. And I think that there's very, very real concerns here for the Phoenix Suns. The Milwaukee Bucks could take control of this series and win it in 6.
Kenny, Matt, thank you very much. And remember, you can catch the Sweat. Jeff is a frequent part of it, almost daily, as a matter of fact, talking golf, hockey, whatever it is. You can always find moves. Obviously, football, when that season rolls around. Sweat comes your way weekdays, Monday through Friday, 11 a.m. to noon. That is Eastern time. So do check it out. It will resume come Monday. So that'll be a good time. Thanks to Kenny. Thanks to Matt. Thanks to all parts involved on the Sweat over the course of this week. How often are you on? Are you on every single day? Do you have a strict schedule where you're on like 3 or 4 times a week? What's it look like?
I'm on when they need me, as I always tell them. And usually it's because I, do a little football, do the NHL I'm basically the only NHL analyst at DraftKings, and obviously do the golf every week that I'm on pretty much every day. Although it's funny you say that because I will be off 2 days next week, but that's only I'm going on a short little vacay, doing a little golf in Canmore. Yeah, but most days I'm on there. Basically, the only days I'm not on is if I need a day off.
Yeah, that makes sense. But you don't need days off.
Really don't. Really don't. Not a wimp. Like Clash and Kenny.
The guru. Jeff's cool though, but he's in Canada. You need a passport to chill with him.
It's true. A vaccine passport.
We are, correct me if I'm wrong. Well, I don't know where things stand now. Wasn't the talk, Mike, you would know this too, our producer Mike. They were talking about the Blue Jays returning home because obviously they've been playing their home games in Florida. They've been talking about them returning home end of July and obviously being able to have border travel. What's that looking like? What's the latest on that?
No, I'm pretty sure that got approved today. Like I'm pretty sure that's happening.
Great.
Yeah, end of July. I think Mike's right. So that's going through. Should be some more inter-border traveling going on, obviously. So
yeah,
I think it's because Canada is allowing vaccinated visitors to come through at the end of July or something. So that's going to be like the time frame. That's why it's being allowed. So
excellent. Mostert, 35 on the ground with a touchdown. 2nd and 10 coming from the 32. This is the NFC Championship game. Seattle, San Fran, tied up early third, bidding for a spot. I was just barely off, Moose, just barely off. You remember, excuse me, not too long ago, going back to March, April, we had our bracket challenge. Before obviously we did this Madden simulated season, simulating the 2021 real life schedule with 2020 rosters, as we know here for Madden 21. Back when we did our bracket challenge, I picked Houston. I don't remember who I had on the other side for the NFC, but I picked Houston to be in the final, to be in the, Simper Bowl or whatever we called it at the time, but the final of the bracket challenge. I was laughed at. They were a low seed. Sure enough, I think they went down in round one, if I remember right. They were downright bad, and I just missed it. I missed it by a tournament because Texans are going to the Simper Bowl tomorrow.
True.
Just had to give them a full season, I guess.
Well, I mean, you nailed it. There's nothing more valuable in these sims than having the rushing quarterback who can throw.
Yep.
And there's not that many of them. Like there's guys who can rush, like Trubisky and Kyler, but they can't throw like Deshaun and Russ Wilson, and even Lamar kind of like can't.
Not much of a passer.
No. So.
In Simland, of course.
Yeah, being honest, but X Factor lit for Russ, by the way, as we're saying this. But that's why Seattle keeps getting to where they are. So obviously they're getting a fight here, but like the pocket passers like Brady and Rodgers who have like really high end too. Their teams are always good, but the best players, and just in terms of the simulation, I'm not talking about like I don't know. And that's a completely different scene, but for the simulations, it's Russ and Deshaun. You could throw Mahomes' name in there too, obviously. Not as much big a rusher though.
We could we don't know how this one will go, but we could very possibly have two of those star rushing QBs, passing QBs in Madden going head to head. Obviously, Russ and Deshaun coming tomorrow night, 8 o'clock. And there's a $15,000 prize pool. Big contest tomorrow night, $15 to enter. Available to you in the DK lobby. So by all means, I encourage that you get in there. Jake Williams says that the Texans are going to win it all. Marnie McFly came back and told me.
Had a bit of a golf question here. Should play the later or the earlier starter guys tomorrow. If you're doing the one day, the showdown, man, I mean, if everything else is equal between your players, this has actually been playing pretty easy. I would definitely go that route again. You get a little bit soft.
Justin the Batman says, still holding on to first in Koff's MLB. I'll celebrate with a shot of tap water. Get after it. That's what we like to hear, Justin. Good luck to you. Long way to go with the 14-game slate, obviously. Tate Knops, Cobra K, says, Koff, Jeff, thoughts on the newest additions to the Team USA roster? Well, I would say they've put up the white flag. They added JaVale McGee to the team.
Okay.
When JaVale McGee, I mean, the dream team, it is not, my friend. When you add JaVale McGee, I'm not saying every player needs to be a superstar.
No, but yeah.
But it'd be nice if every team had, like, you know, starters, right? Like, I mean, Kevin Love has dropped out, and I know Kevin Love has not been the Kevin Love of old, but Kevin Love dropped out. Jeremy Grant's in health and safety protocols now, and we'll see what ends up happening there. But JaVale McGee and Keldon Johnson decided, Tokyo Olympics not that important to us this year for men's basketball.
Yeah.
Although I saw somebody tweet earlier, and I'd give credit, I don't remember who it was, but I'm paraphrasing, it was something to the effect of, you know, if ever there were a time on the heels of the release day for America. And it's true. Like, if, you know, and I'm not saying he should do it. He's certainly not going to do it. We would have heard about it by now. It'd be rumored or something. But yeah, I mean, talk about adding to your legacy. LeBron could come in and save this dumpster fire of a roster and win a gold medal for the U.S. Not going to happen, though.
No, it's definitely not going to happen at this point. You know, maybe 3 years ago.
Better off with Bugs Bunny, JaVale McGee.
Is there anyone else who could just pop up like that? Like Jimmy Butler? Maybe.
And then you have, you know, Trae Young tweeting that he's, you know, and he used the Isaiah Thomas.
Where's all these young guys? Like
from, you know, from The Last Dance, but he's ticked off that he wasn't asked, that he wasn't added, and you know, you're not going to add him. You're not going to add Trae Young over JaVale McGee because it's a positional thing. Like, you know, Trae Young's not a big. Obviously, Trae Young's a better player, but if you're looking for a big, he's not that. But
yes, but
you know,
yeah.
like, I mean, how do you not have a Trae Young who just went bonkers in the playoffs? People would love to tune in and watch him. How do you not put him on that team? As he said, or as Isaiah said, you know, I met the qualifications.
Can't you shift someone around? Like,
yeah, all we do is talk about basketball being a positionless game now.
Yeah. I mean, I don't even care if you don't have a center. I mean, like, I think you get Trae Young on the team if he wants to play. That seems like a no-brainer, man. Like, I don't care if you're. Oh, Olsen almost got in there. Like, give me the lowdown on this team. Who are they sending? Like, there's so many good young players. How do they have a bad team? Like, I haven't followed this at all. So this is actually kind of interesting to me, if I'm being dead honest.
I want you to be dead honest. I'm going to look up the roster. Let me see, because I don't want to screw anybody up. All right, so what you've got right now, Bam Adebayo. So you got your big right there. Is Seattle on the verge of a touchdown? It's a handoff. Carlos Hyde. Hide your kids, hide your wife. Touchdown. Seattle back in front, late third. You got Bam Adebayo. You got, theoretically, you know, if nothing changes, after the finals, Devin Booker will be joining. You have Kevin Durant there, Jeremy Grant, Draymond Green. We're also expected to have Drew Holiday and Chris Middleton after the finals. Zach LaVine, Damian Lillard, and Jason Tatum. Along with, obviously, who I already mentioned, Keldon Johnson and JaVale McGee. I mean, it's not a terrible team.
No.
But it's hardly a representation of the top U.S. talent.
It's It just feels like so many other players could be A, they could have like subbed in, and B, like, why aren't they going, I guess. And I don't know who turned down invitations. I don't know, like, again, I haven't been following this, but it feels like there's a lot of young players that like should be, you know, there. Anyways.
Meant to mention to you, by the way, is completely unrelated. And I'm in 11th. I wasn't second earlier. 11th, about 6 points off the lead. Cristobal Cast is in front by a point over Sports Guru and BB Craig. What I was going to mention to you earlier, I almost texted you, and then I saw that we were working together, so I figured, hashtag save it for the sim.
Oh, yeah.
I cannot get enough, truly cannot get enough of Brooks and Bryson. We got a fumble here.
You get it back? Nope. I think
Wright's
Seattle got it.
It is not hyperbole when I say it is the best rivalry in all of sports today.
It's really interesting, man. I mean,
Brooks just unprompted. Oh, I hit the ball great today. I love my driver. Like, it's just perfect. If you don't know the backstory, look it up. But it's like they've just gone back and forth. And it's not, I shouldn't even say that. It's really not them going back and forth. It's Bryson, DraftKings own, Bryson DeChambeau, just being Bryson, and Brooks reacting to every little thing that he does.
Yep. Brooks is like the annoying, sibling you have who just, it's almost like don't say what I'm saying. Don't say what I'm saying. Like that's almost like, it's almost like they're in that kind of fight right now. Right. Like,
right. But
it's two grown men who are professional athletes, but that's what it's like. It's very much like the first social media, it's obviously not the first social media feud, but it's definitely a feud in golf. Like, you wouldn't have seen this in golf, and this is one of those golf feuds that before social media, you wouldn't even know existed. Like, you legitimately would not even know that Bryson and Brooks hated each other. Because golf, if you go deep into golf's history, there's been a lot of things like that. There's been a lot of golfers who legitimately, they almost get in fights with each other. Like Bubba Watson and I think Rory Sabatini almost got into a fight one year or something. Like, I'm talking decades ago, but this is the kind of stuff now. We got social media, the guys have an outlet for it. And we saw Brooks and he started it, and then Bryson's come back. Yeah, man. I mean, it kind of feels like, obviously Bryson not playing that good right now, but it kind of feels like Bryson's put himself in this spot where, he's a bit more of a reactive guy. He's a bit more impulsive with his comments, and everything he's saying right now is getting absolutely picked apart by Koepka. So it's very, very interesting. Like you said, yeah, it's almost like a daily thing. Like, oh, what's going on with these guys now?
It's just fun to be on the sidelines for it.
Yep.
Like to just be watching, just following along.
It's part of the news cycle, basically.
Yeah.
It's just...
I mean, what better example than, like Adam Schefter earlier today, who only tweets about anything non-football when it's big. Like he'll have the occasional so-and-so's active basketball news, just to dabble, just for giggles.
Yeah.
But he tweeted the it was just like Brooks Koepka, tells Golf Channel, I love my driver. Like, when Schefter's getting involved, and I mean, not football, it's something.
Bryson splits with his caddy the week before.
Yeah.
Literally seconds later, Brooks is puts out a tweet. Oh man, I can't tell you how much I appreciate my caddy. National Caddy
hugging his caddy.
So this, the guy's reaction time is incredible as well.
Yeah.
Some of this stuff. But yeah, I mean, Bryson's Brooks started this with the whole eye roll thing on TV, but Bryson has come back, and like I said, he's kind of taking some blows right now. So he needs a good result or something to shut Brooks up.
Yeah,
but it's kind of funny. Neither of these guys have won since this started. So
yeah, well, hopefully.
The first one who wins is going to be interesting.
Jeff in the chat. Ooh, Twitter fights in golf. I wonder if one of the guys will steal the other's ball. It could happen. Jeffrey says third in the MLB Golf Classic. Way to go, Jeffrey. Keep it up. Must be. This drive.
Who scored for Seattle? We've got
Ross,
two.
twice, and then Carlos Hyde.
Yes, Carlos Hyde. Okay. That was the one I was blanking on. Yeah, Russ Wilson up to 32.58 points.
I could look it up, but I'll just ask you. Has Brooks won a major? You got 4? Look,
Yep,
you know
4.
I'm not the
He
biggest
won-
golf guy in the world.
No, I know you're not, so I won't even make fun of you. He won the U.S. Open back-to-back, 18, and then he won the PGA Championship in 2018. He injured his knee a bit, and he did win this year, but oh my gosh, Russ fumbled. Oh, they got it back. So he had a really dominant stretch. Injured his knee.
Yeah, won 18-19 PGA, like you
Yep.
said, U.S. Open 17-18. Tied for second at the Masters in 19, and tied for fourth at the Open Championship in 19. So yeah, that 17 to 19 stretch was just wild.
Yep. Yeah, one of the more dominant stretches we've seen outside of Tiger Woods, if being honest. But then he injured his knee 2020. He's been kind of like off and on. He did win in Phoenix this year, but he's been good. I think it's a matter of time before we see this guy win again.
But Bryson's only got one.
Yeah, and then you have Bryson, who's been far more up and down in his career, but his game at the majors, he's got the game to win multiple majors. I don't think there's any doubt. It's just he hasn't found the kind of consistency at majors that Brooks has. So, they play similar styles of games. They're both very high-end putters for how big they hit it. It's just Brooks has brought it more often than Bryson so far. But you know what? Brooks has the age factor on Bryson too. I mean, Brooks is 4 or 5 years older than him, so I think 4, maybe 3 or 4. But regardless,
Yeah, Brooks
he's
is.
been out there.
Yeah, it's 31 versus 27.
Yeah.
Fourth in inches, and they're just going to take the points, barring
Yeah,
a fake anyway.
I guess he got up 2 scores.
There it is. 10-point lead for Seattle. 5:53 to go in regulation. I just pulled up Brooks Koepka's Wikipedia, and the picture they have of him, which is he's holding up the trophy after winning the 2017 U.S. Open.
Yeah.
So again, it's 4 years ago. He doesn't even look like the same guy.
What, on Wikipedia?
Yeah, to me anyway. Because now he's had the goatee recently. He's had shorter hair. His hair,
Oh, yeah.
not, but his hair looks a little darker now than it did then. He's always wearing a hat now versus then. Again, versus just this picture. Doesn't even look like the same dude.
Yeah, he looks a little bit chubbier in that photo too. I've got it
Yeah.
up now. He's probably chiseled out a bit, but yeah, I think mainly it's just the facial hair. But he's probably a little bit svelter, you could say as well. So yeah, he had a dominant stretch though, absolutely dominant stretch. He kind of did the same thing Rory did, is he won a bunch and then now he's having trouble getting back.
You would think he wouldn't, Bryson wouldn't be living so rent-free in his head, given the success that he's had on the course.
I'm not sure that he is though. I think Brooks is
You think
obviously
it's just a game to him.
What's that?
You think it's more of a game to him?
Yeah, I don't. When this first started, I kind of felt like, oh man, Bryson is used to social media, but the more I've seen of it, this is like just a game, like you said to Brooks. Brooks does not care about Bryson. If Bryson wins 4 majors, Brooks isn't going to care. I mean, it's just the way he is. He's just, he's an athletic guy. He knows his own skill set. He knows he's a really good. He's a little bit of a narcissist, Koepka, but it's almost in a good way. I don't think he's like a bad guy out there or a prick to other people. From what I've seen on camera, he's actually he's very respectful when he talks. He's not like one of the guys who's snapping clubs and stuff. He just is confident in his own skin. And I think that Bryson is very much like I said, he's a little bit more impulsive. He's very motivated too, but it's just like a little bit different personality. And, I think that this rivalry is worse for Bryson right now than Koepka. Although, like I said, neither of them have won since it started. So maybe
Mayor Simley and Greg Coffin says, geesh, Koff, look at a picture of me from that long ago. Make it 3 years, and you're talking about a champion of life versus WTF.
Yeah, I saw the mayor of Simville, Greg Coffin, in the chat.
Oh, by the way,
ever since Kenny Ducey called him out, he's got to make a couple appearances. So.
Look at the devil! I just got an alert. Kenny Ducey started a live video on Instagram.
We're gonna go for round 2, are they?
Honest question. Like normally, I'll say things in jest, and it'll just be to poke the bear. Like I kind of went off on Kenny during the 6 for bailing and making Tara Lynn do the sim. I don't care that it was like just for giggles. This is a genuine, honest to goodness question. These two have never met in person. Never. They've never met in person. This is the very first time that they are hanging out together after hours of time together over Zoom in Simland. And they were at a baseball game watching the Red Sox and Yankees. And now, 5 innings into the game, or I'm guessing something like that? They have each now gone live on Instagram after Glash failed trying to go live on Twitter. How bored are they with one another in each other's presence that they have to both go live on Instagram while sitting next to each other at the baseball game? If you and I got together for the first time after 5+ years of working together, and we were at a sporting event or anywhere, I can promise you something that wouldn't even enter my mind is let's go live on Instagram.
That's true.
I'd be like, man, I have never hung out with Moose before. Let's, I don't know, hang out with Moose.
Yeah. I'm not a big live on anything guy unless I'm doing it for this stuff, for fantasy stuff. And I like doing it in that respect. But yeah, that's not something that I think I don't know. It feels like they're either, like you said, maybe bored, but potentially having a really good time. They're just like, hamming it up too. So
let's share it with the people.
Yeah.
All our huge fans in the DK Sim fam can't wait to check us out live on Instagram.
I think they're just trying to steal viewers. I think they're just trying to get under our skin. That's what I think.
Cool. $24-14. Craig says maybe they just want to show people they're having fun there.
Yeah, they need it recorded.
Yeah, we'll never remember this fun. We need to capture it forever. First and 10 from the 13. What are you going to do, Garoppolo?
All right.
I thought it was going, but it counts. Touchdown. I was thinking it was going to be Kittle back of the end zone and swooping on in. My captain, taken from your captain, Deebo Samuel with the score.
Yeah, that's okay. I'll sacrifice the old, I'll take the L here. I wasn't 51st, actually. I shouldn't have been discounting myself. I could have used a touchdown there. Kittle's actually up to 89 yards. I didn't realize that. But that one's going to Deebo, like you said. Jimmy G, 10% owned in our free roll, man.
Yeah.
Everybody faded Jimmy G. That's interesting. He's up to 17.2 points. Man, it's a hard fade on a quarterback. I don't think I've ever seen a quarterback that low. Crazy. All right, San Francisco live. All I need is a field goal, man. They get the ball right back. They still got 3 timeouts.
That lifts me into the top 3. Bonus for Deebo Samuel.
Yeah, that would have pushed me up. That was actually very pivotal. That would have really launched me because I got Garoppolo too. So.
Yeah, I don't have Garoppolo.
Darn it!
With the bonus points, I've moved into second. All right. Debo's got to be, I'm guessing, I mean, barring a change, Debo's got to be looking at our Krusty Koff MVP here because 20% ownership, not even, and he's up over almost 40 points now. in the captain spot.
I mean, he's definitely. It's things could still change, but yeah, he's definitely one of the top two. Oh!
Hello, Carlos Hyde, far sideline from
wow.
the 20 to the other 37.
Man, if Carlos Hyde had any wheels, that was if that was Dalvin Cook, that was a touchdown. Pretty sure Carlos Hyde's speed rating sucks in this game. It's probably like an 84, 86 maybe. What's Hyde's ownership?
Robbie Noble. Yo, Adam, on your left. Falcon Winter Soldier. So, Hyde is 21% owned. Rushing bonus for Russ, 24-21. Got ourselves a game here, folks. You got yourselves a new leader in first.
Wonder who it is.
Ito, who was just coming at me in the chat. Ito, a lot of what you've said is right, but my voice is not nasally. I mean, that's just not a thing.
Man, Seahawks lost 4 yards and then an incomplete pass here. It's a big down. They need they get 7 yards, they'll probably be in field goal position. Even 5 yards would give them a pretty good shot. Big play. Got the X Factor lit. Looks like Bosa.
3rd and 14 from the 40.
Oh, wow.
First
Okay.
down pickup.
I'm telling you, man. Russ Wilson.
190 passing.
Russ Wilson is basically impossible to kill in this game. I think the only thing San Francisco could hope is if he takes it for a run now, gets a little cocky, and it's the old fumble Ruski going. Could happen.
All players. Philip Dorsett on that catch.
Yeah, I actually rostered him, so that was good. 34% owned, too, in that free roll.
Damon says, I bet Glash let Ducey sit on his shoulders so he could see the game better. 2-minute warning. Ito, if you're that unhappy, you should leave. No, for real. Just come back.
I mean, I'm not reading what this guy's saying, but I kind of want to...
Because I'm a loser with a collection of DVDs. Technology outdated since the 1990s. I mean, that's not true. Didn't even have DVDs.
I mean, look, I have books in hard plastic behind me, so I don't...
That's a good point.
At least you can watch what Kaufman has. I can't even read what I have behind me. At least what Kaufman has some utility. Zach could do some damage here. Yeah, they're going to run it. Smart.
Yeah. Try and kill.
Earn some timeouts.
Timeout.
Although
Ducey brought a glove. Although
I guess a field goal here. I don't know why I thought that would at least have a chance to come back. What are they going to do? Are you going to run it? You're going to pass it? 3rd and 9. They can get aggressive. They are going to get aggressive.
Man, I would have expected to run for sure. Another pass completed. Tyler Lockett to the 16. Another timeout.
Well, that's going to secure the field goal, and it's probably going to be no OT. It's good for us, because, good God. I mean, I don't want to work OT, but
really good for Ito.
Very good for Ito, yeah, apparently. I still can't find his comments. Maybe YouTube is just X them out.
Maybe it's
too
not
aggressive.
Chat. I'm in the live chat, the dark chat. My tails.
All right, Jimmy G's time to be the hero, folks.
What are the odds Ito is Glash's burner from the Yankees game?
Oh, yeah, that's got to be it.
I think that's what it is.
That would actually make a lot of sense.
We should all, next time Glash works, we should all ask him about it.
I'm just going to assume.
It's more fun that way, isn't it? All right, San Fran's out of timeouts. NFC Championship game. Remember, a trip to the Super Bowl tomorrow night. About 23 hours from now is at stake.
We got some drama here now.
21, 144 to go.
It's an absolute drama here. No timeouts, but minute 40. Don't do any silly 4-yard dump offs. That's not
something like that. It's good enough for a first down, but clock's ticking.
Yeah.
George Kittle to the 34.
Oh, 99 yards.
Wow, one away from the bonus. You need it.
I do. That would have been big. Okay. Well, one more catch.
He might not be done yet. Remember, Super Bowl tomorrow night, 8 o'clock Eastern after the consolation game. Loser of this game against the Steelers will be at 2 o'clock. Fake handoff to Mostert. Garoppolo keeps it himself. Deep throw. And got there. Almost to the 20. Garoppolo up to 284 passing. It's Debo again. Minute.
This is, wow. Here, they're inside the 25. They can go end zone right here. Just don't dump it off. Don't do that. Get out of bounds, Mostert. Oh boy, if he had run for the out of bounds. Okay, so
I'm saying an incomplete pass would not be the end of the world here for San Fran.
They're gonna have about 20 seconds, so they cannot do that again when the game's over. Got it. So.
Yeah. 2nd and 4 from the 16, as you said, 20 to go.
Raheem Mostert.
Come on. After all that buildup.
Yeah.
San Fran, it looked like you had something. That's not the way you manage the clock. That's not the way you do it, virtual Kyle. Seattle will face Houston for the 2021 simulated.
It's just the game that they give us. We don't have input into how the game is created.
Yeah.
DraftKings does not have a branch off like video game studio.
Sounds nice though, doesn't it?
It would be cool if they did. I'm not gonna lie, but
so Garoppolo just missed out on the bonus. 295, 2 touchdowns. Wilson just 196, but very effective on the ground. He had a couple of touchdowns there. Moved the ball along well, had plenty of yards. The 196 passing will give you the rushing and receiving numbers as well. 115 for Russ to hit the bonus. Did fumble. Touchdown from Mostert, 8 for 35 for him. He was quiet. Fumbled as well. Carlos Hyde, 5 for 50. Tomorrow night, 8 o'clock Eastern, it's the Seahawks and it's the Texans. Should be in virtual Seattle, and $15,000 championship special available to you in the DK lobby. $15 entry, $5K to first place. 7 for 151, a touchdown for Debo Samuel. Awesome. Kittle, 6 for 90. 2 guys, and barring any changes, my friend, looking at another first place finish.
You got it, did you? All right. Well, good for you.
Thanks. It's like Moose. Debo in the captain spot. Russ, Raheem, Kendrick Bourne, new Patriot, Carlos Hyde, and Dante Pettis.
I'm not gonna lie. It's pretty solid winning a sim with a guy with like 1 point.
Yeah,
I've
not
done
bad.
it.
Yeah, you have.
Feels good.
You have.
All right. Well, good job, my friend. That's all I
Thank you.
can say.
Thank you. Checking in on our baseball contest real quick, by the way, before we go. Just to let the people know how they're doing. Tell you, golf, not good for me. Our last minute MLB with a long way to go tonight, obviously. The Batman Justin Cravens. He is in front comfortably right now by about 20 points on the rest. Vlad Guerrero, 6 fantasy points and still going. In our last-minute Ducey and Glash Fatal Rama showdown, it is CJ. CJ's leading by about 3 points. So there we go. Good job, everybody. We will create contests a little bit later on, if not tonight, definitely tomorrow morning for tomorrow's contest. Consolation game, 2 o'clock Eastern time. That will feature the Niners and the Steelers. I'll be with you for that one with Jason Rossi. And 8 o'clock, me and Tom Carroll for the Super Bowl with the Seahawks and the Texans. Should be a good time. So, again, $15,000 championship special tomorrow night. $15 to enter for the Super Bowl, $5K to first place. The $1K, $1,000 American Ultimate Disc League Game of the Week, that is tonight, will feature the Dallas Roughnecks and sticking in Seattle Cascades, 10:30 Eastern time tonight. So a little more than an hour from now, about 7. That going on, Dallas and Seattle, 10:30 Eastern time this evening. So make sure you stay tuned into the Dream Stream. Wait for that. Should be a good time. And, around that, we'll see you in Simland tomorrow. Thanks to Mike. Thanks to Drew, Tate, and Ops. And, of course, Moose, a great pleasure, my friend. We'll talk to you again,
Always.
At some point real soon here. Sunday, we've got a couple sims.
Yes, Sunday morning, couple sims, always a good time. Check out that American Ultimate Disc League coming up, guys. Have fun with the Super Bowl tomorrow. Yeah, I'll see you guys Sunday.
See you, gang.
Daniel Cohen. So Ultimate is a 7-on-7 non-contact sport played on a field 70 yards long by 40 yards wide, with end zones running 20 yards deep on either end. In the AUDL, the game is played on a football field, with end zones starting at each 10-yard line. The AUDL field is larger than a college regulation Ultimate field because each point begins with the pull, which can be compared to a kickoff in football. The 2 teams of 7 begin at opposite end zones, and one team throws off to the other to begin play. Now the receiving team starts the point on offense. Their goal is to advance the disc down the field by passing from teammate to teammate until the disc is caught in the opposing end zone for a goal. Players can't run with the disc, and they have to establish a pivot. Is intercepted or is caught out of bounds, it's a turnover, and the defense takes over on offense without any stoppage in play. At the college level, when a player has the disc, they have 10 seconds to throw as long as a defender is in their immediate area. This defender is called the mark, starting from 1 all the way up to 10. If the person with the disc doesn't get rid of it in those 10 seconds, that's called a stall, and the offense turns the disc over.
Stall was called after the great catch.
In the AUDL, the stall count is 7, so players only have 7 seconds to get the throw off. Now traditionally, Ultimate is self-officiated. Play will stop for any foul calls, such as contact or traveling, which can then be sorted out by the involved players. It's basically a redo, with the disc being sent back to where it was before the call. The AUDL is the only level of play that uses officials to call the game. For foul calls in the AUDL, yardage penalties are assessed on the offending team. Downfield picks, traveling, and pass interference are a few of the most common types of penalties. A big difference in AUDL versus non-AUDL play is the use of double teams. In the AUDL, double teams on throwers are completely legal, meaning 2 defenders can be right in the thrower's face trying to force a turnover. At all other levels of play, double teams are not allowed. Now another rule unique to the AUDL is the integrity rule, which allows players to overturn a call if the call initially benefited their team. For example, if the official calls a foul on a defender and the disc isn't caught by the receiver can invoke the integrity rule and say no, actually the defender did not foul them, so the play would then result in a turnover. Now College Ultimate is played to a score limit, usually to 13 or 15. AUDL games on the other hand are played with a time limit instead, with 4 12-minute quarters. At the end of each quarter, if the disc is in the air when time expires, the score will count if the disc is caught in the end zone. Hope this helped you learn a little bit more about Ultimate and the AUDL. If you want more AUDL action, be sure to subscribe to our YouTube channel or check out our AUDL TV streaming platform to watch all the best games in Pro Ultimate. Welcome to Ultimate.
Bye.